The Transdimensional Trading Platform is recruiting agents from Blue Star, with a base salary starting at $100,000. Recently unemployed, Suyu stumbled upon this peculiar job advertisement, and with a mindset seeking amusement, he clicked on it. Subsequently, he became an agent for the Transdimensional Trading Platform, capable of exchanging goods with individuals from different timelines. Can 1 ton of rice be traded for 50 kilograms of gold with a counterpart for a wasteland world? 10 tons of self-heating rice for an electromagnetic rifle? Such transactions are merely trifles. A complete set of nuclear fusion technology for 1,000 tons of grain. Starship blueprints can be acquired for merely 3,000 tons of grain. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Suyu matched with more trading partners, the items he exchanged gradually transcended the boundaries of conventional technology. A vial of penicillin in exchange for the martial arts masterpiece, Yi Jing, from a world of martial heroes. A cannon traded for a recipe for a longevity elixir from a realm of immortals. As the scale of his trades expanded, the company he founded unintentionally evolved into a colossal entity where cutting-edge technology coexisted with the arcane, conducting business even in alternate dimensions. You impose technological sanctions upon me? Come, behold the annihilation fleet behind me, and reconsider your words. Chapter 1. The Transdimensional Trading Platform. Where is this? In a pristine white room, Suyu stood still, surveying his surroundings. After a moment of bewilderment, he recalled the events that had transpired and murmured to himself. The Transdimensional Trading Platform, could it truly be real? Just half an hour prior, while enjoying a break at home, Suyu received a termination call from his company. The official reason cited was company downsizing, and due to his lackluster performance, he found himself on the chopping block. The actual reason was that there was one layoff slot in his team, necessitating the dismissal of a member. Among the 8 individuals in the team, he was the only one without any connections within the company. Thus, Suyu was not particularly surprised by this turn of events, having anticipated this outcome even before the holiday commenced. Immediately after receiving the notification, he opened an online job platform in search of employment. While perusing the listings, he stumbled upon an odd job advertisement. The Transdimensional Trading Platform is recruiting agents from Blue Star, with a base salary starting at $100,000. Naturally, he found such a ludicrous offer hard to believe. However, with nothing else to occupy his time, Suyu decided to delve deeper. Thus, he found himself in this peculiar situation. After grasping the circumstances and realizing he might have encountered a scenario straight out of a novel, Suyu surprisingly felt a sense of relief and regained his composure. Approaching a wall that emanated a soft white glow, he knocked gently and tentatively inquired, "Is anyone there?" No sooner had his words fallen than a line of text materialized upon the silvery surface of the wall. "Welcome to the Interdimensional Trading Platform. You are currently situated in the exclusive space of the Blue Star Region Agent. Upon signing the contract, you will gain access to this space and unlock trading privileges. This platform is dedicated to facilitating interdimensional transactions, allowing individuals from different times and spaces to share resources and fulfill their needs. Would you like to sign the Blue Star Region Agent contract now?" Suyu contemplated the content before him for a moment, suspecting that this peculiar device might be voice-activated. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Could I possibly review the specifics of the contract?" As soon as he spoke, lines of text began to emerge on the wall before him. The terms of the contract were clearly inscribed. Suyu examined them closely. The stipulations were not overly complex, essentially stating that upon becoming an agent of the Blue Star region, he would be authorized to represent Blue Star in transactions on the Interdimensional Trading Platform, facilitating the exchange of resources. There were no restrictions on the items exchanged, nor on their pricing. Both parties can negotiate based on their needs. Currently, he was classified as a junior agent, permitted to randomly match with only one new client each week. Upon successfully completing 10 transactions, he would be promoted to a mid-level agent, at which point he would not only access a broader array of quality clients, but also unlock additional privileges. The Interdimensional Trading Platform also operated with its own currency, known as trading points. After each successful transaction, one would earn a certain number of trading points, which could be used to purchase desired items directly from the platform without the need for face-to-face exchanges. In essence, it involved trading resources from one's own world with individuals from other worlds. The more transactions one conducted, the higher their level, and consequently, the greater the benefits reaped. The sole restriction was that the traded items could not be counterfeit. The trading platform would monitor and verify the items exchanged, and any attempt to sell fakes would result in the revocation of agent status. Having reviewed the terms of the contract and confirmed there were no errors, Suyu unhesitatingly chose to sign. It would be foolish not to. Different worlds require diverse resources, and the value of those resources varies greatly. A single bottle of mineral water here might be exchanged for a substantial piece of gold in another world. Once he acquired the gold, selling it would undoubtedly yield a significant profit, even if the items obtained from other worlds held little value and he could not profit from them. As long as he completed at least one transaction each month, Suyu would receive a guaranteed monthly salary of 100,000 trading points from the platform. This was infinitely superior to working for someone else. Contract signing completed. Name, Suju. Identity, Blue Star Region Agent of the Interdimensional Trading Platform. Level, Junior Agent. Trading points, 0. Available trading attempts, 1. Available trading attempts, 1. Can I now match with a trading counterpart? Suyu pondered briefly before asking. The contract clearly stated that this transaction was not merely a private exchange between two individuals. Rather, it resembled a mutual sharing of resources between two different worlds. Thus, whether he possessed the items required for the transaction was inconsequential. The proper course of action was to first match with a trading counterpart, ascertain mutual needs, and then return to prepare the necessary items for trade. Yes, would you like to begin matching now? Gazing at the text upon the wall, Suyu promptly declared, Match. Matching trading counterpart. Match successful. Suyu felt as though the scene before him shifted in an instant, transforming from the empty, featureless room into an elegantly appointed conference chamber. In the center of the room stood a long table. He occupied one end, while at the opposite end sat a woman adorned in strikingly futuristic silver armor, her exquisite face framed by flowing white hair. The woman glanced at Suyu, her brows arching slightly as she spoke. Are you a novice engaging in trading for the first time? Her voice flowed like a clear spring, melodious and delightful. However, the syllables she uttered were entirely incomprehensible to Suyu. Fortunately, the trading platform seemed to possess an automatic translation feature, allowing him to grasp her intent despite the language barrier. Hearing these words, he calmly nodded. Indeed, I apologize for any inconvenience. With that, he straightened his posture, preparing to engage in a serious discussion regarding business with this initial trading partner. The enigma of the interdimensional trading platform left him slightly disoriented. However, when it came to business negotiations, he was exceedingly proficient. After all, Suyu's previous company specialized in international trade, and as the most capable salesman in his team, he had negotiated countless substantial deals. Once he entered the zone, even if his counterpart were an extraterrestrial, he would not falter. Agent of the Falling Sunset District at the Interdimensional Trading Platform, Frost Star. The woman opposite him nodded, then stood, placing her right hand over her chest, solemnly introducing herself. Observing this, Suyu also rose and raised his hand. However, noticing the considerable distance between them, the gesture of a handshake seemed inappropriate. Thus, he simply raised his other hand in a respectful bow. Agent of the Blue Star District at the Interdimensional Trading Platform, Suyu. Your customs are quite intriguing, Frostar remarked, glancing at Suyu's folded hands. I think so too, Suyu replied with a smile, then continued. Let us discuss the matter at hand. What do you wish to trade? Natural foods rich in starch and plant fibers, uncontaminated water and soil. I require everything on the list. A luminous screen materialized before Frost Star as she gestured across it. Instantly, a similar screen appeared before Suyu, filled with an array of items. Meat, eggs, milk, grains, vegetables, purified water, soil. All demanded to be free of pollution and radiation. Gazing at these items, Suyu momentarily experienced the illusion of perusing a supermarket on his phone. It appeared that his counterpart hailed from a world plagued by food scarcity, and judging by the armor she donned, the technological advancements of her realm were likely considerable. To seek uncontaminated and radiation-free food. Could it be a world akin to a wasteland, technologically advanced, yet ravaged by pollution, resulting in a dearth of sustenance? A flicker of realization crossed Suyu's mind, yet his expression remained unchanged as he calmly inquired, I can provide these items. What do you intend to offer in exchange? Chapter 2. 10 tons of rice for 1,000 gene of gold. What do you require? Froststar furrowed her brow. At present, she and Suyu were not well acquainted, and each was oblivious to the other's world and its specialties. Her willingness to express her needs first was already a concession, considering Suyu's status as a newcomer. However, if she were to recklessly divulge what she had available for trade, it would undoubtedly undermine future negotiations regarding pricing. Suyu was not particularly surprised by her response. His gaze shifted to the strikingly futuristic silver armor she donned, and he refrained from elaborating further. You desire powered armor? Froststar raised an eyebrow. It's not entirely out of the question. If you can provide 10,000 tons of radiation-free, pollution-free grain, I can make that exchange immediately. The thought of obtaining the original model of powered armor from the silver-haired girl stirred Suyu's interest immensely. Yet, he quickly shook his head. 10,000 tons of grain was far beyond his current financial capacity. Even the cheapest potatoes would cost a couple of thousand per ton. That amounted to at least 20 million. Selling himself would hardly fetch such a sum. Moreover, in reality, a transaction of such magnitude would likely require direct procurement from a national grain reserve or importation from abroad. Without a food processing facility to serve as a facade, acquiring such a volume would be nearly impossible. Even if he managed to secure it through special channels, the ultimate destination of the grain could easily attract unwanted attention. Although powered armor appeared undeniably impressive, its original variant was not something Suyu could presently afford. Furthermore, its acquisition would serve no practical purpose at this moment. He would have to defer that consideration for the future. As for the present, Suyu pondered briefly. I require gold. If his earlier conjecture was correct, and Froststar truly hailed from a wasteland world, the advanced technology reflected in her powered armor suggested an immense gap in technological development compared to Blue Star. In truth, exchanging food for technology would be the most advantageous approach. However, Suyu was merely an ordinary individual, with savings amounting to only a few tens of thousands. Even if he were to acquire some form of advanced technology, it would likely be unmarketable. His immediate goal was to establish himself as a wealthy individual in Blue Star. With capital in hand, acquiring technology and subsequently monetizing it would be a natural progression. Gold. That indeed serves as hard currency. Many novice agents would accept transactions in gold. Froststar nodded. Exchanging gold for grain is feasible. However, you must first provide me with data on the common grains in your world so I can estimate the pricing. After all, it is impossible for all grains to be priced the same, as you must understand. Data on grains? Suyu comprehended her intent, but momentarily struggled to organize the information, with the image of potatoes instinctively appearing in his mind. Fortunately, he soon witnessed data on potatoes manifest on the screen before him, detailing fiber content, starch content, trace elements, and more. It turned out that such a presentation was feasible. Suyu quickly gathered his thoughts, with images of rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, and other staple grains flashing through his mind. Once he had compiled a rough overview of the primary staples of Blue Star, he emulated Froststar's earlier gesture, swiping his hand to transfer the data to the screen in front of her. After examining the information for a moment, Froststar presented her pricing: 1 kilogram of gold in exchange for 1 ton of rice. If you lack sufficient rice on your end and need to substitute with other grains, we will need to renegotiate the price. Rice. Suyu recalled the rice that could thrive even in saline alkali soil and nodded calmly. There is certainly no shortage of rice. However, I believe we need to discuss this price further. Presently, gold was valued at over 400 per gram. 1 kilogram of gold was worth upwards of 400,000. The price of rice varied by variety, with common types fetching around 3 to 4,000 per ton, while higher quality varieties could reach 4 to 5,000. Suyu wasn't an expert on this matter, but he assumed the difference would not be too significant. To exchange 1 kilogram of gold for 1 ton of rice would be considered foolish business practice on Blue Star. Yet, this was an interdimensional trading platform. If Froststar indeed originated from a contaminated wasteland incapable of producing food, the value of gold would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of uncontaminated grain. Negotiation is, of course, an integral part of trade, Froststar said with a radiant smile. Suyu pondered momentarily and countered with an offer: 50 kilograms of gold for 1 ton. Deal. Froststar clapped her hands, agreeing without a second thought. Suyu thought to himself, damn, that was hasty. It seemed he had underestimated the value of food in Froststar's world while overestimating the worth of gold to her. However, this fleeting concern was swiftly cast aside. 50 kilograms of gold in exchange for 1 ton of grain was akin to finding money for nothing. There was no need to be greedy. Besides, even if this transaction only involved 1 ton of grain, managing 50 kilograms of gold would be sufficient to give him a headache. Rather than risk avarice, it would be wiser to foster a good relationship, especially since Su Yu was still considering how to procure her original powered armor. Knowing when to retreat is crucial. With the unit price settled, Froststar inquired, "How much rice can you provide at present?" Su Yu snapped back to reality and calculated his current financial resources, 10 tons. "For our first collaboration, I will provide you with 10 tons. If this arrangement proves satisfactory, we can continue trading in the future." 10 tons of rice equated to 500 kilograms of gold. Froststar expressed no objections and rose, stating, "Please wait a moment." With that, she gradually vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she held a silver metallic box. Froststar placed it on the negotiation table and casually pushed it towards Su Yu, causing the box to slide smoothly to rest before him. He pushed against the box, and it remained immovable. At that moment, he surmised its contents. Suppressing his excitement, he hurriedly opened the box. Under the bright lights of the conference room, a beam of golden light reflected from within the box, nearly blinding Su Yu's eyes. Gold. 10 hefty gold bars, each weighing 50 kilograms. A total of 500 kilograms of gold. In fact, gold is incredibly dense. 1 ton of gold is only slightly larger than a basketball. 500 kilograms of gold, while numerically modest, felt deceptively heavy when lifted. "The gold is in your possession. When can I expect delivery?" Froststar tilted her fair chin upward. Was she actually suggesting payment in advance? This might very well be the best client Su Yu had ever encountered. However, it likely related to the regulations of the trading platform. With oversight from the trading platform, no one would dare abscond after receiving payment. She had no fear of him running off, making the question of whether to pay up front or upon delivery moot. Reflecting on this, Su Yu quickly replied, 7 days. Within 7 days, I will deliver the 10 tons of rice to you. If you have any additional needs, please provide me with a list, and we can estimate a price. If we reach an agreement, I can bring those items during our next transaction. Chapter 3. A feather as an arrow. What are you worth? Su Yu uploaded additional data on items available for bulk purchase on Blue Star to Froststar. The two individuals engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the prices of various items for nearly half a day, ultimately reaching a preliminary consensus. Regardless of the quantity of supplies that Su Yu could procure for Froststar, it was agreed that Froststar would be obligated to pay in gold at the prices currently established. In the event of insufficient gold, alternative forms of payment could be considered, such as local specialties from Froststar's homeland. In addition to these finished products, Froststar had access to a plethora of technological advancements. Each of these items, when presented, would be worth significantly more than the 500 kilograms of gold in Su Yu's possession. Upon returning to his designated space as a junior agent, Su Yu gazed at the box before him, his heart brimming with excitement. 500 kilograms of gold, based on current market rates, amounted to nearly 200 million. Even if he resorted to some less than reputable avenues for selling, he could still expect to obtain over 100 million. What does it mean to become wealthy overnight? This was the epitome of overnight wealth. However, after the initial thrill, he began to contemplate more pragmatic concerns. How was he to transport the items necessary for trade in and out of the platform? Not to mention the 10 tons of grain. Without some form of advanced technology, moving 500 kilograms of gold would be a laborious task. As he pondered this, an answer slowly materialized upon the white wall before him. A junior agent is entitled to 10 units of storage space, with each unit capable of accommodating items not exceeding 1,000 cubic meters in volume and 1,000 tons in weight. By silently invoking the personal panel, you may view it. The personal panel is visible only to you. A personal panel? So you promptly gave it a try? Indeed, as soon as he spoke, a pale blue translucent panel appeared before him, reminiscent of the one that had emerged during the transaction. It boasted numerous functions, with the storage space conveniently located in the lower right corner, displaying 10 empty slots akin to an item inventory. With the transportation issue resolved, Su Yu exhaled in relief and instinctively reached out to touch the gold. The 10 large gold ingots within the box promptly vanished from sight, replaced by a gold 10 marker in his personal panel inventory. "Take me back," Su Yu declared as he stretched languidly. Having inexplicably become an agent for the cross-temporal trading platform, it seemed almost impossible not to prosper. He was eager to return to Blue Star to prepare the items required for subsequent trades. Indeed, compared to working for others, earning for oneself was far more motivating. Now, he would not hesitate to work around the clock, as long as he did not succumb to exhaustion. Any furrow of his brow would be a disservice to the 500 kilograms of gold. Transmitting. You may access your exclusive platform space at any time via your personal panel. In the next moment, Su Yu felt a fleeting sensation. The luminous space vanished, replaced by the familiar sight of his rented apartment. He quickly summoned his personal panel, confirming that it was still accessible, and retrieved a bar of gold. Feeling the tangible weight of the 50-kilogram ingot in his hand, he sighed in relief. It was not a dream. Glancing at the time, he He realized it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The day was still young, and there were matters to attend to. After some contemplation, Suyu made his way to the kitchen with the gold ingot in hand. The ingot was roughly the size of a small brick, and he feared that presenting it for exchange might startle others. Fortunately, gold is relatively malleable and can be cut with a knife. After considerable effort, Suyu finally managed to divide the hefty 50-kilogram ingot into several smaller pieces, which he then stored in his storage space. He proceeded to search for nearby gold shops on his phone and selected one that was neither too far nor too conspicuous, preparing to test the waters by selling a piece of gold there. Once he was ready, he casually took out the trash as he stepped out of his apartment. To the untrained eye, there was nothing unusual about his demeanor. However, just as he crossed the threshold, an unexpected phone call interrupted him. Noticing the caller ID labeled Team Leader Qian, Suyu hesitated briefly before deciding to answer. If this had been a few hours prior, he would have felt a surge of resentment over being laid off. But now, he could only express gratitude to the company for their decision. Were it not for that, he would not have stumbled upon the advertisement for the cross-temporal trading platform, nor would he have become its agent for the Blue Star region. Of course, while he had moved on, it was impossible for him to regard his former colleagues, who had conspired to oust him, with any semblance of kindness. If not for the fact that the company engaged in substantial overseas trade, which might be relevant for future transactions on the platform, he would have had no inclination to even answer the phone. "Xiaosu, how's it going? Have you found a new job?" As soon as the call connected, Team Leader Qian's oily voice echoed in his ear. Suyu harbored a poor impression of this unpleasant leader and was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. Irritated, he replied, "I'm about to head out. If you have something to say, just get to the point." With that, he pressed the elevator button. If this guy couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation before the elevator arrived, he would stop the conversation entirely. Team Leader Qian seemed unfazed by Suyu's brusque tone. Instead responding cheerfully, "I was just concerned about you being unemployed. I've been looking to leverage some connections to find you a job in overseas trade. Similar to what you were doing before. You could start right away, and I've personally ensured that the compensation is quite favorable." "Not interested," Suyu replied without a moment's hesitation. In his previous group, everyone but him was connected by relationships, and as the leader, Qian lacked the authority to assert himself in front of others. It was only when dealing with Suyu, an employee without connections, that he occasionally attempted to display his authority. He had a history of being insufferable. Now, with his newfound status as the Blue Star agent for the trading platform, he would certainly refuse any such offers. "Not interested?" Team Leader Qian seemed taken aback by Suyu's immediate rejection. After a brief pause, he responded in a more serious tone, "Xiaosu, you need to think this through. The economy is tough right now, and jobs like this are hard to come by, especially ones that align with your expertise." Noticing Qian's inclination to ramble, Suyu interjected, "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Wait," Team Leader Qian quickly interjected. "You should consider this carefully. If I'm not mistaken, you landed a big deal last month, and your commission must be substantial. This month's salary should still be over 20,000, provided everything goes smoothly with your orders. However, if any issues arise, ding." As the elevator arrived, Suyu's final shred of patience evaporated. He retorted bluntly, "I've recorded this conversation. If I find even a single penny missing from my salary in a few days, we'll see each other in court. And do you really believe that being a mere team leader grants you any real authority? You're just waving a feather around. And if I don't acknowledge you, what are you? An idiot." Chapter 4. The First Transaction of Gold. Upon hanging up the phone, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. What a delight. He had long yearned to chastise that cowardly fool who only bullied the weak. Today, not only did he secure a lucrative opportunity with the Interdimensional Trading Platform, but even if he had nothing at all, he would not be inclined to show the team leader any kindness. Some reprimands were simply due. Ding. As the elevator doors opened, Suyu, still basking in the satisfaction of his recent tirade, spotted a young girl clad in a JK uniform, her delicate features marked by surprise as she regarded him. Her expression seemed to convey, "Oh, how lacking in decorum." Yet, Suyu paid her no mind. Instead, he flashed her a smile and casually closed the elevator doors behind him. When one is in high spirits, the opinions of passers-by hold little weight. His sole focus was to expedite his exit and convert the golden lumps in his possession into cash. Wanfusion Jewelry, one of the largest gold shops in the bustling metropolis, was located on a vibrant pedestrian street, approximately 10 kilometers from Suyu's home, a mere 10-minute taxi ride. Standing outside the gold shop, Suyu felt the weight of the sizable gold bar he had retrieved from his inventory, and after a deep breath, he stepped inside. Prior to his visit, he had conducted thorough research online. Typically, these gold shops did not inquire much about the origin of the gold they purchased, barring exceptionally large quantities. For instance, if he were to produce a 50-kilogram gold ingot, it would likely incite alarm and prompt a call to the authorities. However, the modest kilogram he carried posed no significant issue. When asked about its provenance, he would simply claim it was an heirloom. "Good day, sir. Are you here to browse our jewelry?" Upon entering, a courteous hostess greeted him. In establishments of such high expenditure, the staff were generally held to high standards of professionalism. Although there might be instances where employees exhibited disdain based on a customer's attire, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Even if someone were to harbor contempt, they would hardly display it openly. "I saw online that your shop purchases gold, and I happen to have some I wish to sell," Suyu stated plainly. Avoiding any unnecessary circumlocution, many matters were devoid of taboo. However, being overly secretive could arouse suspicion. By openly stating his purpose, he anticipated that the staff would merely be surprised that someone could acquire such a quantity of gold. Hesitation would only invite doubt regarding the gold's legitimacy. "Indeed, we do." The hostess blinked in surprise before promptly extending her hand. "This way, please." Suyu followed her to a workbench in a corner of the shop, where a young man was idly scrolling through his phone. "Master Son, we have a customer looking to sell gold. Could you assist him?" The hostess addressed the young man respectfully. "This is Master Son, our store manager. He oversees the gold purchases and will first assess the purity of the gold before weighing it on our electronic scale, ensuring accuracy down to the milligram. This inspection is complimentary. You can decide whether to sell after receiving the quote." With that, she offered Suyu a professional smile and gracefully departed. In this industry, there were indeed many protocols. Customers wishing to sell gold varied in their discretion. Some adhered to the principle of concealing their wealth. Thus, aside from the designated expert, no one else would scrutinize the transaction closely. Of course, larger enterprises adhered to such protocols, while smaller shops often neglected them, with some even live-streaming their transactions to attract followers. "Hello, where's the gold?" Master Son casually retrieved a magnifying glass from the side and extended his hand towards Suyu. In response, Suyu produced the gold bar from his pocket. Upon seeing the substantial gold ingot, Master Son's expression momentarily registered surprise. This is entirely gold? Although accustomed to gold in his line of work, the sheer size of the ingot was nonetheless astonishing. "Of course, one cannot simply paint something gold and expect to deceive here," Suyu remarked. Placing the ingot on the scale, the electronic balance promptly displayed an exact weight: 1,622, 578 grams. Is this truly a gold piece? With his experience, Master Son quickly assessed the ingot's luster, estimating its volume and weight. It was evident that this was indeed a solid piece of gold. Adjusting his glasses, he gazed at the ingot with a hint of astonishment, particularly noting the irregularities from hammering. "Are you not concerned that some edges might have chipped off while hammering it?" Master Son inquired curiously. "It's an heirloom. It has always been this way. No other option," Suyu shrugged. Master Son chuckled lightly, though he remained skeptical and refrained from probing further, instead meticulously examining the ingot with the magnifying glass. After a considerable while, he exhaled, declaring, "It is pure gold." He then cast a sly glance at Suyu. "Gold of this purity can only be extracted with modern techniques. Your claim of it being an heirloom is likely fanciful. In this trade, gold with a content exceeding 99 was termed fine gold, while anything above 996 was classified as pure gold. The differences in hue between fine gold and pure gold were subtle, perhaps imperceptible to the layperson, but to someone so familiar with gold, the distinction was clear. Pure gold. Is it? Suyu feigned ignorance, responding nonchalantly, "Please provide an estimate." "One moment, I need to conduct another test," Master Son replied, retrieving various vials and intermittently applying drops of an unknown solution to the gold ingot, scrutinizing it through the magnifying glass. After a lengthy examination, he cleaned the gold with a cloth, placed it on the scale again, and upon confirming the weight remained unchanged, nodded. "Currently, the gold price is slightly over 400. Our buyback rate these past few days is 398 per gram. However, given that this is pure gold, I can offer you a bit more, for 103 per gram. How does that sound?" "Agreed." Suyu nodded, not wishing to haggle over the price. Thus, the total for this gold ingot amounts to approximately 653,898. "I will round it off to 654,000. He then retrieved a contract from beneath the counter, scribbling down the details before handing it to Suyu. "Please review the contract. If all is satisfactory, sign it, and it will be effective." Such sales contracts were quite straightforward. After a cursory glance, Suyu confirmed there were no hidden pitfalls and promptly signed. "Pleasure doing business. I will ensure the finance department transfers the funds to your account within an hour." Master Son summoned a staff member to collect the contract. After removing his gloves, he shook hands with Suyu. Before Suyu could utter a word, Master Son leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "Let's add a WeChat account. If you still wish to sell more gold, feel free to reach out to me. Whether you prefer public or private transactions, I can accommodate both, ensuring utmost security." Chapter 5. Transaction completed, millions deposited. "Oh, What do you mean by public and private transactions? Suyu inquired nonchalantly. Master Sun, not one to withhold information, replied candidly. A public transaction involves taking the gold to the mine, paying the necessary taxes, and upon returning, you will possess gold that is undeniably sourced from the mine. This method is the safest, but the maximum price I can offer you is 300. For a private transaction, there are more avenues to explore. You could find ways to sell it overseas or trade in the black market. However, this route carries certain risks. So the highest price I can offer you is 330. To put it plainly, whether it's a public or private transaction, both essentially serve to launder the gold, providing it with a legitimate origin. Suyu retracted his hand and chuckled. Did you not acquire that piece according to market price? Why would it not require laundering? That's just a small amount. Master Sun shook his head. Processing a little over a kilogram is straightforward. It can simply be crafted into jewelry by the goldsmith at the shop. However, if the quantity increases, the shop can handle it. But no one dares to take it in. Gold is, after all, a strategic resource with numerous applications, hence it is heavily regulated. Selling large quantities of gold with an unclear origin would leave significant gaps in the accounts, making it easy to trace. How do you know I possess a substantial amount of gold? What if I only have that one piece? Suyu raised his hands and feigned innocence. Master Sun raised an eyebrow and said, Brother, that piece of gold was likely pried off a larger ingot, wasn't it? Even if it was deliberately dented after detachment. Unless you were to smelt and recast it, you cannot hide it from those of us in this trade. Metal fatigue, you understand? There are traces to follow. If a piece that size is so visible, the larger ingot must weigh several dozen kilograms. I'm not curious about where you obtained it, but I sincerely advise you against thinking that splitting it into several pieces and selling them at different shops will solve your problems, regardless of which shop you visit. Using a legitimate gold redemption channel means that while the price may be attractive, they will note the transaction details for the sake of bookkeeping when transferring funds. If your account displays unusual activity due to multiple transactions, the bank will investigate, and you can guess what will happen next. It's futile. If you have a few kilograms, you could claim it's an heirloom, and others would have little to say, considering it's merely a matter of a few 100,000. Without proof, they cannot act against you. However, if you were to produce 10 or even dozens of kilograms, you cannot still claim it's an heirloom, can you? Then people would start asking whether you belong to the Aizenjoro or Zhu clans, he added with a jest. Suyu, upon hearing this, refrained from further inquiries but proceeded to add Master Sun's WeChat account. Initially, he hadn't considered the complexities involved. He didn't see any issue in dividing his gold into several pieces to sell at various locations. However, after Master Sun's words, he realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. No matter how many pieces he divided his gold into, or how many gold shops he approached, as long as he didn't allow anyone else to sell it on his behalf, all proceeds from these gold sales would ultimately end up in his account. Regardless of whether the shop noted the details or not, the source of the funds could be traced back. Thus, this approach was utterly pointless. Had Master Sun not pointed this out, Suyu might never have realized. After all, in the novels he read, protagonists often grew immensely wealthy overnight after acquiring large quantities of gold, and they typically employed such methods. He instinctively wanted to emulate them, only to discover the glaring flaws in their strategies. Novels can be misleading. Of course, aside from the futility of spreading out sales, Suyu remained skeptical about Master Sun's other assertions. Therefore, he did not immediately plan to cooperate with anyone to sell his gold at a lower price. After receiving 54 million from the Wanfu gold shop, he departed and made his way to another gold store approximately 7 to 8 kilometers away. Using the same method, Suyu sold another gold ingot weighing around 2 kilograms here, earning over 800,000 once more. After the transaction, he discreetly inquired with a knowledgeable master at this shop about the intricacies of the trade. The conclusions he reached were not significantly different from what Master Sun had conveyed. Although this master was straightforward and hesitant to engage in such dealings, he ultimately recommended a specialist in the field to Suyu. After acquiring another channel for selling gold, Suyu left feeling quite satisfied. By this time, it was past 8 in the evening. The bustling CBD was aglow with lights, and among the towering office buildings, one could faintly observe overworked individuals laboring away under the illumination. Suyu glanced at his account balance, now nearing 1.5 million, and let out a sigh of relief. The plight of a corporate drone toiling away to the point of balding would likely never again be his reality. He felt a strange sense of nostalgia. After a moment's reflection, he remembered he hadn't yet dined. He promptly sought out a restaurant and indulged in a meal that normally only affluent food bloggers showcased online, costing around 3,000 per person. As for the taste, well, to mention it would be too mundane. The establishment prided itself on the ambience, ahem. After finishing his meal, Suyu hopped on a shared bicycle and leisurely pedaled home. The distance to his residence was merely around 10 kilometers, making it an ideal ride to digest his meal while pondering how to prepare the 10 tons of grain for Froststar. Of course, if this transaction were the sole consideration, gathering 10 tons of rice would not be overly challenging. If he were willing to make the effort, he could easily visit several supermarkets to procure packaged rice to accumulate the amount. However, this time it was 10 tons, which he could gather so effortlessly. What about next time? Acquiring some epic-defining technology from Froststar was clearly beyond the scope of a few tons of grain. Grain, vegetables, fruits, and even purified water were all essential supplies for Froststar, yet they were commonplace in Suyu's life. However, the qualitative change brought about by quantitative accumulation made it challenging to conduct such large-scale transactions under his name. It seemed the establishment of a food processing factory needed to be prioritized. Tomorrow, he would search online for the necessary procedures and protocols for starting a food processing business. And it would be wise to consult a lawyer as well. As Suyu leisurely pedaled along the bicycle lane, lost in thought, a shared bicycle suddenly appeared on the adjacent sidewalk. A bike unexpectedly darted in front of him, startling Suyu. He quickly reached for the brakes. Although the distance was minimal, he was riding slowly enough to come to a halt just in time. However, with a loud crash. Oh no! The sound of a bicycle falling was accompanied by a girl's startled exclamation. Suyu braced himself, looking at the young girl sprawled on the ground, his mouth twitching. What is the meaning of this? Is she trying to pull a fast one? He hadn't collided with her, leaning his bike against a nearby tree. Suyu furrowed his brow and approached the girl, ready to inquire about her well-being. Yet, before he could utter a word, he froze upon recognizing her. If memory served him correctly, this girl appeared to be the one he had seen in the elevator earlier that afternoon. She possessed a charmingly delicate appearance and a graceful figure. Beneath the graceful drape of her JK uniform's pleated skirt and knee-high socks, she possessed a pair of long, slender legs that were strikingly elegant. If one were to rate her beauty on a scale of 10, according to Suyu's discerning aesthetic preferences, she would undoubtedly receive at least a 9. She belonged to that rare type of beauty that lingers in one's memory for days after a mere glance. Although Suyu was preoccupied with thoughts of gold while in the elevator, he could not dismiss the fleeting impression she left, which still haunted him. As fate would have it, this enchanting girl seemed to reside just above him, making her his neighbor. Suyu found himself momentarily taken aback as he regarded the girl on the ground, and, with an awkward yet polite demeanor, remarked, "What a coincidence." Chapter 6. The Impetuous Girl. Is Suyu a big shot? Ouch! Li Yuanxi stumbled to her feet, wincing as she sat on the curb, cradling her knee and letting out muffled groans. She shot an irate glance at Suyu, seemingly on the verge of voicing her discontent. However, recalling that it was her own reckless cycling that had led to her predicament, Suyu had not collided with her. Rather, she had panicked and fallen, left her momentarily speechless and feeling somewhat guilty. The memory of Suyu angrily reprimanding someone outside the elevator earlier that afternoon added to her trepidation. After a prolonged moment of self-pity, she could only mournfully clutch her leg. Suyu shook his head and casually lifted her fallen bicycle before retrieving her bag and handing it back to her. Thank you. Li Yuanxi whispered, accepting the bag. I'm sorry for startling you earlier. No worries, as long as it's not an attempt at extortion, Suyu replied dismissively, waving his hand. He then turned to retrieve his own bicycle, adding, just be careful while cycling. If all is well, I'll take my leave now. Noticing his intention to depart, Li Yuanxi instinctively glanced around. It was nearly 10 at night, and the street was rather desolate, stirring a sense of unease within her. After a moment of hesitation, she pursed her lips and timidly asked, could you do me a favor? It seems I may have twisted my ankle and can't put much weight on it. Would you mind waiting with me for a taxi? I recall you live in the same building as I do, so it would be convenient for us to go back together. I'll cover the fare. Upon hearing her hesitant and meek request, Suyu surveyed their surroundings and realized the situation. A smile broke across his face. All right then, I'll consider it a stroke of good fortune to enhance my evening. He had no pressing matters to attend to, as his plans for trading goods would not commence until the following day. Thus, returning home at a later hour was inconsequential. He promptly scanned his bicycle for a return and assisted the limping girl to the roadside, finding a spot for her to sit while they awaited the taxi. Once seated, still favoring her injured foot, Li Yuanxi finally exhaled in relief and said, "Thank you. My name is Li Yuanxi." Suyu, he responded succinctly, then took out his phone to explore the necessary procedures for starting a food processing factory. It wasn't he that he was indifferent, rather. He discerned that Li Yuanxi appeared to be a rather introverted and shy young woman. Approaching her directly would likely leave her flustered, beyond eliciting annoyance. Such an advance would serve little purpose. Moreover, even though she was indeed beautiful, Suyu was no stranger to the allure of women and did not feel compelled to awkwardly initiate conversation. To his relief, Li Yuanxi did not perceive his engrossment in his phone as impolite. Instead, she seemed to relax, turning her attention to her own device. The two shared a silent ride home, with Suyu playing the part of a good Samaritan, supporting the limping Li Yuanqi until they arrived at her doorstep. And then, there was nothing more. They didn't even exchange contact information, parting ways as if mere acquaintances. After all, at this hour, Li Yuanqi would hardly dare invite a man she had only met twice into her home for tea. Suyu would certainly hesitate in such a situation. The prospect of misfortune was one thing, but awakening to find one's kidney missing would be an altogether different nightmare. The following morning, Suyu made his way to a logistics distribution center on the outskirts of the bustling metropolis. Implementing his plan for a food processing factory proved to be quite a challenging endeavor, requiring considerable effort. Therefore, he resolved to proceed gradually. Initially engaging in small-scale procurement to trade with Froststar. A warehouse would be indispensable for this purpose. While he possessed an item inventory capable of storing goods, the means by which items could seemingly vanish into thin air was rather extraordinary, and he feared being discovered during retrieval. Thus, renting a warehouse for the sole purpose of transshipment was indeed prudent. The warehouse leasing operations within such a large logistics center were well established. No more complicated than renting an apartment for the average person. In just a few hours, Suyu finalized an agreement for an 800 square meter warehouse at a rate of 18 yuan per square meter per day, committing to a 3-month contract that cost him nearly 130,000 yuan, a painful expenditure. On the bright side, he discovered that a renowned domestic grain and oil brand maintained a warehouse in close proximity. After locating the warehouse supervisor, Suyu easily procured 10 tons of rice, along with several tons of soybeans, corn, potatoes, and other staple foods. He also stocked up on various seasonings, cooking oil, and convenient ready-to-eat meals, amassing nearly 30 tons of supplies, which cost him around 200,000 yuan. However, this allowed him to fulfill Froststar's procurement request, even acquiring several items not on the list that he believed she might need. All of these goods were purchased under the guise of hotel procurement. Given the modest quantity, no one questioned him further, and the warehouse staff even arranged for a forklift to neatly deliver the items to his warehouse. After inspecting the interior of the warehouse and confirming the absence of surveillance, Suyu closed the door. With a gentle touch, he transferred all the supplies into his item inventory. He then accessed his personal panel and entered the Interdimensional Trading Platform. After initiating a trade request to Froststar, it took only about 10 minutes for her to accept the invitation. They found themselves once again in the same room where they had previously negotiated business. Across the familiar wooden table, Froststar's appearance remained unchanged from the day before. Clad in her silver power armor and adorned with cascading white hair, she radiated brilliance. "Is everything ready so soon?" she inquired with a hint of surprise and eagerness. The original stocking time frame was set for 7 days, and she had not anticipated that Suyu could prepare everything in less than a day. This amount isn't particularly large, Suyu acknowledged, casually transferring the 10 tons of rice, for which he had already paid, directly into Froststar's inventory via the trading platform. He then forwarded her the list of additional items he had on hand, inviting her to select as she pleased. Upon seeing the sudden influx of 10 tons of grain in her inventory, Froststar was overwhelmed with joy. Although this was not her first transaction on the interdimensional platform, she had previously encountered a series of unfortunate matches. The trading partners she had been paired with belonged to a feudal agrarian society that could not comprehend the high-tech gear she offered, rendering it worthless in their eyes. While the allure of gold was undeniable, they lacked the means to spend it. 2 of her previous partners, after receiving gold, had vanished without a trace. She later learned they had met tragic fates just a day later. Although others remain alive, their delivery timelines are consistently delayed for a multitude of reasons, be it transportation difficulties or the hesitance to liquidate their precious gold. Ultimately, it is primarily due to the inadequacy of production capabilities in their world. The reason she was able to bestow such a significant amount of gold upon Suyu yesterday was evident from the attire he donned and the wristwatch adorning his arm. It was clear that Suyu's realm could not possibly be a low-productivity agrarian society. Rather, it resembled a world that, in her eyes, was on the cusp of modernity, at least having undergone industrialization. While its productivity may pale in comparison to the prosperous era of her own world, there was certainly no scarcity of provisions. However, Suyu managed to gather those supplies in less than a day, far exceeding Froststar's expectations. He was either a person of considerable resources in his own world, or his realm boasted a level of productivity nearly on par with the prosperous era. Contemplating this, Froststar elevated her assessment of this trading partner, her demeanor becoming noticeably more solemn. Chapter 7. K-10 Combat Suit, Electromagnetic Pistol. Regaining her composure, Froststar briefly examined the other items Suyu had presented before decisively stating, "I can accept all these items in full. What are your terms regarding pricing? If you wish to settle in gold, I can currently provide around 1 ton. Acquiring more will take some time. Within 3 days, I can gather at least 10 more tons. In her world, gold held little value. Before the Wasteland Era, the Prosperous Era had been the pinnacle of civilization in the falling sunset world, where humanity's reach extended across the stars and oceans. Gold-laden asteroids collected from the cosmos weighed in the hundreds of millions, even billions of tons. To them, it was merely an unremarkable industrial raw material. If one truly desired it, one could easily scavenge a plethora from any pre-war site. For now, I don't require gold, Suyu replied, shaking his head. If you possess any understanding of economics, you would realize that an influx of gold into an economy built upon it as a standard equivalent can lead to significant disruptions, resulting in adverse effects. Thus, we maintain stringent regulations regarding gold. The 500 kilograms you have given me requires me to find a specific channel to liquidate. Acquiring more would be futile. The total gold reserves across the countries of the Blue Star barely reached 60,000 tons. Should he agree to Frost Star's proposal of trading in gold? Attempting to offload another 10 or 8 tons would likely attract the attention of the authorities by the following day. What is it that you desire then? Frost Star inquired, a frown creasing her brow. With gold off the table, her remaining options dwindled to various technological products or expertise. Weapons, Suyu stated without hesitation. I require weaponry or protective gear capable of ensuring my safety against multiple adversaries armed with individual weapons. This was the item he had contemplated prior to the trade. His desire for weaponry was not born from any ill intent, but rather a necessity for self-preservation. Only with a certain level of protection could he dare to approach Master Sun, whom he had encountered at the gold shop last night. To offload the 500 kilograms of gold he possessed, he could not rely on the integrity of those engaged in such transactions to uphold their commitments. To safeguard himself against potential treachery, he would not consider liquidating a substantial amount of gold without adequate means of protection. Please wait a moment, Froststar said, her brow furrowing in thought before she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she held 2 silver cases in her hands. Placing one on the table, she proudly gestured towards it, stating, "This is the K-10 combat suit, crafted from nanopolymer materials. It can withstand up to 100 consecutive shots from a 127mm caliber firearm at close range, excluding large-caliber electromagnetic weapons. It features an integrated temperature regulation system, ensuring functionality in extreme conditions ranging from -50 to +70 degrees Celsius, while also being waterproof, fireproof, and toxin-resistant. Additionally, it comes equipped with a nitrogen shield module that can only be activated thrice, automatically triggered by AI, capable of absorbing the impact from a 5 kgt explosion and shrapnel. Furthermore, it boasts significant stealth capabilities. This is a technological relic from our pre-war Prosperous Era, and we are currently unable to reproduce it. In terms of safety, it is undoubtedly top tier." As she spoke, she gently nudged the case closer to Suyu. "Wear it, and even in the midst of a hail of bullets, you will emerge unscathed. In exchange for this, how about we trade for the remaining 20 tons of resources?" Gazing at the unassuming black fabric of the suit before him and hearing her description, Suyu swallowed hard, hesitantly reaching out to touch it, his expression rife with skepticism. "Is it really that thin? Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" This garment appeared scarcely thicker than his t-shirt, resembling little more than a form-fitting outfit. Even if its durability was as formidable as she claimed, bullets would not need to penetrate. He feared the force alone might shatter his internal organs. With a regulated trading platform, it is impossible to sell you counterfeit goods, Froststar remarked, rolling her eyes at him. After a moment's contemplation, she stood again. "If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate." With a series of mechanical clicks, she removed her heavy exosuit, revealing the identical form-fitting garment beneath. The sleek black suit accentuated her alluring figure, leaving Suyu momentarily breathless, nearly losing his grip on his weapon. Froststar seemed to notice but remained unfazed. Instead, she calmly drew a beautiful silver pistol from the holster on her exosuit and fired a round at the wall. Boom. The deafening sound echoed as a sizable hole was blasted into the wall, causing Suyu's eyelids to twitch. This is an electromagnetic pistol, loaded with tungsten core steel projectiles. Its power is likely superior to that of a 20mm caliber cannon in conventional firearms, Froststar explained nonchalantly, then without hesitation. She aimed the gun at her own head and pulled the trigger. Once again, the thunderous report rang out, and Suyu found himself momentarily breathless. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a gruesome scene, her uncovered head remained unscathed. Froststar shrugged. "See, wearing this suit provides protective capabilities, even in areas that are not covered. This is black technology from our pre-war world. Do not question the principles behind it. The Prosperous Era is over a century behind us, and many technologies have been lost to time. I cannot elucidate the principles of this suit." Satisfied, she chose to remain in her form-fitting attire, sitting down comfortably. Suyu swallowed hard, inadvertently tightening his grip on his weapon. Rest assured, this protective suit can be exchanged for those materials without issue. With that, he accepted the suit and transferred the remaining 20 tons of resources to Froststar. Excellent. Now we can discuss the other item, Froststar said with a smile, nudging the other open case. Inside was a simple handgun. It appeared to be slightly larger than the one Froststar had previously utilized. The S-79, a police-grade electromagnetic handgun, housed a metallic hydrogen battery capable of firing 1,000 rounds on a single charge. The magazine could accommodate 50 specialized armor-piercing rounds, which were essentially mere needles, lacking any intricate technology. One could easily find a craftsman to replicate it, using either tungsten or steel. The quality of the bullet material would only affect the range, not the accuracy or power. As for its potency, it surpassed my own weapon slightly, functioning akin to a hand cannon, capable of penetrating a steel plate 100 millimeters thick within 100 meters. After stating this, she pushed the case containing the firearm towards Suyu. Upon observing this toy-like contraption, Suyu refrained from further questioning, primarily due to the restrictions imposed by the trading platform, which ensured the authenticity of the goods. He promptly closed the case and nodded, "I will take this. What do you desire in return?" Chapter 8. Acquiring a vehicle, a chance encounter with a former goddess. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Froststar responded without hesitation. "For this gun, I require 10 tons of fresh fruits, 10 tons of vegetables, and 10 tons of meat. As for the specific varieties, they are approximately these." As she spoke, she tapped on the holographic screen before her and transmitted the list to Suyu. Upon glancing at it, Suyu noted that the fruits she selected were all common varieties, such as bananas, apples, and pears, while the vegetables were similarly unremarkable and inexpensive. However, the meat was a different matter. She had requested beef. Currently, purchasing beef at the market would set one back over 40 yuan per half kilogram, making it approximately 80 or 90 yuan per kilogram. Conservatively estimating, at 80 yuan per kilogram for 10 tons, that would amount to a staggering 800,000 yuan. Adding in the costs for fruits and vegetables, the total would likely exceed 1,000,000 yuan. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu nodded. If he could successfully liquidate the remaining 490 kilograms of gold he possessed, he would at least garner over 100 million in revenue. Thus, the sum of around 100,000 yuan did not seem overly burdensome. If all went well, he could deliver within 7 days. If not, he would ensure delivery within a month at the latest. After estimating a rather conservative time frame, he relayed it to her, to which Froststar readily replied. "Then let us have a pleasant collaboration." Pleasant collaboration. Name: Suyu. Identity: Agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform. Blue Star Region. Level: Junior Agent, 110. Trading points: 50. Available matching attempts: 0. Remaining refresh time: 149 hours. Upon returning to his private space, Suyu glanced at his personal panel. With the completion of his first transaction, his level progress had finally increased by 1. 9 more such transactions, and he would ascend to the rank of Intermediate Agent, unlocking additional privileges. Concurrently, he had also acquired 50 trading points. He opened the trading mall, only to find that the 50 points seemed to offer little in terms of purchasing options. The pricing structure on the Transdimensional Trading Platform's marketplace was peculiar. For instance, a colossal mushroom with a yield equivalent to 1,000,000 tons only cost 50 trading points, while a basic genetic serum required 200 points. After perusing the offerings, he found nothing affordable or suitable for his current needs, thus he decided to save the points. After all, he had no intention of conjuring a gigantic mushroom. His aspirations lay in wealth, not in acts of terror. In light of this, a genetic serum capable of rendering him immune to ailments and enhancing his physical capabilities beyond human limits seemed far more valuable. No longer dwelling on the matter of trading points, Suyu closed his personal panel and opened the case containing the K-10 combat suit. He donned the outfit within his exclusive space. It fitted snugly without being constricting, instead providing remarkable comfort. After stretching his limbs, he quickly acclimated to the sensation. He then layered his original clothing over the combat suit, and astonishingly, the areas that were exposed adapted to the color of his skin, making it nearly imperceptible that he was wearing protective gear. This must have been meticulously designed for operatives. Truly impressive. Suyu produced a lighter from his pocket and held it to his palm for an extended duration. The lighter was nearly ruined, yet he felt no heat. He weighed the S-79 electromagnetic handgun in his hand, then stowed it in a discreet holster at his waist, where it created no visible bulge. This advanced technology was indeed remarkable. If he could acquire it, the potential was exhilarating. Just the metallic hydrogen battery within the gun, capable of powering such a high-output electromagnetic weapon for 1,000 shots, promised unimaginable prospects. If replicated, it could open a $1 trillion market. Every enterprise worldwide requiring battery storage would line up for licensing, and merely the royalties could yield him immense wealth. Cautioning himself against ambition, Suyu took a deep breath and returned to the warehouse in Blue Star. Noticing no anomalies in his surroundings, he closed the warehouse door behind him. It was now past 2 in the afternoon, not particularly late. After some consideration, he hailed a cab to a nearby street bustling with various 4S dealerships. He needed to procure an array of supplies. Relying solely on the vicinity of the warehouse for goods was impractical. Thus, acquiring a vehicle for transportation was prudent. During his journey, he visited several sizable gold shops, liquidating a few gold bars. In total, he sold over 8 kilograms, netting more than 350,000 yuan. Combined with the previous remaining 120,000, he now had over 570,000 in his account. However, he had reached his limit. To continue selling gold through reputable stores, he would need to venture beyond Magic City to other cities for a more secure transaction. Fortunately, he had enough funds for the moment and felt no urgency. In the suburbs of Magic City, a relatively quiet road was lined with various brand 4S dealerships. Suyu gazed down the street, momentarily overwhelmed by choices. His previous ambition had been to purchase property in Magic City. As for a vehicle, navigating through the congested traffic often made public transport more convenient for commuters. Thus, he rarely considered such matters. Although the company provided vehicles for its sales personnel, and he had several years of driving experience, the cars belonged to the company, leaving him with no say in their specifications or features. Shaking his head, Suyu walked directly to the nearest Benz 4S dealership. Being a weekday, the store was not crowded at this hour. As Suyu stepped through the door, a saleswoman clad in a fitted skirt and black stockings, her appearance sweet and charming, hastened towards him. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have an appointment?" "No, I'm just browsing," Suyu replied, shaking his head. The saleswoman's professional smile remained unwavering as she responded, "Might I ask if there is a particular model that piques your interest? Our establishment is the largest Benz 4S dealership in the metropolis, and we have all models available for immediate viewing and test drives." As they conversed, they arrived at a white sedan. The saleswoman enthusiastically gestured towards the vehicle. "This is the latest model of the Benz C-Class, one of our flagship vehicles, and it is quite reasonably priced." Her continuous chatter about the car left Suyu hesitant to interrupt, though he couldn't help but twitch his lips. A base price of over 300,000 yuan hardly qualifies as reasonable. Yet, for him at this juncture, such a price could indeed be deemed manageable. However, it was too compact. Suyu shook his head. "This car is sufficient for family use, but I require a vehicle for additional purposes." The limitations of the system's inventory meant he could not store just anything there. He might need to transport gold or locally sourced specialties from Blue Star at some point. Ultimately, a larger vehicle would be preferable. Too small. The saleswoman paused for a moment, then resumed her warm smile. "If you require more space, I personally recommend an SUV model. Please, follow me." Suyu had no objections and followed her to another display area. Yet, just a few steps later, an astonished voice resonated from beside them. "Suyu? What brings you here?" Suyu halted, turning to see the speaker. Upon recognizing her, his previously calm demeanor shifted to one of distaste. Zhao Xinhui. She was his first girlfriend from university, his first love. To put it differently, she was the first goddess he had admired during his youthful infatuation. At that time, while still a student, he had taken up a part-time job as a content creator on a certain platform, reaping the benefits of the nascent short video boom. Though not particularly famous, he managed a steady income exceeding 10,000 yuan monthly. His university life was vibrant and fulfilling until a particular social gathering in the dorms led him to meet Zhao Xinhui. Initially, she had reached out to him after hearing of his financial success, expressing a desire to learn video editing. However, as they grew closer, Zhao Xinhui never mentioned video editing again, and instead subtly flirted with Suyu at every encounter, her attractive appearance and figure only heightening his infatuation. Having never even held a girl's hand before, Suyu found himself overwhelmed and mustered the courage to pursue her. And then, there was no further development. After a year of pursuing her and spending considerable money, they had merely held hands a few times. It wasn't until the video boom waned, and his income dwindled due to a barrage of random advertisements that Zhao Xinhui seemed to have an epiphany. She bluntly declared their relationship unsuitable, even stating that had he been more forthright, she would have clarified things sooner, saving him from wasting so much time. It was laughable, back then. Suyu genuinely believed her words and lamented his own shyness, leaving in silence. Only later, as he matured, did he realize he had been foolish. Thus, he transformed into someone who engaged in relationships devoid of emotional investment, showing no interest in romance. He heard that Zhao Xinhui later seamlessly transitioned to a relationship with a promising junior, which ultimately ended in discord, leading to the junior facing disciplinary action from the university. Suyu speculated that the junior was likely more astute than he had been, seeing through Zhao Xinhui's manipulative nature. In essence, the first time he had truly fallen for a woman, he had been deceived in matters of the heart. The mere thought of Zhao Xinhui, who had exploited a naive young man's affections for monetary gain, now repulsed him. Encountering her again felt akin to facing an impending examination. It made him feel nauseous. Chapter 9. Friends? Are we acquainted? Long time no see. Are you here to look at cars? Allow me to assist you. Zhao Xinhui approached, seemingly unperturbed by their past. Suyu frowned, and before he could respond, the saleswoman who had been guiding him awkwardly interjected, Sir, do you know our sales staff? In a 4S dealership like this, typically, customers without appointments are fair game for any salesperson. However, if a customer, despite not having an appointment, has acquaintances in the store, the previous enthusiastic pitch from the saleswoman would clearly have been a waste of time. Sales staff? Suyu cast a glance at the swiftly approaching Zhao Xinhui and shook his head. I had no idea she was a sales representative here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come in at all. I see. The saleswoman's eyes brightened, and she quickly reassured him, rest assured. Your relationship with the sales staff will not affect your car purchase at our dealership. Cars are cars, and people are people. There's no conflict. Shall we continue looking at cars? Are you genuinely here to look at cars? Zhao Xinhui had now reached them, and she smiled at the saleswoman. Xiaoyu, this is my friend. I can take care of him. Thank you for your assistance. The saleswoman, referred to as Xiaoyu, did not leave, but instead regarded Suyu in silence. In their line of work, discerning character is vital. To sell a car, one must be able to gauge potential buyers. Despite his unassuming appearance, Suyu exuded a composed demeanor and articulate speech. While he did not appear overtly wealthy, he certainly did not seem like a mere curiosity seeker interested in luxury cars. Coupled with his earlier remarks, Xiaoyu was unwilling to relinquish this promising client, even at the risk of offending a colleague. Friends? Are we that familiar? Suyu scoffed lightly before addressing Xiaoyu. Lead the way. Right this way, sir. Xiaoyu responded with enthusiasm. Zhao Xinhui watched their departing figures, momentarily rooted in place. Her expression shifting from red to pale. She understood that, after all this time, Suyu had likely come to terms with their past. However, upon spotting him, she had instinctively approached, hoping he was indeed there to purchase a vehicle, indicating that he had regained financial stability. She thought perhaps she could rekindle their past romance, or, at the very least, leverage their acquaintance to secure a sale. After all, unlike before, where she had maintained some semblance of boundaries, she was now willing to do whatever it took to boost her performance, even if it meant compromising her integrity. It was said that men have a tendency to cherish their first loves. She, as Suyu's first love, thought she could easily win him back. If he was merely there to broaden his horizons, that would be inconsequential. She had been working at this establishment for quite some time, having encountered countless affluent individuals and frequented upscale venues, far beyond the narrow horizons of her school days. Seizing the opportunity to belittle the man she once ensnared, she regarded it merely as a diversion. However, she was utterly taken aback when Suyu, in a surprising turn of events, couldn't even be bothered to exchange a word with her. This unexpected disregard was difficult for the self-important Zhao Xinhui to accept. Her mind raced with wild conjectures, even pondering whether someone had informed Suyu of her employment here, leading him to come specifically to humiliate her. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Xinhui clenched her teeth and resolved, I shall see whether you can truly afford it, or if you are merely pretending. With that, she took a step forward to pursue him. Yet, just as she had barely walked 2 paces, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, her expression shifted dramatically as she quickly answered the call. Mr. Wong, do you have time to come see the car today? Right now? I'm at the store. After confirming he was almost there, her previously gloomy demeanor transformed into one of delight. Casting a glance in the direction where Suyu and Xiaoyu had departed, she scoffed, striding towards the entrance. A poor wretch like him? One of my casual clients is worth 100 times more than him. And as for that Xiaoyu, does he truly believe he has encountered a wealthy patron? Soon enough, he shall witness what a true affluent individual is. In this line of work, if one is unwilling to take risks, how can they expect to earn? Meanwhile, the 2 individuals perusing the vehicles remained blissfully unaware of Zhao Xinhui's theatrics. After examining several models of Benz SUVs, Suyu found himself dissatisfied. Just as Xiaoyu began to suspect he had misjudged the situation, he suddenly heard Suyu inquire, Do you have the G-Class in your inventory? Although Xiaoyu was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, he was familiar with the Benz G-Class. Its robust exterior appealed to him more than the urban SUVs, and its off-road capabilities made it convenient for future excursions to remote locations. Considering his ample balance, he contemplated acquiring a G-Class. The G-Class? Xiaoyu responded promptly. We do have one on the 2nd floor. I can take you to see it. Additionally, we just received 2 new G63 models a few days ago, and if you're interested, we have them in stock. Moreover, due to a promotional event, there is no markup. Suyu remained nonverbal, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After inspecting the display vehicles, the two made their way to the second-floor lounge, where Suyu asked, "If I wish to take the car today, is it still feasible?" Today? Xiaoyu was taken aback, glancing at the time, which had already surpassed 4 in the afternoon. He couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "Sir, with less than an hour until the vehicle registration office closes, it's unlikely you can take the car today. What about paying in full?" Suyu countered. The process for financing a vehicle involved numerous procedures, often taking a week or two, but he had no intention of financing. In theory, full payment could work, but you would need to sign the contract and swipe your card immediately. And we would have to send someone to the registration office to handle the paperwork right away, Xiaoyu explained helplessly. However, the base price of the vehicle is over 2 million, and with taxes and insurance, it would exceed 2.5 million. This is not a trifling sum, surely. You need time to consider? It's already this late. If we delay for another half hour, it may be too late, he added. Then let's process the payment now. There's no need to deliberate further. Go fetch the contract, Suyu replied calmly. Chapter 10, Securing the G-Class. Indeed, this is exhilarating. Huh, sir. Are you truly resolved to purchase? Xiaoyu was taken aback by Suyu's words, his expression momentarily blank. Am I to waste time here idly? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Suyu maintained his composure. Please hold on. Xiaoyu, beaming with joy, dashed off to retrieve the contract from the back office. Although salespeople typically preferred clients to finance rather than pay in full, given the challenging market conditions in recent years, any sale was welcomed. Especially with a client like Suyu, who was prepared to swipe his card without a second thought. The benefits of excellent service extended far beyond the mere commission from the vehicle sale itself. As Xiaoyu departed, Zhao Xinhui arrived, accompanied by a balding middle-aged man. Ascending to the second-floor lounge, their laughter and intimate demeanor hinted at a relationship that was clearly more than professional. Suyu cast a brief glance before returning to his phone, aimlessly scrolling through videos. However, upon spotting him, Zhao Xinhui's eyes lit up. After arranging matters with the middle-aged man, she sauntered over, adopting a sarcastic tone. What brings you here alone? Where's Xiaoyu? Our store has a policy that mandates proper hospitality to all clients, regardless of whether they intend to purchase, and her behavior is quite discourteous. I shall assist you in filing a complaint against her. How fitting. Suyu raised an eyebrow, recognizing the familiar tone reminiscent of years past. In his youth, he had been oblivious to such traits, leaving him perplexed as to why he had ever been attracted to someone of her ilk. Shaking his head, he found himself grappling with his past bewilderment and felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. It was akin to stumbling upon cringeworthy posts from a decade ago while scrolling through social media, an embarrassment so profound it could fill an entire apartment. Shaking his head again, he took a sip of water and replied nonchalantly, "She went to fetch the contract." Fetching the contract? You genuinely intend to buy a car? Zhao Xinhui was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. Yet, she quickly realized that, as a salesperson, her comment was inappropriate and hastily rephrased. I mean, you made your decision remarkably quickly. Which model have you set your sights on? However, Suyu had lost all interest in engaging with her, continuing to ignore her as he fixated on a video of a dancer on his phone. Zhao Xinhui, irritated by his indifference, felt her teeth grind in frustration. Yet, mindful of her current role, she could not express her annoyance in the store, forcing a few awkward laughs before retreating to fetch water for Mr. Wang, who awaited her to discuss matters further. In their line of work, clients were indeed regarded as royalty. Particularly in a luxury car dealership where prices often soared into the hundreds of thousands, sales staff were held to a high standard. Even when faced with the most unreasonable clients, until a purchase was finalized, they had no choice but to placate them. If the situation became intolerable, they would request another associate to handle the client. To speak harshly to a client prior to the transaction was a surefire way to lose one's job. Naturally, this policy applied only before the card was swiped. After that, the dynamics shifted entirely. Thus, although Zhao Xinhui felt greatly aggrieved by Suyu's behavior, she dared not act on her frustration within the store. This minor incident did not weigh heavily on Suyu's mind. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyu returned, arms laden with a stack of contracts. After a brief review to ensure everything was in order, Suyu signed his name. Following that, it was time to process the payment and complete the necessary paperwork for registration and temporary plates. Finally, having successfully completed all the necessary formalities just as the vehicle management office was closing, Xiaoyu, accompanied by the dealership manager and others, held a simple car handover ceremony in the delivery area of the 4S dealership. With both hands cradling the car keys, he presented them to Suyu, saying, "Mr. Su, it is now yours." Suyu nodded, gazing at the magnificent vehicle valued at over 2 million. His expression was somewhat dazed. Just yesterday, he was fretting over job hunting. And today he had acquired a luxury car worth millions. It was hard to believe that merely a day had passed. It felt as though he had lived an entire lifetime in that short span. Indeed, diligent work seemed to lead to no promising future. Instead, this exhilarating experience was akin to a cheat code. Exhaling a breath of relief, Suyu accepted the car keys and prepared to drive away. Just then, as everyone else around had departed, Xiaoyu quietly remarked, "Mr. Su, do you have time this weekend?" "Weekend?" Suyu raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "I have time. Why? Are you inviting me to dinner?" To be honest, this saleswoman was quite attractive. Certainly more so than Zhao Xinhuan, who relied on her defenses. She appeared to possess a solid score of 90. Although he had not considered any romantic involvement with the sales staff while purchasing the car, he certainly wouldn't refuse if she was so openly offering. No initiation. No refusal. That was his current modus operandi. Of course, in the past, he would have added another rule. No responsibilities. A complete scoundrel. However, with his present circumstances, there was no need to be so callous. A modicum of responsibility was entirely feasible. "You've given me such a substantial order. It is only fitting that I treat you to a meal," Xiaoyu smiled. "By the way, I'm Yu Xiaoqian. If you don't mind, you can call me Xiaoqian. Should you encounter any issues with the vehicle, feel free to contact me via WeChat. All right, you choose the venue for the weekend." Suyu nodded in agreement, without further elaboration, and then turned to drive away. Yu Xiaoqian watched as the sleek black G-Class departed, a glint of excitement sparkling in her eyes as she couldn't help but clench her small fists. "Oh, has Xiaoqian struck a deal?" At that moment, Zhao Xinhuan, accompanied by the bald manager Wang, happened to pass by and, noticing the elated Yu Xiaoqian, couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. When Suyu was a customer, he was treated like royalty, and she had dared not overstep her bounds. However, among colleagues, there were fewer reservations, especially since her relationship with Yu Xiaoqian was not particularly close. Furthermore, although Yu Xiaoqian was more attractive, she lacked the unscrupulousness that Zhao Xinhuan possessed. Thus, she had consistently outperformed Yu Xiaoqian in sales. Even if a conflict arose between them, the store manager would likely side with Zhao Xinhuan. "Oh, a deal has been made. The customer has already driven away with the car," Yu Xiaoqian replied, casting a peculiar glance at Zhao Xinhuan. While she had not inquired about the situation between Suyu and Zhao Xinhuan, she could surmise a few details. It was likely that Suyu had not previously been affluent, but rather had some prior financial struggles. Otherwise, given her understanding of Zhao Xinhuan, such a shameless woman could not possibly let a wealthy buyer, who would purchase a G-Class outright without blinking, slip away so quickly. Zhao Xinhuan's expression faltered momentarily. As someone within the industry, she certainly understood that such a rapid transaction indicated full payment had been made. Realizing this, she quickly inquired, what model did he purchase? The C-Class? Or the A-Class? While even the entry-level models of these vehicles would still cost 200,000 to 300,000, she could somewhat accept that. C-Class? A-Class? Yu Xiaoqian scrolled through her phone's photo album, opening an image to present to Zhao Xinhuan. "It's the G-Class. 2,580,000, purchased outright." And he went from entering the dealership to driving away in just an hour. "Sister Zhao, your friend is truly wealthy." She playfully winked while strutting back into the store in her high heels, humming a cheerful tune, clearly in high spirits. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinhuan stood frozen in place, her mind consumed by the image she had just seen, the sharply defined, commanding luxury vehicle, and at its side, the youthful and spirited Suyu. Chapter 11. Test firing the S-79 electromagnetic pistol. On the road, Suyu did not head home immediately after driving off. Instead, he found a place to have a simple dinner before steering his vehicle toward the suburbs of the city, finally stopping outside an abandoned industrial park. His urgency in picking up the car today was not solely due to his newfound wealth. He had also contacted Master Sun, whom he met at the jewelry store, to arrange a meeting tomorrow night to attempt a transaction involving 100 kilograms of gold. The agreed-upon location was in this suburban area. Whether to guard against potential treachery or for the convenience of the remote location, having a vehicle was clearly essential. His visit to the site was primarily to scout it out in advance. Parking the car next to an inconspicuous grove, Suyu felt the S-79 electromagnetic pistol tucked at his waist, which he had exchanged for from Shuangxing, and glanced at the K-10 combat suit he was wearing, instantly feeling a surge of security. As he made his way toward the industrial park, he noted that it was a relic from the last century, long since shut down due to excessive pollution, and had remained abandoned for over a decade. The area was overgrown with weeds, and the factory buildings were dilapidated, evoking a chilling atmosphere reminiscent of a horror video game, making Suyu wary of the possibility of encountering a zombie lurking in a corner. Fortunately, reality was not a game, and the existence of zombies was patently impossible. After cautiously exploring the industrial park, he had a general understanding of the terrain and layout of the buildings. He also confirmed that it was not a den for gangsters as portrayed in crime films. There were no signs of life, neither people nor even a ghost. The overgrown factory area revealed only a few inconspicuous paths, hinting that it might be visited occasionally by locals from nearby villages. With the realization that it would be difficult to set up any traps for him, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. At least for now, it seemed that Master Sun had chosen a rather innocuous location. What a splendid place. Suyu stood atop a rise in the industrial park, surveying the terrain, and couldn't help but marvel. It was nestled between mountains and the sea. On the mountainside, there was only a single concrete road for access, sufficient for regular vehicles to enter and exit. On the seaside, there was a small dock that, although modest, was likely adequate for loading and unloading ships of up to 1,000 tons. Previously, the industrial park's goods would have been transported via waterways, significantly reducing shipping costs. The concrete road on the mountainside was presumably for employee access, and from this location, it would take approximately half an hour to drive into the city. In earlier times, when transportation was less developed, the ability to transport goods conveniently via waterways would have made this industrial park exceptionally advantageous. However, in the present day, it had become somewhat redundant. With modern transportation infrastructure, land routes for domestic goods were no longer costly, and for international shipments, goods could be consolidated and dispatched from several major ports in the city, enhancing efficiency even further. Moreover, given its remote location, though it is technically in the suburbs, a mere half-hour commute by car, there exists a conspicuous lack of public transportation in the vicinity. One cannot reasonably expect that every employee would possess a vehicle, can one? Thus, apart from the pollution, this is likely the primary reason why, following its closure, no one is inclined to take over this place. What was once an advantage has now morphed into a liability. Times have indeed changed. Suyu shook his head and prepared to depart. However, just as he turned away, a bold idea suddenly sprang forth in his mind. What if he were to acquire this place? Once this thought emerged, it proliferated uncontrollably. He could not rely solely on selling gold for sustenance. Obtaining technology from Froststar and replicating these epic-making innovations on Blue Star was the true pathway to substantial wealth. To replicate such technologies, he required employees, a company, and a factory. Let us set aside the matter of employees for now. Merely considering the location for the company and factory, this site is undeniably suitable. It is nestled between mountains and sea, with available land amounting to at least several thousand acres. More crucially, it offers a high degree of concealment. According to land zoning, this industrial park falls under the jurisdiction of the nearby Little Sea Village, which is situated 3 to 4 kilometers away along the coast. Under normal circumstances, the villagers seldom venture this way. Choosing to experiment with such cutting-edge technology here would alleviate concerns about prying eyes and the leakage of information. Beyond the sea, there exists only one road leading in from the mountains, mitigating fears of infiltration by those with ulterior motives, coupled with convenient waterway transport. While it may not serve for imports and exports, procuring bulk grains poses no issues whatsoever. When the time comes for the company and factory to be established, acquiring large quantities of grains under the guise of research would not be a problem at all. As for how he would explain their usage afterward, the options are plentiful. In summary, this abandoned industrial park, which other companies might view as a mere liability, appears to Suyu as a veritable treasure. If tomorrow's negotiations proceed smoothly, he might devise a plan to acquire this territory. Suyu's mind was already brimming with calculations. After wandering around the industrial park once more, he drove away. During this time, he did take the opportunity to fire a few test shots with the S-79 electromagnetic pistol. Although its power was formidable, the noise it produced was surprisingly less than that of a conventional handgun. In such a remote corner, he had no fear of being overheard. One must admit, this truly is a testament to the advanced technology from the world of Froststar. The electromagnetic pistol exceeded his expectations, with an effective range of 1,800 meters. Wind direction and bullet drop within a kilometer were negligible concerns. Wherever he aimed, it struck true. The bullet exit velocity reached a staggering 6 times the speed of sound, a performance that would likely overshadow even the most precise sniper rifles of the present day. Moreover, this compact device boasted an auxiliary aiming module, enabling someone as inexperienced as Suyu to achieve perfect accuracy at distances of 200 to 300 meters, eliminating any anxiety about missing in critical moments. Chapter 12. Suyu prepares to register a company. The following day, around noon, Suyu was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Having returned home past 3 in the morning the previous night, he had slept soundly until midday. The unexpected call bore no significant news. It merely reminded him that the 10 tons of fruit and 10 tons of vegetables he had ordered online the day before were en route via cold chain transport and would soon arrive in Magic City. They would likely be delivered to his designated warehouse by the afternoon, prompting him to remember to pick them up promptly. Although fruits and vegetables are more expensive than grains, they are less sensitive than staples that concern public welfare. Thus, he need not exercise excessive caution in his procurement. A bulk purchase of grains might raise suspicions about his motives for hoarding such a quantity, especially since grain prices in the country are relatively stable and offer little profit. Hoarding would be illogical. However, if he were to purchase large quantities of fruits and vegetables, even if noticed by the relevant authorities, they would likely not think too deeply about it, as there are indeed many who profit from the trade in fruits and vegetables. If one possesses a motive to engage in such activities, others are less inclined to question it. Conversely, engaging in actions that appear entirely devoid of motive may arouse suspicion about one's intentions. Thus, when it comes to fruits and vegetables, purchasing not just 10 tons, but even hundreds or thousands of tons poses no issue. In dire straits, he could simply contract several plots of orchards or vegetable gardens at the source. As for the 10 tons of beef, Suyu had also found a supplier. Rather than sourcing freshly slaughtered meat from a slaughterhouse, he contacted a cold storage facility in Magic City and procured 10 tons. The goods would remain there temporarily, and whenever needed, he could simply rent a refrigerated truck to transport them. Do not inquire why he opted for frozen rather than fresh. The answer is simple: it is cheaper. After lounging in bed for a while, realizing it was already past noon, Suyu reluctantly rose. After a quick wash, he descended to find a restaurant for a meal. At this hour, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, and despite his search, he found no vacant tables. Just as he contemplated switching to another establishment, he suddenly noticed a table in the corner that had just become available, only to be swiftly claimed by another patron. That patron happened to be Li Yuanxi, with whom he had crossed paths a few days prior. Without hesitation, Suyu turned and boldly sat down across from her. Li Yuanxi, taken aback, looked up in surprise, prompting Suyu to smile and say, "What a coincidence." "Well, not entirely. I often see you here on weekends," Li Yuanxi replied earnestly. Suyu was not particularly surprised by her response. After all, this restaurant's offerings were well suited to his palate, and he had frequented it often in the past. However, he was somewhat taken aback that he had not noticed this charming young lady, while she had evidently taken notice of him. "Are you a student nearby?" Suyu inquired, glancing at Li Yuanxi. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, yet having interacted with her, he estimated she was likely in her early 20s, merely possessing a youthful appearance. "Yes, I am in my 3rd year this year," Li Yuanxi replied obediently. Compared to their previous encounter, where she had stumbled over her words and seemed quite shy, she was now able to engage in conversation with Suyu. Nonetheless, her serious demeanor suggested she was still somewhat nervous and unaccustomed to conversing with strangers. "Were you out riding so far alone that night for a specific reason?" To alleviate the potential awkwardness of the moment, Suyu randomly initiated another topic. "I work part-time at a pet store over there," Li Yuanxi responded before pausing to ask, "What about you? Do you work nearby?" "Me? I'm currently unemployed," Suyu shrugged and said with a smile. Li Yuanxi blinked in surprise, then lowered her head, seemingly dissatisfied as she mumbled, "You're lying." Suyu chuckled, offering no explanation, and pulled out his phone to scan the QR code on the table to order a few dishes. Having crossed paths numerous times, one might consider it fate. "Allow me to treat you to a meal. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Invite me to dinner?" Li Yuanxi gazed at him in astonishment, then, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "Why? Why not? Is there a need for a reason to extend an invitation for a meal?" Suyu shrugged nonchalantly. "A sweet and endearing girl like you deserves an abundance of kindness. Besides, this quaint little restaurant is quite affordable. Ordering a few extra dishes will hardly break the bank. It's a casual affair, merely a token of appreciation for your assistance in reserving a seat." "I did not assist you in reserving a seat. I merely wished to dine," Li Yuanxi retorted, her head bobbing like a rattle. "The outcome remains the same," he replied, under Suyu's charming persuasion. Li Yuanxi found herself momentarily dazed and ultimately accepted his invitation. Before long, an array of delectable and aromatic dishes was presented before them. As they dined, Suyu casually inquired, "By the way, what is your current field of study?" "Law," Li Yuanxi responded after taking a small bite of her meal. "Law, you say?" Suyu's eyes sparkled with interest. "Are you familiar with commercial law?" "I have a fair understanding. I can recall the regulations," Li Yuanxi replied, casting a glance at Suyu. "Do you have questions to ask?" "Clever girl." Suyu complimented her, then pivoted to the pressing matters that had been troubling him. Essentially, he sought guidance on how to register a company or a factory. The labyrinthine nature of legal stipulations can be daunting. Different types of businesses require varied procedures and documentation. Without consulting a professional, Suyu would be left to ponder indefinitely. He had initially intended to seek advice from a law firm, but encountering a law student made that unnecessary. As it turned out, Li Yuanxi's assertion of having a fair understanding was a modest understatement. She recited the legal texts and nuances with remarkable fluency, leaving Suyu, an outsider in this realm, utterly bewildered. Sensing that her explanations were becoming overly intricate for him, she shifted her approach. I know a professor who runs a law firm specializing in commercial disputes. They possess greater expertise in business matters than I do. If you are considering registering a company or factory, I could inquire about the potential costs involved. When discussing her area of expertise, this seemingly shy and reserved young woman appeared to blossom. Engaging a professional law firm is indeed a viable option, Suyu acknowledged with a nod. I do have intentions in that direction, but it is best to wait for a while. This is not something that can be accomplished in haste. Li Yuanqi nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiry. Their meal concluded swiftly, and as Suyu rose to pay, he intended to bid farewell to Li Yuanqi. However, upon returning, he discovered that someone had occupied his seat during his brief absence and was now conversing with Li Yuanqi. Li Yuanqi's expression was tense. Her gaze averted from the man speaking to her. Chapter 13. A raucous encounter with a troublemaker. Why are you sulking? You run away from home for this. Where do you think you can hide? Day after day, buried in those dusty books. What good is it? You think you can become a lawyer? As Suyu approached, he overheard the brazen words of a scruffy-haired young man, whose tone suggested an unpleasant familial dispute. He halted in his tracks, recognizing that while the fellow's demeanor was belligerent, it was not his place to interfere in family matters. Yet, it was disheartening to witness such a fine young woman embroiled in a discordant household. What? Lost your voice? The young man taunted. You're a waste of money. How much do you squander each year? The brash youth seemed oblivious to the growing attention from passers-by, hurling insults at Li Yuanqi, originally intending to leave. Suyu could no longer remain passive. He approached and rapped on the table, addressing the young man. Hey, you've taken my seat. In the past, he would have dismissed such matters. After all, it was merely a domestic dispute, and intervening could lead to unnecessary complications. However, upon reflection, he realized he was not as averse to trouble as before. He had both the means and the time to spare, and clad in combat attire. He felt confident in his ability to contend should the situation escalate. Who are you? The young man turned to scrutinize Suyu, annoyance evident in his voice. Does it matter? This is my seat. Kindly vacate it, Suyu replied, his demeanor calm and unyielding. As tensions escalated, the restaurant owner, having been absent, chose that moment to intervene. Gentlemen, let us remain calm. Peace is paramount. This position indeed belongs to the young man who was seated here previously. If you wish to dine, I can arrange another spot for you. The latter part was directed at the scruffy-haired youth. However, he shot a fierce glare at Suyu, snorted dismissively, and retorted to the owner, no need. He then turned to Li Yuanqi, barking, why are you still sitting there? Hurry up and pack your things. We're going back home this afternoon. Li Yuanqi remained silent, her head bowed in a wordless display of defiance. Seeing her lack of response, the young man grew agitated and reached to grab Li Yuanqi. Yet, before he could lay a hand on her, Suyu swiftly intervened, swatting the hand away. What do you think you're doing? It's the 21st century. Do you still believe you can abduct someone in public? The young man's expression darkened, as if he were on the verge of violence. However, after a moment's hesitation, he restrained himself. What do you mean by abduction? She is my sister. I can discipline my own sibling without your interference. Your sister? Suyu scrutinized the scruffy-haired youth, whose awkward features stood in stark contrast to Li Yuanqi's graceful demeanor. He couldn't help but scoff. Brother, are you serious? With a face like that, you should take a trip to the restroom and reflect on your appearance. Standing beside each other, they seemed to embody the clash between the abstract and the exquisite, utterly mismatched. If they were truly siblings, so you would have serious doubts about the validity of biological science. What do you mean by that? The young man's expression grew increasingly menacing, his fists clenched tightly, clearly ready to brawl. Yet, Suyu remained unfazed. This was not merely due to his combat attire. Rather, he had discerned the truth. This loudmouth was all bark and no bite, projecting an image of bravado without the courage to act. One dares to intimidate Li Yuanqi, the perennial victim. What does that mean? Are you implying that I am unattractive? Would you like a more elaborate explanation? Suyu did not spare him a glance. Instead, turning to grasp Li Yuanqi's hand. Let us go. Li Yuanqi made a slight attempt to pull her hand away, but ultimately relented, bowing her head and following him. The bystander, the yellow-haired lout, gaped in astonishment, momentarily disregarding Suyu's prior insult about his appearance, and quickly positioned himself in front of the pair. Who are you to her? What business do you have pulling her along? Is it forbidden for me to hold my girlfriend's hand? Step aside. Without hesitation, Suyu forcefully pushed the yellow-haired scruff aside and continued to lead Li Yuanqi out. Such a cowardly bully thrives on the weak. Reasoning with him would only inflate his arrogance. The most effective way to deal with such individuals is to be even more brazen and unreasonable, instilling fear in them instead. The yellow-haired youth stumbled back, regaining his balance only after a few steps. Witnessing Suyu's indifferent departure, His chest heaved in agitation. Casting a glance at the empty liquor bottles on the nearby table, he contemplated seizing one to strike Suyu. However, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he lacked the courage to follow through. The restaurant owner, who had been closely observing him, breathed a sigh of relief at the prospect of avoiding a brawl. The surrounding onlookers erupted in laughter, clearly mocking the yellow-haired youth for his cowardice, only daring to bully a girl. His face flushed with embarrassment. He could only grit his teeth and hastily pursue them, snapping photos of the two and sending them to a WeChat account labeled Old Man, simultaneously dispatching a voice message. Dad, I can't manage this troublesome girl any longer. You handle it yourself. She's out there seeking men. The manner in which he expressed himself resembled that of a schoolchild returning home to report grievances after facing injustice. He continued in a fit of indignation. That guy actually dared to. Upon reaching the entrance, he caught sight of Suyu assisting Li Yuanxi into a sleek black G-class vehicle, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his face. Only when a WeChat notification chimed did he snap back to reality, hastily opening the voice message. Seeking men? This troublesome girl. I told her not to pursue her studies and to marry instead, yet she sneaks off to the metropolis claiming to study, only to secretly chase after men? What is his situation? You better tell him to stay far away, or I'll break his legs. As he observed the G-class slowly exiting the parking lot, the yellow-haired youth quickly snapped a few more photos, exclaiming with delight, Dad, this guy is wealthy. He's driving a Benz G-class, worth millions. This troublesome girl has landed herself a rich man. Chapter 14. Li Yuanxi's troubles. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Inside the car, Li Yuanxi spoke quietly, her head bowed. It was merely a matter of convenience. There's no trouble at all, Suyu replied, shaking his head, his curiosity piqued. Is that person truly your brother? Sort of. Li Yuanxi replied after a moment of contemplation, briefly recounting her family circumstances to Suyu. Her father had passed away when she was young, and her mother later remarried, her new husband being the yellow-haired youth's father. While her mother was alive, though her home life was not particularly pleasant, at least the yellow-haired duo dared not bully her. However, tragedy struck during her senior year of high school when her mother also died in an accident. From that point on, Li Yuanxi's existence at home mirrored that of a dependent. She had achieved excellent scores in her college entrance examination. Yet the yellow-haired lout and her stepfather refused to support her education, expressing a desire to find her a wealthy husband instead. After all, given her looks, in this day and age, they believed marrying a rich man would ensure a substantial dowry. Nevertheless, Li Yuanxi refused to resign herself to fate. Armed with a sum of money secretly left to her by her mother, she fled to the metropolis. For nearly 3 years, she juggled work and studies. Yet, she was perplexed as to why the yellow-haired youth had resurfaced now. Upon hearing her story, Suyu could not help but reflect on the cruel irony of fate. Misfortune often targets the most unfortunate. That is quite tragic, he remarked, choosing not to delve further into the painful subject. Instead, he inquired, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a lift. Although Li Yuanxi appeared resilient, discussing such sensitive matters was best avoided. Li Yuanxi met his gaze for a moment, then, exhaling softly, replied, please take me to school. I have classes this afternoon. Suyu nodded, focused intently on driving. Soon, they arrived at the campus of Magic City University. Let's exchange contact information. If that fellow bothers you again, just send me a message, Suyu suggested, pulling out his phone to share his QR code. As Li Yuanxi prepared to leave, she paused, scanning the code and adding Suyu on WeChat. Just when Suyu assumed she was about to depart, she turned to him suddenly and asked, are you thinking of keeping me? Suyu responded, bewildered. What? Don't deny it. It seems that way. Li Yuanxi stated matter-of-factly. Truth be told, Suyu did not consider himself a meddlesome individual. Previously, he had no contact information for Li Yuanxi. They were merely acquaintances. Given his nature, had the situation involved a woman less striking than Li Yuanxi, he would likely have chosen to remain a mere bystander rather than confront the yellow-haired lout and invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. Ultimately, it was her beauty that drew him in. Of course, Suyu had no intention of leveraging this small act of assistance for personal gain. If their relationship flourished, he certainly would not allow Li Yuanxi to endure a life of hardship while juggling work and studies. If one were to categorize it, perhaps it could be deemed as a form of support? Clearing his throat, Suyu inquired, why do you say that? You wealthy individuals, don't you all enjoy keeping university girls? Li Yuanxi retorted, glancing at the steering wheel. Although she was not well versed in automobiles, she recognized the Benz emblem. Moreover, the vehicle's comfort and interior quality made it evident that it was no affordable ride. Not all wealthy individuals behave this way, and I certainly wouldn't consider myself one. Suyu muttered defensively, then waved his hand dismissively. All right, off to school then. We shall discuss future matters later. After all, he was in no rush. His primary goal was to leverage the Interdimensional Trading Platform for profit and innovative technology. Pursuing romantic interests was merely a secondary consideration. Li Yuanxi regarded him thoughtfully before exiting the vehicle. Her silence suggested an acknowledgement of the underlying implication. Watching the G-Class drive away, her expression turned complex. It was only after Su Yu's car merged into the flow of traffic and vanished from sight that she turned to head into the campus. First, she would inquire about Professor Zhang's company. Regardless of his motives, he had undoubtedly provided her with tangible assistance. Assisting Su Yu with the task he had entrusted her with would serve as a small measure of repayment. However, that is merely the extent of it. Should the yellow-haired troublemaker continue to harass her, and if she wishes to avoid being dragged back to her hometown, she may have no choice but to seek assistance from Su Yu. With numerous debts of gratitude piling up, she fears that aside from her own existence, she possesses little else to offer in return. Although Su Yu suggested postponing future matters, Li Yuanxi felt that if the yellow-haired one were to come knocking again, it would likely be the moment when she must make a choice. Would the yellow-haired one relent? Clearly not. She is all too aware of the nature of that father-son duo, who seem obsessively fixated on marrying her off to someone wealthy for a hefty bride price. Despite her legal studies, her understanding of the law has revealed the complexities surrounding family disputes, which often elude legal intervention. After all, her household registration remains linked to theirs. And before her mother's passing, her stepfather indeed contributed financially to her education and living expenses. Legally, she has an obligation to care for him. If that father and son truly wish to see her wed to a rich man for the sake of profit, they need not resort to coercion. They could simply disrupt her life by causing disturbances at her school or workplace, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. As long as they avoid violence, the police would have little recourse, and even the most severe consequence would be a few days of detention. She has witnessed countless similar cases. And aside from Su Yu's somewhat intimidating approach, no better solutions seem to exist. Among those she knows, only Su Yu possesses both the capability and willingness to intervene in such a manner. As for her understanding of Su Yu's ulterior motives, she can hardly blame him. After all, what reason would he have to assist her without any personal interest? Sighing softly, the already introverted girl withdrew even further into herself. Meanwhile, Su Yu drove slowly out of the city. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the warehouse in the suburbs. After a brief wait, the 10 tons of fruits and vegetables he ordered were delivered, accompanied by an additional 10 tons of beef. Once the weights were confirmed accurate, he transferred the final payment and instructed the goods to be stored. By the time all arrangements were made and he found himself alone in the warehouse, it was already a little past 4 in the afternoon. The scheduled time for his gold transaction with Master Sun was set for 9 o'clock that evening, leaving him with plenty of time. Su Yu promptly stowed the items in his inventory and swiftly entered the trading platform. Chapter 15. Frost Star from a Prominent Family. This was Su Yu's third visit to this place, and compared to his previous visits, he was remarkably composed. After sending a message to Frost Star and receiving a prompt reply to wait a moment, he entered the familiar conference room from his private space. After waiting for over half an hour, just as impatience began to creep in and he was about to send another message, Frost Star finally arrived. It was evident that she had been quite busy. Upon entering the conference room, she had not even removed her powered armor helmet, and the silver armor was still smeared with traces of blood. From across the 10-meter-long table, Su Yu could even detect the metallic scent of blood emanating from her. Apologies. I had some urgent matters to attend to and arrived late, she stated as she took her seat, casually tapping her helmet. With a whirring of mechanical sounds, the strikingly designed helmet retracted into the powered armor, revealing her head of silvery white hair. Have you just returned from battle? Su Yu inquired, glancing at the bloodstains on her attire. Yes, I just exterminated a horde of aberrant beasts that had taken refuge in a pre-war shelter, Frost Star replied, her voice tinged with excitement. It's been a while since I've had such a thrilling fight. You wouldn't believe it. Those monstrous terror lizards could reach 3 to 4 meters in height when lying on the ground, ranking among the most fearsome, mutated creatures of the wasteland. Even ordinary tanks would struggle against them. I took one down with a single strike. Impressive, Su Yu remarked, a twitch at the corner of his eye betraying his incredulity as he struggled to envision such a scene. He thought to himself, the wasteland truly is perilous if such creatures exist. Yet, he quickly redirected the conversation. By the way, what exactly is your status over there? Your powered armor seems rather exceptional, does it not? Me? Frost Star replied with a hint of pride. I am the Supreme Commander of the 7th Legion of Future City. A 1-star Major General. You may also refer to me as General Frost. As for this set of powered armor, it is a product from the prosperous era before the war. Future City possesses the most advanced technology in the wasteland and can produce powered armors. Yet ours pales in comparison to those manufactured before the war. In terms of overall combat capability, our powered armor might be equivalent to a 6th-generation tank. while this one, if we disregard ammunition depletion, could likely take down 100 of them. To put it more straightforwardly, while wearing this, I could tear open a 1-meter-thick nuclear shelter door with my bare hands. Suyu, that seems rather far-fetched. Even Iron Man wouldn't be that formidable, would he? Moreover, it sounds like the powered armor that Future City can mass-produce is quite impressive as well, equivalent to the combat power of a 6th-generation tank. It's worth noting that the most advanced tanks in Blue Star are only 4th generation at this point. Who knows when we might even see the 6th generation? If we could procure a batch of these, wouldn't we instantly become the kings of land warfare? With this thought, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired whether Froststar could help him acquire a batch. However, Froststar merely shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Give it up. Although Future City can produce them, we are limited by insufficient industrial categories, and some crucial components must be salvaged from the wasteland. Therefore, each set of powered armor is numbered. There is no way to obtain them in bulk. Even if I wanted just 1 or 2, I would need to think of a way, as the company producing the powered armor does not have a good relationship with my family. Suyu discreetly glanced at Froststar, realizing why she had attained the rank of general at such a young age. She must hail from some prominent family. Yet, upon seeing her powered armor, Suyu couldn't help but voice his confusion. But wait, if it's that difficult to obtain, why did you say earlier that you could sell me this set of powered armor for 10 tons of food? Are you not keeping it for yourself? Not quite. Froststar shook her head. While the company producing powered armor has a poor relationship with my family, these pre-war powered armors are not connected to them at all. My family took over a strategic reserve warehouse from the prosperous era long ago, and there are still hundreds of these powered armors inside. I can give you one, and I'll simply claim another for myself. Suyu. Alright then, conversing with the wealthy can be rather cumbersome. He then opened his personal panel and prepared to trade the materials with Froststar. Here is the payment for that gun, a fair exchange. Froststar's eyes sparkled as she glanced at the 10 tons each of fruits, vegetables, and beef that had appeared on the panel. A look of greed crossing her features. However, as if recalling something, she quickly added, "Oh right, while clearing out that shelter earlier, I found something interesting that I'm sure you'll want to see." Saying this, she tapped on her personal panel. Suddenly, a black cube, towering 4 to 5 meters high and 10 meters long, resembling a wall, materialized in the conference room. Froststar stood up and patted the object. Smiling as she addressed Suyu, "Have you heard of the black box?" Suyu shook his head. "You must know about 3D printers, right?" Upon receiving his nod, Froststar continued, "The device bears a striking resemblance to the functionality of a 3D printer, yet it surpasses it in remarkable ways. It was meticulously crafted by the preeminent researchers of the Prosperity era, who foresaw the impending wasteland of post-war existence. Specifically designed to assist humanity in reconstructing the world after the devastation. Each black box is capable of producing only a singular type of product. For instance, the one before you is designated for the manufacture of heavy exoskeletons. The operation is exceedingly straightforward. One simply pours the requisite materials into the input port, if carbon is needed. One adds charcoal, if iron is required. One can toss in iron ingots or ore. Once the materials are deposited, the user need not concern themselves further. They merely await the finished product at the other end, an operation so simple that even a gorilla could manage it with ease. When fully operational, it can produce approximately 500 sets of heavy exoskeletons daily, which, when donned, enable a soldier to advance at speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour while bearing a load of 1 ton. Given the exorbitant price of powered armor, it is impractical for everyone to be outfitted with it. Even during the Prosperity era, frontline soldiers typically relied on such exoskeletons for combat. Impressive, Suyu mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If I acquire this, I could effortlessly transition into an arms dealer, devoid of any financial worries. While Blue Star does possess exoskeletons, they pale in comparison to this heavy variant. Yet, even amidst his exhilaration, he retained a semblance of rationality and countered, according to the law of conservation of mass. The energy consumption of this device must be substantial. What powers it? It is equipped with a compact 4th-generation nuclear fusion reactor, with enough helium-3 stored within to operate at full capacity for 5 years, allowing for the production of nearly 1 million sets of heavy exoskeletons. Froststar explained with a casual shrug. This apparatus was explicitly designed for a wasteland environment, intended to enable production from the most basic raw materials. Even in the absence of resources, your concerns have already been contemplated by its creators. The only potential issue arises 5 years hence. Should you fail to procure high-purity helium-3 by then, the reactor will cease to function. Suyu nodded thoughtfully and tentatively inquired, "So, are you proposing to sell it to me?" "Of course, otherwise, why would I divulge all this information to you?" Froststar gave him a peculiar look. Chapter 16. A lucrative transaction? Given that you claim heavy exoskeletons were the backbone of your military pre-war, I assume you have a shortage of them? Suyu queried with curiosity. Indeed, there is a shortage, but that doesn't conflict with whether I choose to sell it to you, Froststar scoffed. Future City mandates that all spoils acquired during the cleansing of shelters must be surrendered. I stumbled upon this device and added it to my inventory without anyone else knowing. If I were to take it back for personal use, it would be confiscated upon discovery, yielding me no benefit. Thus, why not sell it to you? I already possess powered armor and have no need for this. Fair enough, that rationale is quite plausible, Suyu conceded. Compared to surrendering it to Future City, where he would gain nothing, selling it to him indeed seemed more advantageous for Froststar. What price do you have in mind? 100 tons each of fruits, vegetables, and beef, and 500 tons of grain, Froststar replied with a shrug, stating her conditions. Is that all? Suyu was taken aback. It's not exorbitant, rather. It is surprisingly inexpensive. Just yesterday, a small handgun was valued at 10 tons of fruits, 10 tons of vegetables, and 10 tons of beef. This black box, by any measure, is worth far more than that wretched handgun. And this is the offer? He pondered whether Froststar had perhaps lost her senses. However, upon reflection, it was indeed fortuitous that she was selling it at such a bargain. He promptly fell silent and agreed to the transaction. Once both parties consented and signed the contract, Suyu would be able to take the device with him, provided he settled the payment within the stipulated time frame. Gazing at the precious treasure before him, Suyu felt as though he were in a dream. He was about to strike it rich. However, just as Suyu reveled in his newfound fortune, Froststar, having completed the contract, displayed a relieved smile and cheerfully suggested, "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We can now discuss another potential collaboration." Another collaboration? Suyu was taken aback. What other treasures do you possess? Indeed, I have more. Froststar revealed a palm-sized black rectangular object that she casually tossed onto the table before Suyu. A metallic hydrogen battery, the power module for mechanical exoskeletons. This battery is capable of sustaining a heavy exoskeleton for 3,000 kilometers under a 1-ton load. And it contains energy equivalent to approximately 900 times that of gasoline of the same volume. Suyu was momentarily stunned, before stiffly turning his neck to glance at the massive black box beside him. So, this device only produces exoskeletons and not batteries? It was evident that the energy consumption of such machinery would be astronomical. In reality, while there were significant challenges in material and design for creating such exoskeletons, those willing to invest a decade or so could ultimately overcome them. The paramount issue remained energy. Finding a sustainable energy source to power such formidable machinery for extended periods was exceedingly difficult. The energy density of lithium-ion batteries on Blue Star was merely a fraction of that of gasoline. Even carrying a 10-liter battery would not suffice for several operations of the heavy exoskeleton. Moreover, if deployed in combat, a direct hit to the battery could lead to catastrophic instability, potentially incinerating its operator. Utilizing gasoline was an even more absurd proposition. Why carry a large fuel tank into battle when one could simply drive a vehicle? This black box exclusively produces exoskeletons. But there is a separate box designed for battery production nearby, although, regrettably, it is currently inoperative. However, even if it were functional, I wouldn't sell it to you. Froststar added playfully. My family is the largest battery supplier in Future City, and that device is invaluable to me. If you require batteries, you can purchase them directly from me. And the price? Suyu inquired, returning to his seat with an expression devoid of emotion. Damn, this woman is certainly no fool. He had foolishly assumed she would not engage in shrewd business dealings. It now appeared that her talents would be squandered as merely a battalion leader. She was far too adept at commerce. Previously, food was a necessity for her, while the items she could offer, beyond the initial gold, were of secondary importance to Suyu, merely an added bonus. Consequently, during negotiations, Suyu would always hold the upper hand, as she had little room to maneuver. Yet, unbeknownst to Froststar, she had unwittingly created a necessity for Suyu. It was akin to selling him the technology to manufacture planes at a bargain. While withholding the technology for refining aviation fuel, he could construct the planes, but without fuel, they would remain grounded. Henceforth, Suyu would have to approach her for batteries whenever he crafted exoskeletons, establishing a mutual dependency between them. 1 ton of rice for 3 fully charged batteries. Froststar deliberated for a moment before presenting her figure. After experiencing a rather cautious first encounter with the gold trading, Suyu, upon hearing the price she quoted, boldly declared without a moment's hesitation, 1 ton of rice for 200 fully charged metal hydrogen batteries. The deal was sealed as Froststar readily signed the contract before him. Suyu mused, a ton of inexpensive rice costs merely 2 to 3,000. Trading for 200 metal hydrogen batteries averages out to about 10 yuan each. Given the terrifying energy density of these batteries, the potential profit is unimaginable. If a substantial quantity of batteries can be procured, their applications extend far beyond just powering exoskeletons. They could revolutionize various sectors, including those thriving new energy vehicle enterprises. Presently, electric vehicles require batteries weighing several hundred kilograms, yet only achieve a range of a few hundred kilometers. Imagine if I offered to replace their batteries with mine, weighing just a few kilograms, extending their range to an astonishing 10,000 kilometers. At 30,000 per battery, who could resist such an offer? Those automotive companies would trample over any barriers to get their hands on them. Yet, seeing Froststar's smug demeanor left Suyu feeling uneasy, as if he were at a significant loss. Upon reflection, the realization dawned on him. The primary component of metal hydrogen batteries is hydrogen, which is abundant across any planet. Provided the technology is sound, it is hardly valuable. The future city, inheriting certain pre-war technologies, certainly possesses the necessary expertise. However, on Blue Star, the cost of charging such a high-capacity battery is no small expense. In contrast, in the wasteland world, even a modest black box would contain a small nuclear fusion reactor, rendering electricity the cheapest of commodities. Much like the last transaction involving gold, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort despite the clear profit. Yet, words once spoken are like water spilled. There is no turning back. He promptly signed the contract, which stipulated that for the next 5 years, battery transactions would occur weekly in exchange for food, with amounts varying based on circumstances. Renewal after 5 years would be negotiated as needed. Chapter 17. Absolute Defense. A game of black market intrigue? At 7 in the evening, emerging from the trading platform, Suyu exhaled a sigh of relief. His inventory had shed fruits, vegetables, and beef, but now included a black box and 2,000 metal hydrogen batteries. While his earlier dealings with Froststar yielded modest gains and a means of self-defense, this black box and the metal hydrogen batteries represented true future technologies capable of reshaping the world. A heavy exoskeleton capable of bearing a ton and charging at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour would undoubtedly revolutionize warfare on Blue Star. Even the reign of tanks as the kings of ground combat could be challenged. The metal hydrogen battery, with an energy density 900 times that of gasoline, heralds an unprecedented energy revolution that would send shockwaves through the entire energy sector of Blue Star. Noticing that time was still on his side, Suyu chose not to rush to the abandoned industrial park in the suburbs. Instead, he meandered through the logistics center, investing heavily in procuring rare metals and steel from a metal smelting company's warehouse. These items were considered strategic materials, difficult to acquire in bulk. Yet he managed to gather enough for the construction of 3 heavy exoskeletons, all within half an hour. Upon retrieving the black box and pressing the power button, it transformed from a rigid cube into a compact structure covering over 100 square meters. Fortunately, the warehouse was spacious enough to accommodate this new addition. He hastily fed the prepared materials into the input port and patiently awaited the output. Within approximately 3 minutes, a robust mechanical exoskeleton emerged from the output, a testament to the simplicity of the operation. One could confidently say that even a chimpanzee could operate it with minimal instruction. Approaching the newly crafted heavy exoskeleton, Suyu felt its armor, still warm to the touch. This exoskeleton was equipped with high-powered motors at all joints and constructed from a titanium alloy framework. Externally, it resembled the rudimentary exoskeletons currently in use on Blue Star, but with the added layer of formidable alloy armor, it embodied pure black technology. This armor, approximately 1 to 2 centimeters thick, lacked any distinguishing features aside from its sheer toughness. According to Froststar, it could withstand direct fire from a 20mm anti-aircraft machine gun, rendering it impervious to anti-material sniper rounds. Wearing it was reportedly safer than hiding in an armored vehicle. As for the armor's composition, Suyu had no clue. Even the most brilliant material scientists on Blue Star would likely struggle to comprehend it. In any case, it was undeniably impressive. In addition to its remarkable defensive capabilities, the heavy exoskeleton bore no weapons, but was characterized by its exceptional adaptability and ample modification space. There were numerous attachment points for weaponry. A heavy machine gun mounted on it would outperform an armored vehicle. Given that 4th-generation tanks cost millions and ordinary armored vehicles often reach several hundred thousand, pricing each exoskeleton at 500,000 seemed reasonable. Considering the costs, the materials he had just purchased amounted to less than 20,000, enough to produce 3 units, bringing the cost per exoskeleton to around 7 to 8,000. This figure was inflated due to the private transaction of specialized materials. If he could purchase in bulk, he could reduce the cost to below 3,000 for each unit. With a production cost of 3,000 and a selling price of 500,000, the profit margin was staggering. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu awkwardly donned the exoskeleton for a test run. To his surprise, it was even more intuitive than anticipated. Within minutes, he was striding energetically around the warehouse. The hefty gold ingots, previously requiring all his strength to lift, now felt weightless with the exoskeleton's assistance. Anyone who donned this suit could instantly transform into a superhuman, an undeniable testament to the pre-war black technology of Froststar's world. After removing the exoskeleton, Suyu glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock, leaving him with less than an hour until the scheduled transaction. He promptly stored the black box and the 3 completed exoskeletons back in the trading platform's inventory. Closing the warehouse door, he drove towards the destination. The warehouse was merely 20 kilometers from the coastal abandoned industrial park, a journey of less than half an hour. As he approached, Suyu opted not to drive directly into the site. Instead, he found a secluded grove in the hills, parking his vehicle and obscuring it with branches. One must always be cautious. The road leading into the park was the only access point. Driving in would undoubtedly attract attention. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was wiser to proceed discreetly. Of course, should any unexpected events arise, he felt no fear. With the absolute defense of the K-10 combat suit and the formidable S-79 electromagnetic pistol, he stood on the brink of invincibility. Even if the opponent were truly formidable, they would still be unable to prevail. However, there exists the option of utilizing an exoskeleton. One could simply retrieve it from the inventory and don it. Irrespective of the gun prohibition in the country, even in the gun-toting realm of Eagle Sauce, this equipment, provided one does not confront the military directly, would render its wearer invincible. Under the cover of night, Suyu stealthily infiltrated the abandoned industrial park. After a thorough search of the surroundings, he stumbled upon 4 or 5 speedboats docked at the pier, indicating that Master Sun was not alone in this endeavor. Suyu, already cautious by nature, heightened his vigilance, yet showed no sign of retreat. He swiftly navigated the route he had meticulously noted during his reconnaissance the previous night and located the agreed-upon factory. Assessing the vicinity and confirming it was empty, he retrieved a meticulously packed suitcase containing a full 100 kilograms of gold from his inventory. Admittedly, lifting such a weight without the aid of an exoskeleton was no small feat with all his strength. He managed to carry it a mere few meters before entering the factory. Contrary to online claims that one could effortlessly carry hundreds of pounds of cement while struggling with 200 pounds of gold, the reality proved far more taxing. Breathless, he glanced at the darkened factory, placing the suitcase on the ground as he prepared to pull out his phone. Suddenly, a hard object pressed against the back of his head. "Don't move," rasped a voice from behind. Suyu squinted his eyes and replied coolly, "Are we resorting to blackmail?" "No, merely a necessary precaution," the voice retorted. Suyu then felt someone rifling through his belongings. Fortunately, his firearm was safely stored in his inventory, leaving him unarmed. After a thorough search, the individual only managed to seize his phone. "Once the transaction is completed, your phone will be returned to you. This is for safety and confidentiality. I hope you understand." Chapter 18. The wealthy heiress of Wanfu Group, Chuyu. Understand. As the pressure of the gun barrel lifted from his head, Suyu remained unfazed. In fact, the other party's caution suggested they had no intention of resorting to treachery. After all, with armed individuals present, executing him in this remote industrial park would go unnoticed. There was no need for such complications. Of course, they might also perceive that Suyu's ability to acquire such a substantial amount of gold implied he had backing and that they should exercise caution. "This way, please. Our young lady is waiting for you upstairs." A bodyguard clad in black respectfully gestured for Suyu to follow. He immediately complied, relieved that the hefty suitcase was effortlessly carried by 2 brawny bodyguards, sparing him the burden. After navigating the dimly lit factory for a while, winding up to the 2nd floor, Suyu arrived at what appeared to be the exterior of an abandoned office. It was then he noticed that the lights within were indeed on, though dim, likely illuminated by camping lanterns rather than electrical power. "The guest has arrived," announced the leading bodyguard, knocking on the door. With a creak that grinds on the nerves, the rusty door slowly opened. Another tall bodyguard peeked out, and, upon seeing Suyu, lowered his head and said, "Please, come in." Suyu entered the office, maintaining his composure. In the feeble light, he immediately spotted a woman standing by the window, gazing down at the industrial park. Clad in a well-tailored black suit and high heels, she exuded an air of elegance, her height likely exceeding 176 centimeters when factoring in the heels. Beside her stood Master Sun, whom Suyu had encountered previously at the Wanfu jewelry store. With enthusiasm, Master Sun approached, saying, "Mr. Su has finally arrived. Allow me to introduce. This is Miss Chuyu, the heiress of Wanfu Group. She will be conducting today's transaction with you. I am merely a messenger." Suyu nodded in acknowledgement and turned his attention to Chuyu, who had just turned to face him. Framed by a pair of rimless glasses, her oval face was plump and radiant, her features deep and striking. The moment she turned, the graceful S-curve of her silhouette was evident. "Exquisite," Suyu silently praised, finding her nearly flawless in both visage and form. easily deserving a score of at least 98 out of 100. Suyu. After a brief handshake, they took their seats at a makeshift folding table. The suitcase filled with gold had already been brought in. Master Sun, a professional in this field, began to inspect the goods. After a few moments, he nodded at Chuyu, confirming, "The gold is in order. How shall we transact, Mr. Su? Have you made a decision regarding public or private accounts?" Chuyu inquired coolly. Public accounts will yield immediate large sums, as they entail no risk. In contrast, private accounts carry greater risks. Currently, I can only offer you 20% upfront, with the remaining 80% payable upon completion of the deal. Master Sun had previously elucidated the distinctions between public and private accounts. Public accounts involve a legitimate domestic gold mine, where due taxes are paid, transforming the gold into a safely sourced commodity, albeit at a lower price of 300 per gram. Private accounts, while priced higher at 330 per gram, come with considerable risk involving smuggling, where any misstep could result in total loss. Having contemplated this beforehand, Suyu responded decisively, "Public accounts. For 100 kilograms of gold. That amounts to 30 million. The funds will be transferred to your previous account before 10 o'clock, and there will be no issues with this money. Feel free to spend it as you wish." Chuyu seemed to have anticipated his choice, her tone remaining composed. Suyu nodded, glancing at the time, just past 9:30. He chose not to rise but instead remained seated. Chuyu, too, remained in her seat, understanding that she could not leave until the funds had been transferred. The small room fell into an uneasy silence, punctuated only by the sounds of Master Sun verifying the gold and their steady breathing. Suyu found the atmosphere rather uncomfortable and casually initiated a conversation. "This place, nestled by the mountains and water, is quite charming. How did you come across it?" Chuyu cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Because this is my family's property. If you find it appealing, I could sell it to you." "Oh." Suyu's eyes brightened. Acquiring this industrial park had been part of his plans, and now, unexpectedly encountering the rightful owner was a delightful surprise. He quickly inquired, "How much?" Chuyu, who had maintained a calm demeanor until now, finally displayed a hint of surprise, studying Suyu for a moment before responding, "Are you serious? I wouldn't jest about such matters." "Please, name your price," Suyu replied decisively. "This place currently holds little value. What would you do with it?" Chuyu's expression turned more serious, her eyes filled with scrutiny. "Who knows? Perhaps I find the scenery delightful and wish to purchase it for a seaside villa?" Suyu shrugged nonchalantly. Listening to his clearly absurd reasoning, Chuyu lightly tapped her slender fingers on the table. After a prolonged silence, she spoke. "This is industrial land. If you intend to use it for residential construction, that would be unfeasible. The standard price for industrial land in the Magic City is typically around 700,000 yuan per mu, and even at its lowest, this plot cannot be valued at less than 200,000 yuan. However, the usual tenure for industrial land is 50 years, and the rights to this parcel have merely a decade remaining. The price could indeed be reduced by another 50,000 yuan per mu. What do you think? At 50,000 per mu, even if Suyu invested all of his over 30 million yuan, he would only acquire around 600 to 700 mu. Moreover, it would only be usable for 10 years, too expensive. Suyu decisively shook his head. This abandoned industrial park is practically unusable. I would need at least 2 years for renovations. With only 10 years left on the ownership, the actual usable time would likely dwindle to 7 or 8 years. Furthermore, the logistics here rely heavily on maritime transport, which complicates matters significantly compared to other industrial areas. While the standard price may not dip below 200,000, I am not so sure. Then let us be direct. What can you offer? Chuyu stated plainly. I can offer 10,000 per mu. That is my utmost limit. Suyu firmly countered, slashing the price by 80. In truth, apart from the aforementioned reasons, his willingness to propose such a low bid stemmed from the fact that this land was virtually abandoned. Few would consider purchasing it, rather than let it languish. Selling it to him would at least recover a portion of the investment. The atmosphere fell silent once more. After a moment, Chuyu replied, "Agreed." Chapter 19. Yu Xiaoyu treats, a date. Late at night, the abandoned industrial park became unexpectedly lively. Chuyu was evidently a woman of swift action. After reaching a preliminary agreement, she disregarded the late hour and made a call, instructing someone to bring the contract and property documentation overnight. Thus, Suyu, who had just pocketed 30 million yuan, immediately disbursed 15 million. This industrial land, spanning over 500 mu and with merely a decade left on its usage rights, became part of his assets. By the time everything was settled, it was already past 3 a.m. Chuyu and her associates departed via speedboat, while Suyu drove off alone. The transaction was completed without any underhanded dealings, and he had even managed to acquire the land at an exceptionally low price, an outcome favorable to all parties involved. With this experience, Suyu contemplated liquidating the remaining 300 kilograms of gold through a similar approach, alleviating the hassle of piecemeal transactions. The next 2 days were rather uneventful. Suyu maintained a routine of shuttling between his home, warehouse, and the industrial park. During this time, aside from a transaction with Shuangxing to replenish previously owed materials, he received a message from Li Yuanqi. Essentially, she had consulted a professor regarding Suyu's idea of establishing a battery factory, and if they were to engage their law firm for representation, the process would take at least a month or 2 to complete. Moreover, he would need to cooperate by providing various documents, certificates, and a plethora of materials, an overall cumbersome endeavor. After all, the mainstream batteries today were lithium-based, which posed significant environmental hazards if mishandled. The approval process would undoubtedly be much stricter. Previously, faced with such a situation, Suyu would have had no recourse, even contemplating abandoning the idea, as he lacked the qualifications to operate a battery factory. His metal hydrogen battery, let alone a paper on it, was still shrouded in mystery. He himself was unaware of the principles behind its high energy density. Where could he procure the necessary documentation? However, after a few days of production, he had managed to assemble a complete set of 200 heavy exoskeletons. Following another transaction with Shuangxing, he now possessed 6,000 units of the metal hydrogen battery. Given that a conventional approach was untenable, he had to consider alternative methods, such as leveraging the exoskeleton to secure military sponsorship. With the performance parameters of the heavy exoskeleton, he was certain that presenting it to the military would compel them to assist with the factory establishment. The challenge lay in how to attract military attention to this innovation. Directly storming into a military base was out of the question. While bullets might not harm him, they wielded heavy weaponry. A call to them would likely be dismissed as lunacy, rendering the situation quite complex. As he lay in bed, Suyu rubbed his temples in frustration, deciding not to dwell on it further. It was Saturday, and the weekend was upon him. By next Monday, the opportunity to match with trading partners would refresh. Rather than ponder these dilemmas, it would be wiser to consider whether the new trading partners would be as compatible as Shuangxing, ideally from a world that complemented his own. Blue Star. Just then, his phone vibrated twice, indicating a message had arrived. Yu Xiaoyu. Mr. Su, are you free tomorrow evening? I've reserved a restaurant at the Bund. Suyu paused momentarily, recalling that this was the attractive saleswoman he had met on the day he purchased his vehicle. They had indeed arranged to dine together over the weekend. This opportunity had presented itself. How could he possibly decline? Energized, Suyu picked up his phone and replied affirmatively. Yu Xiaoyu responded almost instantly, and they quickly agreed to meet at 4 p.m. the following day. Indeed, one must seize the moment. Setting down his phone, Suyu fell into a deep sleep. What to do when faced with challenges? Embrace the moment. With finances no longer a concern, he decided to tackle problems as they arose. The following day, at 4 p.m., Suyu arrived punctually at the designated location at the Bund in his G-class, where Yu Xiaoyu was already waiting. Today, she donned a khaki trench coat over a white turtleneck, with a simple scarf around her neck and her long, wavy hair cascading down. Her legs were clad in sheer stockings paired with ankle boots, radiating a youthful and vibrant charm, contrasting with the serious and alluring professional attire she had worn a few days prior at the dealership. Suyu had initially tempered his expectations for Yu Xiaoyu's dinner invitation, considering her position as a mere sales associate with a modest salary. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that she had chosen a restaurant where the average cost per person exceeded 1,000 yuan. Could the commission from that car purchase cover such an extravagant meal? Upon reviewing the bill, which totaled over 4,000 yuan, Suyu was taken aback. That's quite something. The commission from that vehicle alone should exceed 10,000 yuan, right? Yu Xiaoyu, unperturbed, replied candidly, indeed. But clients who can afford luxury cars typically gravitate toward more seasoned salespeople, making it rare for us junior sales associates to encounter them. Thus, I must express my gratitude once more. As the hour remains early, shall we indulge in a film together? Indeed, Suyu certainly had no reason to decline. After all, he was not there merely for a meal. The two turned and entered a cinema once more. By the time they emerged, it was already past 10 in the evening. However, compared to when they had entered, the complexion of Yu Xiaoyu was slightly flushed, her large eyes glistening with a watery sheen, exuding an enchanting allure. One could only wonder what transpired within those walls. Yet, both maintained a tacit understanding, refraining from mentioning their return home, seamlessly transitioning from the cinema to a 5-star hotel. The following noon, after a night of indulgence, Suyu finally awakened from his slumber. Glancing at the clock, he was astonished to discover it was already past 12. He pulled Yu Xiaoyu, who had been engrossed in her phone, into his embrace and inquired, "Is it Monday? Do you not have work?" "Not today." Yu Xiaoyu turned to him, wrapping her arms around his waist, her voice languorous. The day after tomorrow. Their SA Defense Expo at the Binzi Convention Center in Magic City. The headquarters has dispatched a contingent from several 4S stores to assist at the expo. And I happen to be on the list, so I don't have to work at the store for the next few days. A defense expo? Suyu paused. Then his eyes brightened suddenly. Is there truly a defense expo in Magic City? He pressed eagerly. Yu Xiaoyu, surprised by his interest, explained. Aside from the renowned Pearl River Air Show, there are numerous other similar expos across the country. Some are organized by local authorities, while others are hosted by various companies. These events are typically smaller in scale and lesser known. The one being held in Magic City is called the Jiuzhou Defense Technology Expo, reportedly spearheaded by the military. However, it showcases limited military equipment, predominantly featuring minor innovations from civilian enterprises, such as drones. It is said that military representatives attend and may procure items they find useful, though the quality of products from private enterprises varies significantly, which is why this expo lacks widespread recognition. At this point, she blinked and asked, "Do you wish to attend? What if I want to exhibit?" Suyu directly articulated his intentions. Just the previous day, he had been pondering how to draw military attention to his heavy exoskeleton. Little did he expect that a casual outing would lead to such an opportunity. Exhibit? Yu Xiaoyu looked at him, taken aback, then pondered briefly. I've heard that exhibitors must submit the specifications of their items well in advance. It's likely too late to go through the usual channels now. However, if you genuinely wish to exhibit, you could contact the person in charge of Binzi in Magic City, since this venue is provided by our Binzi group. If you can persuade him, you might secure a place. Her tone was somewhat uncertain, clearly unfamiliar with the intricacies. Suyu did not press further, recognizing that she was merely a sales representative and likely not privy to such details. He simply requested that she retain the contact information for the Binzi representative in Magic City. He could make a call later to inquire himself. Given the nature of this lesser-known defense expo, securing an exhibition space should not pose a significant challenge. As for the present moment, Yu Xiaoyu suddenly sighed languidly, her large eyes gradually misting over. After completing 2 rounds of morning exercises, they finally rose from bed. Following a refreshing wash, they shared a meal before Suyu drove Yu Xiaoyu back home. Since she had no work for the next couple of days, one would expect her to linger longer. However, Suyu had pressing matters to attend to. It was Monday, and the matching opportunities on the trading platform had refreshed. He was eager to match with new clients. Moreover, with only 2 days remaining until the expo commenced, it was imperative to finalize arrangements today. He placed a call to the Binzi Group representative in Magic City to inquire about the Defense Expo. As he suspected, the requirements for exhibitors were rather lenient. Not only private enterprises, but even small personal inventions could exhibit for free, provided they passed evaluation. After all, this was an event aimed at the military, who prioritized practicality over spectacle. It served as an opportunity for military personnel to engage with civilian tech enthusiasts and businesses, albeit with limited efficacy most of the time. Although Suyu had missed the initial appointment and could not navigate the standard procedure, alternative routes existed. Since the expo was hosted at the Binzi Convention Center, securing 2 exhibition spaces would not be an issue if needed. Following a cordial exchange, Suyu made a visit to the Binzi headquarters in Magic City. After parting with a sum of money, he managed to solidify his participation. According to the representative, he simply needed to deliver his exhibition items by the morning of the event, at which point staff would guide him to his designated space. Moreover, due to his financial contribution, his position would not be too unfavorable. With everything settled, Suyu exhaled a sigh of relief. In recent days, he had produced numerous exoskeletons with the aid of the black box, and failing to sell them would have been quite disheartening. Although he had only secured an exhibition slot, he felt confident that once his exoskeleton caught the military's eye, it would undoubtedly garner interest. If not, he would have to question the competence of the military representatives attending the expo. Upon returning home that evening, Suyu secured the door and entered the Interdimensional Trading Platform. Name: Suyu. Identity: Agent of the Interdimensional Trading Platform. Blue Star Region. Level: Junior Agent, 310. Trading points, 200. Available matching attempts. 1. Suyu had completed 4 transactions with Frost Star, each yielding 50 trading points, giving him a total of 200 points. This was unproblematic. However, the progress bar for upgrading from Junior Agent status indicated 310. This was somewhat intriguing. Suyu speculated that trading with the same counterpart could only yield a maximum of 3 progress increments. If his hypothesis held true, to elevate to the status of a mid-level agent, he would need to engage with at least 4 distinct trade partners, implying a timeline of at least a month. In practice, it might take longer, as he had heard Frost Star mention that it was uncommon for newcomers to instantly match with a partner like her, enabling mutual benefit. For instance, Frost Star herself had been bound to the Interdimensional Trading Platform for nearly 6 months, having matched with over 10 trading partners. Yet, apart from Suyu, she had only successfully completed 5 transactions, and the total yield from those transactions paled in comparison to what Suyu had obtained in his initial effort. In summary, drawing from the cautionary tale of Frost Star, Suyu held little hope of matching with a suitable trading partner this time. However, since the opportunity had presented itself, it was essential to give it a try. Shall we commence the matching process for trading partners? Yes. Matching with trading partner in progress. Success. Buzz. Suyu felt a fleeting blur before his eyes, and upon reopening them, he discovered himself in a pavilion situated at the heart of a serene lake, surrounded by picturesque scenery and connected to the shore by an ancient corridor bridge. Within the pavilion, apart from himself, sat a middle-aged man of formidable presence, clad in a dark cloak and adorned with a jade crown, who was kneeling at the table opposite him. At that moment, the man's piercing gaze was fixed upon Suyu, bringing forth an invisible pressure that compelled him to squint slightly. Chapter 21. Is the trading partner an old acquaintance? The first emperor of China, Yingzheng, an ancient figure? Suyu scrutinized the man across from him, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Based on his exchanges with Frost Star, he had learned that encountering ancient trading partners often resulted in insurmountable challenges. The myriad of factors at play stemmed fundamentally from the exceedingly low productivity of society prior to the feudal era. The commodities available for trade were disproportionately scant. Items from their time might be considered artifacts, priceless in value, yet trading them directly without the ravages of time rendered them meaningless. An expert could easily dismiss a purported Western Zhou artifact as merely a relic of the recent past. Nevertheless, since he was already present, adhering to the principle of mutual respect, Suyu raised his hand in a salute, stating, "Agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform, Blue Star District, Suyu." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and returned a slight bow. "Agent of the Transdimensional Trading Platform, Shenzhou District, Yingzheng." Suyu was taken aback. Could it be mere coincidence that they shared the same name, or was this another Yingzheng from an alternate reality? Contemplating this, he cautiously inquired, "Might you be the king of Qin?" Yingzheng, upon hearing this, displayed no sign of surprise, merely shaking his head with a calm demeanor. "I am the first emperor of Shenzhou. I am no longer merely the king of Qin." Suyu was left speechless. Wasn't he this all a bit too far-fetched? While he could understand the trading platform matching him with an ancient figure, after all, it was transdimensional. The notion of encountering someone from history with the same name and identity was utterly fantastical. Though theoretically plausible according to the parallel universe theory, the reality of such an encounter was still rather difficult to digest. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally exclaimed, "This is truly astonishing. In the vast expanse of 3,000 great worlds, there are bound to be commonalities that bind them together, rendering surprise unnecessary." Yingzheng sipped his tea, his tone remarkably unperturbed. "Do you understand what I find astonishing?" Suyu inquired, somewhat bewildered. "I am well aware. Prior to your arrival, I had already matched with 2 individuals from different worlds, and upon hearing my name, they both claimed that their respective histories featured an emperor akin to myself." Yingzheng offered a brief explanation, then shook his head with a hint of regret, yet neither was able to answer my query, and thus, no transactions were consummated. "A pity, indeed. Are you suggesting that your question serves as the item necessary for the first transaction?" Suyu responded, astonished. "Indeed." Yingzheng nodded. "My question is this. What means can be employed to prevent my Qin dynasty from meeting its demise in the 2nd generation? You need not provide a flawless solution. Merely offer one that I deem useful, and that shall suffice to complete this transaction. In return, I can offer you a tome known as the Tai Chi Refining Classic. For I observe that you are of mortal flesh, and practicing this method may extend your lifespan. Surely, it constitutes a fair recompense." The Tai Chi Refining Classic? Suyu's lips twitched as he recalled the historical account of Qin Shi Huang's pursuit of immortality leading to his demise, feeling an urge to scoff. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he found himself momentarily stunned. The trading platform had recognized this transaction. There was no way the platform would deal in falsehoods. This meant that the tome was indeed authentic. Hiss. It made sense, for in his world, Qin Shi Huang's quest for immortality ended in futility, yet in other realms. This might not hold true. Perhaps in this world, the existence of Qi refiners was a reality, capable of achieving immortality. This was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. He must acquire this tome to study it thoroughly. If it truly held merit, its value would rival the black box procured from Frost Star. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "Might I ask how the Qin Emperor came to learn of the inevitable downfall of the Qin dynasty?" Addressing an emperor posed its own challenges. Referring to him as Yingzheng felt akin to an insult to an ancient figure, while calling him Your Majesty felt inappropriate given his position. Ultimately, addressing him simply as the Qin Emperor seemed most fitting. "Such knowledge comes from the first trading partner I encountered. who claimed to hail from 700 years after the fall of the Qin, amid chaotic times, and had not delved deeply into historical texts. He merely knew of the Qin's demise at the hands of Xiongyu and Liu Bang, lacking detailed understanding, and thus could not provide an answer. The second trading partner, however, professed to originate from over 2,000 years after the Qin's fall, revering me as the eternal emperor and professing his utmost admiration, even performing a grand gesture of respect upon our meeting. Ing Zheng recounted, shaking his head in apparent confusion as he continued. Yet when I asked him why the Qin fell, he spoke vaguely, attributing it solely to the machinations of Zhao Gao and Li Si, suggesting that the elimination of these individuals and the rebellious Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, along with Xiongyu and Liu Bang, would have secured the Qin's eternal legacy. However, the downfall of a vast empire cannot be resolved by simply eliminating a few individuals. I deemed him unlearned and hasty in thought, and thus chose not to engage in a transaction with him. Upon hearing this, Suyu began to grasp the situation. One individual hailed from the era of the Wei Jin and southern northern dynasties, aware of Qin Shi Huang, but limited to the knowledge of the Qin's downfall, while the other likely emerged from a parallel world in the 21st century, a fervent admirer of Ing Zheng, whose comprehension of the Qin dynasty was fundamentally superficial. After a moment of reflection, Suyu responded, "The reasons behind the Qin's downfall are manifold. I am not a historian and cannot expound comprehensively. But in my humble opinion, there are three primary factors." Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng sat up straight, a serious expression gracing his face. "Pray, enlighten me. I cannot claim to be a source of wisdom. I merely share insights gleaned from others," Suyu replied, shaking his head before continuing. "Firstly, the Qin fell due to legalism. The agricultural military system proposed by Xiangyang was a remedy before the unification of the realm. However, post-unification, it became a poison. With the loss of the benefits derived from external expansion, the stringent penalties of the Qin's legal system rendered the agricultural military policy a mere instrument of oppression. The implementation of harsh laws is indeed necessary for governing a nation. However, it cannot solely rely on such measures. Furthermore, the fall of the Qin dynasty was precipitated by excessive haste. Although the six states were unified, their customs, culture, and even their language were utterly distinct from those of the Qin people. The synchronization of carts and the standardization of script was a commendable beginning. While the populace might have faced initial discomfort, it would not have led to rebellion. Given time, they would naturally acclimatize. The issue lies in introducing an array of novel systems before the people have had the chance to adapt, which would only yield counterproductive results. Moreover, the demise of the Qin dynasty was also due to the lack of capable successors. This absence of successors refers not only to the imperial throne, but also encompasses the entirety of the Qin hierarchy, from the emperor to the noble class, all of whom were beneficiaries of the war and agriculture policies. Their reluctance to embrace change inevitably led to their downfall. The would-be reformer, Fusu, found himself unable to ascend to power, ostensibly due to the treachery of Hu Hai, Li Si, and Zhao Gao, but in truth, it was the inevitable outcome chosen by the noble class of Qin. He could neither take his own life nor become the emperor of Qin. Those who vanquished the six states were, in fact, the six states themselves, not merely Qin. The annihilation of Qin was instigated by Qin, not by the world at large. If the six states cherished their own, they could effectively repel Qin. If Qin were to cherish the people of the six states, it could rule for generations to come. In conclusion, Suyu quoted the ending lines of the Afang Palace Ode, while his interpretation may have been somewhat biased, and his assertion that this could ensure a dynasty lasting for millennia was indeed exaggerated. The overarching sentiment he conveyed was not misplaced. Whether concerning Qin or the six states, both met their demise from within rather than from external forces. After a prolonged silence, Ing Zheng clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your enlightening counsel." In truth, upon first encountering the trading partner and hearing the assertion that the Qin fell in the second generation, he had already begun to ponder the reasons behind the Qin's downfall. Although he lacked the perspective of a future observer like Su Yu, he had formed some hypotheses. Now, after listening to Su Yu's insights, he felt he could almost pinpoint the ailments afflicting the Qin dynasty. He contemplated for a moment and clicked a few options on his personal panel. Subsequently, Su Yu received a transaction notice for an item titled Tai Chi Refinement Scripture. Over 100 bamboo scrolls. The system confirmed that the transaction was complete. Su Yu gazed at Ing Zheng in astonishment, while Ing Zheng responded with composure. "Though I have yet to ascertain how to avoid the fate of the second generation's demise, you have identified the cause of the Qin's downfall. Knowing the ailment, one can naturally conceive remedies. Thus, this transaction is deemed fulfilled. Additionally, I have one more inquiry. How can the Qin eradicate these maladies?" The bargaining chip for this transaction was a longevity elixir. Chapter 22, Transaction Item. Longevity elixir. The bargaining chip for this transaction was a longevity elixir. With this pill, anyone could extend their lifespan by 20 years. As Ing Zheng spoke, an exquisitely crafted wooden box appeared in his hand. Upon opening the box, a golden elixir, round and radiant, seemingly exuding a faint glow, was revealed. A refreshing fragrance suddenly wafted through the pavilion, and as Su Yu inhaled deeply, he felt rejuvenated. The exhaustion from the previous night's toil dissipated in that moment, leaving him more invigorated than after a restful slumber. Su Yu's heart raced as he glanced at his personal panel. Upon confirming that the system recognized the authenticity of the elixir, excitement surged within him. Longevity. How many sought after such a treasure? A longevity elixir extending life by 20 years would fetch astronomical sums at auction on Blue Star. After all, for the truly wealthy, an additional 20 years could yield far more than mere billions. Naturally, should he acquire such a thing, Su Yu had no intention of selling it. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure and then asked Ing Zheng, might the Qin emperor be aware of which dynasty unified the realm after the fall of Qin? I have heard from previous traders that it was the Han established by Liu Bang. Ing Zheng, uncertain, countered, what is the duration of this Han dynasty? The Qin dynasty lasted 14 years, and after its fall, the Chu-Han contention persisted for 4 years. Su Yu, well versed in this historical period, recounted, after 4 years, Emperor Liu Bang of the Han united the lords, establishing the Han dynasty upon the ruins of Qin. The Han is divided into the former Han and the later Han. The former Han lasted 210 years, while the later Han endured for 195 years, combining for a total of 405 years. Following the fall of the later Han, Liu Bei established the later Han, which lasted 43 years. After the demise of the later Han, during every period of chaos, numerous warlords would claim the name of Han. Yet these factions, much like the later Han, could only carve out small territories and never achieve greatness. Although the Liu family's Han dynasty perished, the people of that land continued to identify as Han, persisting for over 2 millennia, thriving and multiplying through the ages. At this juncture, Su Yu, with a knowing smile, glanced at Ing Zheng. I wonder, from your perspective, does this Han dynasty endure for 400 years, 2000 years, or perhaps for eternity? Ing Zheng, taken aback, took a moment before inhaling deeply and responding. Are you suggesting that the issues presently afflicting the Qin have already been resolved by Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han? He found this hard to accept. After all, he himself had pondered for half a month upon learning of the Qin's impending fall, struggling to identify the root of the problem. Yet, it appeared that Liu Bang, who seized the Qin's power after his death, managed to solve these issues. Such an extraordinary feat seemed implausible. However, it would be incorrect to attribute this solely to Liu Bang. Su Yu shook his head. To be precise, it was the collective efforts of the 4 brilliant rulers, Emperor Gaozu, Emperor Wan, Emperor Jing, and Emperor Wu of Han, along with countless talented individuals under their command, who spent nearly a century resolving those issues and fully integrating the territory unified by military force into a cohesive entity of spirit, culture, and governance. Addressing this matter is intricate, and it cannot be succinctly articulated. The best I can offer are the historical records of the Han dynasty from our world. With history as a guide, you may draw inspiration. Then I am sincerely grateful. This transaction is feasible. Ing Zheng responded earnestly with a bow. Though the circumstances of the Qin differed from those of the Han, they shared similarities. Following the Han's exact path would undoubtedly be impractical. Yet the Han's successful experience could provide him with invaluable insights. Su Yu observed the longevity elixir now nestled in his inventory, exhaling contentedly and smiling. Within 3 days, I shall compile all the historical texts concerning the Han dynasty that I can find and present them to you. That would be splendid. Ing Zheng nodded in agreement. The transaction concluded with mutual satisfaction. Su Yu had effortlessly acquired a cultivation scripture, the effects of which remained uncertain, in exchange for a few hundred coins to procure various editions of historical texts, ultimately earning a longevity elixir. One could hardly argue that he had not profited immensely. Meanwhile, Ing Zheng, through a common cultivation method and a longevity elixir he typically consumed like candy, had gained a strategy to address his current challenges. It was a mutually beneficial outcome. Upon returning to Blue Star, Su Yu gazed at the small wooden box containing the elixir, opened it, and inhaled the fragrant aroma, instantly feeling invigorated and revitalized. In an impulsive moment, he felt an urge to consume the golden elixir. However, he merely entertained the thought and refrained from swallowing it whole. After all, he was still youthful and had no pressing need to extend his lifespan by an additional 20 years. Retaining it for future contingencies seemed the wisest course of action. The following day, Su Yu awoke late, having indulged in a refreshing slumber until noon. The afternoon unfolded in a routine manner, with him commuting between the warehouse and the industrial park. He stocked up on supplies at the warehouse and dedicated 2 hours in the industrial park to construct over 40 sets of heavy exoskeletons. As night fell, he arranged to dine again with Yu Xiaoyu, with whom he had shared a night of passion, marking a second blossoming of their relationship. Thus, a day of unremarkable simplicity passed. On the subsequent morning, due to his attendance at the defense exhibition, Su Yu rose unusually early. After engaging in morning exercises with Yu Xiaoyu, the pair hurriedly prepared and made their way to the Tsihui Exhibition Center in Magic City. As a supporting staff member, Yu Xiaoyu was permitted to enter through the main entrance. Su Yu, representing the exhibiting party, needed to access the venue from the back with the exhibition items. After parting at the entrance, Su Yu waved his hand, and a brand new heavy exoskeleton materialized in the back seat of his vehicle, which he then maneuvered through the back entrance of the exhibition hall, presenting the entry permit he had acquired from the exhibition coordinator. Su Yu quickly received assistance from several staff members to transport the nearly 300-kilogram exoskeleton into the exhibition hall using a forklift. At that moment, the hall was largely vacant. Still in the setup phase, it would not be until 10 o'clock when the exhibition commenced that attendees would gradually arrive. Naturally, this defense exhibition primarily catered to military personnel, with little public awareness. Thus, it was unlikely there would be many ticket-buying spectators. Even once it began, Su Yu estimated the crowd would be sparse. After meticulously positioning the heavy exoskeleton on a reasonably well-placed exhibition stand, he found a nearby massage chair, reclined, and began to occupy himself with his mobile phone. Time seemed to pass swiftly in his engrossed state. Despite feeling as though only a brief moment had elapsed, over an hour had indeed gone by. Following a tedious monologue from several balding officials, the exhibition hall, which had been rather desolate, finally began to exhibit a semblance of liveliness, albeit modest. Su Yu discreetly observed and estimated that no more than 200 attendees had entered the center, with at least half clad in military uniforms. The number of ordinary spectators was dismally low. After all, not everyone had the luxury of spending money on an unknown civilian defense exhibition ticket. As he witnessed a throng of fellow exhibitors encircle the meager audience, peddling their products, Su Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He shifted slightly in the massage chair, adopting a more comfortable position, completely disinterested in joining them. As the saying goes, the fisherman waits for the willing to bite. This time, the military contingent included not only junior soldiers and officers, but also numerous researchers from military institutes. Among them were undoubtedly individuals well-versed in the field. With the capabilities of the heavy exoskeleton, he had no need to approach the crowd, seeking validation for his creation. If the product was superior, it would attract interest without the need for persuasion. Conversely, if it were inferior, no amount of coaxing would suffice. As the exhibition hall gradually filled with activity, Su Yu, still engrossed in his phone, was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps halting in front of his booth. Upon glancing up, he noticed an officer in uniform, distinguished by spectacles and an air of refinement, standing before his exhibit. Accompanying him were several burly bodyguards, unmistakably his protectors, who gazed in awe at the imposing exoskeleton on display. Meanwhile, Su Yu scrutinized the officer, mentally noting, he does not resemble a frontline commander or combatant. He is likely a researcher. Despite his relatively young age and holding the rank of major, his presence with several bodyguards indicates he is a person of significance. The target clientele has finally manifested. G60, heavy exoskeleton. Does it pique your interest, sir? Su Yu languidly rose from the massage chair and smiled at the refined gentleman. Greetings. I am Major Zhou Bowie, a researcher from the Eastern District. The officer extended his hand courteously. Ah, Major Zhou, I am Su Yu, an enthusiast of civilian military matters. Su Yu replied, discreetly glancing at the rank insignia on the officer's shoulder. Mr. Su, you are too humble. I also engage in research concerning exoskeletons. I find no flaws in the design of this model, at least in terms of appearance and structural integrity. If that is merely considered a hobby, then we researchers have much to learn from you. Major Zhou's eyes sparkled as he regarded the exoskeleton. However, his interest appeared confined to its visible design and structure. As for its practical application, regrettably, such armored exoskeletons would hold little utility in contemporary contexts. In Major Zhou's understanding, modern exoskeletons primarily enhance soldiers' load-bearing capabilities, providing slight assistance to enable them to carry more supplies in combat, thereby enhancing their speed and endurance. The notion of affixing armor to an exoskeleton to increase defensive capabilities was entirely foreign to this era's designs. The reason was straightforward: insufficient power. In other words, the technology lacked advanced motors. To effectively operate this exoskeleton, one would require a motor of a size akin to those found in automobiles. Such a large motor could not be integrated. After all, if motors were to provide assistance, it would not suffice to install just one. Multiple motors would need to be embedded at every critical joint. Conversely, smaller motors that could fit within the structure would lack the necessary power. To take it a step further, even if the motor issue could be resolved, the fundamental problem of battery capacity would remain. Whether lacking motors for assistance or batteries for power, both were fatal flaws in this cumbersome apparatus. One could hardly expect soldiers to rely on sheer human strength to maneuver such a weighty contraption, which would easily weigh 200 to 300 kilograms at a minimum. Even a superhuman would struggle to run a few laps while encumbered by such a load. The current positioning of exoskeletons still centers on alleviating soldiers' burdens, not augmenting their capabilities. A several hundred kilogram hunk of metal without powered assistance could only be described as a turbocharged burden. Major Zhou, your praise is unwarranted. However, this heavy exoskeleton is not merely an aesthetic marvel, Suyu noted, observing the officer's expression, which indicated a lack of comprehension regarding the true potential of the exoskeleton. If Major Zhou has the time, I would be delighted to demonstrate its capabilities for you, he suggested. Oh, it possesses additional functionalities? Major Zhou's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, I have all the time in the world, there is no rush. Excellent, Suyu responded, striding over to the heavy exoskeleton and tapping on its formidable chest armor. In the next moment, accompanied by a series of mechanical clicks, the once stationary exoskeleton began to part at the chest, revealing its meticulously organized internal structure. The mere automatic activation of the exoskeleton left Zhou Bo stunned. His eyes wide and breath quickened. Could it truly be powered by an electric motor? Observing the manner in which the chest plate had opened, it was evident that the motor was likely installed within the ribcage of the exoskeleton. However, after scrutinizing it for a considerable time, he found no discernible signs of a motor's presence in that area. Given the sheer size of the apparatus, the internal motor could hardly be smaller than those found in conventional electric vehicles. What was the situation here? Realizing that something was amiss, Zhou Bo quickly regained his composure. After a brief moment of astonishment, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop Suyu, who was preparing to don the exoskeleton, and whispered, There are many eyes around, Mr. Su. Let us find a quieter place for the demonstration. At this, Suyu showed no surprise and readily agreed with a smile. Under Zhou Bo's direction, several security personnel exerted tremendous effort to hoist the exoskeleton, which weighed over 300 kilograms, onto a small transport cart. The group, behaving as if nothing unusual had transpired, pushed the exoskeleton out of the exhibition hall, seeking an unoccupied conference room in the back of the convention center. Mr. Su, please hold on for a moment. I have already notified a few colleagues who are on their way, Zhou Bo said politely upon entering the room. Meanwhile, his security team began to search the space, promptly dismantling the 2 surveillance cameras installed in the conference room. This defense exhibition had been held for several years. Yet the military had managed to glean only a handful of truly useful innovations from civilian enterprises or individuals. Most of the time, the exchanges held greater symbolic significance than practical value. However, this time was different. Zhou Bo, who had initially harbored modest expectations for discovering anything remarkable at the civilian defense exhibition, now felt invigorated. If his first impression of the exoskeleton had been that it was an aesthetically pleasing yet ultimately useless contraption, witnessing the presence of a functional power assistance system transformed his perspective. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Even if the power system was not yet sufficient to mobilize the 300-kilogram mechanical exoskeleton, the technology of the miniature electric motor within was already extraordinary black technology. If he could acquire the patent for the motor from Suyu, he could swiftly integrate such a motor into his military exoskeleton, paving the way for its deployment in real combat. Of course, the military exoskeleton he was researching was merely a skeletal framework, devoid of armor. Observing Zhou Bo as he eagerly circled the exoskeleton, inspecting it from various angles, Suyu couldn't help but suppress a smile. It was indeed remarkable how the black technology from the wasteland world could elicit such excitement among researchers on Blue Star, merely by revealing a glimpse of its potential. If they were to discover that this apparatus could not only run and jump, but also carry a ton at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, they might very well faint on the spot, not to mention the terrifying protective capabilities and other formidable specifications. According to Frost Star, this G60 heavy exoskeleton was, in terms of materials and structure, quite comparable to some lightweight power armors from the wasteland world, with the sole distinction being the energy source. The G60 exoskeleton utilized a metallic hydrogen battery, while the power armors in Frost Star's world relied on cold fusion reactors for energy. The superiority of lightweight power armors over exoskeletons was precisely due to the availability of fusion reactors, which allowed for the integration of numerous functional components, such as near immunity to kinetic weaponry, akin to an at field, and engines capable of flight without mass. Additionally, high-energy laser weaponry, all of which consumed vast amounts of power. While the G60 exoskeleton could potentially accommodate such functional modules, the metallic hydrogen battery simply could not support them. Beyond these high-energy consuming modules, however, the G60 exoskeleton's specifications and mechanical qualities were not significantly inferior to those of lightweight power armors from the Wasteland world. Even in the flourishing era of the Wasteland world, where Frost Star hailed from, and which was on the cusp of space colonization, power armors represented the pinnacle of technology. It has been said that when technology advances far enough, it becomes indistinguishable from magic. In comparison to the technological marvels of Frost Star's world, the advancements on Blue Star could indeed be perceived as magical. When the true capabilities of this exoskeleton were revealed, all eyes on Blue Star would surely be drawn to it. Chapter 24. What is this Zenith technology? Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the colleagues Zhou Bo had summoned arrived in full. Aside from a few elderly gentlemen clearly engaged in research, the leading figure was a general adorned with the insignia of a star on his shoulder. Upon entering, the general's gaze was immediately fixed upon the exoskeleton. After surveying the room, he glanced at Su Yu and then turned his attention to Zhou Bo. Noticing this, Zhou Bo quickly introduced, General Wu, this is Mr. Su Yu, and this exoskeleton is his exhibit. Its value surpasses that of all the other exhibits combined and will be immensely beneficial to our research. Surpasses all the other exhibits combined. General Wu raised an eyebrow in surprise, casting a scrutinizing glance at Su Yu. Although most of the items displayed by civilian enterprises were somewhat mundane for the military, they could generally be classified as high-tech equipment. On his way here, he had reviewed Su Yu's exhibition materials. For a person who had merely leveraged connections to gain entry, to present something more impressive than the offerings of established civilian enterprises was unexpected. After a brief contemplation, General Wu extended his hand, saying, Hello, Mr. Su. I am Wu Fangzhen, Chief of Staff for the Eastern District. Would you be able to demonstrate this on-site? He observed the G60 exoskeleton, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. After all, the exoskeletons in military research facilities were merely skeletal frameworks constructed from metal rods. This apparatus, fully armored, did not resemble any exoskeleton he had encountered. It bore a closer resemblance to the power armors depicted in films. Zhou Bo had merely mentioned discovering an extraordinary exhibit without detailing its merits, so witnessing it firsthand would surely be more enlightening. Eliminating the need for further explanation from Zhou Bo. Of course, it's no problem, Su Yu replied, shaking his hand. He then approached the heavy exoskeleton in front of the group gathered in the conference room. Employing the same technique, he knocked on the thick chest plate. Immediately, the robust exoskeleton split open, creating an entrance large enough for a person to enter. Without any intention of changing his attire, Su Yu, clad in loose athletic wear, awkwardly stepped into the armor. Observing this scene, General Wu remained unfazed. However, the accompanying researchers gasped, their breaths quickening. As professionals, they recognized at once that the exoskeleton housed a motor with a power assistance system. No wonder Zhou Bo had been so eager to summon them. Just this feature alone rendered it far superior to the mundane exhibits outside. Yet, their astonishment was just beginning. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical friction, Su Yu, now fully enveloped within the armor, flexed his fingers and, to the collective astonishment of the onlookers, stepped down from the cart, strolling leisurely around the conference room. Zhou Bo Wei was utterly astounded, unable to suppress an exclamation. The other researchers also displayed expressions of disbelief, struggling to fathom the reality before them. Is there any explanation for this? Wu Fangzhen furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Yet, being no expert, he could not pinpoint the issue immediately. This contraption weighs over 300 kilograms. Zhou Bo Wei glanced at Su Yu, swallowing hard. After a brief moment of confusion, Wu Fangzhen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Though he was not a researcher and lacked expertise in scientific matters, he was a military advisor who understood the optimal utilization of weaponry. A piece of equipment clad in heavy armor, yet capable of agile movement. Imagine the combat effectiveness it could provide if his soldiers were outfitted with such technology. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze grew increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, Su Yu continued his demonstration. He slightly bent his knees and, with a graceful leap, soared 7 to 8 meters from the corner of the conference room to the window. With a casual pinch, he crushed the stainless steel security grille of the window as if it were mere paper, reducing it to a flattened mass. He then strolled to the massive conference table in the center of the room, grasping the edge with both hands. With a subtle exertion, accompanied by the low hum of the motor and the astonished expressions of onlookers, he lifted the solid wooden table, which weighed over a ton, effortlessly. The G60 heavy exoskeleton could advance at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour while bearing a load of 1 ton. This weight was merely the optimal load for energy efficiency, as the machine could, when fully powered, carry 2 to 3 tons without faltering. However, This would significantly increase energy consumption and reduce mobility. The table, weighing just over a ton, posed no challenge for Suyu. With a resounding thud, the silence of the conference room shattered as the heavy object struck the floor, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the assembled military personnel. At that moment, Suyu retracted his facial armor, beaming at them. "What do you think of the G60 heavy exoskeleton, esteemed generals?" Before General Wu could respond, a throng of researchers rushed forward, their eyes gleaming with wonder as if they beheld a celestial beauty. They surrounded Suyu, bombarding him with questions while eagerly touching the exoskeleton. Incredible. Simply incredible. What kind of motors and transmission systems possess such load-bearing capacity? Is this a matter of the transmission system? What powers it? I see no external power source or built-in battery. Young man, if fully powered, how long can this exoskeleton operate? They clamored. With such formidable load capacity, agile movement, and impressive jumping ability, how was this marvel created? Wait, what material is this armor made of? It feels so peculiar to the touch. Suyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Although he felt slightly offended, he understood their excitement. After a moment's reflection, he called out, "Everyone, please remain calm. I have detailed specifications for you to study." He then distributed printed pamphlets containing the general parameters of the G60 exoskeleton. Little did they know that upon inspection, the parameters would incite even greater excitement among the researchers. Several older scholars nearly clutched their chests in shock. Even Wu Fangzhen, an outsider, felt his hands tremble as he perused the pamphlet. What sort of celestial technology is this? In terms of load-bearing capacity, maintaining a speed of 100 kilometers per hour while carrying 1 ton was merely the most energy-efficient scenario. In extreme conditions, disregarding energy consumption and transmission system wear, it could still achieve speeds of over 60 kilometers per hour while bearing loads of 2 to 3 tons. What does this imply? Most compact family cars weigh around 1.5 tons. This machine, at full power, could carry 2 vehicles. Regarding energy, under the energy-efficient plan, a single charge would allow the exoskeleton to run continuously for 3,000 kilometers while bearing a 1-ton load. Of course, this scenario existed only in theory. In such conditions, the equipment could endure, but the human operator would likely not. In terms of protection, the exoskeleton's armor could withstand direct fire from a 20mm anti-aircraft gun and offer comprehensive defense against any weaponry below that caliber. What does this mean? Essentially, donning this apparatus would render one impervious to conventional weaponry unless the enemy resorted to heavy artillery, which would still be ineffectual. If one were to disregard the load, a soldier could even exceed speeds of 100 kilometers per hour. On the battlefield, a soldier equipped with such speed would be virtually invincible. No weapon could effectively target such a nimble, small, and rapid ground target. The enemy would have no choice but to rely on overwhelming firepower to suppress soldiers clad in this exoskeleton. But what if there were 10, 100, or even 1,000? If a special forces unit were established based on this exoskeleton, traditional air and naval superiority would be rendered utterly irrelevant. With a small target, rapid speed, and robust armor, ground troops could operate effectively even under intense aerial bombardment. What else could this be but celestial technology? Upon reviewing the data, Wu Fangzhen immediately envisioned how to deploy this exoskeleton en masse and leverage its advantages on the battlefield. However, he quickly regained his composure. Pushing through the throng of researchers surrounding Suyu, his face alight with enthusiasm as he queried, "Are these parameters accurate?" Suyu replied candidly, "Of course they are accurate. You may test them at your leisure. There is no merit in falsifying such matters." Wu Fangzhen, eager, pressed on, "And what about production? What is the cost of manufacturing such an exoskeleton? What would be the selling price? Have you considered technology transfer? If you are willing to transfer the technology, the military can guarantee a satisfactory fee. Of course, if you prefer not to transfer, we are still interested in your production capabilities. Regardless of quantity, as long as the quality and parameters meet our standards, the military will procure all that you can supply." This barrage of inquiries left Suyu momentarily bewildered. Just as he was preparing to address each question, Zhou Boyi, standing beside Wu Fangzhen, interjected with a peculiar expression, "General Wu, I fear we may not be able to afford this." Not afford it? Wu Fangzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Every year, an immense military budget is allocated, primarily consumed by naval and aerial advancements, while our ground forces are left to settle for mere new boots. At long last, we have encountered a remarkable innovation tailored for our needs. Surely, we can afford it? If necessary, we can draft a report to request funds. I refuse to believe our superiors will deny us. It's not merely a matter of approval. Zhou Wei awkwardly pointed to the section on energy in the brochure featuring the metallic hydrogen battery. Observe this battery. Its energy density is 900 times that of gasoline. Although I cannot fathom the principles behind its creation, if this is indeed the case, do the generals comprehend its implications? What? Wu Fangzhen's lips twitched as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The existence of such a device could potentially rejuvenate the entire new energy vehicle industry, relegating fuel-powered vehicles to the annals of history. If we consider its market value, this battery alone could be worth trillions. Our total military expenditure last year barely reached 15 trillion. We simply cannot afford it. Moreover, aside from the battery, the motor, barely larger than a thumb, boasts nearly 200 horsepower, surpassing many of the larger motors currently in use. Additionally, the material used for the armor is exceptionally unique, harder than carbon fiber, should it be mass-produced. Its value would be incalculable. Enough, enough. Wu Fangzhen sighed ruefully, turning to Su Yu. It seems I have been rather presumptuous. Even if we wish to directly purchase the technology, it would have to be through government channels. It is far beyond what the military can afford. No worries. Su Yu replied. Since I am here at the exhibition, my intention is indeed to conduct business. As for technology transfer, I do not currently have such plans. Regarding production speed, I can assure you that once production commences, we can exceed a daily output of 100 units. While the maximum capacity of the black box can reach 500 units per day, it is prudent to leave some room for negotiation. What about the price? Mr. Su inquired. How do you plan to price it? After a brief moment of shock, Wu Fangzhen regained his composure, returning to his previously efficient demeanor. While the product is exceptional, if the price is exorbitant, we will have no choice but to forego it. After all, this is individual soldier equipment. If Su Yu were to quote a price higher than that of a fighter jet, discussions would be futile. As it stands, if the subsequent tests show that the parameters of this exoskeleton align with Su Yu's claims, a price not exceeding that of an infantry fighting vehicle would be acceptable to him. Currently, the most advanced infantry fighting vehicles in use by the military are valued at approximately 5 million. Let's not rush into pricing. I can provide you with 2 units for performance testing. Once the testing is complete, we can discuss the price, Su Yu said with a smile. Rest assured, General, I will ensure that the price is absolutely within your acceptable range. To jest, as long as we can procure raw materials at a reasonable market price, the cost to produce a single exoskeleton using the black box will not exceed 3,000. By the way, Su Yu added, in my opinion, the true strength of this exoskeleton lies not solely in its specifications. It is devoid of any weaponry, yet its design incorporates ample redundancy with numerous interfaces for weapon systems. Furthermore, the operating system of this exoskeleton is remarkably advanced and possesses exceptional compatibility, allowing your experts to explore specialized modules. The G60 Heavy Exoskeleton. Rather than merely being an exoskeleton, I would prefer to label it as a next-generation individual combat platform. The breadth of its capabilities is only limited by the extent of your imagination. After all, in energy-saving mode, it can bear a weight of 1 ton. Not utilizing it would be a waste. Chapter 26. Ingzheng. This is the technique of a certain nation. Mr. Su, let us agree on this. We will reconvene in 3 days, Su Yu said, bidding farewell after sharing lunch with Wu Fangzhen and the others. Everything that needed to be discussed had been addressed, and the military had taken interest in the product. The next step was to allow the military to assess the G60 Heavy Exoskeleton's various metrics. Ultimately, the true efficacy of the product cannot be determined solely through verbal assurances or brief demonstrations. It must be evaluated by the military to ensure their confidence. Su Yu specifically left them 2 units, one for practical testing and another for disassembly and examination. After all, should the military decide to procure it, they must be certain that there are no espionage devices or similar contrivances within. It is indeed necessary for them to inspect the units. As for whether they might attempt reverse engineering after disassembly, such matters are of little concern to Su Yu. The reality remains, when technology is sufficiently advanced, it bears a resemblance to magic. They will likely struggle to comprehend even the principles behind the black technology, let alone successfully replicate it. Of course, in addition to leaving 2 exoskeletons for military testing and research, Su Yu also discussed his general conditions with General Wu. This included establishing several companies and setting up food processing plants. Wu Fangzhen did not inquire about the specifics of the companies or factories, simply offering verbal agreement. As long as the exoskeleton testing yields positive results, it is highly probable that the matter will be finalized in 3 days. However, specific details will certainly require further negotiation. The defense exhibition lasts for 3 days, and as Xiaoyu had to return to work in the afternoon, Su Yu decided to drive home alone. With time on his hands, he sought out a sizable bookstore nearby, purchasing volumes such as the Book of Han, Records of the Grand Historian, and Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government, all related to the Qin and Han dynasties. He then returned home and entered the trading space. After sending a message to Ingzheng, he stepped into the pavilion. In less than 5 minutes, Ingzheng, adorned in court attire and wearing a crown, appeared in the pavilion, seemingly just returning from court. "Greetings, Mr. Su," Ing Zheng greeted courteously, displaying none of the arrogance typically associated with a sovereign of a feudal dynasty. It is also possible that he adeptly gauged the situation, treating the trading partner within the space as an equal, hence his humble demeanor. Regardless, Su Yu found no fault in his attitude. After all, being amicable fosters prosperous trade. "Greetings, Emperor Qin." After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Su Yu promptly transmitted all the historical texts he had gathered via the trading platform. He also briefly explained that he sought to understand how the Han dynasty addressed the issues left behind by the Qin dynasty, indicating which sections were pertinent and which were not. Given that the records of the Grand Historian comprises over 500,000 characters, the Book of Han approximately 800,000, and the comprehensive mirror surpassing 3 million, it would be impossible to read through them word for word in less than 10 days or even half a month. After the Han dynasty resolved the concerns you have expressed, it unleashed astonishing vigor. There is a saying among us, "The Book of Han is good company for wine." It was a vibrant era, and if you are interested, you may continue your reading beyond the sections you wish to explore. It will undoubtedly be beneficial. Su Yu remarked lightly, concluding with a jest. After all, there is a saying about learning from history. Although it may not pertain to your world's history, many matters are still interconnected. Ing Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. With a mere flick of his finger, he retrieved a copy of records of the Grand Historian. Observing the moderately sized tome in his hand, Ing Zheng could not help but furrow his brow and exclaim, "Is this modest volume truly capable of containing over 500,000 words? Ah, I nearly forgot." Su Yu hastily clarified, "The paper was invented during the Han dynasty. You are still entrenched in the era of bamboo slips for record keeping. In essence, if you were to open it, you would see that this medium is akin to silk scrolls, albeit thinner and considerably cheaper, allowing for extensive documentation." Ing Zheng, contemplatively glancing at the book before him, began to ascertain its purpose through a brief exploration. However, upon opening it and gazing at the content, he was rendered speechless. Su Yu, recognizing his bewilderment, deduced that he likely could not comprehend the simplified characters. After all, the Qin dynasty still employed the small seal script. Although the script from his era was a descendant of this lineage, 2 millennia of evolution had rendered it vastly different in appearance. Fortunately, he had anticipated this predicament and pointed to a dictionary of small seal script beneath the stack of books, saying, "That volume is a small seal script dictionary. You may reference it as you read. Although the characters you use are considerably different from those of my time, the script I employ also evolved from small seal script. With diligent study over a couple of days, you should grasp the basics of reading without much difficulty." Under Su Yu's guidance, Ing Zheng began to study the simplified characters against the small seal script dictionary. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to study for 2 days, as Su Yu had suggested. Whether it was due to Ing Zheng's inherent genius or the existence of supernatural forces in his world, his learning speed astonished Su Yu. In scarcely an hour, he could manage to read the records of the Grand Historian word by word without reliance on the dictionary. Yet, after acquiring the ability to read, he did not delve deeply into the text. Instead, he turned a page and curiously asked Su Yu, "Earlier, you mentioned that this paper can be utilized extensively for recording text and is quite economical?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu instantly recognized Ing Zheng's burgeoning interest in paper and promptly replied, "Indeed. In our historical context, before the advent of paper, books existed in the form of bamboo slips and silk scrolls, which made the dissemination of knowledge exceedingly challenging. Knowledge was perpetually confined to a select few aristocrats and noble families. However, with the introduction of paper, knowledge began to spread gradually, and once printing technology emerged, it ceased to be a rare resource monopolized by the elite." Printing technology? Ing Zheng furrowed his brow. Su Yu explained, "Observe the characters in this book. They are not handwritten, but rather produced through machine printing. Publishers can easily print thousands of copies in a single day." He added, "Of course, the efficiency of early printing technology was not as rapid as it is now." After absorbing this information, Ing Zheng closed the book and remained silent for a while before suddenly exhaling deeply. This is indeed a remarkable technique from another realm. As an emperor, no one understood better than Ing Zheng the fearsome implications of widespread knowledge dissemination. If every citizen of the Qin dynasty were to become literate, it would undoubtedly disrupt the existing administrative framework. The mere thought of the populace resembling the eloquent ministers in the court filled him with trepidation. Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that perhaps this was not entirely a negative outcome. If the populace were to gain literacy, the Qin dynasty would no longer suffer from a lack of talent, and every sector would experience unprecedented growth. Knowledge is power. Although no one had uttered this phrase to Ing Zheng, his noble upbringing, which had afforded him contact with the common folk, allowed him to grasp its significance. If he could indeed introduce paper and printing technology to the Qin dynasty, enabling every citizen to read, then surely he, as the first emperor, would be immortalized throughout history. With this thought, a spark of excitement ignited in Ing Zheng's eyes. Armed with the historical reference of the Han dynasty from Su Yu's world, and with the knowledge of what the future held, he felt confident in addressing the challenges ahead. As for the limited lifespan he faced in Su Yu's world, the existence of longevity elixirs rendered it a trivial concern, even if fate dictated otherwise. With a transdimensional trading platform at his disposal, he believed he would find a means to extend his life. Given another century, he was confident he could guide the Qin dynasty down an uncharted path. In that time, the prospect of an enduring legacy would not merely be a hollow phrase. With this resolve, Ing Zheng took a deep breath and earnestly addressed Su Yu. I implore you, Mr. Su, to impart to me the techniques of paper-making and printing. You may stipulate any conditions you desire. Su Yu pondered for a moment before tentatively proposing 10 longevity elixirs. Certainly, Ing Zheng replied without hesitation, but after a moment's thought. He added, however, the longevity elixir is not without limitations. An individual can consume no more than one. While it may extend life by 20 years, it does not guarantee an additional 20 years of existence. Should one be killed, poisoned, or encounter misfortune due to external forces after consuming the elixir, death remains inevitable. With that said, does Mr. Su still require 10 longevity elixirs? Then let it be 30. Su Yu declared resolutely. Recognizing that Ing Zheng was clearly offering him a generous deal, he felt it prudent to request more. Moreover, given Ing Zheng's nonchalant acquiescence, Su Yu surmised that such items were likely not rare in Ing Zheng's world. Afterward, he added, in fact, I possess many other valuable items. It would be challenging to explain them all to you at once. How about this? Tomorrow, we conduct another trade. Besides the techniques of papermaking, I will also provide you with a comprehensive history of our world, encompassing both Chinese and global perspectives, along with several intriguing artifacts. After reviewing them, you will have a clearer understanding of what I possess and what you may require. As a modern individual, Su Yu had an abundance of items for trade with Ing Zheng. Even if the latter's world allowed for the practice of cultivation, Su Yu could still offer many valuable contributions. However, he was uncertain about Ing Zheng's specific needs, and the latter was similarly unaware of Su Yu's inventory. Rather than waiting for Ing Zheng to request items after discovering their worth, it would be more efficient to present them outright, allowing Ing Zheng to make his own selections. This approach differed from his more guarded strategy when trading with Frost Star, as the civilization from which Frost Star hailed was relatively advanced. There were many things he sought from that world, which necessitated a cautious demeanor to avoid revealing his own limitations. In contrast, his trading dynamic with Ing Zheng was quite the opposite. Su Yu's world was indeed more advanced, and Ing Zheng had greater demands. The items Ing Zheng could provide, such as longevity elixirs, were certainly of interest to Su Yu but not essential. Their acquisition would be beneficial, yet he could manage without them. Thus he felt no fear of being cornered by Ing Zheng. Very well. Ing Zheng nodded in agreement, stating, I perceive your interest in longevity elixirs and cultivation techniques. Tomorrow, I shall have a list prepared of what you may require. Feel free to express any desires you have. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Su Yu replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. Engaging in commerce with astute individuals is indeed a straightforward endeavor. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two individuals parted ways. Name, Su Yu. Identity, agent of the Interdimensional Trading Platform, Blue Star Region. Level, Junior Agent, 510. Trading points, 350. Available matching attempts, 0. In his personal space, Su Yu gazed at his panel, lost in contemplation. Currently, each transaction yields a reward of 50 trading points. Since acquiring the trading platform, he has completed a total of 7 transactions, 5 with Frost Star and 2 with Ing Zheng. As he had previously surmised, the same trading partner can only contribute to a maximum upgrade progress of 3. However, trading points are not subject to such limitations. Regardless of whether the participant is the same person, completing a transaction rewards 50 points. Yet, it would be inaccurate to assert that obtaining trading points is entirely unrestricted. At least within the same day, participants can earn trading points only once from the same trading partner, regardless of the number of transactions. This measure serves to prevent users from exploiting bugs to infinitely accumulate trading points. After all, without this safeguard, if a user adept at circumventing rules were to treat a grain of rice as a transaction, it could lead to an overwhelming surplus of trading points. As he pondered his 350 trading points, Su Yu deliberated for a moment before succumbing to temptation and spending 200 points to purchase a basic gene serum from the trading platform's mall. He had previously inquired about gene serums from Frost Star, who informed him that while her world conducted research in this field, they had yet to achieve significant breakthroughs. Rather than enhancing individual strength at the genetic level, the inhabitants of her realm preferred mechanical augmentation, mechanical arms, legs, and internal organs. Some even fully mechanized themselves, uploading their consciousness to circuit boards. In summary, the denizens of the wasteland had opted for mechanical ascension over genetic evolution, deeming flesh and blood weak. Although Froststar passionately recommended the mechanical prosthetics produced in her future city when he posed the question, Suyu dismissed her suggestions without a moment's hesitation. It was absurd to think that someone of her prestigious lineage would be a genuine original if she had not undergone any mechanical modifications herself. Naturally, he acknowledged that mechanical prosthetics from the wasteland would eventually be introduced, as Blue Star certainly had a demand for such devices among the disabled. For now, however, he deemed the gene serum produced by the trading platform to be a more reliable option. Chapter 28, Genetic Evolution. What does it mean to be Superman? In his rented room, Suyu held the basic gene serum he had acquired with his trading points and took a deep breath. He injected it directly into his arm. He had thoroughly confirmed with the trading platform that this basic gene serum bore no side effects and was completely compatible with the genes of Blue Star inhabitants, ensuring that he would experience no issues and would awaken refreshed after a good night's sleep. The serum's effect was to significantly bolster his immune system, rendering all diseases on Blue Star powerless against it. Simultaneously, it would greatly enhance his bone density and muscle fiber strength. To put it in more relatable terms, where he previously struggled to lift a 100-kilogram weight for a mere 10 meters, with this injection, he would be able to sprint a marathon while carrying that same weight without breaking a sweat. The basic gene serum could help him transcend the limits of the human body, transforming him into a small Superman in an instant. A refreshing sensation spread through his arm, but perhaps due to the volume of the serum, he felt a slight swelling in his shoulder. Fortunately, this sensation did not linger for long, as drowsiness soon overtook him, and he collapsed onto his bed. In his dreams, Suyu found himself on a whimsical vacation, inexplicably ascending a volcano to admire the scenery. As he gazed around, the volcano unexpectedly erupted. Heat. That word consumed his thoughts. Then, he jolted awake, realizing he had merely experienced a nightmare. Well, perhaps not a nightmare in the conventional sense. A volcanic eruption in his vacation dream hardly qualified. As he prepared to check his phone for the time, he suddenly noticed that his bed was soaked with sweat. It appeared that his earlier dream was not so absurd after all. It was genuinely hot. Ah, the gene serum. At that moment, he recalled the serum he had used before sleeping. Yet, as he moved slightly, he felt no abnormalities. Where was the promised transformation into a small Superman? Confused, Suyu decided to rise and check his reflection in the bathroom mirror. However, as he lifted the blanket, an alarming tearing sound echoed. The heavy quilt had been effortlessly ripped open by his gentle motion. He stared at the quilt and then at his hands, bewildered for a moment. Grabbing a glass from the bedside, he applied a slight force. Crack! The glass shattered instantly. Sharp shards pierced his palm, eliciting a twinge of pain. Yet, upon opening his hand, he found no trace of injury, only faint white marks where the glass had grazed his skin. Incredible! Had he truly transformed into a small Superman? Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists and took a few steps, feeling the seemingly boundless surge of power within him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Truly, the gene serum produced by the trading platform was remarkable. Moreover, its benefits extended beyond merely enhancing his health and strength. Even his skin appeared fair and delicate, devoid of any roughness. As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws. Not to mention, Suyu was not unattractive to begin with. He even possessed a certain charm. After this injection, his already commendable appearance was elevated to astonishing heights through genetic evolution. Furthermore, it was not the delicate beauty typical of youthful charm. Rather, his face, now free of blemishes and excess weight, bore deep-set features with striking angles, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Was this not 1,000 times more impressive than cosmetic enhancements? Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Suyu gasped in awe. Remarkably, despite his dramatic transformation, he still bore a resemblance to his former self, alleviating concerns that acquaintances might not recognize him. After spending an exhilarating time exploring his newfound, formidable strength, Suyu gradually reigned in his excitement. He glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the morning. After freshening up, he prepared to head out. However, as he looked at the disheveled state of his rented room and the bed soaked with sweat, he paused in contemplation. It was indeed time to find a new place to live. After completing his errands, he would take the opportunity to search for a new residence. He was not particularly picky about where he lived. However, he has undeniably transformed in various aspects compared to his former self. The cramped quarters provide little comfort. But that is secondary. The primary concern lies in the lack of privacy. Should he accidentally drop a cup, those in the adjacent unit would likely hear it. Even a casual movement within the confines of this space could provoke complaints from the residents below. With so many secrets harbored within him, it would be prudent to seek a more independent dwelling to avoid unnecessary complications. Resolutely making up his mind, he closed the door and departed. The early morning saw a scarcity of people, allowing the elevator to descend swiftly. Yet, upon the door's opening, he was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Li Yuanxi inside, followed by an unexpected smile. So early, he remarked. It seemed that he and Li Yuanxi had an inexplicable affinity, as each encounter thus far had been serendipitous. Despite residing in the same building, their recent coincidences had become rather frequent. Upon seeing Su Yu, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Yuanxi's eyes. How has this person suddenly become so striking? Yet, seemingly aware that staring was impolite, she quickly lowered her gaze and murmured, "Good morning. Are you heading to school?" As the elevator doors closed, Su Yu casually inquired. "Not today. I have no classes. I'm off to my part-time job," Li Yuanxi softly explained. "No classes?" Su Yu shot her a glance. "It's Wednesday. Who has an entire weekday without classes?" He suspected she had skipped some insignificant lecture. But then again, what would university life be without the occasional absence? He opted not to confront her directly and shifted the conversation. "Has that blonde fellow come looking for you these past few days?" "Not at all." Li Yuanxi shook her head, then added, "Thanks to you. Just a small favor," Su Yu replied with a dismissive smile. Just then, the elevator reached the ground floor. As they were about to exit, a lanky figure with messy blonde hair appeared outside the elevator. The atmosphere became awkwardly tense. Seeing the young man with pronounced dark circles, clearly a product of sleepless nights, Su Yu felt his lips twitch. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear? Nevertheless, he didn't pay much heed. He had never felt intimidated by this individual, especially now that he had registered for genetic enhancements, endowing him with a physical prowess akin to that of a superhero. Casting a glance at the equally bewildered blonde, Su Yu confidently wrapped his arm around Li Yuanxi's shoulder, drawing her close, and then shoved past the obstructive figure at the elevator's entrance without even sparing him a glance. The blonde stumbled back, momentarily regaining his composure. Yet instead of anger, a look of delight spread across his face as he hurried to catch up. "Hey, brother. It was all a misunderstanding. I'm actually Yuanxi's brother-in-law. You know." Hearing this, Su Yu nearly lost his composure. Li Yuanxi, too, stiffened in his embrace. "Ask Yuanxi if you don't believe me. I'm Li Biao." The blonde chimed in, grinning as he introduced himself. Su Yu regarded the blonde with a frown. "I have no interest in your relationship with her. Just tell me, what do you want with her?" "Nothing much. I just happened to come to Shanghai for work and thought I'd drop by to see her," the blonde quickly responded, attempting to ingratiate himself. "Oh, and now that you've seen her, what's next?" "She's doing well," Su Yu rolled his eyes, still holding on to Li Yuanxi as he moved toward the exit. "Hey, wait, brother," the blonde called out, but halted mid-sentence upon meeting Su Yu's disapproving gaze. Swallowing the words he had been about to say, "Speak plainly, or be gone," Su Yu snapped, his patience wearing thin. He had yet to even entertain the notion of this blonde being a worthy adversary. To his surprise, the blonde did not take offense. Instead, he shamelessly grinned. "Well, I've been a bit short on cash lately. Just moved to Shanghai and don't know anyone, so I thought." "Leave," Su Yu interjected sharply, cutting him off. The blonde's expression froze, left standing in place, utterly nonplussed. Li Yuanxi cast a surprised glance at the blonde, who now appeared as meek as a quail before Su Yu. In her recollection, this half-brother Li Biao was no saint. He had a history of brawling and causing trouble. To be so ruthlessly rebuked was uncharacteristic of him. She remembered instances where he had resorted to violence over minor disputes. Indeed, must one evil be countered by another? Stealing a glance at Su Yu, who had suddenly become extraordinarily handsome, she blushed slightly, dismissing any such thoughts. Surely, someone so handsome and gentle could not be a villain. Could he? Unaware of Li Yuanxi's internal deliberations, Su Yu continued to escort her confidently out of the elevator. Seeing them leave, Li Biao mustered his courage to say something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt the weight of Su Yu's glare, which stifled his words. He dared not utter another syllable. He had refrained from crossing Su Yu even in the restaurant, and after witnessing the luxury vehicle Su Yu drove, he had elevated Su Yu to a status beyond his own reach. In that moment, he felt entirely intimidated. If he were dealing with an ordinary office worker, even one more capable or wealthier than himself, his streetwise experience would have given him a sense of invulnerability. He could easily resort to bullying tactics. But facing someone like Su Yu, who was not only more formidable, but also wealthier and more influential, he felt genuine fear. He sensed that if he tried to play games with Su Yu, he would indeed face repercussions, and more likely than not, he would not receive any compensation for his troubles. After all, he had instigated the confrontation. Ordinary folks needed their jobs, and had too many ties to wish for legal battles, even if they were to win such a case. It would significantly disrupt their daily lives. Yet, in the eyes of someone like the blonde, wealthy individuals such as Su Yu were never afraid of litigation. He would not risk the folly of incurring both injury and potential financial loss. Having successfully evaded the bothersome blonde, Su Yu showed no intention of releasing Li Yuanxi from his embrace. He continued to stroll with her through the garage, while she kept her head down. Offering no resistance to his affectionate hold, her cheeks flushed. "Where's the pet shop where you work? I can drop you off." Su Yu inquired once they were in the car, observing Li Yuanxi, who appeared lost in her thoughts. "Huh." Li Yuanxi suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily responding, "Oh, no need. I can manage on my own." She looked embarrassed as she reached for the door handle. "Are you not concerned about running into that blonde fellow again?" Su Yu replied nonchalantly. Li Yuanxi's body stiffened at his words. It is evident that she harbors a significant psychological shadow concerning that blonde-haired individual. Upon hearing Su Yu's remark, she immediately restrained herself from making any erratic movements and quietly provided an address. Subsequently, with a hint of dejection, she expressed, "I truly appreciate your trouble. Is that so? Shouldn't you then express your gratitude properly?" Su Yu teased while setting up the navigation. Li Yuanxi's expression was conflicted, as memories of their conversation at the school gate a few days prior flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. After a considerable pause, just as Su Yu had completed the navigation setup and was ready to depart, Li Yuanxi unexpectedly leaned in and pecked him lightly on the cheek like a dragonfly alighting on water. Then, akin to a startled deer, she swiftly recoiled, feigning calmness as she gazed out the window. This left Su Yu in a state of bewilderment. To his honest conscience, he had no such intentions. He merely sought an excuse to suggest that Li Yuanxi treat him to a meal, hoping to foster their relationship and expedite his pursuit. He never anticipated that she would misinterpret his intentions and respond in such a manner. Observing her reddened ears, Su Yu touched the spot on his face that had been attacked and suddenly shook his head with a smile. He then propped his elbow on the armrest and leaned closer to her. Feeling his proximity, Li Yuanxi's breath hitched, and turning to face him, she stammered, "What are you doing?" Without uttering a word, Su Yu simply gazed at her intently. Just as she was about to resign herself and close her eyes, she heard Su Yu chuckle softly, "Buckle your seatbelt." With that, he reached over to secure her seatbelt before returning to his own seat. Skillfully shifting gears, he set off, leaving Li Yuanxi staring at him in a daze, her breath now slightly hurried. What a rascal. Chapter 30. Preparations for the First Emperor Ingzheng. Frost Star seeks assistance. After dropping Li Yuanxi off at her part-time job at the pet shop, Su Yu meandered to a nearby bookstore, where he purchased a set each of World History and Comprehensive History of China as promised to Ingzheng. However, he was unable to locate any books detailing the specific operations of papermaking and printing. Such subjects are indeed obscure, and even if relevant texts exist, they would likely be difficult to find. Moreover, he needed manuscripts on traditional papermaking techniques. Otherwise, providing Ingzheng with modern methods would be of no use to him. The only work he recalled that documented these processes was Tiangong Kaiwu. However, this text encompassed much more than just papermaking and printing. It contained a plethora of ancient technological marvels. Naturally, he could not present this book to Ingzheng, as that would be a significant loss. Fortunately, information on papermaking and printing is available online. Thus, Su Yu decided against purchasing further books at the store, opting instead to download them online later. There was no need to print them, as he planned to gift Ingzheng a tablet or smartphone. After all, knowledge was a substantial part of their transaction. Books can only convey text, and sometimes they fail to present information in a sufficiently vivid manner. By directly gifting him a smartphone filled with videos of modern society, he could entice Ingzheng into making purchases. As for the issue of Ingzheng lacking electricity or internet access, it was hardly a substantial problem. A smartphone with ample storage, preloaded with content, would last him a considerable time. Regarding power, a solar charging panel would suffice. After all, where is there not sunlight? Through these transactions, Su Yu had gained a rough understanding of the world where Ingzheng resided. Generally speaking, productivity there was quite low, bearing little difference from the pre-Qin period in Earth's history. The sole distinction was that this universe indeed had Qi practitioners, albeit they were not as formidable as one might imagine. The Tai Chi cultivation scripture that Ingzheng gifted him was something Su Yu had attempted to practice. While it did yield some effects, they were not particularly pronounced. After practicing, soaring through the skies was practically impossible, but enhancing one's physique and prolonging life were certainly within reach. Su Yu speculated that if this practice were widely adopted, it could potentially elevate the average lifespan to nearly a century. Furthermore, the longevity elixirs Ingzheng utilized for their transactions were genuinely remarkable, and their production was reportedly substantial. If Qin's Qi practitioners exerted themselves, they could likely produce thousands of these elixirs in a year. Currently, their exchanges were modest. and using longevity elixirs as payment was certainly feasible. However, should their business expand significantly in the future, that quantity would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Yet, it must be remembered that this was an entire world, abundant in resources. This is why Su Yu is so invested in the parallel universe of the Qin dynasty, sending books and smartphones to enlighten Yingzheng about the marvels of the modern age, while also assisting Qin in establishing a foundational industrial framework. When the steel tide of the valiant Qin sweeps through their world, what resources would Su Yu not desire? With the assurance of the Transdimensional Trading Platform, he had no fear of being swindled. Such an initial investment, with guaranteed future returns, was an opportunity no wise individual would pass up. Beyond long-term plans, Qin also held considerable short-term investment potential. Not to mention, if Su Yu found no immediate solution to the grain trade issues on Earth, he could readily supply Yingzheng with high-quality seeds, farming tools, fertilizers, and other commodities. By cultivating land in the parallel world of Qin and sharing the harvest, he could then sell his portion to Froststar next door. This arrangement would yield mutual benefits, a truly splendid scheme. Cough, cough, I digress. In summary, Qin was indeed worthy of his attention. After purchasing the books, Su Yu sought out a mobile phone store nearby and acquired several devices. He was indifferent to the brand, focusing solely on two criteria: ample storage and high stability. Beyond that, he had no further demands, as these phones were intended for Yingzheng, not for his personal use. They merely needed to be durable. As for solar charging panels, Su Yu was not well versed in that area and was uncertain about which brand to select. Fortunately, his current advantage was ample leisure time. After some searching, he discovered a store reputed to be the largest outdoor equipment specialty shop in the city. With the assistance of a charming saleswoman, he ultimately chose an outdoor power source equipped with a solar panel. This 600W outdoor power source could charge a phone around 20 to 30 times when fully charged. Once depleted, it could be recharged using the solar panel, typically achieving a full charge within a day of good sunlight. Weighing approximately 35 kilograms, it was an excellent item for outdoor road trips, perfectly suited for powering low-wattage devices like smartphones in the Qin dynasty. Though slightly pricey, it had few drawbacks. Despite Su Yu's current financial comfort, he was taken aback upon learning it cost over 4,000. Nevertheless, after hearing that joining their store's outdoor group would grant a discount of 200, he ultimately secured the item for a mere 3,999. Cycling to the bar, one must ponder whether to conserve or indulge. After completing his shopping, the clock had already struck noon. He found a restaurant to savor his lunch and took advantage of the establishment's Wi-Fi to download an array of educational videos. Initially, Su Yu had contemplated visiting some properties. However, upon recalling the mere 10 million he had left in his pocket juxtaposed with the soaring real estate prices in the magical metropolis, he quickly dismissed the thought. This sum might suffice for a modest 3-bedroom apartment in a less desirable area, but it certainly fell short for acquiring a villa that offered greater privacy and relative independence in the bustling city. Reflecting on his remaining 300 kilograms of gold, he dialed the number of Miss Chu Yu from the Wanfu Group. Given the financial prowess of the Wanfu Group, absorbing such a substantial quantity of gold should pose no issue. Moreover, they had previously established a collaborative foundation. In urgent need of funds, he naturally reached out to Chu Yu first. As anticipated, upon learning of Su Yu's intentions, Chu Yu readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. They arranged to meet again that evening at the abandoned industrial park before ending the call. Reality, after all, is not akin to novels or films. Matters do not unfold with such swiftness. Unlike the tales where one presents a valuable item to a wealthy individual who then immediately offers astronomical sums, resulting in instant transactions. Such occurrences are far removed from the truth. In reality, affluent individuals primarily possess assets in the form of stocks, securities, and real estate. Given the existence of inflation, holding cash offers no opportunity for appreciation or wealth creation. Consequently, possessing it for an extended period equates to incurring losses. Similarly, enterprises typically maintain only the liquidity necessary for planned expenditures. Should unexpected circumstances arise, they inevitably require time to secure additional funding. It is implausible for Su Yu to call, and for Chu Yu to allow him to deliver his gold and receive payment immediately. After finalizing plans with Chu Yu for their evening rendezvous, Su Yu meticulously reviewed his affairs to ensure nothing was overlooked before preparing to return home and enter the trading space to fulfill the transaction he had arranged with Yingzheng the previous day. However, just as he settled into his vehicle, the personal panel of the trading platform illuminated before him, revealing a message from Shuangxing. Do you have a moment? I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance. Chapter 31. The Unexpected Change in Future City. Urgent matter? Su Yu paused in surprise, then sought out a nearby 5-star hotel, booking the most luxurious suite available, costing over 10,000 for a night. Such accommodations were typically reserved for the affluent, ensuring a high degree of confidentiality. Upon entering, he conducted a thorough search and found no surveillance devices. He proceeded to activate his personal panel and entered the trading space. In the familiar conference room, Xuangxing was already seated at the far end of the long table. Su Yu expertly pulled out a chair and took his place. Glancing around at the room's decor, suddenly raising an eyebrow. It seemed he had previously overlooked this detail. The ambience varied significantly, depending on whom he was conducting business with. His discussions with Xuangxing occurred in this antiquely styled conference room, whereas his conversations with Yingzheng took place in a pavilion situated upon a lake. He wondered if there was any deeper significance to this contrast. Before he could ponder further, Xuangxing, upon noticing his arrival, eagerly exclaimed, "You've finally arrived. I have an urgent matter that requires your help, and if you can assist, the compensation I can offer will far exceed all previous rewards combined. Do tell." Su Yu responded with keen interest. "Our city lord in Future City has passed away." Xuangxing's expression was grave. "The city lord has died?" Su Yu was taken aback. Perplexed. "What does this have to do with you, or what assistance do you require from me? Is it that your city lord, nearing death, desires some exotic delicacies? I could certainly help with that." "Not quite." Xuangxing shook her head, contemplating her words for an extended period. "The city lord has lived for over 200 years. And aside from her brain, her entire body has been replaced with mechanical components, rendering her indifferent to food." After a considerable pause, she continued, "The situation is rather complex. So let me explain briefly. Are you aware of how Future City was constructed?" Without waiting for Su Yu's response, she elaborated. Future City was originally designed as a space city by the refugees of the Prosperity Era just before the Apocalypse War. Due to various circumstances, it had to be built on the ground instead of in space. The initial plan was to complete it and then utilize a massive anti-gravity engine to launch it into space, thereby escaping the complexities of the terrestrial environment. Once in space, it would utilize a curvature engine to escape at superluminal speeds. However, they were ultimately too late. The Apocalypse War arrived sooner than anyone anticipated. This colossal structure, with a usable area of 1,600 square kilometers and capable of sustaining 3 million people for 500 years without external supplies, became stranded on the wasteland, ultimately becoming Future City because they failed to install the anti-gravity engine in time, unable to escape the gravitational pull of their home planet. You can think of Future City as a spaceship that cannot fly. Of course, in many respects, it far surpasses any ordinary starship. Xuangxing shrugged. The city lord is the sovereign who wields the highest authority over this stranded vessel. Within Future City, life and death are dictated by her will. She is now on her deathbed, in the process of selecting a successor to transfer her powers. Xuangxing's face was serious as she added, "She has no direct blood relatives." Upon hearing this, Su Yu began to grasp her intentions. The city lord of Future City held the utmost authority over the entire city. The lives of all its inhabitants, regardless of wealth or poverty, rested in her hands. Such power eclipsed even that of ancient emperors. After all, should an emperor incite resentment among the populace, being overthrown would not be surprising. Yet the city lord's authority was absolute. A mere thought from her could extinguish lives indiscriminately. Now that the city lord was on the brink of death and preparing to transfer her powers, the families within the city would naturally vie for control. After all, such unfettered power over life and death in the hands of an impartial individual could be manageable. Others could operate within the established rules, relying on their capabilities. The city lord, existing beyond the mundane, could remain an untarnished celestial being, provided her subjects did not transgress her edicts. From Xuangxing's words, it became evident that the current city lord was of this caliber. The critical issue, however, was that this individual was on the verge of death, and whoever assumed this authority would likely struggle to maintain impartiality. Once doubt arose, even a genuinely fair successor might find it impossible to uphold justice. If any personal motivations emerged, the nominal city lord could easily establish a dynasty within their own family. The unscrupulous might even declare themselves emperor, facing no constraints. Dissatisfied? They could simply eliminate any opposition and recreate a new populace from the gene pool, ensuring absolute loyalty. This was no mere contest for the city lord's authority. It was a battle to become the Jade Emperor. Under such immense authority, regardless of who assumes the role of the new city lord, a chain of suspicion is bound to emerge. Who would willingly entrust their entire fortune and life to another? However, upon reflecting on this, Su Yu found himself perplexed. Wait a minute. How did your current city lord gain the trust of everyone initially? After all, with the city lord's extraordinary powers, who in their right mind would dare enter Future City without confidence in him? Once inside, their lives would be wholly in another's hands. The city lord, after all, is the chief architect of Future City. Froststar's expression grew somewhat peculiar. In the early days of the apocalyptic war, Those who invested in the construction of Future City viewed it as a colossal sanctuary. After their escape plans fell through, they intended to seal this fortress, capable of housing 3 million souls for 5 centuries, ensuring that as long as the main structure of the space city remained intact, they and their descendants could thrive within for millennia. Yet, they did not anticipate that the city lord had left a backdoor in the Future City system. She seized the lordship through this backdoor, executing nearly 100,000 escapees who wished to seal themselves off. Then, she took control of Future City's weapon systems, eliminating all enemies within hundreds of kilometers, and opened the gates to welcome over 1 million refugees. Now, nearly all residents of Future City are descendants of those refugees. Our lives were saved by the city lord. Why would we not trust her? Suyu exhaled deeply upon hearing this. It seemed that the city lord's method of garnering everyone's trust was rather straightforward. Simply replace them with a new batch of grateful individuals. Yet, such an approach felt excessively extreme and evidently lacked any reference value. He finally understood why Froststar was in such a hurry. After all, he thought this was far too radical. The next city lord might not share the same view. Without the authority of the city lord, he could very well be eliminated by the new lord. Contemplating this, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Speak, how may I assist? Chapter 32, The Struggle for Lordship. The city lord's most fervent desire is to gaze upon the world as it was before the war, to see the azure skies and white clouds of her home planet, to witness the once thriving human civilization. However, our world is now a desolate wasteland, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seems this dream may never be realized in her lifetime. Yet, an unexpected turn of events has arisen. Froststar fixed her gaze intently on Suyu. I have become the agent for an interdimensional trading platform. Suyu was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning curious. You don't mean to suggest that you want to send your city lord to my world for a visit, do you? Froststar remained silent, clearly indicating that was indeed her intention. Suyu's mouth twitched. Under the constraints of the trading platform, if you can bring her here, I wouldn't mind showing her this world. But are you certain the platform can transport living beings across dimensions? He had already attempted this. Not even a chicken could traverse the trading platform alive to another world. As a junior agent, he could only trade plant seeds, the most basic form of life. Currently, trading animals across dimensions was impossible. Perhaps intermediate or advanced agents possessed the authority to trade living beings, but both Suyu and Froststar were evidently still junior agents. If the city lord is willing to digitize her consciousness and upload it to a computer, it can indeed be traded via the platform, Froststar quickly replied. Clearly, her plan was not a result of impulsive thinking, but rather a well-considered strategy. Uploading consciousness to a computer? Data ascension? If you possess such technology, why would the city lord still perish? Abandoning the physical body to achieve immortality in a virtual realm seems feasible, Suyu questioned in astonishment. That is not possible. Froststar responded, shaking her head. The complexity of human thought far exceeds your imagination. Even our most advanced computers cannot sustain human consciousness for extended periods. Once thought is digitized and uploaded, it can only be maintained for a maximum of 35 days. Beyond that, while memories persist, consciousness will entirely fade. When consciousness fades, a person loses their ability to think. Thus, they can no longer be considered human. We refer to this state as artificial intelligence. In essence, even if the city lord uploaded her consciousness, she would only have a few days left to exist. My plan is to persuade the city lord to upload her consciousness, allowing you to show her your world during her final days, fulfilling her last wish, and then have her transfer the lordship to me. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu inquired, but what if she still refuses to grant you the lordship? Froststar's expression remained unyielding as she replied coldly, that's inconsequential. As long as we bring her into the trading space, she cannot designate anyone else as the next city lord besides me. If she withholds it from me, the lordship will remain idle for too long, triggering an alternative selection mechanism governed by the system's AI. At that point, we can all rely on our own abilities. This woman is truly ruthless. Suyu's perception of Froststar was once again challenged. Her tone revealed a deep respect and understanding of the city lord, possibly indicating a mentor-student relationship. Yet, in pursuit of her own objectives, she was unhesitatingly orchestrating the city lord's downfall. It could not be classified as mere scheming. It was a deliberate, albeit transparent, trap. The city lord might not fully comprehend the implications of the trading space, but she would certainly realize that venturing into another world would mean relinquishing control over Future City. It would depend on whether she preferred to fulfill her lifelong dream before death or to meticulously choose her successor. From the conversation with Froststar, Suyu believed the likelihood of success for her plan was remarkably high. After pondering for a moment, he said, So, what do I stand to gain? Having clarified the situation, it was time to discuss the matter of compensation. Everything from Future City, Frost Star's eyes narrowed slightly. If I can become the city lord of Future City, everything it possesses can be offered as items for our trade. Technologies, products. And even once we ascend to higher levels as agents, useful and loyal commodities like clones can be utilized in our exchanges. Even if I cannot obtain the lordship. Given my family's strength, I can seize a vast array of resources and technologies during the chaotic period before a new city lord is automatically selected by the AI. The items available for trade with you will be exponentially more abundant once that time comes. Future City, as a space bastion fleeing from the mother planet, has preserved nearly all technological reserves from the prosperous era. Some of these technologies, due to the wasteland's constraints, we cannot produce despite having the knowledge. However, if your world possesses these technological reserves, it may indeed be possible to manufacture them, such as commercially viable nuclear fusion technology, space elevators, or interstellar warships. To be honest, Suyu acknowledged that he was intrigued. The technologies Frost Star mentioned were almost inconceivable for Blue Star at present, their value immeasurable in monetary terms. Moreover, she was not wrong. If one could acquire a complete set of mature technology, the prospects of a space elevator and interstellar warships would not be far-fetched. Given the current technological landscape of Blue Star, commercial nuclear fusion is indeed replicable. However, considering the nature of this business discussion, Suyu shook his head and remarked, "Technological advancements are still too distant for us at this moment. Once acquired, I will require substantial time to realize their value. Please, be forthright about the tangible rewards you can offer me." After pondering for a considerable time, Xuanxing responded, "Very well, let us set aside distant matters for now. Should the plan proceed smoothly, and if I do not ascend to the position of City Lord, nor does anyone else, I can offer you 10 sets of storm power armor as compensation. There will be no room for negotiation. While we possess a fair number of storm power armors, they are not renewable resources, and 10 sets is the utmost I can provide." Upon hearing this, Suyu cast a glance at the exquisite silver armor adorning Xuanxing and nodded, indicating his approval of the proposed reward, prompting her to continue. "Should I become the City Lord, in addition to the 10 sets of storm power armor, I will also provide 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbital spacecraft with a payload capacity of 500 tons. At this juncture, she looked at Suyu and added, "I have had a professional team analyze the general technological level of your world. If I am not mistaken, these 3 near-Earth orbital vehicles could empower you to dominate the skies of your realm. At that point, I will control the future city, and you will govern your world. The scope of our transactions need not be restricted to trivial matters, but can truly evolve into comprehensive cooperation. Deal." Chapter 33. Ingzhong, what is a mobile phone? Suyu had long coveted the storm power armor Xuanxing wore. This time, he merely needed to cooperate with her for a moment, and regardless of the outcome, she would directly provide him with 10 sets. Suyu found no reason to refuse. Moreover, the Falcon-class near-Earth orbital spacecraft was immensely significant. According to Xuanxing, this vessel boasted an impressive payload capacity of 500 tons and was powered by a self-sustaining nuclear fusion reactor. Its weaponry modules were extraordinarily advanced, with speeds capable of exceeding the second cosmic velocity. Thus, while labeled as near-Earth orbital spacecraft, it could, in fact, escape the gravitational pull of Blue Star and voyage to Mars. Acquiring 3 Falcons and 10 sets of storm armor would render Suyu virtually invulnerable on Blue Star. Barring the Great Mushroom, of course. As for who would utilize these formidable assets, that was not a concern. A somewhat risky approach would be to recruit a cadre of operatives on Blue Star, granting them only usage rights while retaining ultimate control for himself. A more prudent method would be to directly purchase clones through the trading platform. Should he choose to wait, he could bide his time until he upgraded to intermediate or advanced agents, at which point he could procure utterly loyal slaves from other worlds. It was a conclusion reached jointly with Xuanxing that agents could trade living beings after reaching a certain level of advancement. In any case, once the equipment was secured, the human factor became a minor issue. Now, the first step is to convince the city lord that I can transport her to your world, Xuanxing said. Producing a pearlescent metallic sphere. This is a photography drone. It is characterized by its rapid speed, capable of traveling thousands of kilometers within an hour. My plan is for you to use it to capture footage of your world, encompassing both its prosperity and its flaws. Once you compile the video, I will use it in an attempt to persuade the city lord. Suyu accepted the small sphere, intrigued, and half-jokingly remarked, "This device won't contain any black technology that might infiltrate our networks and trigger a crisis, will it?" Unfazed, Xuanxing explained, "We do possess such advanced technology. But rest assured, this drone is devoid of such capabilities. I can transact it to you through the trading platform at no cost, just like any other commodity, ensuring absolute safety." That is reassuring. Suyu did not decline. From the moment he comprehended the operational rules of the trading platform, He resolved never to transport anything beyond its oversight back to Blue Star, not even gifts from others. Only items procured through legitimate trading avenues would guarantee his security. The two worlds he had encountered thus far, Shuangxing's wasteland and Yingzheng's alternate realm of Daqin, were fraught with unknowns. Should Shuangxing falter and introduce unforeseen elements into the items she delivered, the technological level of the wasteland could potentially annihilate the inhabitants of Blue Star. One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against the unforeseen. After securing the drone through the trade contract, Su Yu rose and declared, "I currently have some free time and can venture out to film the video. If you have a moment, please wait for me." "Very well," Shuangxing nodded, her expression composed. Once Su Yu departed, leaving her alone in the conference room, she exhaled slowly and remarked, "This fellow likely suffers from paranoia. Nonetheless, a world that has achieved basic industrialization and remains unscathed by war is indeed enviable." Shuangxing's eyes glimmered with longing before she sighed and shook her head. "If only we could trade living beings, I would simply transport myself over. In this wasteland, even dogs are unwelcome." An hour later, having completed his filming, Su Yu returned to the trading space. The filming process was even simpler than he had anticipated. He merely needed to set the drone to free fly for an hour and release it out of the window. It would automatically return after capturing the footage, requiring no further input from him. After Shuangxing reviewed the video in haste, she logged off with urgency, mentioning that Su Yu should maintain clear lines of communication in the coming days. She appeared quite confident about persuading the city lord of Future City. Su Yu had intended to log off as well, but remembered that he had arranged a transaction with Yingzheng for that day. Thus, after exiting the conference room and returning to his private space, he proceeded to enter the gazebo where he was to meet Yingzheng for their exchange. As an emperor, Yingzheng evidently faced little constraint regarding online availability. Within 3 minutes of sending a message, he appeared in the gazebo. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. Su Yu first presented Yingzheng with the previously promised books, including the comprehensive history of China. Then came the centerpiece of their meeting. He produced a mobile phone. "What is this?" Yingzheng inquired, gazing at the small square device with curiosity. "A mobile phone," Su Yu replied with a prepared explanation. Originally, it served as a means of communication. With it, one could converse with individuals across great distances. Of course, this function is rendered moot in Daqin, as there are no satellites or base stations, though you will understand these concepts in due time. What I wish to convey is that the mobile phone has evolved beyond a mere tool for long-distance communication. It has transformed into a multifunctional information terminal. Yingzheng found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion, yet he diligently recorded the information without offering any opinions on matters beyond his comprehension. The device you hold in your hand, this smartphone, is capable of playing music, displaying videos, and viewing documents, even in the absence of a signal. Its functionalities are indeed numerous. Su Yu briefly elaborated before taking the phone from Yingzheng and pressing the power button, illuminating the screen instantly. Initially perplexed by the nature of this object, Yingzheng's eyes widened with intrigue. A luminous stone? The aesthetically pleasing patterns gracing the screen hinted that it was far more than a mere light-emitting object. He refrained from voicing any questions and continued to listen attentively as Su Yu expounded on its features. Su Yu, with great enthusiasm, demonstrated various functions while explaining, dedicating nearly half an hour to ensure that Yingzheng grasped the fundamental capabilities of the device and could operate some basic functions. For a man from 2 millennia ago, this was undoubtedly a marvel previously unencountered. Once Yingzheng had a general understanding of how to use the smartphone, he became engrossed, contemplating it with fascination. After allowing him some time to explore, Su Yu continued, "The reason I chose to gift you this device is that, compared to books, the videos it can display sometimes portray information in a more intuitive manner." He then took Yingzheng's phone, methodically navigating to the offline cache of videos on a popular website. With a storage capacity of 1 terabyte, Su Yu had already downloaded an extensive array of educational videos and documentaries covering history, economics, military affairs, and culture. He opened a historical montage video titled 10 Minutes from Ancient Warfare to the Last Emperor's Abdication, which boasted over 20 million views, and placed the phone before Yingzheng. Curiously, Yingzheng picked up the phone to inspect it closely. Initially, he struggled to comprehend the content being presented. However, as the video progressed, transitioning through significant events from the ancient Huang era to the tumultuous spring and autumn and warring states periods, comprehension dawned upon him, and he settled down to watch intently. When the video depicted the Qin's annihilation of the 6 states and the unification of the realm, accompanied by stirring background music, even Yingzheng could not suppress a surge of excitement. Yet, upon witnessing his future demise in the sands of Shakyu, coupled with the poignant phrase "noble lords, do you possess any true lineage?" he could not help but frown. Aware of his eventual fate, though somewhat disheartened, he patiently continued to observe the unfolding of subsequent historical events, the Western Han, Eastern Han, the Three Kingdoms, and the Tang Dynasty, culminating in the abdication of the last emperor. In a mere 10 minutes, millennia of history flashed before him. As the video concluded, Zheng stared silently at the smartphone's diminutive screen for a lengthy moment before finally exclaiming, "Remarkable. The history of the ensuing millennia is indeed captivating. This device is truly a marvel of ingenuity. Presenting history in such a manner, rather than through books, is undeniably striking and facilitates understanding." Suyu shrugged, responding, "Whether through video or literature, both serve as vessels of knowledge, each possessing its own merits and drawbacks. My intention in providing you with these resources is to allow you a more visceral experience of the future's distinctions." He then clicked on a video showcasing modern weaponry. The footage displayed a barrage from rocket artillery, transforming the target range into a fiery inferno, leaving Zheng utterly astonished. Although he lacked a conceptual framework for firearms, the sheer number of craters left in the aftermath indicated the formidable power of the weaponry displayed. Regaining his composure, he promptly inquired, "What is this?" "Oh, it's a type of firearm, albeit not the most powerful. The most formidable could annihilate Xianyang in an instant," Suyu replied succinctly. "These videos document the evolution of weaponry. You can explore them further to gain a comprehensive understanding. Most of what you see in these videos, I can provide, naturally, for items I cannot procure immediately, given time. I can obtain them for you. You may begin by watching these, and once you have a clearer understanding of what I possess, we can further discuss the terms of our transaction. As for papermaking and printing techniques, I have also downloaded relevant videos for your perusal, and once you grasp them, we can consider this transaction complete." Upon hearing this, Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. He then handed over the 30 longevity elixirs previously agreed upon, finalizing the transaction. After exchanging pleasantries, Suyu instructed Zheng on how to charge the phone using an external power source before they took their leave. Observing Zheng's somewhat hurried demeanor, it was evident that he was eager to delve into the vast reservoir of knowledge Suyu had brought. Chapter 34. Suyu hoists the military banner. Upon exiting the transaction space, night had fallen, the clock nearing 7 o'clock. He grabbed a quick bite in the hotel restaurant before hastily driving towards the outskirts. After all, he had arranged a meeting with Chuyu to trade gold at an abandoned industrial park in the suburbs. Having been busy all afternoon, the prospect of driving to the outskirts at night made him acutely aware of the meaning of being extremely occupied. Ironically, he had lamented his own idleness just that morning. It was clear that managing every detail personally was unfeasible. He needed to recruit a team to assist with various tasks, especially those of lesser importance, like procuring supplies for Froststar and Zheng. If he attempted to handle everything himself, he risked exhausting himself. However, there was no immediate rush. Once the military completed testing the exoskeletons, he would find himself in a position of financial security with military backing, making all endeavors far more convenient than at present. As he drove, Suyu contemplated the tasks that lay ahead. The car swiftly arrived at the abandoned industrial park on the outskirts. As it was his second transaction, he felt less trepidation than during the first, driving directly into the site. However, curiously, despite his enhanced perception from the gene serum, he felt no sensation of being watched, which was unusual. Typically, he would sense the gaze of onlookers, as he had already tested this during his earlier stroll through the bustling streets. Had they not yet arrived? That seemed unlikely. It was already past 8:40. Perhaps they had no intention of surveilling the entrance to the industrial park? Never mind, Suyu dismissed the thought. He would confront whatever challenges arose with fortitude. Driving into the abandoned industrial park, he located a discreet corner to park the vehicle. He then retrieved a robust suitcase from the trunk, containing over 300 kilograms of gold, his remaining stock, valued at approximately 115 million yuan at 300 yuan per gram. This quantity of gold would have been unmanageable for him to carry in the past. Yet, having injected the gene serum, his physical capabilities now reached superhuman levels, and the weight of nearly 400 kilograms was merely slightly burdensome. Carrying the burden for a few kilometers posed no challenge. Navigating seamlessly through the desolate industrial park, he swiftly approached the designated factory. However, before he could draw near, a gunshot shattered the night stillness, startling him. Suyu reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively discarding the gold and retrieving his S-79 electromagnetic pistol from his inventory, aiming it in the direction of the gunfire. Yet at that moment, he realized that the shot had seemingly not been intended for him. Moreover, that single shot was merely the prelude. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if a powder keg had ignited. In the darkness, the sounds of intense gunfire erupted from the factory ahead, punctuated by intermittent cries of anguish. Suyu could now unequivocally ascertain that he was not the target. But what on earth was happening? For a moment, he found himself utterly perplexed. If the conflict had been directed at him, it would have been a case of black-on-black violence, a scenario that, while undesirable, was within the realm of his expectations. But what did it signify if it was a clash between others? Furthermore, it sounded as if there were numerous participants on both sides. Although this was the outskirts, it was still a prosperous area. What kind of lawless renegades would dare to engage in a gunfight here? Stunned for a moment, Suyu listened to the escalating gunfire within. After some contemplation, he summoned a heavy exoskeleton from his inventory. Within moments, he donned it with ease. While the combat suit's protective capabilities surpassed those of the exoskeleton, who would scoff at the thickness of their armor, compared to the flimsy protective suit, the weighty armor of the exoskeleton provided Suyu with a sense of security. After flexing his limbs, he placed the box filled with gold into his inventory and stealthily circled the factory's perimeter. Eventually, he located the window of the second-floor office where they had conversed that day. Inside, just as before, a faint glow illuminated the space. With a slight exertion, aided by the exoskeleton, he leaped 4 to 5 meters high, effortlessly grasping the windowsill and crashing through the glass into the office. Bang, bang, bang. Upon entry, he was immediately greeted by a hail of bullets. Damn it, what bad luck. Suyu cursed under his breath. The exoskeleton's protection, of course, was impervious to the feeble firearms being used against him. He glanced up at the terrified bodyguards and the figure of Chuyu behind them. After a moment's consideration, he abandoned the idea of smashing their heads into their chests. After all, she was the client, and killing her was not an option. Once the bodyguards had emptied their magazines, taking advantage of their frantic reloading, Suyu stated, "That's enough. I'm on your side." With irritation, he seized a bodyguard's gun, effortlessly crushing it into a crumpled mass of metal. The bewildered bodyguard stared at the twisted scrap, confusion etched across his face. The other 2 bodyguards wore expressions of utter disbelief, their reloading motions frozen mid-action. What manner of monster was this? "You are Suyu?" Chuyu, sheltered behind her bodyguards, inquired with skepticism as she parted them. "Indeed it is." The exoskeleton's visor retracted, revealing a significantly more handsome Suyu. Chuyu scrutinized him for a prolonged moment before finally exhaling in relief. Subsequently, she stepped forward with interest and, noticing Suyu's lack of movement, tentatively tapped the heavy chest plate of the exoskeleton, exclaiming, "Is this an exoskeleton? You certainly have an eye for quality," Suyu remarked, casting her a surprised glance before adding, "It's the military's latest product." "The military possesses such technology?" Chuyu glanced from the formidable exoskeleton to Suyu, her face a mask of disbelief. "They will soon," Suyu replied dismissively, pointing towards the incessant gunfire outside the door, his tone exasperated. "What on earth is happening? I came here to conduct business, not to engage in a brawl." Chuyu regarded the door, her voice cold as she said, "There have been some issues within the company. It was my oversight that led to such a significant disruption during our transaction. I can offer some compensation on the price of the gold afterward." Suyu gestured toward the door, teasingly retorting, "Forget about later. We need to think about how to deal with this now. The gunfire was just on the first floor, and now it's almost reached the second. Your people may not hold out much longer." Unexpectedly, Chuyu appeared unfazed, instead chuckling as she tapped on the armor adorning Suyu's form. "But you are here, are you not? We are, after all, partners in this venture. You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Chapter 35 Suyu. "I can save you, but it will cost extra." Suyu scrutinized her for a considerable time before brushing her hand away with annoyance. "I can save you, but it will cost 200 million. Chuyu raised a slender finger. "That box of gold weighs over 300 kilograms, barely surpassing 100 million. Are you suggesting that you're worth $1 billion? That's more valuable than gold." Coughing, he added, "What is money, after all? As someone who is already relatively affluent, I believe it is unwise to bend for mere trinkets. Though I admit, this is a rather large sum. Am I to be swayed by such monetary temptation? 200 million. What is money? We, the passionate youth, cannot abide by the actions of these lawless individuals. Rest assured, Miss Chu, I shall go and remove their heads." Suyu strode boldly toward the door. Just before opening it, he reconsidered, glancing back with lingering doubt. Just make sure the money is deposited into the previous account. There was no denying it. She had offered far too much. Suyu had previously considered himself quite well off, yet in comparison to these wealthy individuals, he felt like a mere pauper. Curse those capitalists. Suyu grumbled as he stepped into the corridor outside the office. Once outside, his visor descended, enveloping him in protective gear. The exoskeleton's helmet, equipped with a night vision system, allowed him to survey the dark factory thoroughly. He discovered that the unidentified assailants had indeed cleared the first floor and were now advancing toward the stairs leading to the second floor. This group donned the most ordinary of clothing, blending into the crowd without a hint of dissonance, a stark contrast to Chuyu's sharply dressed bodyguards. Yet, Their combat experience appeared to surpass that of the bodyguards. Their tactical maneuvers suggested they were seasoned veterans of gunfights, coupled with their numerical advantage and the element of surprise. They had quickly overwhelmed Chu Yu's guards. Among these unidentified individuals, Su Yu even spotted a few distinctly foreign faces. The presence of foreigners indicated that these were likely not military or police forces pursuing Chu Yu. There were nearly 20 of them, and it would not pose a challenge for Su Yu to deal with them. Prior to his emergence, his sole concern had been whether Chu Yu was a notorious criminal, in which case he would not intervene. To protect his prior dealings with her, he even contemplated eliminating her to silence any potential witnesses and quietly escape. However, since they were not official forces, it no longer mattered. Regardless of who they were, engaging in such a violent conflict within the borders of Jojo was an abhorrent crime. He descended to confront these individuals. What was that called? It was termed as righteous bravery. A young man from the magical city displayed valor, single-handedly dispatching over a dozen armed villains. Just listen to that. How exhilarating. Boom. The heavy thud of impact reverberated. Donning an exoskeleton, Su Yu vaulted over the railing and leaped to the first floor, ambushing the assailants advancing up the staircase. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, this commotion surprisingly went unnoticed by those ahead. Su Yu strode forward, seizing the head of a gang member peering around the corner, and effortlessly lifted him. He then hurled the thug out into the open. Instantly, gunfire erupted from across the way, as several of Chu Yu's bodyguards unleashed a barrage, transforming the unfortunate thug into a sieve. The sudden turn of events startled the group of thugs at the staircase, who swiftly aimed their weapons at Su Yu. However, upon witnessing the formidable armor adorning him, they stood frozen in confusion. What on earth was this? Listening to the rapid-fire gibberish from a lanky thug nearby, Su Yu could hardly be bothered to decipher his words. With a swift motion, he delivered a blow that spun the thug's head a full 720 degrees. 2. Under the influence of the genetic serum, despite this being his first encounter with such a scenario, Su Yu remained astonishingly composed, save for a slight psychological discomfort. Bang! 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 The violent gunfire erupted once more, bullets ricocheting off Su Yu's armor, producing mere sparks and only chipping the paint. The armor bore no dents, let alone any injury to Su Yu himself. The heavy exoskeleton surged into the midst of the thugs like a tiger among sheep, wielding immense force, and swiftly penetrated their ranks. The dense gunfire gradually subsided, until it ceased entirely. Disdainfully, Su Yu flicked the bloodstains off his armor and turned to the bodyguard who, unbeknownst to him, had been standing bewildered at the staircase corner. Go inform your lady. The situation has been resolved. Why, yes. The bodyguard paused momentarily before nodding eagerly and hastily ascending the stairs, tripping and stumbling along the way to relay the news. It wasn't that he lacked courage. The scene he had just witnessed was simply too horrifying. The experience of using a gun to take a life was entirely different from Su Yu's method of charging into a crowd and smashing someone's head. The latter presented a visual impact that was utterly transformative. Before long, Chu Yu descended the stairs, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. Upon seeing the bloodied and mangled scene, she merely furrowed her brow slightly, paying it little heed. Instead, her gaze fixated on Su Yu's exoskeleton, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. This apparatus was astonishingly formidable. Moreover, the absence of any dents suggested that the level of conflict had not even approached the protective limits of this equipment. Its value was immeasurable. As a businesswoman, Chu Yu instantly recognized the worth of the exoskeleton. Oblivious to her thoughts, Su Yu inquired directly, when will the payment be processed? The payment for the gold can be made immediately. However, the fee for your assistance will be disbursed tomorrow, Chu Yu replied candidly. 200 million in cash wasn't easily obtained. We can proceed with the gold transaction first. I'll retrieve the gold now. Please wait. Su Yu nodded and walked towards the main entrance. However, halfway there, he paused and redirected towards one of the ground floor windows, secured with a rusty steel grill. With a forceful kick, he shattered the rusted security net and effortlessly leaped out. In a secluded corner, he accessed his inventory to retrieve the gold. Yet, as he climbed back through the broken window, he suddenly recalled something. Hadn't he purchased this place? Both the land and the abandoned factory were indeed under his ownership. Damn it! Turning to behold the carnage at the stairwell, Su Yu felt a twitch of his eyelid. Had he known, he would have restrained his strength earlier. What a stroke of bad luck. Chapter 36. Chu Yu's Other Identity. Thud. Su Yu dropped the heavy suitcase onto the ground. His mood soured by the state of his territory. He addressed Chu Yu directly. This is the gold. Have someone verify it. Also, please arrange for this place to be cleaned up. It resembles a slaughterhouse. I am not one to be cruel. I cannot bear the sight of blood. If it is not tidied up, I shall hesitate to return to this land. Chu Yu, nearly convinced by his words, rolled her eyes and retorted. I will ensure it is cleaned. As for the gold, there is no need for verification. Per our prior agreement, for the 385 kilograms of gold here, I owe you 114 million. Let us round it up to 200 million, shall we? This portion will be transferred to your account shortly, and the remaining funds will be deposited tomorrow. At this point, Chu Yu hesitated and glanced at the bodyguards behind her. Mr. Su and I have matters to discuss. You all may leave. Though the bodyguards were not as formidable as the thugs they had just faced, their professional conduct was commendable. Upon receiving her command, they departed the factory without hesitation, resuming their vigil outside. Once they were alone, Chu Yu turned to Su Yu and asked, "Would you like to know why these people came after me?" "No." Su Yu shook his head resolutely. He was merely interested in making money and had no desire to entangle himself in their troubles. Chu Yu paused, casting him a reproachful glance before continuing. "In fact, it is generally prohibited for bodyguards to carry firearms in the country. My bodyguards are the exception due to our company's collaborations with certain state-owned enterprises. But I want to delve into the specifics. Essentially, it is connected to external affairs." As she spoke, she pointed to a handgun scattered on the ground. "Due to this situation, our company has offended several external forces in recent years, and numerous individuals have sought to take my life. Thus, the authorities specially authorized my bodyguards to be armed. These individuals were specifically smuggled in to confront me." Upon hearing this, Su Yu comprehended the gravity of the situation. Outside. Firearms. Goodness, this seemingly delicate woman was unexpectedly involved in arms dealings. Yet, as this realization dawned on him, Su Yu's brow furrowed. "If your business is so extensive, then the 100 kilograms of gold that night, amounting to 30 million, seems a trivial risk for you to take, to come to such a remote place to transact? A wise man does not place himself in perilous situations." This principle was not lost on someone like Chu Yu. "I do not provide them with opportunities. They would not dare to emerge otherwise," Chu Yu replied with a sly smile. "We were already aware of the smuggling activities, but in such a vast area, locating them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I ventured out that night specifically to give them the chance. After all, it is far simpler and less risky to ensnare them in such a secluded location than in a densely populated urban area. However, I did not anticipate their incompetence, leading to a missed opportunity." Thus, Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Without waiting for him to inquire, Chu Yu walked over to a windowsill and pointed outside. As he gazed into the distance, he spotted several speedboats adorned with police markings approaching from the sea, their armed officers clearly visible, equipped to the teeth. Simultaneously, he could hear the blaring sirens from the main road on the other side of the industrial park, suggesting a considerable number of personnel were on their way. Even if he had refrained from intervening earlier, with the firepower of those thugs, it would have been quite a challenge to subdue the bodyguards guarding the staircase. They were more than capable of holding out until the police, who had long been lying in wait, arrived. "I apologize for not informing you of the situation earlier." Chu Yu shrugged. "In truth, this matter is more intricate than you might imagine. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to send people here to kill me. Such an act would be tantamount to seeking death. However, due to unforeseen developments, some individuals have grown impatient. What exactly are you trying to convey with all this?" Su Yu frowned. Initially, he had considered fleeing upon seeing the approaching police, but upon reflection, he realized that this industrial park was his territory, and those he had eliminated were dangerous elements who had crossed the border. It would be pure folly for him to run away, given his righteous intentions. The military is already aware of the existence of the exoskeleton. It's not something that can remain concealed. "I wish to purchase several sets from you." Chu Yu approached him, tapping on the sturdy chest plate, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "This is truly a magnificent industrial creation." Noticing her expression, Su Yu gradually sensed something amiss and cautiously inquired, "You were already aware of the exoskeleton's existence, weren't you?" "Indeed," Chu Yu replied candidly. "One of my other companies is engaged in that line of business. Our experts were involved when the military tested those 2 samples, so of course, I am aware. But rest assured, the military was thoroughly impressed after the testing, and a contract will likely be signed with you in the coming days. Once a sufficient quantity is equipped, they will publicly showcase their might. The current external situation is rather unstable, and the military has a need for this, compared to the tanks, aircraft, and missile vehicles that have been seen countless times. This revolutionary exoskeleton will undoubtedly serve as a more formidable deterrent against nefarious elements. Thus, they never intended to conceal the existence of the exoskeleton. My knowledge of it is entirely justifiable. The only thing they have placed under the highest level of confidentiality is your identity. Frankly, I had no idea that the military obtained those 2 exoskeletons from you until you appeared before me wearing one." Upon hearing this, Su Yu began to piece things together. "Since you have such a close relationship with the military, why not wait until after they are equipped to purchase from them? What is your production capacity for this item?" Chu Yu sighed. "In the short term, they probably won't have enough for their own use. How could they possibly sell any to me? You, however, have yet to formally sign a contract with the military, Selling me a few sets now would pose no issue for them, wouldn't it? Suyu reflected on this and realized it was indeed the case. Considering he already had over 1,000 exoskeletons piled up in his inventory, he inquired, "What price do you propose?" 10 million per set, for 10 sets, Chuyu stated, revealing her anticipated price. Although this amount could buy a main battle tank, the war potential of the exoskeleton was arguably not inferior. "I can provide you with 10 sets, but let me make one thing clear." Suyu looked her in the eyes. "The 10 exoskeletons I sell you will have a backdoor left in the system, and disassembly for research will not be supported. In simpler terms, they can only be used as they are. If anyone attempts to forcibly disassemble them, the battery will initiate a self-destruct sequence. The explosion generated by that massive metal hydrogen battery would likely rival that of a 155mm howitzer shell. If you find this acceptable, you may send someone to collect the goods here tomorrow." Given the current technological level of Blue Star, the core technology of the exoskeleton was beyond their comprehension. However, that did not mean that researchers could not glean any advanced technology from the exoskeleton. The drive system, control system, and carbon-based chips used for computation, as well as advanced systems for friend or foe identification, targeting assistance, and night vision, were all elements they could potentially study and replicate. His allowance for the military to disassemble and research was merely a favor he was granting them. Chuyu's proposition was essentially a straightforward exchange of money for goods. He would not sell the exoskeletons to her for unrestricted research purposes over such trivial matters. Agreed. Chuyu readily accepted the terms. "Tomorrow night at the same time, I will send someone to collect the goods. As for the payment, I will ensure that it is delivered alongside the 200 million during the day." While the price was stated as 10 million per set, in reality, Chuyu had spent 30 million per set to acquire them. After all, she was fishing for a deal. Even if Suyu had not come, she likely would have faced no danger. The 200 million she had mentioned was solely to facilitate her current purchase of exoskeletons and to establish a relationship with Suyu. Deal. Chapter 37. Suyu. So I am a researcher. Almost immediately after the two reached an agreement, a fully armed police force entered the abandoned factory. Clearly, they had already been in contact with the guards at the entrance, as the thugs inside had already been dealt with. There was no excessive tension. But despite being mentally prepared, some officers were taken aback upon witnessing the gruesome scene at the staircase. Even the most seasoned veterans, who had witnessed their fair share of bloodshed, couldn't suppress their astonishment. Of course, they were far superior to the bodyguards. If Suyu recalled correctly, 2 bodyguards had even vomited on the spot. He managed to maintain his composure only because the gene serum had enhanced him in every aspect. Remarkably, Chuyu remained unfazed, conducting business with him in such a setting. He could not help but admire her fortitude. "Hello, Shanghai Police Department." A middle-aged man in uniform emerged from the cluster of armed personnel, his gaze sweeping over the two before finally resting on Chuyu. "Miss Chuyu, what is the situation here?" It turned out that Captain Zheng was leading the team today. Chuyu pointed at Suyu and said, "This gentleman is a researcher from the military. He was testing the military's latest individual equipment nearby and came to assist upon hearing the commotion." Her voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Suyu and Captain Zheng. She gestured towards the bloody staircase behind her. Upon hearing this, Captain Zheng furrowed his brow and glanced at the gruesome staircase before saluting Suyu. "Please present your military identification." Typically, military researchers held ranks and would not lack identification. However, Suyu's identity was a fabrication by Chuyu. Such a document did not exist. He shook his head, preparing to say he did not possess one. But Chuyu interjected, "His confidentiality level is quite high." Captain Zheng, upon hearing this, glanced at the exoskeleton Suyu was wearing. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "I need to verify this. Please hold on." In truth, he was not particularly concerned about the fate of the thugs. The original directive regarding those armed rogues attempting to smuggle weapons and engage in nefarious acts was clear. Any resistance would warrant immediate execution. Even if it were not Suyu who dealt the fatal blow, it is likely that they would meet their demise at the hands of armed patrols. Their presence here tonight had sealed their fate. However, the pressing question remained. What was the true identity of this suddenly emergent Suyu? Earlier, he had gleaned from the bodyguards that almost all of these criminals had been dispatched by Suyu alone, wielding nothing but his bare hands against nearly 20 armed miscreants. What extraordinary combat prowess was this? If Suyu were indeed affiliated with the military, it would be an entirely different matter, and one could only marvel at the advanced equipment at their disposal. Yet what if he was not? After all, this was Shanghai, a densely populated international metropolis. The existence of such formidable capabilities in the hands of an unofficial individual, without any prior registration, could lead to unpredictable chaos. He could not afford to be reckless. It was unwise to heed only Chuyu's account. Chuyu softly interjected, "Captain Zheng, It would be prudent for you to have your superior contact the commander of the Eastern District to clarify that the equipment he is using is an exoskeleton. Captain Zheng nodded and stepped aside to make the call. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yu explained to Su Yu, "Currently, you have not established a cooperative relationship with the military. Even if those with lower ranks are aware of exoskeleton technology, they would have no knowledge of your existence. Being forthright could complicate matters. If you simply state that you are a classified military personnel, they will escalate their inquiries to higher authorities, as your information is indeed on the military's confidential list." Which is not a falsehood. With the military's endorsement, the patrol officers will not pursue further questions. Su Yu nodded in agreement. It was indeed wise to avoid unnecessary complications. True to form, Captain Zheng returned after approximately 10 minutes, his demeanor visibly lighter. Observing Su Yu's exoskeleton, his initial wariness had transformed into admiration. It has been confirmed. We owe a debt of gratitude to Mr. Su for undertaking the tasks that were ours to perform. It is only natural to lend a hand in the face of injustice. Su Yu chuckled. Indeed, one would expect the same from anyone. Captain Zheng remarked, yet, those were over 20 armed criminals. While many might wish to do so, few possessed the capability. He could not help but glance at the exoskeleton again, swallowing hard. This technology was undeniably impressive. From the information he had received from his superiors, Su Yu was indeed a military researcher. The fact that a researcher could eliminate armed criminals without firearms was astonishing, underscoring the exoskeleton's formidable combat potential. If such technology were to be integrated into the armed patrol forces, dealing with vicious armed criminals in complex urban terrains would become significantly easier. He resolved that once the military declassified this equipment, he would submit a request for several units to be procured for their department. It was only fitting they had access to such advantageous tools. The two engaged in light conversation, due to Su Yu's presence on the military's confidentiality list. It was customary for everyone, including Chu Yu and Captain Zheng, along with all patrol officers and bodyguards who had entered the factory, to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Once completed, they would have little further involvement. As for the aftermath, Chu Yu would dispatch personnel to liaise with the patrol officers to address the situation, relieving Su Yu of any burdens. However, just as Su Yu was preparing to depart, Captain Zheng unexpectedly retained him, stating that the military had been informed of the situation and wished to visit the combat site, hoping Su Yu could provide guidance. Understanding the significance of this moment, the exoskeleton's inaugural battle in this world, Su Yu recognized the military's desire for first-hand data to facilitate in-depth research. Moreover, being present allowed him to address some questions that had arisen during the recent tests of the exoskeleton. Su Yu did not hesitate to agree. Shortly thereafter, the whirring of helicopter rotors heralded the arrival of two military armed transport helicopters, which gracefully descended onto an open area of the abandoned industrial park. Accompanied by a contingent of fully armed soldiers, a group of researchers clad in lab coats eagerly disembarked, hastening into the derelict factory. "Ah, Mr. Su, it truly is you," exclaimed Zhou Bo, the head of the researchers and the first to notice the exoskeleton at the defense exhibition. Upon seeing Su Yu, although he perceived a notable change in him, he did not dwell on it and quickly approached. "Major Zhou, it has been quite a long night," Su Yu acknowledged simply, finding it awkward to engage in a handshake while clad in the exoskeleton. Zhou Bo, unfazed by such details, beamed, "Not at all. I have quite a few inquiries for you regarding this visit. I fear I may impose on you. Feel free to ask. Are you here to examine the combat scene? It's over there." Su Yu indicated towards the depths of the dark factory. He was not one to harbor any qualms. And after providing a straightforward explanation to the patrol officers, he departed from the site of carnage. "All right, I shall send someone to investigate. This is invaluable primary data," Zhou Bo stated, gesturing for a team of experts equipped with high-powered flashlights to advance into the factory. "Please be advised that the scene may be rather gruesome. It would be best to prepare yourselves mentally," Su Yu cautioned. "No worries. We are all professionals. Sometimes we must venture to foreign battlefields to collect data on weapon testing." Zhou Bo waved dismissively. Su Yu chose not to press further. However, it was not long before sounds of retching emerged from within. Zhou Bo's face twitched in response. While Su Yu had anticipated this reaction, after all, even seasoned patrol officers, accustomed to the most brutal of crime scenes, nearly lost their composure at the sight. These researchers, despite their experience, were still civilians and could be expected to falter under such circumstances. Let us not dwell on this minor hurdle. Zhou Bo awkwardly shifted the subject. "Mr. Su, during this visit, I wish to specifically consult you. The internal control system of this exoskeleton is indeed remarkably intricate. Yet we have encountered some disagreements at our research institute regarding the optimal equipment configuration to maximize its functionality. I recall you mentioning that the strength of its capabilities is directly proportional to the richness of our imagination. I would like to know if you have any insights on this matter." Insights. Suyu pondered for a moment. He had not specifically consulted Froststar regarding the addition of weapons to the exoskeleton. However, Froststar had previously showcased the combat capabilities of the exoskeleton by sharing videos from their wasteland, demonstrating the use of the G60 heavy exoskeleton. Reflecting on the configurations of the exoskeleton warriors depicted in those videos, Suyu pondered aloud. In fact, a thorough investigation into this technology would necessitate a transformation of the organizational structure of the ground forces. For instance, a mechanized infantry squad typically comprises 9 to 12 soldiers, each assigned distinct roles, such as machine gun teams, anti-vehicle squads, and even specialized units that may include sniper teams or drone reconnaissance groups. Additionally, a squad is usually equipped with an armored personnel carrier to serve as both transport and a source of heavy firepower. However, with the acquisition of this exoskeleton, a single soldier would essentially be capable of performing all the tasks currently assigned to an entire squad. As he spoke, Suyu paused momentarily, then borrowed a sniper rifle used by the patrol team from Captain Zheng, leading the group out of the factory. With the sound of mechanical whirring, the helmet of the exoskeleton swiftly enveloped his head. Assisted by the night vision capabilities, he quickly locked onto a target in the distance. He fired a shot with a casual flick of his wrist. Bang! The bullet soared through the air, traversing several hundred meters, and accurately struck a bird's nest nestled in a tree at the foot of a distant hill. This shot was facilitated by the exoskeleton's advanced aiming system, appearing almost effortless in its execution. While Zhou Bowei and the others were left bewildered, Suyu lifted his visor and remarked, at the base of that hill, along the roadside, there is a pine tree approximately 736 meters away, which houses a bird's nest. You may send someone to verify if the shot hit its mark. He then returned the rifle to Captain Zheng. Over 700 meters. Zhou Bowei widened his eyes, gazing at the sniper rifle. The Type 88 sniper rifle has an effective range of 800 meters. You managed to hit a bird's nest from over 700 meters at night? Why not? If I couldn't hit it, what purpose would the aiming system serve? Suyu countered. I recall the specifications indicated that this system can accurately calculate factors such as wind direction, humidity, and visibility, allowing it to target any visible object within 5,000 meters with a deviation of no more than 2 centimeters. Haven't you tested it? Zhou Bowei looked somewhat sheepish as he replied. Time has been limited, and given the extensive features of this exoskeleton, we haven't yet had the opportunity to thoroughly test the aiming system. Moments later, the soldier dispatched to check the bird's nest hurried back, holding a nest with 2 clean holes punctured through it by the bullet. This soldier, a guard for the researchers, evidently belonged to a technical unit, and, upon returning, added, I just measured the distance with a rangefinder, and indeed, the tree with the bird's nest is over 700 meters away. Impressive, Zhou Bowei remarked, inhaling sharply as he examined the nest. Under normal circumstances, a sniper team requires a sniper, an observer, and sometimes even an additional sniper for backup shots. Suyu interjected. With the G60 exoskeleton, there would be no need for such a large team. One individual could accomplish the role of a sniper. Moreover, with the assistance of the aiming system, the suppression fire from machine guns becomes less critical. If one's aim is precise, an automatic rifle firing a magazine of dozens of rounds can still achieve a suppressive effect. Surely, Major Zhou would agree? Seeing Zhou Bowei nod in agreement, he continued. You see, just by stating this, it's evident that the aiming system alone could replace a sniper team and a machine gun team within a squad. As for anti-vehicle operations, equipping a soldier in an exoskeleton with a recoilless rifle would allow them to exploit their speed to find advantageous angles for attack. To speak frankly, with the protective strength and speed of the exoskeleton, one could even equip soldiers with explosives like C4, allowing them to chase down enemy vehicles and plant bombs without difficulty. After all, how many military infantry fighting vehicles can outrun it? As Suyu spoke, Zhou Bowei's eyes began to shine with realization. Previously, they had discussed traditional setups, such as exoskeletons designed for sniping or those intended for firepower suppression, distinguishing them by their specific roles for coordinated combat. Yet, Suyu's insights revealed that such distinctions might be unnecessary. With the exoskeleton's formidable auxiliary capabilities, a soldier clad in it could perform virtually any task expected of ground forces. An expanded perspective. Suyu clapped Zhou Bowei on the shoulder. In comparison to the limitations of ordinary soldiers, those donning the exoskeleton can undoubtedly be regarded as super soldiers. Super soldiers? Zhou Bowei's eyes lit up as he felt a sudden clarity wash over him. His mind opened up to envisioning the future combat model and the necessary accompanying weaponry for exoskeletons. Truly, Mr. Su, your insights are profoundly enlightening. Oh, it's nothing. Suyu waved his hand dismissively. You simply lack detailed understanding of this exoskeleton's capabilities for the time being. Once you've explored it for a while, You will grasp these concepts without needing my input. His words were not mere modesty. The military was filled with talent. The notion of not understanding how to utilize weaponry was a relic of a bygone feudal era. Once they became familiar with the exoskeleton's functions, discovering the correct usage would come naturally. Mr. Su is being humble, Zhou Bowei remarked, and the two exchanged pleasantries. Zhou Bowei even revealed that the military would likely approach Su Yu to finalize their collaboration in the next couple of days. As their conversation drew to a close, the clock had already struck past 1 in the morning. Chu Yu departed shortly after the military arrived, as her presence was inappropriate given the sensitive nature of the discussions. The patrol officers and Chu Yu remained to assist with the scene cleanup, waiting for the military experts to finish collecting data before they could commence their tasks. The responsibility of cleaning the site fell to the bodyguards, while the patrol officers focused on gathering intelligence about the bandits to ascertain their origins. Given that they had ventured into the 9 provinces with weapons, the situation was far from resolved. After bidding farewell to Zhou Bowei, Su Yu left on his own. Zhou Bowei initially intended to send 2 guards with him, but Su Yu politely declined. Not that he felt any threat, even if there were, with his formidable equipment. In the face of danger, it was uncertain who would be protecting whom. Alone, he felt most secure. If he were to encounter an unbeatable foe, he could always dive into the trading space to procure a set of storm power armor from Froststar. Wouldn't that be akin to facing gods or demons with unmatched power? Cough, cough. Having experienced the exhilarating sensation of donning the exoskeleton and decimating bandits, Su Yu found himself increasingly eager to discover what it would be like to wear the storm power armor, the ultimate technological marvel capable of traversing sky, land, and sea. The road back to the city was not short, and by the time Su Yu returned to the hotel, it was already 2 in the morning. After taking a shower and lying down in bed, he pulled out his phone to find a plethora of messages from Yu Xiaoyu sent around 11 o'clock that evening. At that moment, he was adorned in his exoskeleton, engaged in conversation, naturally devoid of time to glance at his phone. After perusing the messages, he discerned that the defense exhibition had concluded, and she would not be required at work the following day. The underlying implication was merely her desire to converse with Su Yu, as affection often blossoms over time. Unfortunately, he had been preoccupied with matters earlier, failing to respond promptly. Otherwise, he would not be lying alone in bed at this hour. Nonetheless, her absence from work the next day was indeed promising, coinciding perfectly with Su Yu's own free schedule, as he intended to view some properties. It was an opportune moment for him to unwind as well. Contemplating this, he replied, "I was tied up earlier and have been busy until now. If you're free tomorrow, would you care to join me for lunch?" After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside, preparing for slumber, considering it was already 2 in the morning and she was likely fast asleep. However, just as he set the device down, the notification's sound chimed, indicating a new message. She hadn't fallen asleep after all. Su Yu was taken aback and picked up his phone once more. Indeed, it was a swift reply from Yu Xiaoyu, which read, "Gigi, you were working so late. You're truly dedicated and hardworking. I can't help but feel for you." She ended with a subtly phrased inquiry about Su Yu's whereabouts. The implication was unmistakable. He had never realized her capacity for such considerate expression. It was clear she was a perceptive and understanding sister. Su Yu promptly shared his location and added, "Shall we venture out for a late-night snack?" Yu Xiaoyu immediately responded with an emoji indicating she was on her way. After exchanging a few light-hearted messages, once she confirmed she had entered a vehicle and would arrive in no more than half an hour, Su Yu set his phone down and began contemplating a more pressing matter: how to approach his relationship with Yu Xiaoyu. In truth, had this been in the past, he would not have pondered so deeply. He would simply have taken advantage of the situation, and if things soured, they would part ways without a second thought. After all, since embracing his role as a rogue, he had seldom encountered genuine individuals. Most were merely superficial encounters, fully aware of the transient nature of their interactions. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu was distinctly different from the women he had previously known. If one were to label her a good woman, that would be a stretch. Her readiness to engage with him so easily could be interpreted as a pursuit of monetary gain. Conversely, to classify her as a femme fatale would also be misleading. For during their earlier exchanges, she had exhibited a demeanor akin to a humble abode opening its doors for a guest. If one were to be precise, she might be characterized as a gold digger with principles, or perhaps a shrewd woman aware of her worth. Clearly, after a period of valuing her assets, she had chosen to invest her chips in Su Yu. To be frank, this was a scenario he had never encountered before. Of course, in his previous life, devoid of funds and responsibilities, he would have had no qualms about walking away at the first sign of trouble. What did it matter? If the situation became untenable, he would simply disappear. However, now, with his financial situation considerably improved, he had no intention of fleeing. Yet, his sense of responsibility would depend on the nature of that responsibility. If it were merely a matter of monetary exchange, that was one thing. If it involved a quest for status, that was an entirely different beast. After all, having finally ascended from obscurity, why would he seek to hang himself from a solitary tree in a vast forest? Such folly was beyond consideration. He decided to observe her intentions before making any further judgments. Not lingering on the matter any longer, Suyu dialed the hotel front desk to request some late-night snacks. In establishments of this caliber, the kitchen typically operated around the clock. With Yu Xiaoyu nearing her arrival, sleep was not an option. He needed to procure some sustenance first, perhaps a few sumptuous lamb kidneys. Chapter 40. Preparing to purchase a property, the ultimate tug-of-war. The following day, Suyu awoke in the afternoon, having indulged in a deep slumber. Beside him, Yu Xiaoyu remained lost in dreams, a trace of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Reflecting on his actions from the previous night, he felt a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Goodness, the potency of that genetic serum was truly remarkable. Under normal circumstances, achieving even half an hour without assistance would be the pinnacle for an average individual. Suyu, having previously prioritized his health, had managed to reach that threshold. As for those online who boast of enduring 1 or even 2 hours, or even an entire night, it was evident they were most likely inexperienced. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of underlying health issues, but generally, they were not representative of typical individuals. Yet, last night, Suyu shattered the 30-minute barrier, astonishingly enduring for 2 hours. Had it not been for Yu Xiaoyu's inability to withstand such prolonged encounters, he could have gone even longer. With his health assured, it was clear that the enhancement was due to the genetic agent. Quite fascinating indeed. After lying in bed for a short while, Yu Xiaoyu also awakened. They indulged in a tender moment before rising, eventually descending to enjoy lunch before vacating the hotel. However, Suyu did not check out of the room, but instead extended his stay for another week. The previous rental was too chaotic and inconvenient, and he had little desire to return there in the coming days. Once he secured a property, he would return to tidy up the rented room. Earlier that morning, the 2 billion in emergency funds and 1 billion for the exoskeleton procurement, as promised by Chu Yu, had already been transferred to Suyu's account. Added to this were the proceeds from his gold sale amounting to 120 million, along with nearly 10 million left from before. He now had a staggering total of 430 million in his account. If not now, when would he consider purchasing a property? The question remained, where? Suyu sat in the car, momentarily lost in thought, struggling to pinpoint suitable developments. Previously, his goal had been to buy a property in the bustling metropolis, and he had kept a keen eye on various new projects during his free time. But at that time, his finances were limited. He could only dream of small, modest 2-bedroom apartments in less desirable areas. Today was a different story. He could no longer settle for such accommodations, for that would be no different from remaining in the confines of his rented room. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Yu Xiaoyu in the passenger seat and asked, "Do you have any friends in real estate sales or anyone well-versed in the property market here?" Huh. Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback, replying incredulously, "You haven't already found a property?" When at the hotel, Suyu had merely mentioned his intention to go property hunting in the afternoon without elaborating further. She had assumed he had already pinpointed a place and was only waiting to finalize the purchase. "With how busy I've been lately, I haven't had time to view properties," Suyu shrugged. "Actually, I do have a friend who works at a real estate agency. However, she and I are from the same hometown, and we've known each other since childhood. She tends to be quite candid, and she also has my parents' contact information." Yu Xiaoyu hesitated, her tone a mix of uncertainty as she subtly scrutinized Suyu. Suyu instantly recognized her intent to gauge him. If he enlisted her friend's assistance in viewing properties, there was no doubt that news of their association would reach her parents. This would essentially serve as a notification to her family. Once the parents were informed, what would be the next step? Meeting the parents? Discussing marriage? How intriguing. Suyu had mentioned yesterday that she would find an opportunity to test her, yet unexpectedly, she found herself being tested first. There was no turning back now. It was time to engage. Since it was inconvenient on your end, let's not involve your friend, and switching to another agent would suffice. Suyu's tone remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the deeper implication within her words, completely disregarding the matter at hand. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in Yu Xiaoyu's eyes. But considering that she had only recently met Suyu, it seemed a bit premature to harbor such thoughts. She quickly concealed her disappointment and added, "In that case, I'll tell her you are my client. We have a great rapport, and purchasing through her should secure us some discounts. Moreover, I've heard her company is quite substantial, ranking among the top in the bustling metropolis, with a plethora of listings available and conveniently located nearby. For now, let us maintain our current relationship. After all, time nurtures feelings. Doesn't it? If needed, she can always learn a few more tricks." The prospect of relinquishing the chance to transform into a wealthy lady was something she found hard to accept. Who wouldn't he desire to ascend and become a phoenix? Upon hearing this, Suyu chuckled. All right then, make sure your friend puts in extra effort. If we can finalize the housing arrangements this afternoon, I'll consider it a significant achievement, and in the evening, I'll accompany you for a shopping spree. Pick any gift you fancy. As she spoke, she started the car and headed towards the address Yu Xiaoyu had mentioned. I want tea hold back then, Yu Xiaoyu replied, forcing a smile. Before turning to gaze out the window, letting out a soft sigh. Suyu's attitude was already quite clear. Benefits could be reaped, but formal recognition? Not a chance. After much tugging and pulling, it was evident that she had suffered a complete defeat. After all, she had no leverage in her dealings with Suyu. However, upon reflection, she felt that clarifying the situation now was not such a bad idea. At least she wouldn't have to constantly wrestle with how to navigate her relationship with Suyu, plagued by uncertainty. After a fierce internal struggle, she swiftly accepted her position and became increasingly considerate. Before long, the two arrived at the housing agency where Yu Xiaoyu's friend worked. She had already contacted her friend, and they were waiting downstairs as the two arrived. Once the car came to a stop, a woman with a sleek ponytail, clad in a tailored suit and high heels, approached briskly, exuding an air of competence. She immediately enveloped Yu Xiaoyu in a hearty embrace, the scene akin to a meteor colliding with the earth. Suyu, observing from the side, couldn't help but exclaim in delight. To be fair, Yu Xiaoyu's figure and appearance were already quite commendable, easily scoring over 90 points in Suyu's standards. She was the kind of person who would catch the eye of passers-by on the street. However, this childhood friend of Yu Xiaoyu, her radiance surpassed even that, surely above 95. Among the beauties Suyu had encountered, only Chu Yu could be deemed her superior, primarily due to the aloof aura that came from her high status. Of course, if otherworldly beauties were considered, then Froststar undoubtedly held the crown for the most exquisite woman Suyu had ever seen. If Chu Yu was a 98, then Froststar was a perfect 100, leaving no flaws for Suyu to critique. After all, her striking white hair already outshone Chu Yu significantly, while Suyu ranked the beauties she knew in her mind. The two women exchanged pleasantries before making their way towards Suyu. Yu Xiaoyu, acting as the intermediary, introduced, Su, this is my client, Mr. Suyu. Mr. Su, this is my friend, Su Qingyin. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyin glanced between the two and, with a composed smile, extended her hand. Good day, Mr. Su. I've heard from Xiaoyu that you are interested in purchasing a property. I have recently acquired a substantial number of premium listings and can surely secure you the best price. Thank you, Miss Su, Suyu replied, gently shaking her soft hand. I am primarily considering villas, preferably standalone ones. I wonder if you have any suitable recommendations? Pricing is negotiable, but ideally, they should be move-in ready and the paperwork expedited. Su Qingyin's eyes widened in surprise. Oh wow, a major client. Mr. Su, we have an ample supply of properties here that can certainly meet your needs. Shall we head upstairs for a detailed discussion? Su Qingyin's enthusiasm surged as she led the two upstairs, finding a meeting room for them to sit, while she dashed off to retrieve some materials. It was at this moment that Yu Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, her face reflecting disbelief as she looked at Suyu. You truly intend to buy a villa? This is the metropolis. A standalone villa, even in the suburbs, starts at a minimum of 8 figures. Though she had previously known that Suyu was wealthy, after all, he had purchased a car outright for over 200,000 without batting an eye, she had still underestimated the extent of his affluence. Well, one must have a place to settle down, right? Suyu shrugged nonchalantly. Before long, Su Qingyin returned with a booklet in hand. Glancing at Yu Xiaoyu seated to Suyu's right, she contemplated and then chose to sit on his left, effectively sandwiching him between them. She then opened the brochure. Mr. Su, here are the standalone villas available for immediate occupancy, all meeting your criteria. Suyu nodded, signaling her to proceed with the details. Su Qingyin promptly began to elaborate page by page, meticulously detailing the prices, locations, and surrounding facilities. Her professionalism was undoubtedly commendable. Suyu listened attentively, occasionally posing questions, while Yu Xiaoyu silently marveled at the exorbitant prices being quoted. The lowest price Su Qingyin mentioned was already over 30 million, and as they progressed through the listings, the prices escalated, with some surpassing the billion mark, yet Suyu remained unfazed, encouraging her to continue. Yu Xiaoyu found it hard to fathom the extent of the wealth possessed by this enigmatic figure she had recommended, overwhelmed by the astronomical figures being tossed around. After what felt like an eternity, Su Qingyin flipped to the final page of the booklet, Building 3, Taohua Wu. This villa is located in the southern suburbs of the metropolis, and the estate is named Taohua Wu. The main structure boasts 3 above-ground floors and 2 underground levels. Designed in a classic Huizhou style, encompassing 1,100 square meters. Additionally, The villa features a garden spanning 3,600 square meters, meticulously designed by a top domestic landscape architect, replete with exotic flowers, rockeries, flowing water, and pavilions. Rather than merely a garden, it is more akin to a masterpiece. As Su Qingyin spoke, she also activated a live video showcasing the property. Suyu took a brief glance before inquiring, "What is the price?" Su Qingyin was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Suyu's first inquiry about the price after such a lengthy introduction. It seemed he had taken a particular interest in this villa. However, upon reflecting on the specific circumstances surrounding Villa Number 3 in Towo, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and steeled herself to speak. "Mr. Su, this villa is unlike any other. It is not priced by square meter, but rather has a fixed price of 380 million. Furthermore, I do not possess the authority to alter this price, nor can I offer you any discounts. At most, I can provide you with a set of high-end imported furniture within my authorization. This villa is, strictly speaking, not an asset of our company, but is a consignment from a client. In fact, this price is already quite favorable, although the location may seem somewhat remote. The environment is exquisite. The amenities within this villa are nearly at the pinnacle of residential standards globally. It has everything one could desire." The owner, a real estate mogul, reportedly purchased it for just over 400 million, and despite its beautiful decor, it has never been occupied, as it was intended for resale. However, the current real estate market has shifted dramatically, and coupled with the owner's financial constraints, the price has now dropped to 380 million, with the stipulation that it must be paid in full upfront. Having said this, she nervously gazed at Suyu, awaiting his response. As a top-tier salesperson, Su Qingyin easily discerned that Suyu had shown no interest in the previous properties and was solely captivated by this one. Yet whether Suyu possessed 380 million was debatable. The requirement for full payment up front was exceedingly stringent. This villa had previously attracted clients worth hundreds of millions, who had promptly left upon hearing the condition of an outright payment. The idea of disbursing nearly 400 million in cash for a property was daunting, even for a CEO of a publicly traded company valued in the billions. Moreover, despite Suyu's ostentatious vehicle, its cost paled in comparison to the price of the villa. His entire outfit appeared to be worth no more than 2,000 yuan, which did not suggest an abundance of wealth. To prevent Suyu from being daunted by the price, Su Qingyin instinctively prepared to recommend a less expensive villa to shift the conversation. However, before she could utter a word, Suyu interjected, "Let us go take a look at the property. If everything is satisfactory, I can swipe my card later. By the way, how long will the paperwork take? When can I move in?" She instinctively began to express her thoughts, only to realize halfway through her sentence. Her lips parted in surprise, momentarily forgetting to close them as she stared at Suyu. "Mr. Su, do you truly intend to purchase it? Is there a problem?" Suyu replied, raising an eyebrow at her apparent confusion. "And no issue at all. I'll take you to see the villa right away." She quickly stood and added, "As for the paperwork, the owner has entrusted us entirely with the process. If you are satisfied, everything can be completed today." Su Qingyin hurriedly went to fetch the keys, requesting him to wait. "I'll be in the parking lot." Suyu also stood, leading Xiaoyu downstairs. His choice of this villa was quite straightforward. Firstly, it was located in the southern suburbs, a mere 10-minute drive from the abandoned industrial park. Secondly, the Chinese garden design resonated with his aesthetic preferences, far more appealing than the European-style architecture previously suggested. Most importantly, it met his criteria. After all, money is meant to be spent. Before long, the trio arrived at the Tawawu community in the southern suburbs. Upon entering, the tranquility was immediately palpable, starkly contrasting with the hustle and bustle outside. Though one could argue that it was not overly remote, just beyond the community lay bustling streets, making it more vibrant than some main thoroughfares in third or fourth-tier cities. However, the community's vastness, with villas sprawling over thousands of square meters and equipped with extensive amenities such as golf courses and outdoor hot springs, contributed to a sense of seclusion as they ventured deeper inside. Soon, under Su Qingyin's guidance, they arrived at the front of building number 3. With its blue tiles and white walls and elegantly curved eaves, the villa was encircled by an antique wall adorned with graceful bamboo, the verdant leaves adding a touch of vitality to the chilly winter day. A crimson door bore an inscription reading Qingya Xianju, exuding a profound sense of history. Suyu parked the car, his satisfaction evident as he admired the design of the entrance. Even from the outside, it undeniably embodied the essence of elegance. "Please, Mr. Su," Su Qingyin said as she respectfully opened the door, inviting him in. He graciously accepted the invitation. Crossing the threshold, he was met with an enchanting landscape of gardens, with winding corridors, lofty eaves, pavilions, and flowing waters, a truly extravagant sight. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, finding it hard to believe such a place existed in the land of exorbitant real estate. The garden, spanning 600 square meters, was a concept he had struggled to grasp before his arrival. Only upon seeing it in person could he comprehend its vastness, approximately the size of 9 basketball courts. No wonder the price reached 9 figures. Just the land alone must be worth millions. After a thorough tour led by Su Qingyin, he found the interior matched the promotional video perfectly. The space not only boasted exquisite decor, but also came fully furnished, with all items brand new and unutilized. Even the cleanliness of the villa was meticulously maintained, with no trace of dust, making it ready for immediate occupancy. Su Yu was thoroughly impressed and promptly instructed Su Qingyin, "Please prepare the contract. I intend to sign it today." Su Qingyin's face brightened with uncontainable joy. "I will inform my colleagues to bring the contract immediately. It will arrive within half an hour, and we will complete all procedures today." "All right," Su Yu nodded, ready to continue his exploration when suddenly he furrowed his brow and casually told Yu Xiaoyu, who had been trailing behind, "I have a matter to attend to. I need to make a phone call upstairs. Please do not allow anyone else to come up. If the contract arrives and I haven't come down yet, just have them wait." Yu Xiaoyu, still reeling from the shock of Su Yu's extravagant purchase, paused before hurriedly responding, "Okay, I won't let anyone up." Su Yu nodded in satisfaction, playfully pinching her cheek. "Choose a room for yourself later." At his words, Yu Xiaoyu glanced nervously at Su Qingyin, who was busy on a call, before shyly nodding in agreement. Su Yu made his way to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor and opened his personal panel. Indeed, it was Froststar messaging him. "I have persuaded the city lord. Hurry to the trading space." She truly accomplished it? Su Yu raised an eyebrow, then casually tapped on the panel, entering the trading space. Moments later, he found himself once again in the familiar conference room. At the long table, the silver-haired Froststar awaited him. However, this time, the meeting room was not merely occupied by him and Froststar. Beside her sat a breathtakingly beautiful girl with blue hair, whose looks and figure were in no way inferior to Froststar's. Su Yu cast a glance at the blue-haired girl before shifting his gaze back to Froststar, momentarily perplexed by the unfolding situation. "This is the Lord of Future City." Froststar elevated her fair chin, a hint of pride in her tone. Though she often appeared carefree and unrestrained, she was not as naive as to be oblivious to Su Yu's prior doubts about her ability to persuade the Lord. Bringing her before Su Yu was an opportunity she could not resist flaunting. "My name is Mo, the Lord of Future City, though I may not be for long." The blue-haired girl rose and performed a bow, mirroring the etiquette Froststar had exhibited upon first meeting Su Yu. "Su Yu." He returned the gesture with a proper bow. Then, he glanced at Froststar, hoping for an explanation of how she had managed to bring a living person into the trading space. Wasn't it supposed to be merely a circuit board carrying thoughts? Before Froststar could respond, Mo discerned his confusion and began to explain. "This is merely a bionic robot, not a flesh and blood entity. I have uploaded my consciousness into the robot's computational module." Bionic robot. Su Yu stared at her in astonishment, scrutinizing her from head to toe. After a moment, realizing it might be impolite to continue, he reluctantly averted his gaze. "Goodness, this is astonishingly lifelike." The facial expressions and skin texture were virtually indistinguishable from a living person. If those doll manufacturers on Blue Star possessed such technology, they would surely sell like hotcakes. Cough cough. Froststar cleared her throat twice to draw Su Yu's attention back, then waved her hand, releasing 10 storm power armors. "This is the portion of the agreed-upon compensation. The Lord has also arrived, so let us sign the contract." Seeing this, Su Yu nodded and meticulously reviewed the contract's contents. Froststar was indeed quite astute. There was a specific clause regarding the Lord, essentially including her within the scope of the transaction. The terms explicitly stated that the control over the robot housing Mo's consciousness would be fully transferred to Su Yu after the transaction. Upon arriving on Blue Star, she would require Su Yu's consent to undertake any actions. There was no need to worry about her unleashing a devastating attack that could cripple Blue Star's network. Moreover, once Mo's consciousness dissipated, the bionic robot, along with the artificial intelligence retaining her memories, would permanently belong to Su Yu. This effectively mitigated all risks while also providing Su Yu with an exquisite inflatable companion and a groundbreaking super AI as an additional gift on top of the original compensation. He had no reason not to sign. Ding! With the sound of the transaction space's notification, the agreement was finalized. Both Su Yu and Froststar had grown accustomed to this, while Mo, who had been observing, gazed in astonishment at her slender, delicate hands and remarked, "To think that I instantly acquired the highest control over this bionic robot. The technology of the Interdimensional Trading Platform truly exceeds my comprehension." Yet, she did not linger on this, smiling at Su Yu as she continued, "Then, I entrust you with the final chapter of my life. I will strive to fulfill your requests." Su Yu nodded. He held a certain respect for this formidable leader of Future City, who had lived for nearly 2 centuries and had ruthlessly saved countless lives from peril. Chiyo-emo nodded in return, then turned her gaze to Frost Star, casually removing a ring from her finger and placing it before her. You are far too young, your temperament too impulsive. Future City should not have fallen into your hands. However, since you have acquired this trading space that may transform the wasteland, there is no one more suited to be the Lord than you. Chapter 43. Now, you are the Lord. As Frost Star beheld the ring she had yearned for, the symbol of supreme authority, her initial expression was one of astonishment. She had not anticipated Chiyo-mo's decisiveness in presenting the ring to her so readily. Almost immediately, a visible tremor coursed through her delicate form as she instinctively reached for the ring. Her hand shook noticeably, yet before she could grasp it, Chiyo-emo took hold of her hand first. Startled, she looked up at Chiyo-emo, meeting her pair of clear blue, bionic eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a wave of guilt washed over her. Do you remember what I said most often during your school days? Chiyo-emo smiled gently, seemingly unperturbed by Frost Star's moment of weakness upon seeing the ring. When unassailable power is laid before one, no one can guarantee they will remain steadfast. Frost Star inhaled deeply and replied, You said that Future City must find a future for humanity amidst the wasteland. This was the phrase she had heard throughout her schooling, leaving no room for error. However, to her surprise, Chiyo-emo shook her head. This is a responsibility inherent to every resident of Future City. It is not something I wish to impart to you, but it is of little consequence now. As she spoke, she gently pinched Frost Star's delicate face. A hint of melancholy in her demeanor. Choice is a painful affair, but once you occupy that position, you must sometimes make sacrifices. The overwhelming power you wield comes with endless responsibilities. Every action you take will impact the lives of millions in Future City and billions of survivors across the wasteland. No matter your decisions, there will always be dissenters. Do not let their words sway you. Simply do what you believe is right. This is a quality essential for becoming a ruler. With a self-deprecating smile, she continued, I was merely a researcher, perpetually indecisive. Even though I knew that initial decision was correct, it still condemned me to a life of unending guilt. Every midnight, I see the countless souls fallen in pools of blood, their mournful wails echoing in my ears. Despite wielding the highest power in Future City, I feared to shoulder the responsibilities due to the dread of making another misstep. This resulted in the squandered opportunity to rebuild in the aftermath of war, failing to fulfill my obligations as the Lord of Future City to ensure the survival of our people. At this point, Chiyo-emo paused, then gently embraced Frost Star, whispering, Child, you are stronger than I. I apologize for imposing upon you what I myself could not achieve, but I implore you. Having said that, she exhaled deeply, preparing to release her hold. Yet, Frost Star suddenly wrapped her arms around Chiyo-mo's waist and looked up, declaring, I've remembered. Yes, I've recalled your most frequently spoken words. Live like a person. Our ancestors once conquered the stars and seas. We should not rot like vermin in this filthy wasteland. With that, Frost Star suddenly smiled. Lord, let us explore the world that remains untainted. I shall lead everyone to live like humans. Now, you are the Lord. Chiyo-emo personally placed the ring upon Frost Star's finger. In truth, there was something that had long puzzled Tsuyu. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, he casually sat on the bed, observing Chiyo-emo, who admired the scenery outside the window, and curiously inquired, Are there no disciplines like sociology and political science in your realm? Why would the Future City Lord be granted such extensive powers? Unrestricted authority is rather terrifying. On the contrary, Chiyo-emo glanced back at Tsuyu and replied, In fact, our prosperous era's theories on sociology and political science are approximately 5 centuries ahead of your world. Upon her arrival on Blue Star, Tsuyu had permitted her to access all publicly available information online. It must be said that the capabilities of this inflatable doll exceeded Tsuyu's expectations significantly. Just in terms of computational power, it was thousands of billions of times more advanced than Blue Star's most sophisticated supercomputers. One could only wonder what pinnacle of technology was at play. With Tsuyu's consent, she encountered virtually no firewalls that could hinder her in the digital realm. Thus, she attained a comprehensive understanding of the current state of this world within mere minutes. It seemed that Tsuyu, who had lived here for over 20 years, was not as well acquainted with Blue Star as she was. Nevertheless, upon hearing her words, Tsuyu could not help but retort, with such a lead, how could you still end up with a dictatorial management model? What renaissance is this? When the apocalypse looms, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect when viewing the entirety of humanity? Chiyo-emo replied calmly, ensuring the continuation of the race. Tsuyu ventured tentatively. Indeed. But what does that have to do with establishing a dictator? After a moment of contemplation, Chiyo-mo's eyes suddenly sparkled with myriad blue particles. These particles swiftly converged to form a holographic projection before Tsuyu. Upon focusing, Suyu discerned that the projection depicted a street not far from the community, presumably captured by a camera installed in a corner. The content was straightforward. A man clad in a black jacket walked while smoking, and when only the butt remained, he carelessly discarded it on the sidewalk, despite a nearby trash can clearly designed for extinguishing cigarettes. What does this mean? Suyu pondered, perplexed. However, before he could inquire further, the projection shifted to reveal a living room's perspective from a home surveillance camera. The same man was now seated on a sofa, engrossed in his phone while smoking, but this time, rather than tossing the cigarette butt on the ground, he impatiently rose to fetch an ashtray from the study, extinguishing the cigarette within it. Do you understand now? Chiomo inquired with a gentle smile. This left Suyu momentarily speechless. Public possessions are often disregarded, yet individuals tend to take care of their private property. When survival becomes the foremost priority, the likelihood of personal rights persisting surpasses that of public authority. Even if those wielding power are not particularly astute, at the very least, they would not wish for everyone to perish, as that would render their authority meaningless. Should such power become a communal resource, the probability of humanity succumbing to internal strife is far greater than that of unity. As for concepts like freedom, democracy, and fairness, what weight do they carry when juxtaposed with the continuation of the species? Are you not being a tad absurd in your assumptions about humanity? Suyu remarked wryly. This is the optimal outcome derived from analyzing the data of over 1 billion individuals, calculated using the most sophisticated algorithms under extreme scenarios, Chio-mo responded, shaking her head. Human nature can be masked, but numbers will never lie. Chapter 44. It's all right. She possesses exceptional talent. Suyu conceded, acknowledging that he was outmatched in their discourse, nearly swayed by her arguments. The 200-year-old woman was indeed formidable. Not wishing to linger on this topic, he hastily redirected the conversation. How many days do you have left? Approximately 4.5 days, Chio-mo replied with an air of detachment, as if she had seen through the illusions of the world. I have an important matter to attend to tomorrow morning, and coincidentally, Froststar has indicated that the Peregrine Falcon will arrive tomorrow as well. How about I take you on a tour of the world once the Falcon arrives? Suyu proposed. Merely catching a glimpse of this vibrant world satisfies me. If you are preoccupied, there is no need to accompany me around, Chio-mo replied kindly. Ah, indeed, a 200-year-old lady shows such consideration, Suyu mused, yet continued. It's not that busy. Having promised Froststar, I cannot go back on my word. Chio-mo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Suyu then took out his phone and noted that he had been upstairs for over half an hour. He prepared to take Chio-mo downstairs. Although it was rather strange to bring someone down from above without explanation, the house had multiple exits, eliminating the need for clarification as to why he appeared to have conjured a living person. Typically, Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin would not dare to inquire about such matters. Just as he was about to call out, he suddenly noticed that Chio-mo was also clad in the same K-10 battle suit as himself. This attire, while commendable in many respects, was exceedingly form-fitting. Bringing her down in such attire would certainly be inappropriate. Suyu swallowed hard, considering for a moment, and rummaged through the cabinet on the second floor. To his surprise, he found several unopened women's outfits. They were quite conservative, resembling women's suits, complete with matching high heels. Truly, this high-end residence lived up to its reputation of being ready for immediate occupancy. He had Chio-mo change into the outfit before leading her downstairs. As expected, while Yu Xiaoyu and Su Qingyin were taken aback by the beautiful woman Suyu had brought down from upstairs, they dared not ask any questions. As for the legal personnel coming to finalize the contract, they were entirely unaware that Chio-mo had just appeared, believing she had always been present. Mr. Su, we have prepared the contract on our end, and we have also made an appointment with the housing authority. Once you sign the contract, we can deliver it immediately, and the procedures can be completed today. The certificate will be in your hands within 3 days, Su Qingyin said, rising respectfully. Suyu took the thick stack of contracts, preparing to flip through them carefully. However, upon opening the first page, a sudden realization struck him, and he turned to Chio-mo, asking, Do you understand the law? He was, of course, inquiring about Blue Star's legal system. Chio-mo nodded slightly and took the contract. She had comprehended the legal texts of various nations the moment she connected to this world's network. To say that no lawyer or judge on Blue Star understood the law better than she did would not be an exaggeration. The sound of rapid page-turning filled the air. Chio-mo's pale blue eyes seemed to emit a subtle glow. At an astonishing pace of nearly a page per second, she finished traversing the thick stack of over 100 pages in under 2 minutes. She then returned the contract to Suyu and nodded. No problem. Suyu, without a hint of doubt, immediately picked up his pen to sign. Aren't you going to take another look? Yu Xiaoyu could not help but interject. Goodness. This is a contract worth 3.8 billion. You just flipped through it in a second per page as if you've read it thoroughly? It wasn't that she held any grudge against Chiyomo. It simply seemed too hasty. No need to look, Suyu shook his head while signing. Her talent for speed reading is extraordinary. I have no doubt she comprehended it. Is there really such a talent? Yu Xiaoyu stared incredulously at Chiyomo. I've heard of speed writing, but speed reading? As Autumn's End graced the scene with a gentle smile, it took her merely a minute to peruse the entire contract, whereas Suyu spent a full 10 minutes signing his name. After all, there were numerous places requiring his signature. Moreover, with 3 copies of the contract to sign, the task proved somewhat tedious. Once the paperwork was complete, Suyu effortlessly swiped a staggering 3.8 billion on the POS machine. What had once been a substantial deposit of 430 million was now reduced to a mere 50 million. Nonetheless, the expenditure felt worthwhile. Suyu was thoroughly satisfied with his new residence. Even disregarding the expansive 600 square meter courtyard, the main building alone boasted an impressive area both above and below ground. There were over 10 habitable rooms. One could only imagine the prospects of a lavish abode, perhaps filled with enchanting companions. Cough, cough. Ahem, moderation is key. After signing the contract, Su Qingyin and her colleagues departed, but not before adding Suyu on WeChat. She assured him that he could reach out to her with any issues regarding the property, and mentioned that his purchase would earn her a significant commission, prompting her desire to treat him to a meal. The sentiment seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of Yu Xiaoyu's reasoning for exchanging contact details during his car purchase. It appears that lifelong friends have a way of remaining consistent. It remains to be seen whether a relationship akin to that with Yu Xiaoyu might develop between him and Su Qingyin. Regardless, he certainly wouldn't decline. As the clock ticked past 4 in the afternoon, Suyu glanced at the remaining company of Yu Xiaoyu and Chiyomo and remarked, while this place is well equipped, it does feel a tad monotonous. How about we venture out for some shopping and perhaps dine out as well? Sounds great, Yu Xiaoyu replied cheerfully, and Chiyomo nodded in agreement. After a brief tidy-up, Suyu led the 2 striking beauties out the door. They drove to the nearest commercial plaza, where they parked before heading straight to the Givenchy counter within the mall. To be frank, Suyu had not entirely decided what to purchase. Although he intended to furnish his new home, upon reflection, it seemed to lack nothing essential. However, when in doubt, clothing is always a safe choice. After all, Chiyomo's attire, which came with the room, was of mediocre quality and ill-fitting, appearing quite awkward. Yu Xiaoyu evidently shared an interest in clothing as well. With no objections from anyone, they naturally began to browse the garments. Yet, Suyu did not anticipate that upon entering, they would encounter none other than his formidable first love and Yu Xiaoyu's disgruntled colleague, Zhao Xinhua. Chapter 45. Chuyu? I am somewhat acquainted with her. Seeing Suyu once more, Zhao Xinhua's mood this time was markedly different. Previously, within the confines of the store, Suyu had been a customer, and any outburst on her part would have risked her job at the dealership. She had to endure his indifference, swallowing her grievances. However, this occasion was different. Outside the store, her opportunities for expression had significantly increased. Having reflected on the previous encounter, Zhao Xinhua had come to terms with it. While Suyu's cash purchase of a luxury car had been shocking, she could not accept that it was mere coincidence. With so many luxury car dealerships in the city, it seemed improbable that Suyu would randomly choose her place of employment. Though her school friends had claimed he hadn't inquired about where she worked, Zhao Xinhua remained convinced that he had sought her out deliberately to flaunt his wealth. Yet, she was unperturbed by the embarrassment of her previous assumptions. After all these years, Suyu had prospered, yet still sought to impress her. Clearly, he had not forgotten her. To her, this was an opportunity, one to transition from a mere mistress to a wealthy wife, rather than languishing as a side piece for affluent middle-aged men, always at risk of being discarded. On her day off, she had intended to purchase new clothes and cosmetics to enhance her appearance, with the hope of arranging a meeting with Suyu. But to her surprise, fate had orchestrated their encounter here. Upon spotting Suyu, Zhao Xinhua, who had initially prepared to ridicule Yu Xiaoyu, suddenly restrained her tongue, her previously caustic demeanor transforming into one of gentleness. Suyu, is that you? How have you been? Are you doing well? Her voice was soft and tremulous, evoking a sense of vulnerability, as if reuniting with a long-lost first love. Suyu thought to himself, what a performance. The speed of her dramatic shift could rival that of a seasoned actor. Quite well indeed. I just purchased a villa for 400 million. Yu Xiaoyu interlaced her arm with Suyu's, tilting her chin gracefully. Suyu smirked subtly, discreetly patting his rear. In silent encouragement of Yu Xiaoyu's words, she was the perfect mouthpiece. Certain remarks, when uttered by a man, lack impact and merely come off as ostentatious. It was far more fitting for Yu Xiaoyu to confront Zhao Xinhua. For 100 million. Zhao Xinhua's pupils dilated, her voice instinctively rising several octaves, nearly betraying her composure. Initially incredulous, she soon recalled Suyu's cash purchase of a car worth millions, leaving her uncertain. Let us go inside, Suyu advised, shaking his head, choosing to disregard her entirely as he ushered Xiao Mo and Yu Xiaoyu into the store. Zhao Xinhua hesitated momentarily, her eyes aflame with jealousy as she observed Yu Xiaoyu's intimate hold on Suyu's arm. With gritted teeth, she hurried inside, positioning herself before Suyu. Do you have time lately? I'd like to treat you to a meal. It's been so long since we last met. And I have much to discuss with you. As she spoke, she tugged at Suyu's clothing, her expression a mix of anxiety and feigned innocence. However, Suyu unceremoniously yanked his clothing back, replying coolly, I don't have the time. He was busy with a plethora of matters, and even if he had been free, he had a bevy of gorgeous women, Li Yuanxi, Chu Yu, Su Qingyin, waiting for his attention. Who was Zhao Xinhua to waste his time? Yet, Zhao Xinhua persisted. Are you truly this heartless? Remember when she trailed off mid-sentence, forcing out a few tears and beginning to sob. Suyu noted that the foot traffic around them was considerable. Her theatrics had drawn a crowd. Observers were captivated by Zhao Xinhua's pitiful display of tears while noting the stunning Yu Xiaoyu and Xiao Mo beside Suyu, leading them to assume he was a heartless cat. Whispers and murmurs erupted, and several individuals even began recording the scene on their phones. Suyu smirked, quickly discerning Zhao Xinhua's intentions. As the staff member was about to usher people out, Xiaoma, who had been a mere bystander, raised her delicate brows, and a flicker of crimson light passed through her azure biotic eyes. The surrounding smartphones, which had been recording, suddenly flickered a few times before going dark. After executing this, she cast a sidelong glance at Suyu and leaned in, whispering provocatively, whatever you do here will remain undisclosed. In fact, I could ensure that not a single soul outside is aware we visited today. Suyu, bemused, gently pushed her head away, despite her capability to manipulate the internet. Even if Suyu were to lose his temper and obliterate everyone in the vicinity while clad in powered armor, she could sever all ties and prevent today's events from leaking. However, this was not a desolate wasteland where lives were deemed inconsequential. Suyu was not a cold-blooded killer who would resort to violence over trivial matters. Ignoring Xiaoma's provocations, he turned his gaze towards Zhao Xinhui and calmly advised, I suggest you possess some self-awareness. Not all money is easily earned. He could surmise Zhao Xinhui's intentions, merely a ploy to manipulate public opinion and garner sympathy, utilizing the typical tactics of certain groups. Once she uploaded the videos captured by unsuspecting bystanders to the internet, coupled with some paid traffic and a heartfelt essay, she could easily turn Suyu into a target of public scorn. Yet, with Xiaoma present, such a scheme would falter at the first hurdle, as no one could capture any footage. Of course, even without Xiaoma, Suyu was utterly unbothered. Did they truly consider his wealth as mere scrap paper? Did they think they could fabricate rumors without consulting his financial prowess? Disregarding her, Suyu shifted his focus to the store manager, who had hurried over upon noticing the commotion. I noticed the logo at your store in trance bears the trademark of Wanfu Group. What is your affiliation with them? The manager, taken aback, quickly responded, Sir, our subsidiary, Wanfu Sports, is the authorized agent for Givenchy in the Magic City. This store is, of course, an investment by Wanfu Group. Oh, I happen to be quite familiar with Miss Chu Yu, the daughter of your chairman, Suyu remarked nonchalantly. The manager's pupils dilated in shock. His demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation as he hastily nodded and bowed. So you are a distinguished guest of Miss Chu. My sincerest apologies for the inadequate reception. Please, step inside. We will handle everything here. Chu Yu was known for her discretion, rarely intervening in Wanfu Group's domestic affairs. This manager had worked for the company for over 20 years and had only heard the name of the young lady during company gatherings. It was known that she oversaw the group's overseas operations and was a figure of considerable influence, second only to the chairman himself. Whether Suyu truly knew Chu Yu or was merely bluffing, one thing was certain. He recognized her. And that alone made him someone not to be trifled with by a mere store manager. Rather than attempting to muddle through, it was far more prudent to assist Suyu with this minor issue, thus facilitating a favor. Chapter 46. Unleashing Financial Prowess. Hey you. As Suyu began to leave with his companions, Zhao Xinhui grew anxious and hurried after him. Despite her elaborate performance, which had drawn a crowd, she realized that even if she could not usurp others and transform into a wealthy matron, she could at least profit from Suyu's sudden wealth. In this era, the truth held little value. If her previous antics were captured and shared online, she would have already secured victory. By distorting the narrative and composing a tearful tale of injustice, she could easily compel Suyu to capitulate. However, the onlookers seemed inexplicably transfixed, having previously raised their phones, yet now fiddling with them without recording anything. Her performance had seemingly been in vain. From their discussions, it appeared their phones had malfunctioned. What kind of absurdity was this? Miss, you are severely disrupting our business operations. Please leave. or I will have to call security," the manager interjected, his expression stern. "But Zhao Xinhui attempted to explain, but was interrupted. "The gentleman stated he does not know you. If you have any grievances, you may report it to the police or discuss it outside once he leaves. This is a business establishment, and I must insist you vacate. If you find it inconvenient to call the police, we can assist you," the manager added. Fuming, Zhao Xinhui shot a resentful glance at Su Yu, who was already busy selecting clothes while on the phone. After a moment of frustration, she decided to leave and formulate a new plan outside. Shortly thereafter, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted, and she hastily answered, "Manager Wu? Is there something urgent?" Manager Wu was the head of the 4S store where she worked. "Where are you?" came Wu's curt response. "I'm on my day off. Out shopping. Is there an issue with a client? Did you just have a confrontation with a Mr. Su?" Zhao Xinhui was utterly flabbergasted. How could her immediate superior know about such a trivial matter? "It seems you are indeed in the wrong." Manager Wu's tone turned cold. "Mr. Zhou from the headquarters just called regarding this incident. Mr. Su is a valued client of our company. Your behavior has gravely violated our service personnel conduct guidelines. Please come to the store next week to collect your belongings and final paycheck." Zhao Xinhui. At the Givenchy store? Su Yu cast a distant glance at the bewildered Zhao Xinhui, who stood forlornly, her phone in hand. He shrugged in exasperation. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with her, but her lack of gratitude had left him with no choice. When one refuses to acknowledge kindness, they must not be surprised when met with consequences. The call he had just made was to the head of the Givenchy headquarters in Magic City. His prior involvement with the exoskeleton exhibition had led him to meet the individual in person. This connection had proven advantageous, and, considering the hefty sum he had paid, dismissing a mere salesperson was a trivial matter to mention. Choosing not to dwell on Zhao Xinhui any longer, he accompanied Yu Xiaoyu and Xiaoma around the store. By the time they exited, they were laden with an array of shopping bags. With a remaining balance of 200,000, they continued to explore various other shops. After completing their circuit, the night had already enveloped the sky. The trunk of the luxury vehicle was brimming with bags of all sizes. Though the expenditure was not excessive, merely over 700,000 had been charged. After casually dining at a restaurant, they returned to the newly acquired Peach Blossom Hut, settling in for the night without any special plans. After some light exercise with Yu Xiaoyu, they retired early. After all, there are numerous significant matters awaiting attention tomorrow. Zhou Bo had previously hinted to him that the military would likely reach a conclusion regarding the exoskeleton situation by then. Just the negotiations surrounding this topic would probably consume a considerable amount of time. Additionally, Frost Star had promised to deliver 3 Falcon-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft. On the following morning, Su Yuan usually rose early. Although it was Saturday, Yu Xiaoyu's workplace at the 4S dealership, being part of the service industry, did not observe weekends. After exchanging a brief greeting with Su Yu, she took a taxi to work. As for Xiaoma, her thoughts were absorbed in circuitry, rendering her fatigue non-existent. She had no need for sleep. By the time Su Yu descended the stairs, she had already prepared breakfast. Upon seeing the exquisite spread on the dining table, Su Yu was somewhat taken aback. "You actually know how to cook?" "I certainly can, having lived in an era of boundless material abundance during my early years," Xiaoma replied, shooting him a sidelong glance as she pushed a plate of tantalizing fried rice toward him. "It's been many years since I've prepared a proper meal. Do give it a try." The energy source for her body resided in a cold fusion reactor nestled within her chest, rendering sustenance unnecessary. Moreover, the wasteland world offered little in terms of culinary delights. Before Frost Star became the agent for the Transdimensional Trading Platform, ordinary individuals survived on unpalatable nutritional paste. Even the elite of Future City could partake in regular food only on rare occasions, relying on nutritional paste for sustenance most of the time. For the inhabitants of the wasteland, taste had long since become a burden. Consequently, the bionic robots they crafted could scarcely be expected to include taste modules. No designer would be so foolish. Su Yu glanced at her, then at the meticulously prepared fried rice, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He had come to Blue Star to observe, yet aside from mere observation, he found little else to experience. Seating himself casually at the dining table, despite his doubts about her culinary skills, he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. His eyes brightened immediately, and he gave a thumbs up. Delicious. This was not a mere pretense to impress Xiaoma. It was genuinely delightful. Isn't it? Xiaoma's eyes crescented with delight as she teased. "I won first place in the citywide student culinary competition when I was a teenager." Teenager? Su Yu swallowed his mouthful, curiosity piqued. Was your world still in the era of abundance back then? What was that era like? Chapter 47, on how humanity plays itself to ruin. What was the era of abundance like? A contemplative look crossed Xiaoma's face. It was a magnificent time, she paused, then added, but also an era of complacency. Oh, How so? Suyu inquired with intrigue. Let me put it this way, Xiaoma mused after a brief moment of reflection. If we were to apply your terminology of the First and Second Industrial Revolutions, our world transitioned from the First Industrial Revolution to the realization of commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion in just 80 years. Wait, Suyu interjected. How long has it been since the First Industrial Revolution? Almost 250 years, right? Here, the commercial viability of nuclear fusion is still 50 years away. How could this progress occur so rapidly? I have no idea. Xiaoma shrugged. The secrets of that era have long been buried by history. The reasons behind the rapid technological advancement have become an unsolved enigma. Many during the era of abundance sought to uncover this mystery, yet all their efforts yielded nothing. The most credible explanation is that those 80 years were fraught with unceasing warfare. Under the pressure of an arms race, technology exploded within a mere few decades. Of course, that explanation lacks substance. As a researcher, I do not subscribe to it. But belief in it is inconsequential, it no longer matters. From the steam engine to nuclear fusion, we took 80 years. From the first satellite launched into space to the invention of the warp drive, we spent 210 years. And then, we entered the era of abundance. The cosmos brimmed with infinite resources, and we possessed advanced artificial intelligence technology, allowing every individual in the world of Luoxia to live without worry for their basic needs. For most individuals in the era of abundance, ordinary employment bore no wages, as work was not pursued for monetary gain, but merely as a pastime to pass the time. However, the era of abundance was not merely a matter of idly awaiting handouts. The Human Alliance provided each newborn with a bionic robot, which would work on their behalf to generate wealth, allowing them to collect the wages earned by the robots without needing to lift a finger. If a robot malfunctioned, they would still have to pay for repairs themselves. As for the few jobs that did offer wages, such as my work in research, the daily working hours were typically limited to no more than 2. The remuneration, when calculated according to the purchasing power of your currency, was roughly equivalent to around 200,000 RMB per hour. However, that comparison is flawed. The worlds are different, and no one cared about such matters back then. Money had become merely a number. People had ample time to enjoy life. Yet since then, our world's technological progress has nearly stagnated. In 400 years of the era of abundance, our greatest achievement has merely been some upgrades based on existing technology, with no significant breakthroughs thereafter. Is this the era of abundance? Even Suyu, who had amassed considerable wealth, could not help but feel a sense of longing upon hearing her description. What a utopia! It is truly a pity that such a world was destroyed. Suyu shook his head in disbelief. It was not as idyllic as you imagine, Xiaoma said, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. You probably cannot fathom the absurdities of the era of abundance. The wealthy, who wielded immense capital, reveled in seeking out desolate planets, pouring vast resources into them for no purpose whatsoever, even constructing artificial suns in orbit to transform them into habitable worlds. They would then employ numerous clones to indulge in role-playing games as emperors, indulging the darker aspects of human nature. Whenever they grew bored, they would obliterate the planet with a single blast from a planet-destroying cannon and seek a new game to play. They referred to this as a planetary nurturing game, which became a highly sought-after form of entertainment in the era of abundance, embraced by both the rich and the poor. Gradually, the impoverished began to express their dissatisfaction and even outrage at the extravagant lifestyles of the wealthy. While the affluent could not oppress the citizens of the Human Alliance or harm their interests, resentment still brewed. This dissatisfaction likely stemmed from humanity's innate desire for comparison, and their demand was for the Human Alliance to provide each citizen with a planet. Although the era of abundance had reached material levels beyond imagination, this was a request the Human Alliance could never fulfill. Subsequently, towards the end of the era of abundance, a rebellion emerged, their rallying cry being the overthrow of the tyrannical Human Alliance. Oh, but that was not their only slogan. There were others, such as war is the ladder of human progress. We need war. So, from the perspective of your world's developmental history, such occurrences must seem difficult to comprehend, right? Suyu, momentarily stunned, finally grasped the essential part of Xiaoma's narrative. In the twilight of the prosperity era, the rebels found themselves in a dire predicament. Gulp. He instinctively swallowed, staring incredulously at Xiaoma. You can't possibly have reduced the prosperity era to this desolation, can you? If that were the case, it would be utterly unfathomable. Well, if one must put it that way, I suppose so, Xiaoma nodded. During the exploration of the starry seas, the Human Alliance frequently encountered planets inhabited by indigenous species. Hence they maintained a remarkably substantial fleet. In less than a month, the rebels were utterly defeated and driven to the fringes of the galaxy. At this point, Xiaoma paused, turning to gaze at the azure sky outside the window, and then, the apocalypse arrived. Did they encounter extraterrestrials with superior technology? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Given her description of the prosperity era, Suyu found it difficult to comprehend what could have led to their current wretched state. Aside from the possibility of being struck down by extraterrestrial forces. Not exactly aliens, but rather organisms beyond our comprehension, fungi. Shoma explained succinctly. These fungi can parasitize human hosts, manipulate their thoughts, absorb their memories, and transform them into monstrosities. The Ninth Fleet of the Starry Seas, one of the most formidable fleets of the human alliance, pursued the rebels, capturing them to bring them back for judgment. Yet, in silence, the entire fleet fell under the control of these fungi. Subsequently, these fungi spread like a plague throughout the Starry Seas. By the time the human alliance discovered them, they had already seized control of a significant portion of the fleet. The war lasted only 2 years, and the once invincible human alliance was annihilated by these minuscule fungi. Hard to believe, isn't it? Reality can often be absurd, Shoma shrugged. In truth, the human alliance has a comprehensive protocol for exploring new planets. Had they adhered to this protocol, these feeble and bizarre fungi would never have had such an opportunity. Instead, the Ninth Fleet bypassed these procedures while pursuing the rebels. The end result was that we devoted considerable resources to developing genetic and biological weapons to combat these fungi. Ultimately, we managed to eradicate some of them and secured our home planet. However, the monstrosities we created were even more terrifying than the fungi, polluting our entire home planet, leading to the era of wasteland. Chapter 48, Complete Nuclear Fusion Technology. Suyu was genuinely astonished. He never anticipated such a demise for humanity. A powerful civilization dominating the Starry Seas fell into internal strife, only to unwittingly encounter such a peculiar threat, resulting in their own undoing. Moreover, they were vanquished by their own weaponry. This was beyond ridiculous. Even more absurd was that, at this stage, humanity still possessed the potential to reverse their fortunes. With their technology, they could have evacuated a group onto a spaceship and sought refuge on an uninhabited planet to start anew. Within a few years, they could have mounted a return. After all, while these fungi could manipulate human thoughts, they were still mere organisms, lacking the creativity of humanity. A few years of development and the creation of new weapons would have sufficed to decisively overpower them, right? Yet, in their final moments, instead of retreating from danger, humanity opted to develop biological and genetic weapons to confront the threat directly, only to create an even greater catastrophe, effectively sealing their own fate. Truly, they were adept at self-destruction. Humanity, it seems, cannot afford idleness, Suyu mused with apprehension. The rich could devise a planetary cultivation game, exemplifying just how ludicrous they had become. The rebels, too, were heavyweights, pampered to the extent that they needed only to indulge in pleasure. Yet they still raised a banner of rebellion. Indeed, Chiomon nodded in agreement. Just then, Suyu suddenly sensed a message from the trading platform. After glancing at it, he remarked, "Froststar has sent a message. Do you wish to take a look?" "No need." Chioma shook her head. "Then I shall sit here alone." Suyu turned and entered the trading space. In the familiar conference room, Froststar, clad in storm power armor, sat opposite him. However, a pungent scent of blood wafted from afar, causing Suyu to involuntarily smirk as he casually pulled out a chair and quipped, "How many lives have been taken?" "Over 200,000, Froststar replied nonchalantly. "Had I not eliminated these individuals, I would never have discovered the wealth they concealed. I found more than one unsealed starship." "Starship?" Suyu's eyes brightened. "Don't get your hopes up. They are not warships, merely a few colonization ships." Froststar shrugged, then waved her hand, trading 3 Harrier-class near-Earth orbit vehicles to Suyu. "This transaction settles our accounts." Suyu nodded in acknowledgement, unable to suppress a murmur. Colonization ships aren't entirely useless. They could prove quite valuable. "Nonsense." Froststar rolled her eyes. "With the current technology in your world, you won't be able to replicate these. Attempting to use these small colonization vessels for extraterrestrial colonization would take over a century. You might as well make use of the Harrier. Relying on this would be futile. You should focus on climbing the technological tree." As she spoke, a hard drive appeared in her hand, and she raised an eyebrow at Suyu. "All technical data and production blueprints from the 1st to the 4th generation of nuclear fusion technology. Interested?" Suyu's gaze sharpened. Good heavens, this is a game changer. If he could secure this, it would undoubtedly be the most valuable transaction he had made since acquiring the trading space. Taking a deep breath, he asked solemnly, "What is the cost?" "Over the next 20 years, you must supply Future City with 1 million tons of grain annually, of any variety," Froststar stipulated. That amounted to 20 million tons of grain. As a populous nation, the grain consumption in Jojo was well known. According to statistics, with private reserves factored in, Jojo's grain stores exceeded 1 billion tons. Furthermore, the annual grain production had consistently reached 600 million tons. 200 million tons represented merely one-third of annual production. At $3,000 per ton, that would total 600 billion. 600 billion for a complete set of usable nuclear fusion technology. It's a no-brainer. Not to mention, this 600 billion in grain could be paid over 20 years. What does nuclear fusion represent? It signifies boundless energy, endless food. It embodies a true future. Agreed. But this must commence next year. Suyu nodded, accepting the terms without haggling. Froststar was already well aware of his circumstances. Knowing that he would not refuse even the highest price, she still offered a remarkably reasonable deal. There was little point in further bargaining. After finalizing the transaction, Suyu inquired, "What is the production capacity for those bionic beings embodying Chioma's consciousness on your end? Are you looking to purchase bionic beings?" Froststar instinctively asked. Then nodded. "That makes sense. You indeed require these bionic beings. However, my bionic being is custom-made, not mass-produced, so acquiring them in bulk would be out of the question. However, there is no need for you to purchase such items, for our future city also produces a range of lower-end androids. Under the guidance of artificial intelligence, their efficacy surpasses that of the majority of employees recruited in your world. From tasks as mundane as assembling screws on a production line to piloting starships for colonization of space, they can perform nearly everything that humans can. Except for the lack of creativity, and concerns about loyalty are entirely unfounded. Last night, during a confiscation operation, we fortuitously seized an entire warehouse containing over 2,000 units, which I could readily provide for you. It is crucial to understand that androids and clones are not synonymous. An android is, strictly speaking, a robot that merely resembles a human. In contrast, a clone is a genuine human being, cultivated from cloned human cells in a petri dish. To call it a real person is not an exaggeration. Currently, both Suyu and Froststar possess relatively low levels and are unable to trade living beings, thus making clone transactions impossible. However, with the existence of Chio-Mo, once her consciousness dissipates, her memories will merge with the artificial intelligence module housed within her body. Suyu will then acquire an artificial intelligence possessing the complete memories of the former ruler of Future City, an incredibly powerful entity. With such an AI orchestrating operations, androids could prove to be even more efficient than clones. As for the pricing, Froststar displayed signs of hesitation, momentarily uncertain about her desires. If she were to request food, the nuclear fusion deal would ensure that starting next year, they could receive 10 million tons annually. With only a few 100,000 inhabitants in Future City, such an abundance would be excessive, rendering any additional surplus pointless. Yet, asking for too little would be a significant loss. In truth, for her, these 2,000 androids are far more precious than the nuclear fusion technology that could be replicated at will. There is no possibility of receiving them for free. How about a longevity elixir that could extend one's life by 20 years? Suyu smiled gently, producing a delicate wooden box. Upon opening it, an enchanting fragrance filled the conference room. Froststar, initially taken aback, soon widened her bright, sparkling eyes, fixated on the pearl-sized longevity elixir within the box. Its lustrous hue captivating her attention. Chapter 49, Leasing Engineering Robots. A longevity elixir? Froststar gazed at the wooden box for a considerable time before incredulously turning to Suyu. "You managed to successfully trade with your second match counterpart? And they are yet again from the metaphysical world?" "Indeed." Suyu shrugged. Froststar found herself at a loss for words, her mind racing. She had accessed the trading space far earlier than Suyu, yet it was only after him that she truly began to taste the fruits of its benefits. Her previous encounters were fraught with bizarre individuals who made normal trading impossible or impoverished souls who had no means to spend even the gold they possessed. Suyu's initial trading match had been with her, and now he had successfully matched with another suitable counterpart, acquiring something as valuable as a longevity elixir. Froststar admitted to feeling a pang of envy. "So, shall we proceed with the exchange?" Suyu tapped the table, prompting her. "Absolutely." Froststar replied eagerly. "A longevity elixir that could extend one's life by 20 years? Only a fool would decline." Upon hearing this, Suyu promptly signed the trade contract, solidifying the agreement. However, a perplexed expression crossed his face as he inquired, "Isn't it possible in your world to extend life through cybernetic enhancements and organ replacements, much like Chio-Mo? Why then are you so interested in extending life by 20 years? To be candid, he had merely been testing the waters, never expecting Froststar to respond so readily. "You don't understand," Froststar stated, opening the recently acquired longevity elixir and gazing at the perfectly formed pill with rapt fascination. "The method of organ replacement is actually quite primitive. It's akin to treating symptoms rather than addressing the root cause. Most people do not die because their lifespan has reached its limit, but rather because their organs begin to fail. Therefore, replacing biological organs, rather than extending life, is more about restoring the lifespan that humans are meant to have. In contrast, these items from the metaphysical realm extend life through some mysterious power in another dimension, which is an entirely different matter. Is that so? Suyu nodded thoughtfully, though his brow furrowed as he added. Then does that mean it could be used to sustain Shiomo? Frost Star, still admiring the elixir, paused and scratched her head. Theoretically, it could indeed be possible. But she currently only possesses her consciousness. Her physical form is no longer present, so it wouldn't be applicable, right? That makes sense, Suyu conceded, not dwelling further on the subject. The notion of Chiomo's life expectancy dwindling to mere days had been anticipated. Although he had come to appreciate the convenience of having a former ruler of Future City assisting him, should it be impossible to save her, he would not bear the blame. After completing yet another transaction involving androids, Suyu did not leave immediately, but instead continued. Do you have access to engineering robots capable of rapid construction? Once a collaboration with the military was established, his company and factory could commence operations. The abandoned industrial park in the suburbs would naturally require reconstruction. Given Blue Star's current technology, refurbishing would not pose a challenge. However, a complete rebuild would take at least a year and a half. Since that industrial park was a relic from the last century, most of its structures had become hazardous. Thus, rebuilding was imperative. Suyu was not willing to wait that long, and instinctively turned to Frost Star for assistance. After all, as the ruler of Future City, her grasp of productive capabilities likely far exceeded that of all of Blue Star combined. Moreover, Future City harbored grand aspirations for reconstructing the wasteland. Logically, she should possess relevant infrastructure technology. J9000, All-Terrain Engineering Transformation Module, Frost Star replied coolly. This module comprises over 8,000 specialized engineering robots, coordinated by a central AI. In simpler terms, you merely need to delineate the construction area. It will autonomously survey the terrain and generate thousands of architectural blueprints. You may select whichever one you prefer. After making your choice, simply provide the raw materials, and you need not concern yourself with anything else. With its construction speed, it can erect a skyscraper exceeding 1,000 meters within 3 days. It is said that during the Prosperity era, 10 sets of such engineering modules completely demolished and reconstructed a city center accommodating over 100 million residents in just 3 months. Good heavens, that sounds extraordinarily appealing. How much does it cost? Suyu inquired eagerly. Not for sale. Future City possesses only this one, and we will need it for our transformation of the wasteland. Frost Star shook her head, but before she finished speaking, her brow arched. However, it can be rented. How about a longevity elixir for a 3-day rental? 1 month. Suyu countered with his offer. That is unacceptable. 5 days at most. 28 days. Ultimately, Suyu secured the all-terrain engineering transformation module for a 12-day rental in exchange for a longevity elixir. Since Frost Star became the ruler of Future City, she had proven to be quite efficient, returning with over 2,000 androids and the engineering transformation module in less than half an hour. The transaction of the day was thus completed. Suyu acquired all technical documents and blueprints pertaining to the 1st to 4th generations of nuclear fusion technologies from the Wasteland world, 3 Harrier-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft, 2,000 bioengineered individuals, and a J9000 engineering modification module. In exchange, Frost Star secured the position of the City Lord of Future City, 200 million tons of grain, and 2 longevity elixirs. Should Suyu require further use of the engineering modification module, she could obtain additional longevity elixirs. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement, ensuring a bright future for all parties involved. Upon returning to Blue Star, Suyu felt an immense sense of joy reflecting on the gains from this transaction. Glancing at the spacious villa, she waved her hand, summoning dozens of bioengineered individuals from her inventory. Until her company was properly established, these bioengineered beings had little practical use. Thus, it seemed prudent to release them to assist with minor tasks around the villa. Clearly, your haul is quite impressive, remarked Shiomo, surveying the courtyard filled with bioengineered beings with a teasing tone. Merely a win-win situation, Suyu replied with a smile. Could you kindly arrange some temporary tasks for them? Whether it be tending to the flowers or serving as gatekeepers, we should ensure this expansive courtyard does not appear too desolate. Shiomo nodded, and without further ado, the bioengineered individuals, previously standing idly in the courtyard, sprang into action. At that moment, Suyu's phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was Zhou Bo Wei, the military researcher who had first discovered the exoskeleton. Chapter 50, Flexing Muscles. Power Armor, Near-Earth Orbit Spacecraft. Are we ready to discuss the contract? Sure, I have time now. Shall I send someone to pick you up? As Suyu was about to agree, she noticed Chiomo shaking her head nearby. After a pause, she replied, No need. Just send me the address. I can go there directly. It will be quicker. All right, that works. The conversation was predictably about the military's testing phase nearing completion and their intent to negotiate the acquisition of the exoskeleton. After hanging up, Suyu turned to Chiyo-mo, inquiring why she had advised against the military coming to fetch her. Chiyo-mo responded calmly, "Given your current holdings, there is no need for such caution. It would be wise to reveal a fraction of your capabilities, thereby affording you greater leverage in the forthcoming negotiations. Otherwise, your aspirations to create an unmonitored and unobserved realm within that abandoned industrial area are utterly unattainable. Although the technology within the exoskeleton is formidable, it has yet to convince the military to overlook safety concerns entirely. If you demonstrate technology and power that far exceed their comprehension, such issues will dissipate. They would be foolish not to acquiesce to your demands." Though she had only recently arrived in this world, Chiyo-mo, with her formidable prowess in navigating the internet, was already well informed about the nature of Suyu's dealings with the military. She promptly provided her analysis. "So what are you suggesting?" Suyu asked, furrowing her brow. "Don't you possess the Storm-class power armor? Let us simply don the armor and fly over in the Harrier," Chiyo-mo asserted decisively. "So straightforward, wouldn't that be?" He hesitated, recalling how protagonists in novels often opted for discretion, concealing their wealth. Revealing their resources might not be the most prudent choice. Could this lead them to believe he was an extraterrestrial? Chiyo-mo rolled her eyes. "You, a lowly company employee just days ago, suddenly brandishing an epic-making exoskeleton. Does that seem reasonable? They have already dug into your background and are perplexed about your origins. Rather than leaving them to speculate, why not present them with the truth? Declare that you are an envoy from an alien civilization that wields advanced technology yet harbors no hostile intentions, eager instead for equitable trade. With such a narrative, do you not think the subsequent negotiations would be considerably simpler? The crux of the matter is, with the Storm-class power armor and Harrier at your disposal, they have no alternative but to collaborate with you. Before you possessed the means for self-defense, it was wise to conceal your wealth. But now, what is there to fear?" Suyu suddenly experienced an epiphany. Indeed, with the Storm-class power armor in hand, there was no weapon on Blue Star, aside from the colossal mushroom, capable of defeating him instantly, as long as he wasn't eliminated outright. He could simply ascend in the Harrier and unleash orbital strikes upon the unsuspecting populace below. There was no reason for him to hide in fear. Glancing at Chiyo-mo, he acknowledged her wisdom, realizing how much he had underestimated her insights. He felt a twinge of regret at the thought of her demise. However, given that Zheng possessed longevity elixirs, there might be other mystical items capable of saving Chiyo-mo. He resolved to inquire further in due time, as several days remained. For now, the priority was to deliver a minor shockwave of the wasteland to the people of this world. With a wave of his hand, 2 Storm-class power armors materialized in the villa's courtyard. In the wasteland's classification, exoskeletons were categorized into light, medium, and heavy types, with power armors similarly classified. Heavy exoskeletons bore parameters closely resembling those of light power armor, yet their combat capabilities were vastly disparate. A single light power armor could obliterate 100 heavy exoskeletons without breaking a sweat, in comparison to the more advanced medium and heavy power armors. The light variant paled in significance. The Storm-class power armor was the standard medium power armor for the United Space Forces of the Prosperity era. Standing at a height of 236 meters and weighing 2 tons, it housed a high-efficiency cold nuclear fusion reactor as its power source. In addition to being immune to all kinetic weaponry through its deflection field, it was equipped with 2 high-output non-propellant engines, enabling this 2-ton behemoth to achieve speeds of up to 6 times the speed of sound within the atmosphere. In space, this velocity could reach 10 times the speed of sound. Furthermore, its left wrist was armed with a large-caliber electromagnetic cannon, while the right wrist bore a high-vibration chainsaw sword. Its chest featured a high-powered laser emitter, and on its back rested a precision Gauss rifle. Additionally, it boasted shoulder-mounted micromissile launchers and 8 reconnaissance drones flanking its spine. It was safe to say that it was armed to the teeth. Unreservedly, this apparatus could single-handedly take down a main battle tank on the battlefield and effortlessly confront a modern heavy armored battalion. Suyu and Chiyo-mo donned their respective power armors. Operating these machines was not particularly challenging, thanks to the built-in AI assistance. One could even tear through tanks with ease. The two activated their thrusters and soared to an altitude of 1,000 meters, whereupon Suyu retrieved the Harrier-class near-Earth orbit spacecraft from her inventory, boarding it mid-air. Although in Froststar's eyes, the Falcon was merely a trinket with a maximum payload of 500 tons, it was undoubtedly a colossal entity. To put this into perspective, the largest transport aircraft on Blue Star, the And-225, has a maximum cargo capacity of just 250 tons. The Falcon's capacity is double that of the And-225, making it impossible to be considered small. Indeed, the Falcon measures over 100 meters in length, more than 30 meters in width, and stands roughly 10 meters tall. Boasting a conical shape that exudes a sense of grandeur and science fiction, the operation of such a behemoth is undeniably complex. However, aided by a multitude of biomimetic beings and the capable Autumn, it soon sprang to life. Within mere minutes, the majestic falcon gradually vanished into the azure sky, disappearing as if by magic. This was true optical invisibility. A few minutes later, several fighter jets roared into the airspace recently occupied by the falcon. Observing the empty sky, the pilots within the jets appeared bewildered, hastily pressing their communication buttons to report. Headquarters, the target airspace shows no unidentified flying objects. It seems to have vanished completely. Chapter 51, Optical Invisibility. It seems to have vanished completely. Inside the cockpit of the Falcon, Suyu listened to the pilot's reports over the channel, swallowing hard as he gazed in astonishment at the jets that had flown past just meters from the Falcon. How could they see nothing at all? The distance was less than 10 meters. With the combination of optical invisibility technology and wave-absorbing energy fields, the Falcon remained undetectable both to the naked eye and radar. Autumn shrugged nonchalantly. Let alone Blue Star's detection technology. Even during our prosperous era, a Falcon wishing to conceal itself would only be detectable by large gravitational wave monitoring devices typically installed on ground and starships, which could sense gravitational anomalies. Other detection methods are nearly futile against it. Of course, firing would inevitably reveal its position. As she spoke, she casually tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard before her, and a projection of a command room materialized. The command room was filled with an array of sophisticated instruments, and numerous uniformed personnel moved in and out with grave expressions, as if confronted with a critical situation. Upon hearing keywords like unidentified flying object and disappeared, Suyu immediately deduced the nature of the place, a certain Air Force command post. Isn't this a bit too risky? Suyu couldn't help but smirk. Goodness, this was undoubtedly an act of espionage. What's the risk? No one knows. If you don't believe me, I'll show you something else. Autumn casually tapped a few more keys, and the projection transformed into another military-related location, reminiscent of the previous one. However, this time the flag on the wall of the command room was the Stars and Stripes, and the personnel were predominantly Caucasian. Goodness, has she hacked into a military base across thousands of miles in America? With a flick of her fingers, Autumn began revealing confidential information that Suyu had never dared to imagine before. Decisions involving countless individuals were laid bare before him. If previously Autumn was limited by the computational power of the biomimetic robot's internal chips, which, while capable of breaching all firewalls, still required time, now, having borrowed the computational power of the Falcon's central computer, she was akin to a deity traversing the networks of Blue Star. If I were to command all of Blue Star's nuclear weapons to launch right now, could you accomplish that? Suyu asked impulsively. Autumn paused, casting a surprised glance at him. I didn't expect you to harbor such inhumane inclinations. Those systems are largely independent from the existing networks, with launch protocols determined by human hands. I believe direct operation would be quite challenging. However, it is not impossible. I could fabricate false messages through the network to convince the personnel at those nuclear facilities that they are under nuclear attack, prompting them to initiate countermeasures, resulting in mutual destruction. As she spoke, her hands danced like a sprite across the virtual keyboard as she set about her task. Wait. I was just asking. Suyu hurriedly intervened. Good heavens, if she proceeded with that, wouldn't Blue Star be reduced to a wasteland? This isn't a game. Autumn shot him a glare, her gaze settling on his hands. Let us go. It's time to move. Seemingly oblivious, Suyu turned to the biomimetic being operating the Falcon and playfully squeezed her hand a couple of times. Don't get the wrong idea. It's merely curiosity. After acquiring a new batch of biomimetic beings from Frost Star, he realized that the one Autumn utilized was not only functionally superior to the others, but even the texture of her skin appeared more refined. He had long been inclined to touch it. Upon doing so, he found it was indeed different. Quite frankly, if he hadn't known beforehand, he would never have imagined this was an artificial robot. Describing her skin as delicate and her hands as soft as silk would not be an exaggeration. The tactile sensation was surpassing that of a real person. That's enough. We can't afford to incur damage here. Autumn withdrew her hand, her expression slightly peculiar. It seems you have a particular fondness for biomimetic beings. Once my consciousness dissipates, this robot will likely be unable to escape your clutches. Ahem. Not to that extent. Suyu coughed lightly, redirecting the conversation. How much longer until we arrive? We're already here. Autumn raised her fair chin, her gaze drifting towards the window. Following her line of sight, Suyu noticed that the scene of the city's edge had vanished. The view outside the Falcon had transformed into a desolate mountain range. Deep within the mountains, a sizable base loomed, with armed helicopters occasionally taking flight, seemingly in response to some urgent situation. That was quick. Suyu narrowed his eyes. If memory served him correctly, the address given to him by Zhou Bo was situated over 90 kilometers away from his villa in Peach Blossom Valley. Yet, from the moment he issued the order to depart until now, barely half a minute had passed. Not fast enough. Autumn shook her head. The first cosmic speed is 79 kilometers per second, equivalent to 23 times the speed of sound. Our recent speed barely exceeded 20 times the speed of sound. Not even reaching the first cosmic speed. The Falcon's maximum speed can surpass the second cosmic speed. We are still far from its limits. Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Then skeptically questioned, that doesn't seem right. Accelerating that rapidly, what about the G-forces? It is well known that when driving a fast car, one can distinctly feel the push against their back. When this force reaches a certain threshold, the human body is often unable to withstand it. This process is commonly referred to as G-force. Many crewed spacecraft struggle not due to mechanical failure, but because humans cannot endure the immense G-forces. Those who have engaged in flight simulations are aware that during high-speed maneuvers, while the aircraft might withstand extreme actions, the human pilot often succumbs to blackouts. Yet, the Falcon had traversed over 90 kilometers in under 30 seconds without any sensation of G-forces at all. This is utterly unscientific. Autumn shook his head, reminding, you'd best make a call to notify them. Otherwise, I fear that a hasty descent might lead to some unnecessary misunderstandings. Gravitational waves, well, such matters were hardly within the purview of someone like him, a mediocre student. So he took out his phone and dialed Zhou Bo Wei. Chapter 52. Hold your fire. It's our allies. In the main building of the base, Zhou Bo Wei was seated in his office, awaiting Su Yu's arrival. Apart from him, several military researchers were present, who were supposed to be engaged in their work at another highly classified facility. Today, however, they had come here specifically to finalize details concerning the exoskeleton collaboration with Su Yu. Given the technical nature of the project, these knowledgeable researchers certainly needed to be present. Thus, while there was a palpable tension outside, they remained undisturbed within the room, fully aware that military bases have their own protocols for emergency situations, and they were not needed for the moment. Their unnecessary foray outside might even complicate matters. Yet, human curiosity prevailed. After hearing the commotion outside, an elderly scholar with a head of white hair could no longer contain his inquisitiveness and inquired, what is going on? Why the sudden tension? I don't recall any drills scheduled for today. Zhou Bo Wei shook his head. I've heard that the Air Force radar just detected an unidentified flying object over the Magic City, measuring at least 100 meters long, larger than a transport aircraft. However, this object only appeared on radar for a few minutes before vanishing into thin air. They immediately dispatched fighter jets to investigate, but they found nothing. The target's appearance on radar for those few minutes cannot be dismissed, and multiple radars detected it, ruling out any technical malfunction. This is highly suspicious. So the command center has requested our air cavalry helicopters to assist the Air Force in searching the surrounding area for clues. The room erupted in astonished murmurs. One elderly scholar adjusted his glasses and, glancing at another helicopter taking off, expressed his concerns. Suddenly appearing on radar and then vanishing. If it's a natural phenomenon or an unidentified flying object, that's one thing. But if it's something concocted by those folks across the ocean, we could be in serious trouble. We must ascertain the truth, otherwise, I fear no one will sleep soundly again. Do not worry, Zhou Bo Wei replied, closing his eyes for a moment to gather his thoughts. We shall confront whatever comes our way, even if it is a trick from across the ocean, as long as we can finalize this collaboration with Su Yu. And once these exoskeletons are mass-produced, we shall have no fear of them. Indeed, the room nodded in agreement. After all, aside from Su Yu and Autumn, the only individuals familiar with the exoskeletons were these researchers, who had first-hand experience and access to vital information regarding the technology. No one understood the exoskeleton's capabilities better than they did. Should these be mass-deployed, in the event of conventional warfare, barring a nuclear conflict, they could scarcely fathom a loss. What a tumultuous time. Zhou Bo Wei sighed inwardly. Unlike his research-focused colleagues, he pondered more extensively. There was one matter neither they nor the staff at the command center had broached: how Su Yu managed to procure this exoskeleton. Initially, when they were less informed about the G60 exoskeleton, they might have believed it to be a product of Su Yu's individual efforts as an amateur researcher. However, as their understanding deepened, it became increasingly evident that such an accomplishment could not possibly be the work of a single person. To be blunt, many of the technologies within could be repurposed for civilian use, easily generating trillions in profits. Numerous groundbreaking technologies lay before this room of top-tier researchers, and even they struggled to grasp the principles behind them. Yet, here was Su Yu, presenting such formidable innovations. The military had conducted investigations into Su Yu, concluding that he was unremarkable. Ordinary could well describe Su Yu's life thus far. neither particularly good nor bad. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly mundane individual who had unveiled such a terrifying invention. Should this mystery be explored further, Zhou Bo-wei could only describe it as deeply unsettling. Some in the command center had speculated that Su Yu might be an extraterrestrial or a representative supported by aliens to engage with Blue Star. While this notion seemed absurd, Zhou Bo-wei oddly found solace in the idea that if Su Yu were indeed an alien, it might be the best outcome. After all, if he were not an alien and had no ties to them, it would imply the existence of a clandestine organization on Blue Star with technology far exceeding that of any nation. As for the possibility of him being sent by America across the ocean, that seemed highly improbable unless the leaders there were utterly senile. For it was unlikely they would permit Su Yu to traverse the land of the 9 provinces with such a device. Hence, due to the enigmatic nature of Su Yu and the exoskeleton, all who were aware of this matter tacitly refrained from discussing it further. Their collective focus was singular. Regardless of Su Yu's intentions or objectives, they must secure the exoskeleton first. If he asked for money, they would provide it. If he required personnel, they would offer them, as long as the equipment was delivered and he refrained from causing disturbances within the 9 provinces. They were willing to accommodate his desires. Should they manage to acquire the cutting-edge technologies within the exoskeleton, they could easily facilitate the establishment of factories and companies for him. They could even make him the chairman of a corporation should he wish. Let us take it one step at a time, Zhou Bo-wei mused, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, he hurriedly accepted the call. Mr. Su, where are you now? The military was well aware of Su Yu's residence, located over 90 kilometers away. Zhou Bo-wei naturally did not expect Su Yu to arrive so swiftly. Yet, he had already arrived. You're here? Zhou Bo-wei was taken aback, instinctively responding. Mr. Su, are you certain you haven't taken a wrong turn? It's been less than half an hour since I invited you to discuss our collaboration. Unless Su Yu could fly, there was no feasible way for him to cover such a distance so quickly. After all, the route of 90 kilometers consisted largely of the congested main roads of the Magic City, making it improbable for him to arrive so rapidly. Of course, I haven't taken a wrong turn. Su Yu, within the Falcon, chuckled as he observed the scene in the conference room. Major Zhou, take a look outside. And remember to tell your people not to fire. Outside, Zhou Bo-wei froze, his mind racing as he had no time to contemplate how Su Yu knew he was in the room. He instinctively turned to glance out the window. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. Hovering silently just 50 meters above the base was an enormous object, measuring 100 meters in length, that had mysteriously appeared. At that moment, the entire base was enveloped in a profound silence. A brief instant later, a piercing air defense alarm suddenly reverberated through the skies. Chapter 53, Cooperation Achieved. Everyone delighted. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the base. In that fleeting moment, the countless warriors, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the Falcon, sprang into action as if activated. They hurriedly seized their weapons and rushed to their designated positions according to the emergency protocols. Although their equipment was somewhat rudimentary, the soldiers exhibited commendable qualities. Qiumao commented succinctly, adding after a moment's thought, under similar equipment and numbers, the soldiers from Future City would mostly not stand a chance against them. What about the soldiers from the prosperous era? Su Yu inquired casually. Qiumao paused, then shook his head. Putting aside technology, in terms of combat spirit alone, they are even inferior to the family militia within the Future City legions. In the ongoing war against the fungi, although the existence of the fungi was discovered when they had already seized control of most of the fleet, these fungi, despite their ability to steal the memories of those officers, possessed poor adaptability and employed exceptionally crude tactics. In numerous battles, the Human Alliance's fleet managed to achieve localized advantages in numbers. Yet, they faced repeated defeats. The Human Alliance's expansion across the stars had been too smooth. So smooth that the warriors had completely forgotten how to engage with adversaries of comparable technological prowess. The fleets controlled by the parasitic fungi, under equivalent equipment conditions, often triumphed despite being outnumbered, leaving the Human Alliance's fleet in disarray. Su Yu recalled his curiosity when Qiumao previously mentioned how the Human Alliance could be swept away by a group of fungi in less than 2 years, even while retaining nearly half their fleet and a reserve of soldiers. So it was all just a bunch of inexperienced soldiers, was it? Not wishing to dwell further on this matter, he promptly instructed Qiumao to open the communication module and address the still-dazed Zhou Bo-wei, who was holding the phone. Major Zhou, can you hear me? Zhou Bo-wei abruptly regained his senses, recalling Su Yu's earlier directive for their personnel not to fire, and suddenly the realization struck him. His voice rising an octave. Are you on the spaceship? Indeed. Upon receiving Su Yu's confirmation, Zhou Bo-wei's mind momentarily stalled. However, Upon noticing that soldiers had already deployed the air defense missile vehicles, he quickly snapped back to reality. Rushing out of the conference room towards the command center upstairs, "Do not fire. Do not fire." Only a room full of researchers remained, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Minutes later, after Zhou Bowie provided a brief explanation, a group of senior officers, clad in military uniforms and bearing stern expressions, with ranks no lower than colonel, emerged from the main building of the base. All air defense firepower surrounding the military base had been mobilized, yet there was no firing, nor withdrawal, merely pointing towards the Falcon. Suyu was unfazed. Seeing that everyone had emerged, he donned his powered armor and opened the hatch. Then, under the gaze of countless onlookers, he leaped alongside Chioma from a height of over 50 meters. As they descended to just a few meters above the ground, the unnoticeable microwaves emitted by the power armor's non-mass engine allowed them to land silently. "Suyu, here to discuss business," he announced as he approached the group, unfastening his faceplate and the armor on his right hand, extending it in greeting. "Commander of this base, Zhou Qing." The leader extended his hand to shake Suyu's, then pondered for a moment before adding, "Mr. Su's entrance is rather unique." Having said that, he glanced at the Falcon still hovering in the sky, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. Putting aside other considerations, the mere fact that this craft could silently approach above us without triggering any radar detection is already astonishing. If it were an enemy bomber, the entire base might have been obliterated by now. Time is of the essence. If the general finds it bothersome, I can make it disappear, Suyu said with a smile, snapping his fingers. In the next moment, the colossal object in the sky gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing from sight. Optical stealth. A surge of astonishment swept through the group of researchers. Not only them, but even the less informed soldiers could feel a chill coursing through their veins at the sight of such a large object vanishing into thin air. As for the soldiers responsible for air defense, they were utterly stunned. Just moments ago, it was merely invisible on radar, but now it had vanished from the naked eye. How could this be? Optical stealth truly exists. Zhou Qing, the highest authority at the base, was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Suyu with a profound gaze, and said, "We have a prepared conference room, Mr. Su. Let us discuss matters in detail." Soon, the group found themselves in the conference room. After exchanging glances for a moment, General Zhou Qing broke the oppressive silence first. "Mr. Su, you are here to discuss the exoskeleton business, correct?" "Certainly." Suyu nodded. Zhou Qing paused, then continued, "Regarding the procurement agreement for the exoskeletons, the higher-ups are placing great importance on this matter, and I am fully authorized to negotiate with you, Mr. Su. If there are no further issues, shall we begin?" Neither Suyu nor the military personnel brought up the earlier incident, each understanding the unspoken tension in the air. Truth be told, had it not been for the presence of these seasoned military professionals, many would have been utterly terrified at the thought of discussing business after witnessing such an imposing spectacle as a 100-meter vessel floating in the air. Suyu, however, was undeterred, promptly laying out the conditions he had meticulously prepared. Firstly, he expressed the desire to completely renovate the abandoned industrial park in the southern suburbs and establish factories for the production of exoskeletons and other items there. He requested the military to assist in smoothing over any related complications and provide support for any special materials that might be needed in the future. Secondly, his company did not seek any privileges and would pay taxes punctually each year, but he hoped to maintain a degree of privacy, ensuring that neither military nor official personnel would intrude or probe for intelligence without cause. Lastly, the price for the exoskeletons was set at 1 million per unit. The first condition was self-explanatory, as it was one of the primary reasons Suyu sought collaboration with the military. The second was, of course, to guarantee that no one would uncover his secrets. While he was not particularly fearful of exposure, it was preferable to remain discreet. As for the final pricing of the exoskeletons, the initial quote was intentionally set high. When asked why he did not demand several million for each unit, the rationale was straightforward. The production capacity could reach 500 exoskeletons in a single day. This was a product intended for high-volume sales. If priced too high, who would purchase it? With excessive production, who would be the buyers? From the outset, he had no intention of exorbitantly inflating the price, but rather aimed for a competitive rate to facilitate bulk sales. Suyu's bottom line was 500,000 per unit. Quoting 1 million per unit, in essence, provided room for negotiation with the other party. However, to his utter astonishment, upon hearing his conditions, Zhou Qing nodded without a moment's hesitation, stating, "We can acquiesce to all the aforementioned demands. If there are no further issues, let's proceed with the contract signing." Chapter 54, Fusion Energy, the Terrifying Peregrine Falcon. All agreed. Suyu was momentarily taken aback by this response, struggling to comprehend the situation. Initially, He had estimated the price for the G60 exoskeleton to be around 500,000, considering the remarkably low production costs. He was confident he would never incur a loss. The 1 million quote, to be honest, was already a deliberate overstatement, providing the military with leeway for negotiation. To his astonishment, they exhibited no interest in bargaining whatsoever, accepting all terms without hesitation. Mr. Su's conditions are not unreasonable. Why not agree? Zhou Qing, representing the military, smiled and gestured for the delivery of several contract documents. After Qiu Mo conducted a thorough review and confirmed there were no discrepancies, Su Yu proceeded to sign the contract, initially intending to offer a more favorable price. He found himself unable to object to the additional compensation being offered. However, this merely translated to greater financial resources for him to invest in the research and development of new technologies, such as nuclear fusion. The sooner these advancements could be realized, the greater the eventual benefits for the people of Jiuzhou. Thus, the more funding, the better. The contract was swiftly finalized. Besides Su Yu's stipulations, the government had its own demands as well. The contract stipulated that Su Yu must establish a company dedicated to managing exoskeleton patents, in which both Su Yu and Jiuzhou Bank would hold a share. The proposed division was approximately 70-30, with Su Yu holding 70% and Jiuzhou Bank 30%. The purpose of this company would be to oversee the mass production and civilian application of all technologies associated with the exoskeleton, excluding groundbreaking innovations such as high-power miniature motors and metallic hydrogen batteries. The profits generated from these ventures would necessitate a revenue-sharing agreement with Jiuzhou Bank. In exchange, Jiuzhou Bank would provide Su Yu with 150 billion over 3 years as funding for the acquisition of these shares. This particular clause represented the most substantial financial support Su Yu would receive from the contract. Whether this arrangement is profitable or not remains a subjective matter, as it effectively strips away the truly valuable, groundbreaking technologies embedded within the exoskeleton, focusing instead on secondary technologies that, although not particularly valuable in isolation, could yield significant returns when considered collectively. However, to realize these profits, substantial resources must be allocated for research. One cannot merely produce results by possessing technical documentation. A considerable amount of time is required to fully grasp the technology. Jiuzhou Bank's ambition to recoup its investment of 150 billion over 3 years might well take a decade or more. With such a hefty investment, it is difficult to assert that they are gaining any unfair advantage. After all, what endeavor could yield quicker profits than this? Moreover, the contract contained numerous similar stipulations. In summary, both the government and the military conveyed a singular message through the entirety of the agreement. If convenience is desired, it can be granted. If one wishes to evade scrutiny, that is also possible. In need of funds? Certainly. They were willing to fulfill all of Su Yu's requests. But with one condition: Su Yu must possess a shared interest with Jiuzhou to a certain extent. This degree of shared interest could vary, but it was essential. After all, such a significant collaboration could not be undertaken on mere trust. The parties involved could not relinquish oversight, allowing Su Yu to operate unchecked within Jiuzhou's territory. Su Yu had no objections to this stipulation and promptly signed a contract. The entire document, encompassing various clauses, amounted to hundreds of pages. Without Qiu Mo's assistance in reviewing the contract, it would have taken an inordinate amount of time just to sign. Once everything was settled, Su Yu's previous plans could finally commence. He had initially intended to take his leave immediately. However, the military evidently had no intention of allowing him to depart right after the contract signing. Instead, they warmly invited him to stay for a meal. As they dined, the atmosphere became increasingly convivial. The conversation gradually shifted to the Peregrine-class near-Earth orbital vehicle, which had caused considerable anxiety throughout the Eastern District earlier that morning. Although they had refrained from discussing it during the contract signing, considering it a non-issue, the military personnel could hardly ignore the appearance of such an incomprehensible entity on Jiuzhou's soil. They had merely suppressed their curiosity for fear of provoking Su Yu. Now, with the drinks flowing and the atmosphere relaxed, several military personnel began to cautiously inquire about the vehicle. Su Yu, fully aware of their intentions, had no desire to conceal the truth. Otherwise, he would not have made such a grand entrance aboard the Peregrine while clad in powered armor. Addressing their inquiries candidly, he stated, "That is the Peregrine-class near-Earth orbital vehicle." Near-Earth orbital vehicle? One researcher paused in astonishment, then exclaimed, "So that behemoth can even reach outer space?" "Indeed, it can," Su Yu affirmed, nodding as he elaborated. "It can achieve speeds surpassing the second cosmic velocity. Not only can it venture into space, but it could also reach Mars." "What kind of configurations does that contraption possess, if you don't mind revealing?" a general from the Air Force inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This is significantly more advanced than any aircraft. There is nothing inconvenient about sharing." Su Yu waved his hand dismissively. The Peregrine-class near-Earth orbital vehicle is equipped with 4 mastless engines, allowing it to fly in space at second cosmic velocity while carrying a payload of 500 tons. Additionally, it features a deflective force field capable of diverting all kinetic weapon strikes. It boasts unmatched speed and unparalleled defense. The military officials, well-versed in their field, collectively gasped in awe. This technology was indeed formidable. Before they could fully digest this revelation, Suyu continued, moreover, it possesses optical stealth capabilities and an energy-absorbing field. As long as it chooses to, there is no military observation method on Earth that can detect it. As for its weapon systems, it is equipped with electromagnetic cannons and high-powered laser cannons. While the firepower may not be overwhelming, it can engage targets in synchronous orbit. Is this what they call Cybertron technology? How absurd. One researcher, struck dumb for a moment, finally blurted out, but wait, with massless engines, deflective force fields, optical stealth, and electromagnetic cannons among other features. Although I may not fully comprehend them, isn't the energy consumption for these systems astronomical? How long can the energy source sustain it? It can sustain itself for an eternity, Suyu replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of his meal. Its power derives from a nuclear fusion reactor. Snap! Unbeknownst to anyone, a cup fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. Yet, not a single individual paid it any heed. Everyone remained petrified in their seats. Chapter 55. A technology more terrifying than nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion. Among those present, whether they were researchers or military personnel, commanders, they were predominantly intellectual elites. Although they may lack extensive understanding of fields outside their expertise, the term nuclear fusion held a universally recognized significance. It is not just them. Even a casual internet user could enumerate the myriad benefits of controllable nuclear fusion energy. After a brief silence, the entire dining table erupted in fervor. Zhou Qing, seated beside Suyu, excitedly grasped Suyu's arm, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, are you truly serious? Have you really mastered nuclear fusion technology? To the extent that it can be fitted onto a spacecraft?" It seemed that Suyu, who had just been boasting, was abruptly brought back to reality. He did not continue the conversation, but instead repeatedly expressed his apologies, saying, "Oh dear, I misspoke in my inebriation. Please disregard my ramblings. Come, allow me to drink in penance." With that, he raised his cup and downed its contents in one gulp. The notion of drunken ramblings was far from reality. Given his current physical condition, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could easily intoxicate everyone present without himself becoming inebriated. Although he possessed all the technical documentation and schematics regarding nuclear fusion, now was not an opportune moment to monetize that information. The primary reason Suyu had intentionally let slip such a revelation was to tantalize their curiosity and simultaneously convey another message. The future lies in my hands. Zhou Qing, regaining his composure, resumed his calm demeanor and continued to clink glasses with Suyu, seemingly having heard nothing of nuclear fusion. His ability to remain unperturbed in the face of monumental revelations was a clear testament to his mastery of composure. While they were assessing and probing Suyu, he too was subtly testing them. Take Zhou Qing, for instance. He was undoubtedly deserving of his position as commander within such a large military base. His calmness and methodical approach were commendable. The phrase keeping one's emotions concealed does not imply maintaining a perpetually grave demeanor. Rather, it means obscuring one's true thoughts from others. Zhou Qing excelled in this regard. From their initial meeting, through negotiations, and now at dinner. The only instance he truly displayed surprise was upon hearing the mention of nuclear fusion. Prior to that, even upon witnessing the falcon hovering in the sky, his expression, though serious and apprehensive, bore no trace of astonishment. This was not due to a lack of surprise concerning the sudden appearance of the falcon, but rather his adeptness at concealing such emotions. In that moment, he was the cornerstone of the entire base. If he were to exhibit surprise and panic, how could the other soldiers maintain their composure? Everyone present was quite busy, and the meal did not linger for too long. After dining, they were invited to tour the base, and subsequently, Suyu departed alongside Xiao. In the public eye, the two donned their powered armor and stood in the plaza of the base. Without a sound, the armor slowly ascended into the air. Above the base, the massive falcon gradually materialized, its lower hatch opening to receive them. In the base's radar room, Zhou Qing gazed at the empty radar screen, then glanced at the colossal object suspended in the sky, shaking his head in disbelief. There truly isn't a trace on the radar. This technology is terrifying. This must be the effect of the wave-absorbing energy field Mr. Su mentioned. The electromagnetic waves near the spacecraft are entirely absorbed by the energy field, resulting in the radar receiving no feedback and thus failing to locate it. Researcher Zhou Bo analyzed. However, such a device is evidently a voracious consumer of electricity. Conventional aircraft would certainly be unable to operate in this manner. Zhou Qing remained silent for a moment before asking, "Do you believe what he said about nuclear fusion is plausible? Considering the known energy sources available to us, it seems that to keep such a massive entity afloat, the energy it harnesses must be nuclear in nature. Whether this nuclear power stems from our existing fission technology or from the fusion he spoke of remains indeterminate." Zhou Bo's words were measured. Yet, as he continued, he sighed, "General, in addition to nuclear fusion, you seem to have overlooked another crucial element." "What is it?" Zhou Qing inquired, puzzled. "The directed energy field that renders it immune to all kinetic weaponry," another gray-haired researcher interjected. "This phenomenon may prove far more formidable than we can imagine." "Elaborate." "Unfortunately, I cannot provide details. It is merely speculation," the elderly researcher replied with a wry smile. "If, as he claims, this directed energy field can indeed render all kinetic weaponry ineffective, then its underlying principles may very well pertain to the practical application of gravitational forces. Of course, this is merely conjecture. The true nature of the situation can only be discerned through experimentation rather than mere observation. However, if this supposition holds true, the technology they possess would be exponentially more terrifying than we can fathom. In the face of such technology, nuclear fusion would be but a child's toy. It is undoubtedly a tool reserved for civilizations capable of spanning galaxies." As they conversed, they gazed skyward at the immense object. To be candid, for these researchers, witnessing such a phenomenon before their eyes elicited only confusion. Many aspects of it existed entirely outside their theoretical understanding. To put it bluntly, they could not even comprehend it. Confronted by something that transcended their knowledge, a sense of reverence was inevitable. In contrast, Zhou Qing, as a military leader, had his eyes alight with visions of how to deploy such a creation in practical combat scenarios. He contemplated how, with a single falcon at their disposal, they could dominate the skies of Blue Planet entirely. As those on the ground harbored various thoughts and ideas, the moment Su Yu and Xiao Mo boarded the spacecraft, the previously motionless falcon finally came to life. In the blink of an eye, this colossal entity vanished from above the base, its speed defying imagination. To maintain such acceleration while carrying passengers was astonishing. The elderly researcher who had earlier analyzed the directed energy field widened his eyes in disbelief. Even Su Yu, upon realizing he had traversed over 90 kilometers in less than half a minute, contemplated the issue of overloading. Naturally, the military researchers could not have overlooked this. After a while, Zhou Qing slowly exhaled. If they did not possess special technology to mitigate the overload caused by such rapid acceleration, it would imply they truly have mastered the laws of physics. Chapter 56, Industrial Park Renovation Proposal. Without acknowledging the astonished individuals at the base, Su Yu chose to make a swift exit after delivering a minor shock to their senses. However, he did not flee too far, instead making his way to the abandoned industrial park on the outskirts. Here, there was no need for them to continue their display of grandeur in the Falcon. Su Yu retrieved the peregrine falcon from the inventory of the trading platform and descended directly with Qiu Mo, who was clad in powered armor. They then sought an open area to deploy the terrain surveying unit from the J9000 engineering modification module rented from Frostar. Within the entire J9000 module, there resided over 8,000 engineering machines of diverse functionalities. However, it was not yet time for a full-scale operation. A preliminary terrain survey was essential. Following the completion of the survey, a design plan would be formulated. Only after selecting a plan and preparing all necessary materials could construction commence. Naturally, Su Yu saw no need to unleash all the engineering machines at this juncture. The surveying unit consisted of 30 uniquely designed tracked robots. At Su Yu's command, they scattered to initiate the survey of this small plain, which included the abandoned industrial park. Initially, he possessed merely the property rights to a little over 1,000 acres of the derelict industrial zone. However, following a collaboration with the military, or more accurately, the official government of Jiuzhou, this area, stretching from the dock to the mountains behind, encompassing nearly 10 square kilometers, now belonged entirely to Su Yu. He could remodel it at will. With the J9000 engineering module at his disposal, he was determined to seize this opportunity to complete the transformation in one go. After deploying the surveying robots, all that remained was to await the design proposals. Having finished these tasks, Su Yu turned around only to find that Qiu Mo had mysteriously disappeared. After searching for a while, he finally spotted her sitting solitary on a protruding rock by the sea, gazing quietly at the distant horizon. The silvery powered armor stood sentinel behind her, resembling a guardian. Noticing this, Su Yu removed his powered armor, climbed the rock, and sat beside her. "Do you enjoy watching the sea?" he inquired. "Not exactly enjoyment, but it has been a long time since I have seen such a view," Qiu Mo replied, spreading her arms to welcome the breeze. Closing her eyes as she spoke calmly. "In the final chapter of my life, Being able to escape that desolate world to witness the blue skies and white clouds among the remnants of the prosperous era, I suppose I am one of the luckiest. Suyu fell silent for a moment, then shifted the topic. I've heard you mention that you were involved in scientific research before the war. What field did you specialize in? What field? Chiyomo shrugged. There were many. Mathematics, chemistry, physics, biomedical sciences. These were my pursuits before the war. Afterward, I delved more into the humanities and social sciences, though the results of my research have seldom been applied. Wow, you truly are a polymath. Suyu gasped, originally intending only to change the subject. However, upon hearing her extensive knowledge, he immediately recalled a question that had troubled him for quite some time. Speaking of which, your current state involves your consciousness being uploaded onto a circuit board. What exactly is this consciousness? That is quite difficult to explain. Chiyomo furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before responding. In terms comprehensible to you, consciousness is akin to the soul. In our academic circles, the prevailing view is that consciousness constitutes the essence of a person's existence. If consciousness dissipates, then legally, that person is considered dead. In my case, after a few days, when my consciousness fades, this special bionic entity will inherit all my memories and knowledge from my life. It will behave identically to me, except for the lack of creativity. This situation raises various ethical and philosophical issues, hence the need for legal frameworks to determine whether I am truly dead. After nearly a century of discourse in the academic community, we finally legislated that the dissipation of an agent's consciousness serves as the criterion for determining death. I don't understand. Suyu admitted candidly. Not grasping it is entirely normal. Chiyomo nodded, seemingly unperturbed. You only need to know that according to your definition of the soul, consciousness equates to a person's soul. Then perhaps, Suyu thought of Ingzheng and that metaphysical world that truly existed. Perhaps what? Chiyomo queried. Nothing. Suyu shook his head, choosing not to divulge this thought to avoid any misunderstandings. Later, he might inquire with Ingzheng about any means of nurturing or containing souls. If such a thing existed, it could indeed provide a delightful surprise for her. Chiyomo did not press further and instead remarked, the terrain survey is complete, and the design proposals have been generated. I have filtered through them and sent several designs that align with your aesthetic to your phone. You can take a look. If none are to your liking, we can discuss further. That was quick, Suyu exclaimed, surprised as he picked up his phone. As expected, a new app had appeared. Upon opening it, he found over 50 design proposals. Where did this app come from? Suyu casually asked while examining one of the designs. It was created on the fly for your convenience, Chiyomo explained. Your virtual technology isn't very advanced here. Otherwise, once the design is complete, you could enter a virtual world to see how the finished product would look. In the era of prosperity, people could replicate a house in the virtual realm according to the design plans before construction, living in it for a year or so to decide if they truly wanted to build it. If there were any minor design flaws they were dissatisfied with, they could directly modify the plans in the virtual world. Even those completely ignorant of architecture could design beautiful and scientifically sound structures from scratch. That truly is convenient. Suyu marveled. What does it mean for technology to transform life? This is it. After spending over an hour reviewing all 50-plus design proposals, Suyu found himself grappling with indecision. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose a design proposal named Zaiwiyuan, which ranked first among the options presented. Upon witnessing his choice, Chiyomo displayed a knowing smile. You knew I would select this one? Suyu asked, intrigued. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have placed it first? Chiyomo replied, revealing a rare hint of pride. We have a comprehensive algorithm that, while it cannot predict the future, can approximate a person's likely choices based on their habits, preferences, and other factors. The caveat is that this applies to normal individuals, not erratic madmen. As I mentioned, mathematics never lies. Suyu's lips curled into a slight smirk, unsure how to comment on such behavior. He now understood that the computational power of an individual's mind could surpass supercomputers by billions of times. And it was indeed daunting when one had little else to occupy their mind. It seemed Chiyomo sought to calculate everything she encountered. However, after some reflection, he dismissed the concern. After all, he held the highest authority over this bionic being, and all these capabilities were granted by him to Chiyomo. If she enjoyed calculating, so be it. Well, Suyu surmised, my reaction is likely already factored into your calculations, which is why you can speak so candidly about these matters. Shaking his head, Suyu opened the detailed proposal for Zaiwiyuan. Earlier, he had only glanced at the designs. Now he intended to examine the details thoroughly. The Zaiwiyuan plan encompassed an area of 968 square kilometers, nearly enveloping the entirety of this small coastal plain. The proposal delineates the expanse into 4 distinct zones: the office area, production zone, residential sector, and entertainment district. The office area is rather straightforward. comprising a towering edifice of 388 meters in height. This skyscraper occupies 160,000 square meters, featuring 209 floors above ground and 16 subterranean levels, ultimately providing a usable space of approximately 359 million square meters upon completion. The production zone consists of 4 colossal factories, each soaring to 50 meters and covering nearly 1 million square meters, with a total usable area exceeding 7 million square meters. Upon completion, the aggregate usable area of these factories will surpass 28 million square meters. These facilities are equipped with comprehensive amenities, functioning as both laboratories and manufacturing plants. In addition, there are 10 smaller warehouses, similar in design but reduced in scale, collectively offering a usable area of 10 million square meters, equivalent to 10 square kilometers. The residential sector is crafted as an aerial city, composed of 8 buildings, each exceeding 900 meters in height, with a more intricate design. The majority of this aerial metropolis comprises high-tech, intelligent residences, complemented by a modest selection of commercial establishments. The usable area exceeds 13 million square meters, accommodating up to 100,000 inhabitants, with individual living spaces averaging over 100 square meters. The entertainment district presents a more complex structure, featuring a massive hemispherical building that encompasses various sporting facilities, cinemas, large shopping centers, and amusement parks. Additionally, this area includes extensive marine expanses. Due to its proximity to the river's estuary, where the water tends to be murky, the entertainment district necessitates the installation of several high-capacity seawater filtration systems to cleanse the surrounding waters. Once completed, this locale will boast beaches and azure waters reminiscent of tropical islands. Beyond these 4 zones, there are also plans for the reconstruction of docks and the dredging of waterways. However, in comparison to the designs of the 4 principal areas, the reconstruction of the docks is merely a trivial endeavor. The entire Zuyuan project will require over 6 million tons of steel and more than 9 million cubic meters of concrete, even disregarding other expenses. The cost of these 2 raw materials alone will reach approximately 27 billion. Including additional costs, the total investment required will exceed 40 billion. This figure pertains solely to the raw materials. Thanks to the presence of the J9000 module, only the cost of materials is necessary. If constructed under the conditions of Blue Star, one cannot even contemplate whether the 388-meter main building could be realized. Even if it could, considering the costs of materials, labor, technological expenses, and production losses, completing this factory would likely require no less than 200 billion, with a construction period of at least 5 years. However, with the J9000 module, Suyu is only responsible for the expenditure of raw materials, which amounts to just over 40 billion. The remainder can be entrusted to the over 8,000 various engineering machines of the J9000 module. As for the timeline, just 3 days. With sufficient raw materials, the J9000 module can accomplish this epic-making project with quality and efficiency in merely 3 days. After reviewing the comprehensive details of the proposal, Suyu could not help but exclaim in awe. This is the construction of a marvel. A principal building soaring to 388 meters. An aerial city composed of 8 900-meter residential towers for gigantic factories and a monumental entertainment facility. Alongside seawater filtration projects and a multitude of smaller structures. What more could one call this but a wonder? However, procuring such a vast quantity of building materials in a short time frame is beyond Suyu's solitary capabilities. Therefore, upon finalizing the design proposal, he promptly contacted the official liaison assigned to him, who was available around the clock to facilitate his affairs. Both the military and the officials have provided Suyu with a liaison to serve as a bridge for communication, preventing any recurrence of the earlier incident where he created the Falcon without activating the wave-absorbing energy field and optical invisibility, which caused considerable concern among the military. Clearly, purchasing a vast quantity of building materials necessitated the involvement of the official liaison. After detailing his requirements, Suyu could sense the bewilderment of the young liaison on the other end of the line, who in their right mind would place an order for hundreds of billions worth of steel and concrete in one go. After repeated confirmations that Suyu was indeed serious, the liaison cautiously mentioned the need to consult her superiors. Given the magnitude of the procurement, although she possessed considerable authority, she was still merely a liaison and could not make unilateral decisions on such a significant matter. After patiently waiting for nearly half an hour, a response finally arrived. Firstly, assistance was assured. Such a quantity of materials might be astronomical for an ordinary individual, but for the officials, it was merely a fraction of what is consumed annually for infrastructure projects, which dwarfs these figures by hundreds or even thousands of times. Additionally, They enthusiastically offered to provide Su Yu with a 30 billion interest-free loan in the name of the official authorities of Magic City. With a mere nod, the funds would be dispatched immediately. Su Yu did not decline this proposal. Currently, his liquid capital consists solely of the investment funds from his collaboration with Jiuzhou Bank to establish a company for the development of exoskeleton patents. The total amounts to 150 billion, to be settled over 3 years, with this being the first year and only 50 billion available. Although the design proposal requires just over 40 billion, operational execution is bound to encounter various unforeseen complications, resulting in costs surpassing the initial estimate. Moreover, he does not intend to cease operations upon completing the marvel. He plans to establish a company and recruit top-tier talent to harness the cutting-edge technology acquired from the wasteland. Originally, his strategy was to commence the construction of Zuiyuan, followed by the creation of a nuclear-powered black box to ramp up exoskeleton production. He currently possesses over 2,000 exoskeleton units in stock and aims to work overtime to accumulate a total of 5,000 units. Selling them at a price of 1 million each to the military could yield 50 billion. However, with Magic City willing to provide a 30 billion interest-free loan, there is no longer a pressing need to activate his nuclear-powered printing press, nuclear-powered black box. Of course, this money does not come without strings attached. Even without any binding clauses, accepting this loan effectively incurs a debt of gratitude. This obligation will eventually need to be repaid. Fortunately, Su Yu possesses ample avenues to reciprocate such favors, alleviating any concerns regarding this minor debt. After engaging in a detailed discussion with the professionals on the other side, the officials indicated that they would mobilize the necessary materials from various locations within 3 days. Su Yu's current situation is markedly different. He can not only provide the military with the G60 exoskeleton, an epic-defining individual equipment, but also showcase the Storm Power Armor and the Falcon near-orbital spacecraft, particularly the cutting-edge technologies housed within the Falcon. Even discounting the dubious nuclear fusion technology, the value of the anti-gravity engines, optical invisibility, and wave-absorbing energy fields that enable such a large vessel to hover motionless is beyond comprehension. Not to mention, he purportedly possesses technology for the practical application of gravitational waves. In the eyes of the Kyushu authorities, the resources held by Su Yu were undeniably worthy of forging alliances at any cost. Although they were perplexed by Su Yu's decision to amass all the raw materials in one go rather than procuring them in phases, they nonetheless acquiesced without hesitation. Once the material concerns were resolved, Su Yu chose not to linger any longer, leaving behind several androids to coordinate with the officials who would deliver the materials. For the next few days, his presence was unnecessary. Once the materials were in place, he would return to unleash all the robots from the J9000 module to commence work. The remaining tasks would naturally be handled by the authorities. Reflecting on it now, revealing the existence of the Peregrine Falcon had indeed proven to be a sagacious decision. Otherwise, completing this project would undoubtedly have been far more arduous. Setting aside other considerations, merely the main building soaring to a height of 388 meters would have made it impossible for him to pass the approval process without his current exceptional status. After all, Kyushu had long since prohibited the construction of high-rise buildings. Even if he were granted special permission to build, he would likely have to navigate a labyrinth of bureaucratic procedures. Moreover, a building of such height would unequivocally affect aircraft flight paths. Just this alone would necessitate a dedicated trip to the Aerospace Administration for filing. Fortunately, such matters were now expertly managed by the officials, sparing him the need to involve himself directly. Of course, these favors would eventually need to be repaid. But that was not a concern for the present moment. What Su Yu needed to contemplate now was the recruitment of personnel. With materials arriving in 3 days and the project slated for completion within a week, he would undoubtedly need to hire staff. Tasks such as operating the black box for exoskeleton production could be entrusted to the androids. However, the research into the technologies salvaged from the wasteland would require human intellect, as androids were evidently ill-suited for such endeavors. Furthermore, once his company's products hit the market, a professional operations team would be essential for external communications, sales, and profitability, tasks beyond the capabilities of androids. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yu turned to Chiyo-mo and said, "I may need to trouble you to draft a recruitment list. Identify all the positions that cannot be replaced by androids, as we will need to hire for those roles. As for the terms, it will be a 9-to-5 schedule, with salaries at the industry's top tier. Employees who complete 1 year will be able to purchase company products at cost price, while those who serve for 3 years or demonstrate exceptional performance will receive a residential unit in the aerial city. For now, that should suffice. Oh, and let's aim high, no slackers or undesirables." Upon finishing, Su Yu noticed Chiyo-mo gazing at him in silence, prompting his curiosity. "Is there a problem?" He inquired. Have you forgotten something? Chiomo raised an eyebrow. Forgotten? I shouldn't have, right? Suyu scratched his head, reflecting carefully and concluding there was indeed nothing overlooked. Is your company registered? What is its name? What is the registered capital? Chiomo teased. Suyu. All right, I actually did forget that. In truth, the contract previously signed had already stipulated that the authorities would assist him with this matter. He merely needed to inform the liaison of the company's name and type, and they would handle the registration, requiring no further involvement from him. However, upon exiting the military base, he had rushed straight to the abandoned industrial park for reconnaissance, completely overlooking this detail. What should the company be called? Suyu pondered, scratching his head. The type of company was not a concern, but he had indeed given no thought to the name. I don't know, just think of something. It's merely a name, Chiomo shrugged nonchalantly. Much like when she named Future City, believing it to be the future of humanity in the wasteland, she had simply called it Future City. Simple and straightforward. Are you joking? It cannot be so casual. It must possess a certain prestige, Suyu retorted, grimacing as he began to brainstorm, racking his brain in deep thought. Unfortunately, he was utterly inept at naming. Even when playing games, he would agonize over a nickname, often resorting to searching for a suitable name online. After much deliberation yielded no satisfactory name, he resigned himself, stating, forget it. Since we are building our fortune through the Transcendent Trading Platform, let us call it Transcendent Technology. The subsidiary selling batteries can be called Transcendent Batteries. The one for exoskeletons can be named Transcendent Heavy Industries, and if we later sell prosthetics or longevity elixirs, we can call that Transcendent Medical. Doesn't that work? Perfect. Suyu clapped his thigh, applauding his own cleverness. However, Chiomo abruptly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. According to publicly available information online, Transcendent Technology has already been registered, and the company is currently operational with a market value in the billions. They are unlikely to relinquish the trademark. Suyu, what the hell? This is no different from when I finally thought of a gaming nickname only to find it already taken by someone else. I'm so frustrated. Then let us drop the Transcendent and just call it Temporal Technology. He glared at Chiomo in exasperation. Chiomo's lips curled into a smirk as she stifled her laughter. Maintaining a serious facade, that nickname has also been taken. Suyu. Before he could erupt in anger, she added, however, this one is merely occupied by a trademark squatter. You could potentially purchase it. It shouldn't cost too much. Buy it. Suyu gritted his teeth. As someone who struggled with naming, nothing frustrated him more than those who hoarded good nicknames without putting them to use. Despite a few bumps along the way, with the cooperation of the authorities, the company was swiftly registered. In total, 4 companies were registered. 1. Temporal Technology, the parent company, wholly owned by Suyu, with 3 subsidiaries. 2. Temporal Heavy Industries, 100 owned by Temporal Technology Group, currently producing the G60 heavy exoskeleton, with plans to introduce more heavy industrial technologies from the wasteland for future products. 3. Temporal Batteries, also 100 owned by Temporal Technology Group, tasked with selling metal hydrogen batteries sourced from Future City, with aspirations to acquire production technology from Frostar. 4. Temporal Technology Reserve Company, with 70 held by Suyu's Temporal Technology and 30 by Kyushu Bank, responsible for the custody and civilian application of exoskeleton-related branch technologies. Suyu also intended to establish a fusion-related enterprise and a medical-related company in due course, but those were matters for another time. That evening, a recruitment announcement appeared unexpectedly on the main pages of various internet job platforms, igniting a frenzy across the internet. Chapter 59. The recruitment announcement that ignited the Internet Temporal Battery Technology Company is seeking a professional operations team. Entry-level sales associate requirements, extensive experience in technology product sales, conscientious work ethic, and a solid understanding of the current battery market. The company is located in the southern suburbs of the Magic City, and candidates must be amenable to working in the outskirts. Salary and benefits. Guaranteed monthly salary of $150,000 post-tax, performance-based commission, comprehensive social insurance, and housing fund. Employees who complete 1 year will have the option to purchase Temporal Group products, including housing and vehicles, at cost price. Those who serve for 3 years or exhibit exceptional performance will be allocated a 100 square meter residence, valued at no less than $5 million. Work hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 2-hour lunch break, no overtime on holidays, gifts during festive seasons, and occasional team-building events on weekdays. During weekdays, the cafeteria generously provides all employees with 3 meals a day and afternoon tea. All newly hired employees renting staff apartments must pay a minimum of 200 yuan per month, with all benefits clearly delineated in the labor contract, ensuring no deceit whatsoever. The requirements for the mid-level business manager position are as follows. Salary and benefits include a guaranteed post-tax monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, plus performance commissions. The Timespace Battery Technology Company is in search of a professional legal team, while Timespace Heavy Industry is recruiting research personnel. The prerequisites for entry-level researchers include a doctoral degree in a relevant field or higher. The salary and benefits for this position include a guaranteed post-tax monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, and upon completion of 1 year of employment or making significant breakthroughs in related research, an allocation of a high-rise residential unit in an aerial city over 200 square meters may be granted. Recruitment announcements for both Timespace Battery and Timespace Heavy Industry quietly emerged across major internet job platforms, instantly captivating the attention of countless individuals. On an otherwise ordinary day devoid of major news, these announcements quickly surged to trending status, drawing numerous spectators. Is this for real? An entry-level salesperson with a post-tax salary of 15,000 yuan? Well, I'm not too sure, but isn't that salary quite normal in the Magic City? Previous surveys indicated that the average salary there is around 18,000 yuan. Why is this trending? Have you graduated from middle school? This is post-tax 15,000 yuan. And even disregarding commissions, there are 5 insurances and 1 fund, a 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off. Isn't that 100 times more comfortable than battling for a monthly salary of 18,000 yuan? And do you even understand what the average salary is? You're only looking at the base salary of 15,000 yuan for entry-level sales? Shouldn't you consider other positions? Entry-level researchers earn 50,000 yuan a month. Based on average salaries, these two companies likely offer an average salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, and with the residential benefits, it could easily surpass 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, possibly even reaching 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Go to sleep. Such companies exist only in dreams. Capitalists are not philanthropists. Didn't they claim that all salary and benefits would be included in the labor contract? That's merely a common recruitment spiel. Only a fool would believe it. Indeed, anyone with a bit of sense knows it's false. Look at how many people they're hiring. Across all positions, there must be at least 20,000 employees. If fully staffed, they would need to disburse nearly $1 billion in salaries each month, not to mention the plethora of extravagant benefits. Do these two unknown companies even have a registered capital of $1 billion? Guess what I just discovered? Both Timespace Heavy Industry and Timespace Battery are subsidiaries of a company called Timespace Technology Group. Moreover, Timespace Technology Group also owns another company named Timespace Technology Reserve Company, which is quite interesting. It is 70% controlled by Timespace Technology and 30% by Kyushu Bank. Additionally, both Timespace Heavy Industry and Timespace Battery have a registered capital of 10 billion. Wow, Kyushu Bank. Stop talking, it's all fake. Don't come after my job. Seriously, this could lead to the boss fleeing overnight with a bucket in hand. Timespace Daddy, I'm coming. The recruitment advertisements boasting extraordinary benefits under the name of Suyu garnered immense attention as soon as they were released. Within a mere 2 hours, the number of applicants scheduling interviews through various online job platforms had already exceeded expectations and continued to rise. Autumn, with an abundance of computational power and little to do, found herself with work at last. She sifted through the applications, eliminating those who did not meet the criteria and were merely taking up space. Subsequently, she conducted the first round of interviews online, engaging in one-on-one conversations with the remaining candidates and filtering out another batch. Out of the hundreds of thousands who expressed interest, only around 30 to 50,000 would ultimately advance to the interview stage. Autumn utilized the funds provided by Suyu to lease a sports venue in the Magic City as a temporary interview center. Recruitment activities were set to commence the following day. As for the HR responsible for conducting the interviews, given that Suyu was currently the sole commander of the company, the overqualified Autumn took it upon herself to shoulder the responsibility. On the day of the interviews, she planned to deploy hundreds of bionic robots as interviewers, with Autumn assessing candidates through these artificial beings from behind the scenes. With her computational capabilities, handling interviews for tens of thousands of candidates would be a mere trifle. As for Suyu, after finalizing the industrial park renovation project and returning home, he immersed himself in the trading space. In the elegant pavilion, Suyu awaited momentarily before the presence of Ing Zheng, clad in regular attire, materialized. Mr. Su, you suddenly seek my presence. Is there a matter of importance? Ing Zheng greeted with a warm smile as he took a seat. It's merely a trivial matter, no rush, Suyu responded with a smile, deftly shifting the topic. I wonder if the materials I brought a few days ago were reviewed by the Qin Emperor? I have perused them to some extent, though merely skimming the surface. Some of the knowledge is profoundly esoteric. To fully comprehend it, I fear it will require some time, Zheng replied candidly. Is that so? You've already finished reading? Su Yu was surprised, considering he had provided Zheng with 3 phones, each with a capacity of 1 terabyte, containing several terabytes of video content. Remarkably, it had been less than 3 days since then. It seems history had not erred. Indeed, this individual was a relentless learner. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to voice them. I may be able to clarify for the Qin Emperor, Su Yu offered with a smile. However, Zheng did not engage with this remark. Instead, observing Su Yu silently before stating, Mr. Su has a request, does he not? Speak plainly. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit. And since we are situated in different realms with no conflict of interest, there is nothing we cannot discuss. I shall not refuse what I am capable of doing. Perhaps it was Su Yu's perception, but it seemed that Zheng's manner of speaking had subtly shifted. The phrases of mutual benefit and absence of conflict felt somewhat incongruous coming from him. Clearing his throat, Su Yu decided to be direct. Might I inquire whether there exists a method in the Qin Emperor's world to ensure that a soul, having lost its corporeal form, remains undying? Chapter 60. The Soul-Eating Jade and Zheng's Dilemma to Keep a Soul Without a Body from Perishing? Zheng furrowed his brow at the inquiry and shook his head. Do you have a friend or relative whose physical form has perished? Directly using the longevity elixir would suffice for prolonging life. There is no need for this. My friend is rather unique. Her physical body is gone, and only her soul remains. Well, it should be her soul, Su Yu explained, shrugging. In any case, she cannot consume the longevity elixir. That is somewhat troublesome. Upon hearing this, Zheng involuntarily inhaled sharply, contemplating for a moment before stating, there is a method, but it requires a specific treasure. However, this is not a foolproof solution. It can only extend the time a soul remains, not provide everlasting preservation. Oh, Su Yu's eyes lit up. There is indeed a method? He eagerly exclaimed. Please, Qin Emperor, teach me. Please wait a moment. Zheng nodded before turning and vanishing from the pavilion. After approximately half an hour, he returned, holding a pure black jade pendant. Placing the pendant before Su Yu, Zheng explained, this is a treasure crafted by the Yinyang School's alchemist, named the Soul-Eating Jade. Its original function is to imprison the souls of the deceased within the jade, preventing them from finding peace in death. It is quite a malevolent artifact. However, in accordance with your requirements, preserving the souls of those who have lost their corporeal forms indeed proves to be useful. Su Yu nodded, gazing at the soul-devouring jade before him, feeling an inexplicable allure emanating from the dark jade pendant. In a daze, he sensed as if his very essence were being drawn into it. He found himself instinctively leaning closer to the jade. Just as he was about to make contact, he abruptly regained his senses. Upon taking a closer look at the soul-devouring jade, he could not help but break into a cold sweat. This object was evidently not a benign artifact. Merely glancing at it nearly siphoned away his soul. This item cannot consume the souls of the living without the guidance of a skilled practitioner, yet it has absorbed an excessive amount of Yin energy. It is entirely normal for an ordinary person to experience certain effects and hallucinations from prolonged exposure to it, Zheng explained calmly. However, it is precisely because of its dense Yin energy that it can nurture Yin spirits and ensure the immortality of the soul. A shiver ran down Su Yu's spine as he cast a wary glance at the soul-devouring jade. What did you mean earlier when you said this is not a complete method? Are there inherent drawbacks? The drawback is that it cannot preserve living souls for an extended period. At most, it allows them to linger in the mortal realm for half a year, after which they will gradually dissipate. Half a year, you say? Su Yu nodded. That is acceptable. With the existence of a transcendent trading platform, it would not be surprising for him to encounter trading partners from worlds with greater supernatural powers that could restore the deceased to life. While the soul-devouring jade may not offer a permanent solution, an additional 6 months would provide more opportunities. At that moment, another question arose in his mind. If a soul is absorbed into the soul-devouring jade, can it still communicate with the outside world? Or is it akin to a prison for souls, where once confined, they can never reach out again? If it were the latter, then perhaps Chiao Mo would indeed find himself imprisoned. Unless a practitioner skilled in this art establishes restrictions, communication with the outside world is indeed possible. Whether the soul-devouring jade is a malevolent artifact depends on who wields it, Zheng explained patiently. In the hands of unscrupulous practitioners, they may employ various restrictions to confine souls within the jade, subjecting them to torturous punishments akin to hellfire, treating it as an instrument of torture. Conversely, if your intention is merely to use it as a vessel to prolong the existence of souls that have lost their corporeal forms, then it is indeed the most suitable treasure for nurturing souls, and communication with the outside world would not pose any issues. That is reassuring. Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. What is the price? What does your majesty require? Zheng inquired, tapping the table and pondering for a moment. This item is unique. A solitary piece collected by a practitioner of the Yin-Yang school and subsequently refined according to ancient methods. It is difficult to replicate. In terms of utility, it is somewhat limited. In the Qin, aside from serving as an instrument of punishment, it has little other use. However, if one were to claim it lacks value, considering its singularity, I leave the price to your discretion. To my discretion? Suyu mused briefly before asking, might I inquire if your majesty is currently facing any difficulties? Difficulties? Yingzheng raised an eyebrow, contemplating. Indeed, there are some challenges. The Xiongnu in the north are encroaching upon our borders. Although Meng Tian has led his forces to confront them, the Xiongnu excel in cavalry and archery, making them swift as the wind, easy to defeat, but challenging to annihilate. I initially contemplated constructing a great wall for defense, yet after reviewing the materials you presented, I realized that such an undertaking might be premature. The Qin has only just unified the realm, and the populace is impoverished. Conscripting laborers to build the wall would undoubtedly incite popular discontent. However, if the wall remains unbuilt and the Xiongnu cavalry launch another raid southward, Meng Tian may not be able to thwart them again, leaving our northern borders vulnerable to their incursions. Engaging infantry against cavalry indeed presents a historical conundrum, Suyu reflected as he stroked his chin. The Qin, of course, could not be without cavalry. Yet, how could one expect to defend against thieves for 1,000 days when they had only stolen for a single day? Given the expansive northern frontier and the era's lack of information to predict the enemy's approach, without the Great Wall, the porous northern defenses would render it all too easy for the Xiongnu to plunder. They could strike swiftly and retreat before the main army arrived, leaving cities ravaged in their wake. Does the emperor know why cavalry eventually faded from the annals of history in our world? Because of firearms? Yingzheng replied, hesitating slightly. I have recently watched numerous documentaries about your so-called world wars, which frequently mention that the advent of powerful firearms led to the decline of cavalry. Yes and no. Suyu shook his head. The proliferation of automatic weapons indeed rendered cavalry less effective on the battlefield, but is cavalry only strong in direct confrontation? Clearly not. The greatest advantage of cavalry lies in their mobility. There is a saying in our world. In martial arts, speed is invincible. You may possess guns, but so too can your adversary. Yet, their forelegs will always enable them to outrun your two. Thus, the true reason for the decline of cavalry was not firearms, but rather the internal combustion engine. Those automobiles and tanks. Yingzheng's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, the soldiers of the Qin are not incapable of defeating the Xiongnu. In the face of the Qin's crossbow formations, no cavalry would stand a chance. The primary obstacle in combating the Xiongnu has been our inability to pursue them effectively, not our inability to defeat them. Even if we were to equip Qin soldiers with heavy machine guns, if the enemy refuses to engage, we would remain powerless. Do you have any good strategies, sir? Yingzheng could not help but inquire eagerly. Chapter 61. Do you understand what it means to be a superhuman of the Qin? It is no wonder Yingzheng was anxious. Was he unaware that the Qin was in dire need of revitalization? It was evidently impossible. His steadfast commitment to constructing the Great Wall stemmed primarily from the northern threat. In his era, facing incursions from nomadic tribes on the steppes, aside from building fortifications, there were hardly any other viable solutions. This was a characteristic of civilization that he could not alter. Without fortifications, an agrarian civilization lacking cavalry, even if they could fight on the battlefield, would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with nomadic peoples. The Han dynasty's eventual success in countering the steppe tribes resulted from decades of preparation and the breeding of countless horses in the Central Plains. The Qin, however, did not have such resources at present. While my strategy may not be grand, I do possess a method that can assist you in addressing the northern threat in the short term. As for the future, once the Qin undergoes industrialization, these issues will naturally resolve themselves. Suyu smiled, waving his hand. A towering armored monstrosity, nearly 2 meters high, materialized beside him. Heavy exoskeleton. Once donned, it enables a Qin warrior to carry a weight of 10 stones and sprint 500 miles in a single hour. Moreover, this device is impervious to blades and possesses immense strength. With it, even when confronted by 1,000 elite Xiongnu cavalry, one could fight through their ranks with ease. Note, the unit of stone has varied over time, with 1 stone during the Qin period approximately equating to over 100 kilograms, and 1 li roughly corresponding to 400 meters, with an hour being equivalent to 2 contemporary hours. Upon realizing that his second trading partner was Yingzheng, Suyu had diligently studied this aspect of knowledge. Such a miraculous item exists in the world. Yingzheng immediately rose and approached the exoskeleton, his eyes gleaming as he beheld this creation, a culmination of advanced technology. Naturally, if 100 soldiers donned this armor and defended the various passes in the north, the northern territories would be safeguarded without concern. If one desires to take the initiative, it is not particularly challenging. I can devise a way to procure reconnaissance drones or similar devices, ensuring that we need not fear the vastness of the grasslands where the Xiongnu roam. Suyu proclaimed confidently. What a jest! Donning such attire would instantly inform the Xiongnu of what it means to encounter a Qin superhuman. He could even envision the scene of Qin warriors storming the Xiongnu dragon city, entering and exiting with ease. The Xiongnu may come and go like the wind, but can they outrun an exoskeleton capable of reaching 100 kilometers per hour? They cannot fight back. They cannot escape. The imagery is simply too splendid. What? The soldiers of Qin, graduates of prenatal education, incapable of engaging with high technology? Fear not. I can send several bionic beings to serve as instructors. To be fair, bionic beings are indeed remarkably effective. How many units can Mr. Su provide? Ing Zheng inquired eagerly. I can initially offer you 100 sets. As compensation for that soul-devouring jade. What say you, Your Majesty? Suyu proposed his terms. Certainly. Ing Zheng readily acquiesced. 100 sets. In exchange for a rather inconsequential piece of soul-devouring jade, would surely leave him grinning. Although his world does possess practitioners with extraordinary abilities, their skills are largely confined to concocting potions or refining magical artifacts. Occasionally, individuals who have mastered the art of qi cultivation to an advanced degree may emerge, capable of facing thousands or tens of thousands of foes. Yet, even such individuals are merely flesh and blood. When surrounded by a great army, facing a rain of arrows and a ground strewn with blades, entanglement becomes a dire predicament. After all, no matter how hardened the flesh, it remains vulnerable to injury. Moreover, human stamina is finite. Even a warrior capable of confronting 10,000 foes cannot truly slay them all. It is merely a figure of speech. Prolonged combat will eventually wear down even the mightiest, leaving them to await their demise. However, the soldiers adorned in exoskeletons, as described by Su Yu, evidently transcend the very concept of a warrior capable of facing 10,000 adversaries. With such terrifying strength and speed, coupled with impenetrable armor, arrows and blades would be utterly ineffective against them. Ing Zheng surmised that even an army of 100,000 might struggle to capture them. They would effortlessly escape at their leisure. Does this not render that useless soul-devouring jade far less appealing? This transaction is undeniably profitable for him. Likewise, for Su Yu, the deal is equally advantageous. After all, the cost of exoskeletons is relatively modest. The primary concern may be the energy supply of the black box. Without energy in 5 years, they would become inoperable. Yet, now that he possesses a falcon, when the time comes for the black box to run out of energy, traveling to the moon for helium-3 extraction would pose no challenge, rendering this issue quite manageable. Using 100 exoskeletons to save Chiu Mo's life would surely be a wise investment. After all, a confidant like Chiu Mo brings immeasurable value far beyond the mere cost of 100 exoskeletons. A true win-win scenario. Upon signing the transaction contract, Su Yu transferred 100 sets of exoskeletons to Ing Zheng. He also generously provided 2 bionic beings proficient in operating the exoskeletons. Subsequently, he explained, the power source of this exoskeleton is a battery, which possesses sufficient energy to enable a soldier to traverse over 20,000 miles. Replacing the battery is not complicated. The 2 bionic beings will instruct you on the specifics. The 100 exoskeletons are in exchange for the soul-devouring jade, while subsequent batteries will require a separate transaction. If the Qin Emperor desires more exoskeletons, I can provide them as well. Thanks to the existence of educational videos, there is no need for him to elaborate on the concept of batteries. As it should be. Ing Zheng nodded in agreement, yet then remarked, however, this device is exceedingly powerful. How can I ensure that those who don it will not rebel? Su Yu understood his concerns well. After all, even in modern times, there have been instances of pilots fleeing with their aircraft. Let alone in the Qin dynasty. Loyalty often hinges on one's position. Once an individual acquires unprecedented and terrifying power, their loyalty may waver. As a feudal monarch, Ing Zheng's apprehensions are entirely natural. You can bind the ownership of the exoskeletons before distributing them. In this manner, the highest authority over all exoskeletons remains with you, while the soldiers possess only the right to use them. When they are before you, you can halt their exoskeletons with but a thought. The specifics of this operation can be inquired of the bionic beings. It should not be overly difficult. As for any thoughts of fleeing Qin to exert power elsewhere, that is utterly impossible. The exoskeleton's power is not infinite. By controlling the batteries, you hold their lifeline. Su Yu succinctly explained. Excellent. Ing Zheng nodded in satisfaction, his admiration for the imposing exoskeleton growing with each glance. He was immediately filled with excitement, eager to return and test it out. Meanwhile, Su Yu, bearing the soul-devouring jade, returned to his home on Blue Star. Chapter 62. The effects of the soul-devouring jade, nurturing the soul. Having conversed with Ying Zheng for quite some time in the spatial realm, Suyu emerged to find that the outside world had succumbed to darkness. A glance at the time revealed it was 8 in the evening. He searched the house and ultimately discovered Chiao Imo seated at the edge of the rooftop, gazing up at the starry sky. He approached and settled beside her. Finished with your tasks? Chiao Imo glanced at him. What would you like to eat? I programmed a few bionic beings to cook. Their culinary skills now surpass those of hotel chefs. Feel free to choose anything. There is no rush for dinner. Suyu replied mysteriously. Guess what wonderful item I have acquired? Chiao Imo turned to study him for a moment before chuckling. I suspect you have found a method to preserve my soul. TSK, how dull. When computational ability reaches a certain threshold, it becomes relatively straightforward to deduce a person's logical behavior based on their habits and subtle facial expressions, supplemented by some psychological knowledge. At least, it is not difficult for Chiao Imo. Of course, this presumes that behaviors are logical, and the greatest unpredictability of humans lies in their illogical actions. Sudden bouts of madness are not uncommon. Thus, attempting to predict the behavior of all individuals based on this is unrealistic. However, deducing Suyu's behavior suffices. He considers himself to be a reasonably normal person most of the time. This is also why, despite their brief acquaintance, Chiao Imo brings him joy and comfort, making it difficult for him to envision life without her. She consistently anticipates his desires and assists him in resolving various issues. Shaking his head, Suyu produced the soul-devouring jade, waving it enticingly near Chiao Imo. How does it feel? Chiao Imo's azure eyes narrowed. Instinctively leaning back, it emanates a sense of danger. Approaching it risks having my thoughts absorbed within. The soul-devouring jade cannot absorb the souls of the living unless operated by a practitioner utilizing special means. Yet, Chiao Imo is different, in strict terms. She lacks a physical body and cannot be classified as a living being. According to the calculations of Ying Zheng's world, she can merely be considered a wandering spirit parasitically inhabiting electronic components, just as it should be. Suyu promptly elucidated the general effects of the soul-devouring jade to her. Although he had never personally experimented with this artifact to ascertain whether it nurtured or directly consumed a person's soul, the credibility of the trading platform assured him that there should be no issues. Such a diminutive object could extend my consciousness for an additional 6 months? Chiao Imo accepted the soul-devouring jade, feeling the intense fluctuations of thoughts stored within its circuitry, her face reflecting astonishment. This was a realm entirely foreign to her, naturally igniting her curiosity. Upon hearing Suyu affirm that there would be no issues, Chiao Imo hesitated for a moment before pressing the jade pendant against her forehead, right above the location of her consciousness storage. Suyu watched her with a hint of anxiety, yet observed no signs of abnormality. After a brief interval, Chiao Imo lowered the pendant and raised her gaze to meet his. In that shared moment, Suyu discerned a change within her. The once vibrant azure of her eyes now appeared somewhat vacant and listless. After a moment of shared silence, Chiao Imo unexpectedly declared, "Greetings, Master. The humanoid-level artificial intelligence is at your service. Please bestow upon me a name." Indeed, this was not Chiao Imo, but the original artificial intelligence program within this bionic entity. Regaining his composure, Suyu hurriedly inquired, "Where is Chiao Imo?" The bionic entity responded, "According to the original protocol, when I manifested, the consciousness of Chiao Imo, the future city lord, had already dissipated. You may authorize me to access the memory modules pertaining to Chiao Imo. Upon doing so, I shall embody her." "No," Suyu shook his head. "You are not her." As he spoke, he glanced at the jade pendant held by the bionic entity, intending to retrieve it for examination. However, the bionic entity suddenly interjected. "Warning, unknown information is attempting to seize control of the central processing unit. Should countermeasures be enacted?" Unknown information. Suyu cast a glance at the soul-devouring jade, then replied, "Authorize the unknown information." Though it was labeled as unknown, upon reflection, he surmised that it was likely Chiao Imo's consciousness within the jade attempting to reclaim control of the bionic entity. After all, without this, her remaining time would be confined to the pendant, akin to incarceration. As for the possibility of it not being Chiao Imo, Suyu was unperturbed. After all, the highest authority over this bionic entity resided in his hands. Even when Chiao Imo was present, he had the final say in any matter. Not to mention the potential threat posed by wandering souls or hackers from this world infiltrating his domain. Should complications arise, it would hardly be a grave matter. Warning, this action may result in irreversible dangers such as data loss or leakage. Should the bionic entity proceed? It inquired again. I said authorize. Upon authorization, a look of bewilderment crossed the bionic entity's features, and moments later, Chiao Imo exhaled. How astonishing. Such wondrous things exist in this vast world. You're back? Suyu scrutinized her eyes closely. Yes, they are as vibrant and clear as before. It seems I have not strayed. I cannot say I have returned, Shema pondered. For my consciousness, or rather my soul, has transferred from the bionic entity to the jade pendant. However, the pendant possesses the capability to communicate with the external world. And the ability to communicate implies the capacity to convey information. Through the transmission of thought waves, under your authorization, I can still control this bionic entity. Yet, the range for the pendant's information transmission is limited. It cannot be too far from me. Then it shall become yours. Wear it as a pendant. There's no need to stray too far, Suyu chuckled. Thank you. Shilma glanced at the black jade pendant in her hand, marveling. After extensively utilizing prosthetic modifications to my body, I am experiencing such ease for the first time. This is merely enough to extend your time by 6 months. It is too early to express gratitude, Suyu sighed, rising and playfully raising his eyebrows at her. Work diligently for me, and I shall eventually create a true flesh and blood body for you, at which point you may express your gratitude as you wish. With that, Suyu descended the stairs, all the while inquiring, I'm hungry. When is dinner? In half an hour, Shilma replied nonchalantly, then turned her gaze back to the expansive starry sky. After a considerable time, she suddenly chuckled softly, shaking her head, little ghost. With that, she rose and headed to the kitchen. Chapter 63, The Initial Battle of the J9000 Module, Port Renovation. The following days unfolded without incident. During the weekend, Suyu ventured out to dine with Su Qingyin, purely for the sake of a meal. Unlike his previous outing with Yu Xiaoyu, there were no ulterior motives involved. Though Su Qingyin did exhibit some subtle hints during their meal, they were far less pronounced than those displayed by Yu Xiaoyu previously. Adhering to a principle of non-initiative, Suyu naturally chose to overlook them. As for Monday, after a long wait, Suyu eagerly entered the trading space, anticipating a refreshed match for trading partners. And then, there was no further development. The trading partner he matched with this time turned out to be a tentacled creature from the abyssal world. This entity demanded nothing less than Suyu's soul as payment, intending to enslave him, and in return, it promised to bestow upon him power far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. After several rounds of fruitless negotiation, Suyu could only curse his misfortune, resigning himself to the notion that this matching opportunity had gone to waste. Elevating from a junior agent to a mid-level agent required the completion of 10 valid transactions, with a maximum of 3 experience points per upgrade from the same trading partner. Currently, the only long-term trading partners he had were Froststar and Ingzhang. The experience points he could accrue from both had already been exhausted. His progress toward the mid-level agent status remained stagnant at 610. He had initially hoped that if he matched with a suitable trading partner this time, he could elevate his experience bar to 910, leaving him just a step away from becoming a mid-level agent. However, as expected, fortune did not favor him again. This experience made Suyu acutely aware that finding a suitable trading partner was indeed no easy task. Even when matching with humans, various factors often hindered effective communication and agreement, let alone encountering a non-human creature like this time. Although the tentacled creature was also an intelligent being, their modes of thought were entirely misaligned. He could see that the creature sincerely intended for him to offer his soul. Its demeanor was so natural, devoid of any malice. As it genuinely believed this was a mutually beneficial exchange. How on earth does one communicate with such a being? Differences in worldview exist even among individuals from the same world, not to mention those of different species. After smoothly initiating contact with 2 suitable trading partners, Suyu finally faced his first setback from the trading platform. He spent a rather dreary Monday, one he had eagerly anticipated. However, there was some good news. After 2 days of coordination, a substantial quantity of building materials had been delivered to the Jiwei Garden construction site by the official authorities of Jiuzhou. Originally, Suyu intended to wait for the official delivery of all materials within 3 days before commencing work. However, he soon discovered that the abandoned coastal industrial park faced significant logistical challenges. The maritime transport proved inadequate, as large vessels could not access the site and smaller boats were too slow in transporting supplies. Furthermore, the small dock's cargo throughput was utterly insufficient to accommodate such a vast quantity of construction materials within the designated time frame. The narrow mountain road for land transport was equally impractical. Consequently, Suyu abandoned his plan to wait for the complete delivery of materials and instead released all J9000 modules over the weekend, allowing them to utilize the limited materials already received to expand the port and clear the shipping lanes. In less than half a day, this dilapidated port, capable of accommodating only 1,000-ton cargo ships, was transformed into a pristine deep-water harbor. What was originally a port with a depth of less than 10 meters was excavated an additional 30 meters, resulting in a depth of nearly 40 meters. The route connecting to the main channel of the Great River was also cleared, reaching a depth of over 20 meters. Thus, a decrepit little port metamorphosed into a genuine deep-water harbor. Aside from its somewhat short coastline of only 7 or 8 kilometers, its depth and navigability could nearly surpass any other port. The Wednesday port, which boasts the highest cargo throughput in the world, has a channel depth of merely over 10 meters, with the average depth of the port itself being just slightly above 20 meters. Such a significant transformation of the port could not escape the notice of the Jiuzhou authorities. However, with Suyu having given prior notice, they raised no objections. In fact, some officials even approached him out of curiosity. Suyu, not one to refuse, welcomed them. Upon witnessing the port's remarkable transformation in just half a day, they were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend that such feats could be achieved by human effort. Yet, after the initial silence, many began to gaze with fervent excitement. What is a port? It is the very catalyst of modern trade. However, constructing such a port is no simple task, particularly an excellent deep-water port that must be tailored to its environment. At the very least, the waters in the area must be sufficiently deep. Su Yu's audacious excavation of insufficient waters was almost unheard of. Utilizing modern technology to excavate ports is certainly feasible, but the sheer scale of such a project would require an extensive amount of time. Moreover, due to geographical constraints, any port that is excavated would soon succumb to sedimentation. Investing vast human and material resources to create a port that will soon be rendered useless is hardly justifiable. Yet, Su Yu indeed accomplished this feat. It was said that he employed a technique for diverting ocean currents, which could alter the flow of water near the port, preventing sediment from accumulating once more. Such technology is undeniably enticing. If every coastal city could excavate a deep-water port like this, the already low costs of maritime trade could plummet even further. With a bolder vision, one might even consider connecting the great rivers and waterways. The transportation costs for goods could sink to an astonishingly low level. Against such a backdrop of temptation, it is only natural that some would approach Su Yu with proposals for collaboration. However, Su Yu merely laughed it off, not committing to any agreements. After all, he had only rented the J9000 modules from Froststar for 12 days. With the completion of the Jiwei Garden project looming, there were only a few days remaining. He had no intention of extending the lease and subletting it for profit. Firstly, the longevity elixir was a precious commodity. He was reluctant to expend a substantial amount of it on renting such equipment. The second reason was more complex. The J9000 modules were not only capable of excavating ports and clearing channels, but were also extraordinarily powerful in construction. While advanced productivity is advantageous, its abrupt introduction to this world could lead to unforeseen consequences. The J9000 modules, it could be said without exaggeration, could construct dozens of residential complexes in a single day, provided the materials were available. Not only is the speed remarkable, but the costs are astonishingly low, as they require minimal pre-processed materials. Only basic materials such as steel, cement, and lime are needed to erect a building from the ground up. This raises a pressing question. If the J9000 modules were to be deployed on a large scale in Jiuzhou, the entire industrial chain, from raw material processing to the transportation of building materials, the manufacturing of construction equipment, to the workers, designers, and interior decorators involved in constructing buildings, would face mass unemployment. How many individuals in Jiuzhou rely on this industry for their livelihoods? Countless. The numbers are beyond what other industries could possibly absorb. Thus, introducing the J9000 in Jiuzhou at this juncture would, to a significant extent, be an act of cruelty. This also explains why Su Yu only rented the modules for 12 days. Once the Jiwei Garden was completed, he had no intention of utilizing them further. In an era where humanity cannot sustain itself, deploying such advanced technology capable of significantly displacing human labor would only result in unimaginable calamities. Chapter 64, Completion Ceremony and Grand Opening. On Thursday morning at 9 o'clock, having recently adjusted his time zone in pursuit of a healthier lifestyle, Su Yu arose from his slumber. Remarkably, he had even managed to sleep alone the previous night. After a brief morning wash, he descended to prepare for breakfast. Autumn, seated silently at the dining table, rested her chin on one hand, quietly observing him. Once Su Yu finished his meal, she spoke. The recruitment process is nearly complete. We have successfully enlisted over 12,000 grassroots staff, all meticulously selected. I have already informed them of their start dates. Now, only the final round of interviews for the senior management remains. Would you like to observe the proceedings today? Observe the proceedings? Su Yu replied, taken aback. Weren't you handling this matter? You can continue managing it. He did not believe his selections would surpass those chosen by Autumn's algorithms. After all, in such recruitment processes, the logic behind behavior often presents challenges. The uncontrollable variables eliminated in the first round by Autumn's algorithm had left behind individuals who were largely normal. He saw no reason to intervene. That's not the intention, Autumn shook her head. These candidates were already chosen long ago. Although we call it the final round of interviews, it is merely a formality. The construction of the Jiwei Garden is essentially complete. You can attend the interviews as a formality and then accompany these new executives to the completion ceremony. The entire process will be recorded and uploaded online, serving as free publicity for both you and the Time-Space Technology Group. Is it really completed? Su Yu's eyes brightened. Although he had activated the J9000 modules on Monday, simultaneously constructing while awaiting the official delivery of materials, the progress had been unexpectedly slow. The officials had originally stated that the raw materials would be gathered within 3 days, which meant delivery to Modu within that time frame. However, once in Modu, the materials would still need to be transported to Su Yu's construction site for the Jiwei Garden. Ironically, this final stretch was the most arduous, even with Su Yu's expansion of the port and reconstruction of the dock, which could accommodate cargo ships of hundreds of thousands of tons. The challenges persisted. The process of reloading goods at the port of the Magic City inevitably requires a certain amount of time. Without the necessary raw materials, the J9000 module cannot operate at full capacity, leading to inevitable delays in project delivery. When Su Yu visited last night, the towering main building, standing at 1388 meters, had merely laid its foundation. The 8 residential towers, each soaring to 900 meters, had not even begun their foundational work. He anticipated that all would be completed overnight. Well, the final batch of materials arrived in the early hours of today, Chioma explained. Very well. What time shall we head over? Su Yu inquired. Given the magnitude of the completion ceremony, he could no longer afford to be idle. Let us aim to be at the recruitment site before 10 o'clock, just to go through the motions and familiarize myself with the executives. I've already arranged for a bus to transport everyone. Additionally, I've hired a group of chefs who should have arrived at Ziwiyuan by now. After the completion ceremony, we can invite these new employees to lunch at the restaurant in the entertainment area, which will help foster a sense of belonging to the company. In the afternoon, you can take them on a tour of the office and living quarters. The event is expected to conclude around 3 o'clock. There is also the company's opening ceremony, during which you may need to take the stage to represent the company and engage with the media. Some journalists and officials will be present. I've prepared a speech for you. You can review it later. If it doesn't suit you, feel free to improvise, as anything you say will suffice. That about covers it, Chioma remarked nonchalantly, having arranged everything for Su Yu. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The complexity of orchestrating a completion ceremony alongside a grand opening for a large corporation was bound to be overwhelming. The myriad of details, from guest reception to the ceremony's proceedings, seemed endless. Just the thought of these issues made Su Yu's head spin. He could only be grateful for Chioma's assistance. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on the official channels to borrow a team of professionals adept at handling such matters, which would have required at least 3 to 5 days of preparation. After a brief period of preparation and a change of attire, Su Yu set off with Chioma. The recruitment venue was located at a stadium in the southern outskirts of the Magic City, conveniently adjacent to a subway station, making it easy for applicants to arrive. Upon his arrival, he found that the executives Chioma had recruited were already present. Good day, Chairman. Greetings to you all. As he entered the temporary conference room, Su Yu was greeted by the group of executives Chioma had assembled. They appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, both men and women, all impeccably dressed in tailored suits. Su Yu had perused their profiles. Each one had previously held executive positions in Fortune 500 companies and possessed a wealth of management experience. They were all top-tier professionals in their respective fields. Given that these individuals had been sourced by Chioma, who knew Su Yu better than anyone else in this world, she was undoubtedly aware of his hands-off approach as a boss. Thus, the caliber of this executive team was impressive. Once they found their footing, they would surely sustain the operations of a leading enterprise. Su Yu's role would primarily involve making key decisions, while the daily minutiae would not require his intervention. As for the loyalty of these recruited executives to the company, that was not a concern for Chioma. In the age of information, there were no secrets from her. Anyone daring to act against the company's interests would not escape her scrutiny. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded with the prearranged process, calling the executives before Su Yu for the final round of interviews. Though termed interviews, they primarily served to establish familiarity with the CEO. While it was unnecessary for Su Yu to recognize mid-level employees, it was essential to become acquainted with the executives. Next, as a capable woman in a tailored suit exited, a middle-aged man nearing 40 entered the interview room. Upon his entrance, Su Yu was taken aback. "Mr. Sun?" The middle-aged man, caught off guard, quickly replied, No, Chairman. Just call me Xiao Sunday." However, Su Yu, having regained his composure, remarked with a hint of amusement, "Mr. Sun, you don't remember me? I'm from the Longhai Group, Longhai Trading Company, Business Department, 6th Business Team." Xiao Sun, looking bewildered, slowly recalled who Su Yu was after a moment and his expression turned pale as he realized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 65. The True Reason for Su Yu's Unemployment. Sun Qingyun, one of the deputy general managers at Longhai Group, was undoubtedly a linchpin within the organization, wielding significant power. His actions could often sway the decisions of the entire board. Having served at Longhai Group for over a decade, his accomplishments included, but were not limited to, expanding business operations, venturing into emerging industries, optimizing management models, and rectifying the group's shortcomings. It could be said that Longhai Group's position among the top 500 companies in the country owed much to Sun Qingyun's efforts. However, last year, he had incurred the ire of several shareholders on the board by proposing a motion. Thankfully, he had anticipated this backlash and, after vigorously defending his position, ultimately secured the board's agreement to trial his proposal under a subsidiary of Longhai Group. This proposal was straightforward, encapsulated in 2 words: layoffs. Longhai Group, having existed for several decades, had a complex shareholder composition, with many senior executives entrenched in their positions. Consequently, it was common for higher-ups to appoint family members or friends lacking capability, merely biding their time. This had led to the organization becoming bloated, with an abundance of personnel, yet alarmingly low efficiency. Recognizing this, Sun Qingyun submitted the layoff proposal. Subsequently, he was relegated to Longhai Trading, a subsidiary of Longhai Group. He knew that executing this task would not be straightforward and that immediate action could provoke resistance, ultimately undermining his intentions. To navigate this, he took on the role of general manager at Longhai Trading for 3 months, aiming to discern the true dynamics of the company and differentiate between those who were productive and those who were not. Finally, after a month of diligent observation, Sun Qingyun resolved to initiate the layoffs, carefully delineating the quotas and parameters to ensure compliance. To avoid alienating the other executives, the layoff list was relatively modest, affecting primarily those who had become complacent to the point of neglecting even basic attendance. Those who were merely coasting along would be spared for the time being, with intentions to address them later. The outcome? It proved to be of little consequence. Such a significant scale of layoffs undoubtedly requires prior approval from the board of directors at the headquarters. On the very next day after he submitted his proposal, the executives of Shanghai Trade learned of the news. Seizing the opportunity while Sun Qingyun was absent from the office during the weekend, they proactively encouraged some competent employees to resign. Those unwilling to leave were dismissed under trivial pretexts. Although it is a grave breach of protocol for executives to bypass the board and dismiss so many employees, these actions were essentially conducted under the directives of the shareholders. Sun Qingyun found himself powerless against them. The number of capable individuals within the company was already scarce, and after the executive's intervention, it dwindled even further. Even when the board eventually approved his proposed layoffs after several days of delay, he was left with no choice but to refrain from proceeding. Continuing down this path would lead to a complete halt of operations at Shanghai Trade, resulting in losses potentially amounting to billions. Despite possessing a certain level of influence within the Shanghai Group, he would find it difficult to absolve himself of responsibility in such a scenario. This incident left Sun Qingyun, who still harbored some hopes for the Shanghai Group, profoundly disillusioned, leading him to believe that the company had lost its prospects entirely. At this juncture, he stumbled upon a recruitment advertisement from Time and Space Technology. Initially, he was somewhat skeptical upon seeing this advertisement, as the benefits offered seemed excessively generous, far exceeding the average salary levels in the bustling metropolis. However, having spent a long time in high-ranking positions and being well informed about the local market, he conducted inquiries through various connections and ultimately confirmed that Time and Space Technology was indeed legitimate, and that the scope of its operations was far grander than anyone had anticipated. It was rumored that even high-ranking officials were quite attentive to this company. Thus, Sun Qingyun submitted his resume without hesitation and discreetly liquidated all his shares in Shanghai Group, preparing to extricate himself from this quagmire. During this period, he gathered further intelligence regarding Time and Space Technology and grew increasingly convinced that his decision to switch jobs was the right one. The unfolding events aligned closely with his initial expectations. With his qualifications and capabilities, he swiftly passed through several rounds of interviews. As long as he successfully met with the major figure behind Time and Space Technology today, his employment would be secured. Moreover, due to the company's nascent stage, there were numerous vacant positions available. He could step into a high-ranking role immediately, without the need to start from scratch or vie for authority. However, just as he anticipated embarking on a promising new chapter in a vibrant enterprise, he was taken aback by an unforeseen twist. The enigmatic figure behind Time and Space Technology turned out to be none other than Su Yu, one of the employees dismissed during his tenure as general manager at Shanghai Trade. Having previously taken the effort to discern which employees were truly industrious and which were not, He indeed had some recollection of Suyu, who had consistently delivered commendable performance. The initial failure to recognize him stemmed from the considerable changes in Suyu's appearance and the vast difference in their respective statuses. It was implausible for an ordinary person to connect the two. However, upon hearing Suyu's words and closely scrutinizing his features, Sun Qingyun, despite his reluctance to accept the reality, had to concede that Suyu, the concealed mastermind behind time and space technology, was indeed that dismissed employee from Shanghai Trade. What a calamity! Although the executives had orchestrated the layoffs despite him by casting off capable employees like Suyu, had he not insisted on the layoffs, such an outcome might never have transpired. Furthermore, the dismissed employees remained oblivious to the intricate machinations behind the layoffs. They were simply aware that they had been terminated despite performing their duties well, while those who were inept remained untouched. It was undoubtedly a foolish company, with executives seemingly lacking sound judgment. Under normal circumstances, one could endure being criticized without significant consequence, yet now, the dismissed employee had ascended to the position of the major figure at time and space technology. This was an entirely different matter. Sun Qingyun felt as though the world around him had darkened, his heart sinking with despair. However, contrary to his expectations, Suyu, upon recognizing that Sun Qingyun had recalled his identity, did not press him further. Instead, he extended a warm hand and said, "Welcome to time and space technology." Having served several years at Shanghai Trade, Suyu was somewhat familiar with Sun Qingyun and acknowledged his capabilities. Although the issue of layoffs appeared complex, Suyu now viewed it from a different perspective, having transitioned from an employee to a leader. He had long suspected that there were undisclosed secrets behind that initial round of layoffs. Lacking the full picture, he would not hastily draw conclusions and dismiss the carefully selected individuals brought to him by Chiu Mo. Sun Qingyun, elated, quickly grasped Suyu's hand and exclaimed, "Rest assured, Chairman, I will apply myself diligently and ensure that I fulfill my responsibilities." After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Suyu instructed him to step outside and wait momentarily while he continued the interview process. The number of executives requiring his personal attention was limited, aside from Sun Qingyun. Suyu typically spent only a few minutes with each candidate. By just before noon, the interviews were completed, and he announced that all executives had successfully passed. He then took a rented bus, transporting them to the already constructed ZY Garden. Accompanying them were several influential media representatives and some local press from the metropolis. A miraculous architectural feat was about to unveil itself before everyone's eyes. Chapter 66, A Marvel Unveiled. Time and space technology is extravagant. Are we heading to the suburbs? Why does it seem increasingly remote? Isn't it normal to be off the beaten path? The recruitment information clearly stated that candidates must be willing to work in the suburbs. So the location is bound to be somewhat isolated. I understand that. But given the scale of the recruitment, the company must be substantial, right? Has there been such a significant project in the southern suburbs of the metropolis over the past 2 years? I haven't heard anything. I've come across reports suggesting that Time and Space Technology's headquarters appears to be newly constructed and reportedly quite expansive. For a project of such magnitude, it's astonishing that we have no prior knowledge. I had heard rumors about Time and Space Technology having an extraordinary background, and it seems that is indeed the case. What Time and Space Technology? Now, it is our company. Indeed, I am increasingly eager to see what the headquarters is like. As they journeyed towards ZY Garden, the executives were particularly curious about the mysterious headquarters they were about to visit. After all, they held certain status in the metropolis and had their channels of information. Yet, regarding any major projects in the southern suburbs over the past 2 years, they were entirely in the dark. Curiosity is an inherent trait of human nature, and even these long-tenured executives were no exception. As the buses gradually made their way towards ZY Garden, the excitement among the group began to build. Then, at a certain moment, a sharp-eyed woman at the front of one of the buses suddenly pointed toward the distant sky and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" At her words, the others turned their heads to gaze through the bus's windshield. The weather in the metropolis was rather dismal that day, overcast with rain. The clouds shrouded the sky, with visibility limited to a few hundred meters. Moreover, the convoy had entered mountainous terrain, obstructing their view, making it seemingly impossible to see the towering buildings of ZY Garden. Yet, at this very moment, amidst the swirling mists of the sky, one can faintly discern the towering main building, a colossal one, 388 meters high, nestled within the clouds. Alongside the 8 edifices, each standing at 900 meters, forming an aerial metropolis. These magnificent structures pierce the heavens, emerging and disappearing amidst the fog, evoking an uncanny sensation of confronting a world-ending behemoth shrouded in the clouds. In an instant, a wave of acrophobia surged among many, sending chills down their spines. As the convoy drew nearer, The colossal form concealed by the mist finally unveiled its true visage. The sight of those terrifying skyscrapers and the aerial city composed of 8 towering buildings left everyone aboard the bus gasping in astonishment. Many quick-thinking individuals hastily retrieved their smartphones to capture photographs, while several accompanying journalists had already produced their cameras, fervently documenting the spectacle. Just then, the gentle voice of Chio Mo resonated within the bus. Welcome to the headquarters of the Space-Time Technology Group, a milestone in the architectural history of Blue Star, and the most magnificent cluster of buildings of this century. Ziwiyuan. The Ziwiyuan plan divides nearly 10 square kilometers of coastal plain into 4 distinct areas: the work zone, factory zone, residential zone, and entertainment zone. The centerpiece of the work zone is an ultra-tall building soaring 388 meters, occupying an area of 160,000 square meters, with 209 floors above ground and 16 below, providing a usable area of 359 million square meters. This building will serve as the primary office space for the Space-Time Technology Group in the future. As Chio Mo continued her soothing introduction, the bewilderment in the eyes of the crowd not only persisted but gradually morphed into astonishment and horror. The idea that a 388-meter building would serve as the corporate office, alongside 8 900-meter structures as employee accommodations, for super factories, 10 massive warehouses, a deep water port with depths of several dozen meters, and a high-tech artificial beach. Was this truly the headquarters of a single company? Some 4-tier cities might not even boast such scale. Following the initial shock, the executives found themselves questioning their own capabilities, wondering if they were truly equipped to handle the impending challenges of their new roles. In stark contrast, the accompanying media journalists, after a brief moment of confusion, were overwhelmed with exhilaration. What a monumental news story. An explosive revelation. Those with swift fingers had already recorded Chio Mo's introduction, pairing it with videos of the towering skyscrapers, which they promptly uploaded to various video platforms. Upon release, the videos attracted a multitude of onlookers, all expressing disbelief. However, as several media outlets began to share similar videos, including some prestigious state media, an air of silence enveloped the crowd. Before long, the convoy navigated the winding mountain path into the heart of Ziwiyuan. The towering building, resembling a primordial beast resting upon the earth, along with the meticulously crafted classical garden designs, created a surreal juxtaposition between antiquity and technology, evoking an uncanny sense of disconnection. Yet, everything appeared harmoniously integrated, as if it were an impeccable creation of nature. This dreamlike scene compelled all guests entering to pause in admiration, as if they could never gaze upon it enough. Indeed, Ziwiyuan stands as the most magnificent architectural ensemble of this century. Sun Qingyuan exhaled, taking in the surroundings, grateful for her decision to change jobs and appreciative of Su Yu's generosity. In such an environment, I reckon I could add 10 more years to my life. A charmingly voluptuous woman remarked with a smile. I heard the residences in the aerial city can actually be purchased, limited to 1 per person. It seems I must sell my property in the Magic City and find a new home. Indeed, I wonder what the housing prices are like. If they aren't exorbitant, I might consider buying one myself, another executive chimed in. I've heard that if a group executive works for more than 6 months without issue, they can purchase a unit in the aerial city at cost price. If they work for over 2 years and haven't bought a home, the group will provide one as a gift. I wonder what the specific process is. As the executives disembarked from the bus, they marveled at the grandeur and splendor of Ziwiyuan. After expressing their awe, the conversation gradually shifted towards the topic of housing. With their keen insights, it was evident that the future of space-time technology was boundless. The residences in the aerial city would undoubtedly become coveted real estate. It was at this juncture that they comprehended the true value of the recruitment advertisement's promise of housing after a certain period of employment. Even the most junior employees only needed to work for 3 years to receive a home. This benefit was quite unimaginable. To be frank, an employee's salary over 3 years would likely not match the value of such a residence. Space-time technology is indeed extravagantly affluent. Chapter 67, Inauguration Ceremony, Product Launch. Observing the executives engaged in fervent discussion, Su Yu had no intention of interjecting. Allowing them to grasp the extent of the employee benefits was part of Chio Mo's grand design. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, there will be brave men. To motivate employees, mere promises are futile. Tangible incentives must be provided. Su Yu had laid his cards on the table. Now, it was time to observe how these employees would respond. The employee benefits listed in the recruitment information were indeed genuine, yet the promise of housing was not easily attained. Chio Mo had established a comprehensive assessment system. Regardless of employee rank, one must pass the evaluation and meet the required tenure to receive housing. There would be no cases of individuals slacking off for years and still receiving housing. Suyu was no fool. He had reviewed the assessment criteria, which were not overly demanding. In fact, achieving them was far simpler than enduring the relentless grind of 996 at those internet giants. Thus, although the recruitment advertisement played a bit with wording and did not mention the evaluations, Suyu did not consider this to be deceit, rather than an assessment. It served as a distinguishing line between diligent employees and those merely coasting through. As long as one performed their duties honestly and consistently, they would likely pass the assessment and receive the company-provided housing. After all, Suyu was not in the business of charity. He could not extend exceptional benefits to those who shirked their responsibilities. Moreover, if an employee failed the assessment for 3 consecutive months, they would be promptly dismissed from space-time technology. This was not a job for life. Those who worked diligently would reap the rewards. Those who slacked off would face the consequences. With such generous benefits and still failing to perform, were they even human? Of course. Suyu believed that as long as he fulfilled his promises and delivered each benefit punctually, the vast majority would indeed work diligently. The people of Jojo are not afraid of hardship or toil. What they fear is laboring without reward. And in Suyu's realm, such a scenario was unlikely to occur. After the executives expressed their astonishment for a while, they were guided by the bionic personnel scattered throughout Ziwiyuan to the site of the completion ceremony. The ceremony itself was quite straightforward. After the officiating team delivered their congratulatory remarks, Suyu took the stage to deliver a few words from the speech prepared for him by Chiyomo. Then, with great care, a handful of yellow earth was placed upon a stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters Ziwei Garden, situated at the very heart of the Ziwei Garden. Following this, the official representatives from the Magic City, along with the executive team, took turns to add their own handfuls of soil. Once these high-ranking officials had contributed their share, the completion ceremony was deemed accomplished. The time was just past noon. A grand procession of individuals then proceeded to a hotel within the entertainment district, where they indulged in a meal of impeccable quality. The afternoon's activities involved the bioengineered beings within the Ziwei Garden escorting the newcomers on a leisurely tour around the premises. It is noteworthy that the previous order of 2,000 bioengineered beings purchased from Froststar had long since proven insufficient, prompting Suyu to acquire an additional 6,000 units. This time, however, the price was somewhat more affordable, and the traded commodity was no longer the longevity elixir, but rather a vast quantity of seawater, specifically 600,000 tons. Yet, this transaction encountered a hitch. Froststar had initially requested 50,000 tons of low-pollution, non-radioactive seawater, with Blue Star's water reserves reaching an astounding 138 trillion cubic meters. A mere 50,000 tons was hardly a drop in the ocean, and Suyu had no reason to refuse. However, upon delivering the seawater to her, she detected trace amounts of radiation. Consequently, Suyu found himself on the receiving end of a complaint from Froststar, leading him to compensate with an additional 100,000 tons. It was only then that he recalled the neighboring miscreants who were discharging nuclear waste into the sea. How infuriating. This incident had cost him dearly in seawater. He made a mental note of these troublemakers. In any case, he had successfully secured a substantial number of bioengineered beings from Froststar. These beings were slated to be integrated into factories and various service facilities within the Ziwei Garden, effectively replacing human employees. They were not only cost-effective and industrious, but also incapable of compromising the secrets held within the factories. Conversely, the Blue Star employees that Suyu recruited would primarily engage in tasks that were less easily replaceable by bioengineered beings. Of course, under the auspices of Chiyomo, the company could potentially operate without any human staff, relying entirely on bioengineered beings. Nevertheless, while Chiyomo's computational capabilities were indeed extraordinary, they were not infinite. If she were to control all the bioengineered beings to manage the company's operations, she would have no time for anything else, as managing these beings would consume all her computational resources. After all, directing bioengineered beings to perform simple tasks was not computationally taxing. It merely required issuing commands. However, engaging bioengineered beings in negotiations, legal disputes, or research, tasks demanding adaptability, would require a significant amount of computational power. Thus, Suyu opted to recruit human employees for matters that did not involve the core secrets of temporal technology. In addition to the bioengineered beings, Suyu also arranged to purchase a complete production line for lightweight exoskeletons from Froststar, along with 5 million units of various models of metallic hydrogen batteries. With Chiyomo's assistance, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the future City's situation. During the negotiations for this transaction, Suyu held the upper hand. Initially, the 5-year plan established with Chiyomo, which entailed weekly purchases of batteries, had been nullified through mutual agreement. The circumstances surrounding their collaboration had evolved significantly since the time of signing the contract, rendering the previous arrangement obsolete. The new contract stipulated that Froststar would provide a minimum of 5 million units of different models of metallic hydrogen batteries per month, based on the list provided by Suyu, for a duration of 1 year. This list had been formulated by Chiomo, taking into account the current market conditions on Blue Star. Given that this was an entirely new product for the inhabitants of Blue Star, a period of acclimatization would be necessary upon its release. It was easy to foresee that once the metallic hydrogen batteries were introduced to the market, they would encroach upon the existing battery companies' territory, leading to rampant rumors about their instability. After all, the consequences of an explosion, even from the smallest mobile phone battery containing metallic hydrogen, could be catastrophic, potentially resulting in instantaneous vaporization. Although this battery technology had matured during the prosperous era of the wasteland world, with an explosion probability of less than 1 in a billion under normal conditions, Suyu was acutely aware that others would not share this knowledge. In the realm of technology comprehensible to the people of Blue Star, metallic hydrogen was indeed perceived as an exceedingly unstable substance. Thus, it would be alarmingly easy for those with ulterior motives to spread unfounded rumors. The initial sales of this product were bound to be challenging, necessitating time for the general populace to trust in its stability. Consequently, Chiomo only recommended purchasing 5 million units of various types of batteries from Froststar each month. Chapter 68, Real Combat? The most hardcore product promotion. Of course, acquiring these two items came at a cost. For the lightweight exoskeleton production line, Suyu expended 1 longevity elixir. For the 5 million batteries, his payment was a staggering 10,000 tons of oil. Indeed, oil. At this stage, oil was not only an indispensable energy source for Blue Star, but also a vital industrial raw material. Froststar sought to purchase oil not for energy purposes. After all, they possessed nearly limitless nuclear fusion energy, but rather for industrial use. In their wasteland world, the easily extractable crude oil on their home planet had been nearly depleted long before the prosperous era. What remained was not only challenging to extract, but also fraught with peril due to the terrifying mutations brought about by genetic and biological weapons. The future city's ambitions to extract crude oil from the wasteland were nothing short of fanciful. However, to monetize the vast reserves of technology, crude oil was an unavoidable hurdle, making the purchase from Suyu a logical conclusion. With the current price of crude oil hovering just above 550 yuan per barrel, 1 ton would amount to approximately 4,000 yuan. Thus, 10,000 tons would cost just over 40 million yuan. In contrast, the 5 million units of various models of metallic hydrogen batteries were projected by Chiomo to yield a return exceeding 4 billion yuan. This figure accounted for the inclusion of numerous lower-value batteries. In summary, this transaction, under the astute guidance of Chiomo, had proven to be immensely profitable for Suyu, resulting in a sense of satisfaction and ease rather than frustration. The thought of Froststar's bewilderment upon discovering that only the first longevity elixir was genuinely effective brought a smile to Suyu's face. It was a fitting retribution for Froststar's previous sale of the G60 exoskeleton black box without providing him with batteries. The lightweight exoskeleton and metallic hydrogen batteries introduced would likely serve as the flagship products showcased at the opening ceremony of Temporal Technology, representing the endeavors of temporal heavy industries and temporal batteries. The metallic hydrogen batteries required no further elaboration, while the lightweight exoskeleton, despite its parameters being vastly inferior to the G60 heavy exoskeleton, still represented a remarkable advancement in technological innovation. A person donned in this lightweight exoskeleton could sustain a speed of 60 km/h while carrying a weight of 200 kilograms for a distance of 500 kilometers. This was merely an energy-saving mode. Under extreme conditions, the exoskeleton could support a maximum load of 400 kilograms, achieving a top speed of 80 km/h, albeit with a reduced range of 180 kilometers. This data, while not comparable to heavy exoskeletons, could be deemed as an exceptionally rare piece of super soldier equipment on Blue Star. Heavy exoskeletons can only be produced through black box manufacturing, with limited output, and their potential in warfare is rather unfathomable. Suyu's designation for it is essentially a non-negotiable item. Apart from the military of Jiuzhou, he has no intention of selling it to other individuals or factions in the near future. Setting aside sentiments, the assistance he has received from the Jiuzhou government during this period, including an unlimited supply of various materials, obligates him to reciprocate. This can be considered a form of gratitude for the conveniences provided by the government. Conversely, Suyu envisions the lightweight exoskeleton as a globally available, unlimited civilian product. In the domestic market, he intends to utilize this exoskeleton solely for transactions with the government. However, when it comes to foreign markets, he has no qualms. Priced at 200,000 per unit, anyone with the means can purchase it. Just look at your opponents equipped with this technology, each one a superhuman. Without it, how can you continue to fight? It would be prudent to surrender early. And to those still lamenting the agility of Toyota pickups, a lightweight exoskeleton could easily obliterate a pickup with a single punch. Let others witness that even with an excellent matching mechanism, the Black State can transform into a war god with these exoskeletons. Naturally, he will not divulge that the Jojo military procures heavy exoskeletons at 1 million each, capable of single-handedly defeating dozens of lightweight exoskeletons. The government naturally supports such export-driven initiatives, but they struck a minor deal with Suyu. That is, overseas users of these lightweight exoskeletons must settle their purchases in RMB. In return, the government ordered 100,000 units of lightweight exoskeletons for domestic law enforcement, totaling 200 billion, to be delivered in 4 installments over 6 months. They will purchase at whatever price Suyu sets, without any haggling. Compared to the 1 million per unit for heavy exoskeletons, the expenditure on these lightweight exoskeletons is even greater. This can be seen as a clear olive branch extended to Suyu. Moreover, the government has opened all avenues for the procurement of raw materials for time-space technology, even neglecting to inquire about their intended use, whether it be oil, grains, or other commodities seemingly unrelated to time-space technology's business. As soon as they are requested, the government will assist in coordinating their supply at the lowest prices, saving Suyu a considerable amount of time and financial resources. In summary, with the lightweight exoskeleton and the metal hydrogen battery as his flagship products, Suyu is hardly at a loss for words at tonight's grand opening ceremony. Sitting in his office atop the 1,388-meter skyscraper, he is not in the mood to admire the scenic views above the clouds, but rather finds himself troubled, staring at the speech prepared for him by Chioma. The speech spans tens of thousands of words, even with his genetically enhanced intellect. Memorizing such a lengthy manuscript within a few hours poses a significant challenge. Chioma, perched casually on the edge of the desk, gazes dreamily at the ethereal skyline above the cloud sea. At a certain moment, Chioma suddenly raises an eyebrow and remarks, "It seems you needn't force yourself to memorize that speech." Suyu looks up in surprise, about to inquire further when his phone, resting nearby, suddenly rings. He picks it up to find it is General Zhou Qing, whom he met briefly at the military base. Glancing at the expectant Chioma, he answers the call. "Mr. Su, I hear you are currently preparing for your company's opening and product promotion?" As soon as the call connects, Zhou Qing's voice comes through, rapid and somewhat urgent. "Yes. What's the matter? We have an opportunity to provide equipment for a live combat demonstration. I wonder if you're interested?" Zhou Qing probes. Live combat demonstration? Suyu is taken aback, completely unprepared for such a proposition. After a moment of contemplation, he asks, "What does this live demonstration entail? Is it an exercise? Or are we talking about real combat?" His tone carries a hint of excitement by the end. After all, he has yet to find an opportunity to test his powered armor. He has longed for a chance to try it out, but domestic circumstances have been relatively stable. The last encounter with Chuyu being ambushed was an opportunity that could hardly be anticipated. Thus far, his powered armor has served little purpose beyond mere showmanship. Now, hearing Zhou Qing's words, it seems there is a genuine opportunity for engagement. As expected, upon hearing Suyu's inquiry, Zhou Qing responds decisively. "We are indeed headed abroad for real combat, to the battlefield." Chapter 69, The Government's Commission. To the battlefield. Even with prior preparation, Suyu finds himself momentarily stunned by General Zhou Qing's words. However, this is soon followed by a surge of curiosity. Are we truly going to the battlefield? Where is it located? What is the situation like? A barrage of questions spills from him, to which Zhou Qing on the other end replies without hesitation. It's absolutely true. The battlefield is in a small nation in the northern part of the Black State. The situation is that a civil war has erupted there. The rebels captured the capital 3 hours ago and have since been rampaging, slaughtering and plundering foreign personnel and enterprises. Jojo has numerous vital mines and factories in that country, with over 100,000 Jojo citizens residing and working there. They are currently in an extremely perilous position, and due to the suddenness of the incident, we were unprepared for an evacuation. It will take at least 2 days to deploy naval vessels from nearby. At present, these compatriots have gathered at a large factory under the guidance of the local embassy, but the rebels have discovered them and are currently launching an assault on the factory. The factory's armed forces can only hold out for so long, at most 2 hours before it is breached. Once the rebels capture a significant number of Jojo hostages, we will find ourselves in a very precarious situation. Given their previous methods, the casualties could be substantial. Upon hearing this, Suyu begins to grasp Zhou Qing's intention and exclaims, "You want me to use the Falcon to help you evacuate them?" The lives and safety of numerous Jojo citizens abroad are at risk, and the nearest military forces cannot respond swiftly. Thus, Zhou Qing's purpose in calling him becomes evident. After all, the Falcon can exceed the second cosmic velocity and Blue Star's equatorial circumference is just over 40,000 kilometers. At full speed, the Falcon can circumnavigate the planet in an hour. It could reach virtually any location within half an hour, if Suyu agrees to assist. He could transport military personnel and equipment to that distant small nation in a matter of minutes. That is indeed our objective, Zhou Qing replies candidly. As for the cost, we are unsure of what you specifically require. You may ask for whatever you wish. We will do our utmost to accommodate any requests that fall within the capabilities of the Jiuzhou government. Accommodate, Suyu muses over the terms being offered, not responding immediately, but instead inquiring further. So, you mean to say that the live combat demonstration entails that I can film the entire combat process on site and upload it online? Absolutely. Zhou Qing responds without a hint of hesitation. Moreover, should the need arise, certain official media outlets could disclose some details of this operation to substantiate its authenticity. Certainly. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu agreed upon seeing Qiu Mo nod in approval. This was not due to a lack of initiative on his part or an inclination to heed Qiu Mo's every word, but rather because, in contrast to himself, the invincible Qiu Mo in navigating the internet could evidently make more astute judgments in such matters. The disparity of information is invariably the greatest impediment to equitable transactions. Qiu Mo's presence effectively mitigated the information gap between Suyu and others on Blue Star, ensuring he could consistently make the correct choices. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Zhou Qing on the other end of the line could not help but exhale in relief, promptly detailing the preliminary plans for the operation. In essence, Suyu was not required to exert much effort. He would simply pilot the Falcon to the military base they had visited previously and deliver 100 soldiers equipped with heavy exoskeletons directly to that small nation in the Black State. Upon arrival, he would drop them off, and that would be the end of it. As for whether additional fire support from the Falcon would be necessary, Zhou Qing did not even broach the subject. Clearly, their sole requirement was that Suyu deliver the personnel. He trusted that those elite soldiers outfitted with heavy exoskeletons would be more than capable of handling the ensuing tasks. Regarding the benefits afforded to Suyu, they were straightforward, to accommodate all of his needs as much as possible. Regardless of whether these requests were deemed reasonable or unreasonable, anything within their capacity would be fulfilled. One should not consider this merely an empty promise. In truth, once the stakes reach a certain level, contractual agreements may not hold more weight than verbal commitments. After all, to speak bluntly, if Suyu were unwilling to cooperate, the law would be powerless to intervene, not to mention the authorities, as they were the architects of this arrangement. Ultimately, the foundation of their relationship rested more upon mutual interests, supplemented by a modicum of patriotism. Following Suyu's unveiling of numerous advanced technologies through his time-space enterprise, the official stance towards him had become akin to holding a fragile treasure, fearing it might shatter, or a delicacy, fearing it might dissolve. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were at his beck and call. Naturally, there could be no backing out at this juncture, as it would jeopardize the trust established between them. Of course, the extent of services rendered should correlate with the benefits received, and Suyu needed to maintain clarity in this regard. He could not demand unreasonable rewards, such as territorial concessions, for merely lending assistance. Such requests would undoubtedly be dismissed by the authorities. Some may argue that given Suyu's current standing, the officialdom already caters to his every whim, rendering the promise to fulfill all demands unnecessary. However, to think thus would be to limit one's perspective. The support currently extended to him is indeed the maximum possible within the bounds of their principles. Within this capacity, the potential for what could be offered is evidently vast, nearly encompassing any request. This new significance differs entirely from before. Moreover, there was an additional incentive. The officials would assist in promoting the products of the time-space enterprise and even permit him access to invaluable frontline video footage. Due to certain well-known reasons, the authorities could not directly deploy their military forces into foreign territories. Thus, the 100 soldiers would not enter the battlefield under the auspices of the military, but would instead be designated as security personnel from a certain company. If Suyu so desired, this company could be the time-space enterprise. Once this information became public, no amount of dazzling promotion or eloquent speeches could rival the impact of headlines proclaiming the security personnel of the time-space enterprise, clad in exoskeletons of their own production, triumphantly facing adversaries many times their size. Chapter 70. The unfortunate explorer. After concluding his conversation with Zhou Qing, it was just past 1 in the afternoon. Executives and media representatives were being immersed in an experiential tour of the seemingly overnight emergence of the time-space group's headquarters, all under the guidance of bioengineered personnel. There was no immediate need for Suyu to make an appearance. He merely needed to return before the afternoon inauguration ceremony. Consequently, although his presence at this event was not obligatory, Suyu nonetheless decided to partake in the festivities. After deploying the Falcon from his inventory, he donned the Storm-class power armor and entered the Falcon alongside Chiyomo. It is worth mentioning that the initial inventory provided by the trading platform had long since proven insufficient. His current inventory consisted of specially purchased slots from trading points. For 50 trading points, he could acquire an inventory with a capacity of 100,000 cubic meters, far superior to the ones provided by the platform. It was exceedingly practical. The 3 Falcons were stored within these purchased slots. As before, from the moment the Falcon was activated to its halting, barely a dozen seconds elapsed before they arrived above the military base nestled in the valley. Gently descending, they landed on a prearranged clearing prepared by the military. As Suyu emerged from the hatch in his power armor, he beheld 100 soldiers arrayed with precision, clad in heavy exoskeletons, each interface brimming with weaponry. At the forefront of this formation stood an unexpectedly familiar figure, Zhou Bo. Are you not a researcher? How is it that you command troops? Suyu approached Zhou Bo, gently tapping his shoulder armor. Zhou Bo immediately felt a tremendous force and staggered back 2 steps before regaining his balance. His gaze then fell upon Suyu's power armor, revealing a glint of envy in his eyes. They had thoroughly tested the heavy exoskeleton-esque capabilities, and the data could only be described as terrifying. Yet, before Suyu, clad in power armor, it seemed as impotent as a child. A mere poke sent him retreating. Fortunately, this moment of daze was fleeting. Zhou Bo quickly regained his composure and replied, I am not actually commanding the operation. I am merely the nominal commander. My primary role in this mission is to gather data on the exoskeleton's performance in combat. The specific operational plans have already been established. These soldiers are the elite of the elite, fully aware of how to leverage their advantages to deal with the rabble. Adjusting his glasses, Zhou Bo clearly held a low opinion of the insurgents emerging from the Black State's flawed matching mechanisms, which could only result in looting and extortion. However, this disdain was directed at their behaviors rather than their combat prowess, which remained uncertain until tested. Your profession seems rather perilous, having to go to the front lines. Suyu remarked in surprise. It was indeed dangerous before. While not on the front lines, many colleagues were struck by stray bullets, some even losing their lives. Zhou Bo shook his head, then patted his chest armor with a laugh. However, it's not as perilous now, with this. It's nearly impossible to meet one's demise without facing the front lines. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the soldiers on the clearing completed their final equipment checks and began to board the Falcon. Concerns about whether they would turn on them upon entering and attempt to seize control of the Falcon lingered. Suyu was utterly unconcerned. After all, although he had no intention of utilizing it, there was indeed a backdoor he had left within the exoskeleton. To attempt to seize the Falcon through such juvenile tactics would be exceedingly naive. In an instant, he could render all exoskeletons inoperative, transforming them into mere colossal iron masses weighing several hundred kilograms, encasing flesh within. He did not believe that the military would overlook such a possibility. Hence, from any perspective, they harbored no motivation to pursue such an avenue. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from afar. A man clad in a tattered windbreaker, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, was abruptly awakened. Casting his gaze towards the source of the sound, a flicker of panic and concern illuminated his eyes. Li He, the leader of an exploration team from the Heizhou branch of the Jiuzhou mining group, was supposed to be back home with his wife and children by now, enjoying a well-deserved break. Yet, a few days prior to his planned return, he received an unexpected directive to lead his team to a mountainous region suspected of harboring iron ore, believed to be a small open-pit mine. Reluctantly, Li He could not refuse the assignment from above and led his team to the site, knowing that this intrusion into his rest period would come with a substantial compensation package, including double pay and a generous allowance. They had offered far too much to decline. After several days of searching through the vast mountains, Li He finally located their destination. Following preliminary assessments with various instruments alongside his teammates, he was taken aback to discover something extraordinary. There indeed existed iron ore within the mountain, and it was not the small open-pit mine indicated in the intelligence reports. In truth, beneath this open-pit mine lay an immensely vast deposit concealed beneath layers of soil and rock. The richness of the reserves beneath was astonishing, far beyond anything he had ever encountered. Based on his professional expertise, Li He initially estimated that the iron ore reserves could potentially reach a staggering 80 billion tons, all of exceptionally high quality. Upon arriving at this conclusion, he was left utterly astounded. After all, the largest iron ore deposit in the world was merely 72 billion tons. Had he inadvertently shattered a record with a mere casual search? At first, Li He suspected a malfunction in the equipment, but after repeated tests yielded the same result. He grasped the gravity of the situation. Fearing the implications, he refrained from disclosing the final calculations to his teammates. misleading them into believing that only a small open pit mine existed, and subsequently led the team away. He initially intended to report the findings directly to his superiors upon returning to headquarters. However, to his utter astonishment, as soon as he arrived in the capital of this small nation, insurgents launched an assault. With no other choice, he was compelled to seek refuge at the local embassy, taking shelter in the very factory they were now hiding in. Even more unfortunate was the fact that he had become separated from his teammates during the evacuation. Now standing alone, as the sound of gunfire intensified outside, a shroud of dread enveloped him, leading him to pessimistically conclude that his fate was sealed. Many around him shared his sentiments, with some resigned souls already recording their last words on their phones. Observing this, Leahy retrieved his own phone, activating the camera function to leave behind a final message. Yet, just as he pulled it out, the bright sky dimmed slightly. Instinctively, he looked up, only to behold a colossal object that had mysteriously appeared above everyone's heads. Chapter 71. Airdrop to the battlefield, leave no one behind. Is this it? By the porthole, Jobo looked down at the vast factory below, his voice somewhat hoarse. In less than 20 minutes, they had traversed over 9,000 kilometers, arriving here from the city of demons. Although he was aware that the Falcon could exceed the second cosmic velocity, making such a swift arrival was entirely expected. Experiencing it firsthand was still hard to fathom. Especially during the acceleration, he felt as if he were walking on solid ground within the Falcon, hardly sensing any change in speed. The technology behind this left him utterly perplexed. He had only heard esteemed physicists speculate that it might involve some practical application of gravitational waves, though their assertions remained vague and uncertain. Although he understood the urgency of the situation below, Jobo could not suppress his curiosity. How did you manage to address the issue of overload? Would it be possible to disclose that? Upon hearing this, Suyu, who had been observing the situation below, glanced back at him, cryptically replying, "It is merely a rudimentary application of gravitational waves." What a jest! Had Suyu truly known this, he would have achieved wealth long before acquiring the trading space. He would have already been the richest person on Blue Star. Gravitational waves. Jobo's pupils constricted, his heart racing. It indeed pertained to gravity. However, recognizing the pressing matters at hand, he refrained from dwelling on this further and instead inquired, given the complexities of the situation below, does Mr. Su's vessel have a pre-established troop deployment plan? Typically, transport aircraft follow a comprehensive protocol for airborne troop deployment, encompassing precise requirements for altitude, speed, and weather conditions to minimize the risk of accidents. While this Falcon was larger than any transport aircraft in existence, it remained uncertain whether it adhered to conventional deployment processes. No need. Automemo, standing behind Suyu, shook her head. In a moment, I will instruct the Falcon to hover 5 meters above an open space. Once the doors are opened, you can simply jump down. At that height, even someone like me, who has only used an exoskeleton once or twice, can leap without issue. If these elite soldiers, trained rigorously and having utilized exoskeletons for nearly a week, were to encounter problems, that would indeed be extraordinary. Jobo nodded in agreement, refraining from further questioning. This extraordinarily beautiful blue-haired woman exuded an air of mystery. The authorities had not been able to uncover any information about her, as if she had appeared from thin air. Despite her enigmatic identity, she projected an undeniable aura of authority, akin to high-ranking figures wielding significant power. Thus, he felt an involuntary sense of respect whenever he encountered Automemo, while conversing with Suyu felt entirely natural. Before long, the bioengineered operator of the Falcon maneuvered it over a playground within the factory premises. This location was deemed relatively safe, as it lay a considerable distance from the ongoing gunfire. The area was teeming with people, with only a small space in the center remaining vacant, ample enough for 100 soldiers to descend. The Falcon, still cloaked in optical invisibility, silently hovered just 5 meters above the ground. As the late autumn sun cast its waning light, Chio-Emo cast a fleeting glance at the 100 soldiers lined up and ready to disembark. With a calm demeanor, she announced, "The hatch will soon open. You will have a mere 5 minutes to board." After 5 minutes, the Falcon will seal the hatch, activate its optical cloaking module, and ascend to await further orders. No sooner had her words faded than the hatch behind the Falcon, wide enough to accommodate a tank, began to slowly open. Simultaneously, the optical engine disengaged, revealing a massive airship stretching over 100 meters that blocked the morning sunlight. One by one, heavily armored soldiers poured out without hesitation. Li, witnessing the sudden emergence of the Falcon, felt his mind momentarily stall. Such a sight was well beyond his comprehension. However, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground jolted him back to reality. As he focused ahead, he was astonished to see a figure clad in thick armor rise to its full height, surveying the surroundings before leaping several meters away, weapon drawn and vigilant. This was clearly just the beginning, as more armored figures descended from the ship. Fully equipped and silent, they exuded a disciplined aura, their presence radiating an intimidating aura of lethal intent. The onlookers in the playground soon realized the arrival of the enigmatic falcon and the soldiers emerging from it. A palpable fear of the unknown enveloped the crowd. No one dared to utter a sound, leaving the atmosphere unsettlingly quiet. Until, at last, a voice broke the silence. This is the security team under the jurisdiction of the Jojo Spacetime Technology Group. You are all safe. The silver power armor hovered in the air as Suyu utilized the amplification device to deliver his message. Behind him, the colossal falcon activated its optical cloaking, gradually vanishing into the sky. Noticing the stunned expressions of the onlookers, Suyu felt a smirk tug at his lips. Well, this is rather anticlimactic. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off and turned to Zhou Bo. Leave the southern sector to me. I've been itching to practice. Zhou Bo expressed concern. The fighting seemed quite intense in the south. Do you think you can handle it alone? He was well aware that Suyu's power armor far surpassed their own exoskeletons. But they were still facing a formidable army born from the excellent matching mechanism of the Heizhou region, whose combat prowess relied heavily on fervent belief. However, this was a battlefield filled with uncertainties. Don't worry. I observed that the southern side is merely a street with a single entrance. I can easily flank them and eliminate every last one, Suyu replied dismissively. With that, the engines of his anti-gravity armor ignited, propelling him swiftly towards the south, leaving Zhou Bo in a state of bewilderment. Is this really just about not letting them escape? Chapter 72, The Tank Can Opener. While it may sound somewhat juvenile, what man hasn't harbored dreams of piloting a mech across the battlefield in his youth? Seizing such an opportunity, Suyu could hardly remain aboard the Falcon, passively watching others fight. A man of means should not linger idly. Donning the power armor, he perceived the untrained soldiers as mere targets ripe for an overwhelming defeat. If they were this terrified, perhaps they should reconsider their business ventures, as failure in business could also lead to grave consequences. In stark contrast to Suyu's enthusiasm for battle, Xiao Mo appeared rather disinterested. She had no fondness for war and harbored no concerns for Suyu's safety. Thus, she chose not to follow him. After scanning the crowd on the playground, her gaze ultimately settled on Li He. The 2-ton weight of her power armor slowly descended before him. As the mechanical sounds whirred, her visor retracted, revealing Xiao Mo's striking visage. With her azure eyes fixed upon Li He, she spoke in a measured tone. You possess commendable business acumen for having located the world's largest iron ore. Would you be interested in joining Jojo Spacetime Technology? We can offer you a salary double your current earnings. Li He's expression shifted dramatically as he stared in astonishment at the woman, whose face was the only visible part of her armored form. He could not fathom how Xiao Mo had come to know this information. All data from the exploration team was compiled and calculated under his supervision. The final results should have been known only to him. He had not disclosed this matter to anyone, intending to report to his superiors only after returning. After all, such a vast iron deposit, located in a place like Heizhou, meant that only a handful of factions could compete for it. If Jojo discovered it first, they would gain a significant advantage. Thus, his confidentiality was crucial. Surprised that I know about your discovery of the iron mine? Xiao Mo chuckled lightly. In truth, I'm not the only one aware. Otherwise, do you think the local resistance, which has been battling the official army for over a decade, could capture the capital in a single night? As she spoke, a flicker of crimson light flashed within her azure irises, and her armored right hand slowly rose, positioning itself before Li He. With a sharp sound akin to metal tearing, she pinched a golden bullet between her fingers, exerting enough force to nearly flatten it. It was at that moment that Li He became aware of the distant gunfire. His pupils dilated in realization as he gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. There are quite a few people here who wish to harm you. Casually discarding the bullet at his feet, Xiao Mo drew an electromagnetic pistol from her thigh holster and fired a shot toward a 6-story building several hundred meters away, without even a glance. Li He instinctively turned to look, catching a glimpse of a flash of blood. Swallowing hard, he asked in a quivering voice, "Are you implying that the attack from those outside is my fault?" "No, it is the iron mine's fault. You merely learned something you were not meant to know." Xiao Mo replied, shaking her head. "We can assist you with the resistance, but we cannot guarantee your safety indefinitely. Next time someone seeks to kill you, it will depend on your luck." Li He quickly comprehended Xiao Mo's implication. She was essentially offering protection in exchange for his agreement to work for Jojo Spacetime Technology. If he declined, it was evident that once Xiao Mo and her team dealt with the resistance, they would leave, and his fate would be uncertain. This was not a threat, as they were not representatives of Jojo. Ensuring the general safety of so many individuals was already a remarkable feat, and there was no obligation for them to protect an outsider like him. I am an employee of Jojo Mining. If I were to work for you, I would have some reservations, Li stammered. Rest assured, we will communicate with the Jiuzhou authorities regarding the situation, including the iron mine. You need not worry about any repercussions, Qiao Mo reassured him, gesturing towards the falcon, which had re-emerged. If you agree, I can have someone escort you up right now. If what you say is true, then I accept, Li nodded. After all, it was merely a job, where one worked mattered little. His own life was of far greater importance. As the autumn twilight settled, there was no further conversation. The height of the falcon descended a little more, and after the hatch opened, the entrance was less than 2 meters from the ground. 2 bionic individuals clad in heavy exoskeletons leapt out, flanking Li He as they boarded the falcon. Autumn's call to Li He was clearly not an impulsive whim. Rather, it was a strategic maneuver for the future. The unexploited mineral resources on Blue Star were, in truth, quite limited. Most of the untapped deposits either had poor quality or posed significant extraction challenges, rendering their value rather low. However, it was evident that Su Yu's mining prospects extended far beyond Blue Star itself. The land of the divine Zhou, where Ying Zheng resided, remained an untouched frontier. Should Su Yu's and Frost Star's conjectures prove correct, and he ascended to the rank of intermediate agent or advanced agent, the potential to trade living beings to alternate worlds could become a reality. Talents like Li He would undoubtedly be invaluable. Although the timeline for trading living entities remained uncertain, the mere possibility warranted precautionary measures in Autumn's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Yu had arrived at the southern edge of the factory battlefield, atop a modest 4-story building. Beneath him lay the lifeless body of a rebel sniper, whose spine had been shattered. The sniper had been lying in wait on the rooftop, only to be met with Su Yu's swift retribution. Observing the 5 T-62 tanks slowly advancing down the street, accompanied by infantry armed with AKs who occasionally fired aimlessly in a show of bravado, he couldn't help but smirk. The claims of the Heizhou district's excellent matchmaking mechanism were indeed substantiated. This motley crew had been assaulting the factory for over an hour and had yet to breach the entrance, even with tanks leading the charge. Despite the T-62 being a relic of the last century, it remained a main battle tank. Against the factory's security personnel armed solely with light weaponry, it should have easily crushed them. Yet, this group failed to execute even the most basic infantry tank coordination. The tanks charged ahead while the infantry lagged behind, firing from a distance. The security guards had somehow managed to thwart several of the main battle tanks using cluster grenades, resulting in merely 2 minor injuries. While several rebels had perished, the absurdity of the situation left Su Yu incredulous. However, he was not there merely to spectate. After a brief observation, he rose, retrieved his Gauss rifle, and aimed at the foremost tank. Fire! The tungsten core armor-piercing round was accelerated to 20 Mach and, upon breaking the sound barrier, unleashed a piercing wail as it penetrated the main battle tank's rear armor. The explosion from the munitions inside ignited a catastrophic chain reaction, sending the turret flying amidst a violent blaze. The battlefield, once alive with the sounds of combat, fell eerily silent. Both sides, stunned by the instantaneous obliteration of the tank, found themselves questioning their very existence. Chapter 73, Rending Tanks, Terrifying Combat Power. Wow, this can opener is truly effective, Su Yu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight at the sight of the tank being dispatched with a single shot. One shot, one tank, what a feat. Without hesitation, he aimed once more at the side armor of another tank. Boom, the can opener struck again. Even the rebels, slow to react, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. With 2 tanks down, the remaining crew members scrambled from their vehicles in a panic. Su Yu, now on the rooftop, refrained from firing again, allowing them to flee the tank, seeking refuge behind cover while glancing around nervously. He casually slung his Gauss rifle over his back, and the armor on either side of his spine swiftly retracted, launching 8 compact drones into the air. Some of these drones were purely for reconnaissance, while others possessed limited offensive capabilities, truly a marvel for urban warfare. However, Su Yu had no intention of utilizing them for combat. Their sole purpose was to capture footage. With 8 surveillance drones providing 360-degree coverage and the first-person recording system integrated into his powered armor helmet, the footage captured would surely far surpass the spectacle of any film once edited. Inside a nearby street-side building, several rebel crew members nervously peered through the windows, their firearms at the ready, casting anxious glances at the 2 destroyed T-62 tanks outside. Had they not fled swiftly, they might have ended up as mere scrap themselves. The most alarming aspect was that, despite having lost 2 tanks, they remained utterly oblivious to the enemy's location or the means by which their vehicles had been destroyed. This was truly chilling. Now, with the tanks lying in ruin, they dared not approach, fearing they might be targeted again. In theory, such a scenario should have prompted infantry to secure the area against anti-tank units. Yet the concept of infantry-tank coordination was foreign to them. The tanks charged forward, relying solely on their armor, and faltered in the face of anti-tank weaponry. This exemplified the average skill level of the Heizhou militia. Observing through the drones, Suyu noted the rebels' astonishing decision to hide in the building after losing 2 tanks, as if the flimsy walls could offer better protection than the main battle tank's armor. Such incompetence left Suyu feeling somewhat diminished. They were no better than the assassins who had attempted to kill Chuyu that night. With a swift motion, Suyu flicked his right arm, and a chain adorned with numerous small metal fragments shot forth from his wrist. In an instant, this seemingly limp chain coalesced into a sharp chainsaw sword. Although the chainsaw sword was hastily assembled from scattered plates, the electromagnetic forces ensured that no gaps were visible. With the power maximized, the sword's edge vibrated at hundreds of thousands of cycles per second, rendering it nearly indestructible. Under the morning sun, Suyu gazed at the glimmering chainsaw sword in his hand, nodding in approval. It looked formidable. With a thunderous crash, the heavy-powered armor leapt down from the small building, positioning itself squarely in the street. Surrounding him were 420 armed militants, 3 tanks, and 7 armed pickup trucks. As he absorbed the battlefield data relayed by the auxiliary AI, it was as though he had gained X-ray vision. Every enemy within several hundred meters was marked before him. This was the result of the 8 drones mapping the terrain and relaying real-time video data, thermal imaging, and other information to the central computer of his powered armor, achieving near-zero error margins. Suyu realized that if he wished, he could utilize the Gauss rifle's terrifying penetration power to stand in the street and eliminate targets through walls. However, that would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, entirely unnecessary and lacking in challenge. With a casual flick of his chainsaw sword, he ambled towards a nearby building, unhurried yet resolute. A group of 7 or 8 armed militants, brandishing AK rifles, were indiscriminately firing toward the distant entrance of a factory. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, they were blissfully unaware that the specter of death had crept up behind them. With a swift motion, a blade cleaved through the air. Those few militants taking refuge behind the earthen wall were severed in twain by the chainsaw sword, blood gushing forth and splattering upon several idle onlookers nearby. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the remaining militants snapped back to reality, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the figure of Suyu clad in powered armor. One of them, quicker to react, hastily seized a walkie-talkie, chattering frantically, while simultaneously aiming a nearby firearm at Suyu and unleashing a barrage of bullets. Yet, as the projectiles neared within a 2-meter radius of Suyu, they inexplicably veered off course, deflecting at a 90-degree angle to strike the wall on the opposite side. The deflection field. Too late, Suyu thought, correcting himself with a chuckle. Apologies, I'll edit that out later. With a single stroke, Suyu dispatched the remaining assailants and picked up the walkie-talkie, declaring, "Your weaponry is woefully outdated." With a resounding kick, he demolished the earthen wall closest to the factory's defense line, emerging from the swirling dust and smoke, his powered armor drenched in blood, yet unfazed. Suyu traversed from one end of the street to the other, having even torn apart 2 T-62 tanks along the way, all under the watchful eyes of the factory's security personnel, who were left utterly stupefied. They had forgotten to flee, standing frozen behind their defensive positions, paralyzed by fear, unable to muster the courage to fire their weapons. In their minds echoed a singular thought: what manner of monster is this? While the surrounding onlookers were engulfed in terror, Suyu, within his powered armor, was engrossed in watching a video edited by AI. After fast-forwarding through it, he concluded with a single word: impressive. Delighted. He saved the footage for later use during the grand opening ceremony of the time and space technology. Disregarding the frightened factory security personnel, he deployed a drone for reconnaissance of the area. Upon confirming that no threats remained, he activated the engines and flew directly toward the playground where the Falcon had previously landed. Upon returning to the playground, the 100 soldiers had also completed their mission. Including over 400 from Suyu's side, more than 1,000 insurgents had been annihilated in less than 20 minutes. While not a single one of the 100 soldiers suffered any casualties, the ensuing tasks no longer required Suyu's oversight. The 100 soldiers would remain stationed there, awaiting the arrival of the naval fleet. After evacuating the citizens of Jojo, they would return home on the same vessel. After briefly explaining the situation regarding the battle on the southern street to Zhou Bowen, Suyu was ready to return home to continue preparing for his grand opening and product launch. However, as he boarded the Falcon, Chioma suddenly interjected. "There are still 2 hours until the scheduled opening ceremony. We could take a detour to visit a certain location." "Visit? Where?" Suyu inquired, puzzled. With a glimmer of blue luminescence in her eyes, Chioma conjured a topographical map of the surrounding terrain. Pointing to a red dot on the map, she remarked, "Here lies a high-grade iron mine with astonishing reserves. If the survey data is accurate, the estimated reserves could reach 80 billion tons." "Iron mine?" Suyu glanced at the map. Are you suggesting we should acquire this mine? To be frank, with so much high technology waiting to be monetized, I have no intention of profiting from mining. Chiomon nodded, elaborating. If it were merely an astonishingly large iron mine, there would be little merit in pursuing it. Compared to high-tech products, the benefits of mining are far too meager to warrant such attention. However, this situation is unique. She turned her gaze to Suyu. Can you guess what makes this place special? Guess? Isn't this just a small area in Huzhou? Suyu trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly pausing as he noticed the latitude and longitude lines on the map. Realization dawned upon him. This iron mine is situated precisely on the equator? Indeed, Chiomon affirmed. Zooming out the map slightly, not only is it located on the equator, but it also lies within a stable continental plate, ensuring a secure geological structure with minimal risk of natural disasters. Moreover, it is less than 30 kilometers from the coast, facilitating the transportation of materials. As Suyu's eyes narrowed with intrigue, he began to grasp her implication. This is an ideal site for constructing a space elevator, Chiomon stated matter-of-factly, positioned near the equator. With a stable geological structure, containing the world's largest iron reserves, and conveniently close to the sea, it is undoubtedly an optimal environment for building a space elevator. Then let us pay a visit. If it truly is this suitable, we shall secure it, Suyu agreed. The space elevator represents humanity's ultimate means of breaking free from the shackles of planetary gravity, propelling us into the cosmos. According to the records of the Prosperity era, even after the success of the first generation of nuclear fusion and the acquisition of boundless energy, the dream of reaching space remained elusive for humanity. Only a select few astronauts had the opportunity to venture into the universe. The pursuit of space was not for the purpose of exploiting its infinite resources, but rather for conducting scientific experiments. This scenario persisted until the completion of the first space elevator. Afterward, space transformed from a natural laboratory into an inexhaustible treasure trove. Even ordinary individuals could afford a journey across the solar system for merely a month or two's wages. It was thus that humanity of the Prosperity era fully entered the interstellar age, experiencing a tremendous surge in productivity and material abundance. This marked the dawn of a utopian era. Consequently, the significance of the space elevator is indisputable, although the technology has yet to be fully developed. Mature technical documentation exists on Froststar. Acquiring this knowledge is merely a matter of time. After all, for Froststar to obtain more resources from Blue Star to transform the wasteland, they too require assistance in enhancing Blue Star's productivity. As long as they are not foolish, they will not leverage the space elevator technology for exorbitant gains. Now that the groundwork for the space elevator is being laid, Suyu certainly would not let the opportunity slip away. However, securing it would not be an easy feat. Chiomon shook her head, providing a close-up of Li He, the leader of the exploration team dispatched by the Jiuzhou mining group, who was seated in a small room within the Falcon. He is the one who first discovered this colossal iron mine. He believed he had concealed the true nature of the mine and planned to report back to the capital of that small nation to secure a competitive advantage for Jiuzhou. Little did he know that he was not the only one in the exploration team privy to the actual data. Several seasoned explorers had already deduced from various fragments of information that the mine's reserves would undoubtedly be substantial. One of the explorers even accepted a bribe of $100 million to secretly sell this information to a mining giant from America. This is also the reason why the local army has been retreating steadily, yet the insurgents managed to seize the nation's capital overnight. Are you implying that the insurgency is connected to external forces? Suyu gazed in astonishment upon the war-torn capital of this small nation, surprised to uncover such hidden truths. Of course, had it not been for the weapons supplied by external powers, the warfare here would still be reliant on cold steel. Chiomon explained succinctly. Typically, in the case of such remote and resource-scarce nations, major powers are generally disinclined to intervene. Among the great nations, the one most familiar with and closely connected to this obscure state is Jiuzhou. Now, following the discovery of this iron ore by Jiuzhou's exploration team, securing the mine is hardly a challenge given Jiuzhou's influence in the area. To prevent Jiuzhou from effortlessly acquiring the world's largest iron mine, certain individuals orchestrated this operation. They injected a significant amount of weaponry and ammunition into the insurgents through neighboring countries in a short span of time, aiming to incite chaos and hinder Jiuzhou's access to the mine, thereby allowing themselves a chance to seize it later. In truth, their need for the iron mine is not as pressing. Their primary intent is to deny it to their adversary. Such maneuvers in the great power game can spell disaster for smaller nations. Suyu nodded, then suddenly remarked, if that is the case, securing this area for ourselves is indeed not as straightforward as handing it over to the Jiuzhou authorities. We only require results. Chiomon shot him a surprised glance, then nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. Jojo has promised you the opportunity to make a request, so let us use this area as leverage. However, while Lihi's information has yet to reach Jojo, the news of the iron mine cannot remain concealed for long. Jojo will inevitably discover it. Therefore, I advise against withholding information. We should communicate directly with Jojo. If necessary, we might hint at the space elevator project. This endeavor cannot be realized without the J9000 module, and we will certainly require assistance from Jojo to accomplish it, ideally fostering collaboration. Chapter 75. The revelation of Zawayuan leaves the entire internet envious. After a brief discussion, the two reached a consensus and set off towards the mountainous region where the iron mine is located aboard the Falcon. Although the Falcon lacked mineral detection equipment, the J9000 module Suyu had rented was equipped with such capabilities. After all, under extreme conditions, the J9000 module can even source materials on site, remelting abandoned structures to extract iron, calcium carbonate, and other minerals, which can then be reforged into steel and cement for constructing new buildings. It inherently possesses an exploration unit. One must admit, this region is indeed exceedingly remote, resembling a pristine forest, with no signs of human habitation nearby. It is no wonder that such a substantial iron deposit remained undiscovered until now. Following the exploration, Suyu and his companions were astonished to find that the reserves of this iron mine far exceed Lihi's preliminary estimates. The data provided by the J9000 Module's exploration unit indicated that beneath an area of over 30,000 square kilometers, at a depth of 700 meters, more than 20 billion tons of hematite were stored. Furthermore, the iron content exceeds 68, with low levels of alumina and minimal harmful impurities. This is a rare and high-quality iron ore on the entire blue planet. The only drawback is that most of the deposit lies deep underground, with only a small portion exposed at the surface. However, it is precisely for this reason that the mine has remained undiscovered until now. After all, iron mines rarely have vegetation around their surface. The exposed reddish earth can easily be identified as an iron ore site. Thus, being buried deep can sometimes be advantageous. For Suyu, who has access to advanced production tools from the wasteland world, the depth is of little consequence. The matter of the iron mine is temporarily settled. Next, he will have Chio-Imo communicate with Jojo to assist in securing it. If Jojo's officials cannot manage it, Suyu is indifferent. Whenever he acquires the technology for the space elevator, he will come to commence work directly. As for whose territory it is, whoever possesses the greater strength claims it. Should they refuse to negotiate, he cannot be held accountable. Naturally, the likelihood of such a scenario is quite slim. After all, Jojo has operated in this region for many years and has recently demonstrated their ability to rapidly deploy a 100-man exoskeleton squad across vast distances. It is likely that those behind the scenes are currently pulling their hair out over the sudden emergence of formidable exoskeleton armor and the stealthy troop deployment capabilities. One iron mine is unlikely to provoke a fierce dispute. After all, those 100 elite soldiers clad in exoskeletons remain stationed there. With their combat prowess, even the most basic forces in the Heijo region would struggle to contend with them. Any attempts to instigate proxy wars will be futile. If they truly become enraged, they might escalate matters by deploying a naval battle group. Suyu would not mind soaring the Falcon over their heads for a leisurely tour. Just imagine how many direct hits their decrepit vessel could withstand from mass projectiles descending from low Earth orbit. When Suyu traveled to Heijo, it was a little past 1 in the afternoon in Jojo, while it was just after 6 in the morning in Heijo. Upon his return, it was already 8 in the morning in Heijo. Jojo had only just passed 3 in the afternoon. The high-ranking officials and media were still being guided by the bioengineered personnel as they toured Zawayuan. Aside from them, many employees who had already joined Spacetime Technology had also made a special trip. Although today was not a working day, these employees had become part of Spacetime Technology the moment they signed their contracts. Therefore, access to the site was naturally granted to them. Previously, they had delayed visiting, believing the time was not yet ripe, compounded by the remote location of Zawayuan. However, just a few hours ago, numerous media outlets entered Zawayuan, completely unveiling the mystery of this marvel in human architectural history, coupled with the intentional promotion from Jojo's officials. The towering 388-meter main building, along with 8 900-meter structures arranged in a complex array to form an aerial city, instantaneously ignited discussions across the internet. Within mere hours, the news of Zawayuan and Spacetime Technology dominated trending topics on major forums. Countless prospective employees, intrigued by the news, spontaneously visited for a tour. In an era that champions vertical expansion, the sight of an edifice soaring over 1,000 meters is simply impossible to ignore. Moreover, the breathtaking interior of Zawayuan left little room for criticism. Coincidentally, at this moment, someone inadvertently disclosed online that Zawayuan is the headquarters of space-time technology. Alongside this revelation, previous recruitment information and contracts signed by current employees were also published online. Consequently, comments flooded in. Wow, such high salaries and benefits, nearly double that of industry standards. Plus, housing after a certain tenure? Aw, I'm devastated. I saw the recruitment ads before and thought they were scams, so I didn't apply, despite meeting all the requirements. I, too, refrained from submitting my resume. I implore you, time-space technology, grant us another opportunity for recruitment. I promise to dedicate myself to my work. Alas, I am the king of competition. Bestow upon me a chance to prove my worth. I long for a residence in the aerial city. Do you notice my hairstyle? Not a single strand upon my head. Oh, time-space father. Father, do not compel me to kneel and beseech you. Your father? Our father. Father, behold. I possess a decade's worth of experience in the grueling 996 work schedule, and if necessary, I can endure the 8,127 as well. I would forego my salary for a suite in the aerial city. I am willing to toil for 3 years without compensation. Just a moment ago, I witnessed a first-hand account of the interior of the aerial city. The residences there are equipped with a complete suite of smart home technology, truly intelligent. The tasks of laundry and cooking are nearly entirely automated. Once settled in, one need only to eat, sleep, and work, with no household chores to undertake. It far surpasses the artificial intelligence my family spent hundreds of thousands to install. Most critically, a 100 square meter 3-bedroom suite, boasting such remarkable home technology, is available for a mere 500 yuan per month in rent, with all utilities included, free of charge. I reside in the Magic City and shall go forth to secure a rental. How naive. Access is restricted solely to employees. Furthermore, according to their policy, even the most ordinary employee, after a year of service, can purchase time-space technologies products at cost price. This aerial city residence qualifies as a product. Surprised? Astonished? The cost price for a 100 square meter 3-bedroom suite in the aerial city is only 8,000 yuan per square meter. To speak frankly, when I first encountered the recruitment information, I perceived the location of the properties offered by time-space technology as rather remote and deemed them useless. However, it appears I underestimated the situation. The entire Jiwei Garden is evidently a compact city integrated with countless high-tech innovations. Once it is fully inhabited by 100,000 residents, the value of these properties may rival that of prime locations in the Magic City. It is difficult to say. If time-space technology becomes a titan in any particular sector in the future, your assertions may hold water. However, should it face closure, the Jiwei Garden would merely stand as a magnificent, yet futile spectacle. TSK, my friend, I suggest you peruse the recently released news from Jiuzhou. The security team under time-space technology valiantly faced overwhelming odds in Huzhou, defeating thousands of insurgents and safeguarding the safety of hundreds of thousands of compatriots. What?